1. New life. The merchant caravan traversed the New Siachi Mountains, journeying eastward for a span of 17 months. Gazing into the distance, the undulating black mountain ranges faded from view. According to Lepa, once we crossed the great mountain ahead, our caravan would entirely exit the dominion of the Dwarven Kingdom and enter the Pi Plateau. The trade permit we had obtained from one of the 7 Dwarven kings, Stan, would become utterly ineffectual. Indistinguishable from ordinary magical parchment. It is said that thousands of orc tribes, both large and small, are scattered throughout this region, ancient clans that inherit the strength of their ancestors. In recent days, the jovial banter within the caravan has notably diminished, revealing a palpable concern among us regarding the orc tribes and those nefarious gray dwarves that await us ahead. Each colossal thunder rhinoceros, as massive as a hill, dragged thousands of pounds of refined iron ingots. A single driver perched upon the soft seat at the back of the rhinoceros's head, while 2 aides sat atop its back, managing the immense cargo and maintaining a vigilant lookout. These possessions were under Lepa's stewardship, and the formidable merchant caravan, consisting of 70 thunder rhinoceroses, extended for 2 kilometers. The dwarves of the tribe are naturally gifted blacksmiths, yet their craftsmanship in armor and weaponry diverges significantly from human preferences. Due to the dwarven race's innate strength, their heavy armors and exquisitely large shields, akin to door panels, are not particularly favored amongst humans. They are too cumbersome. Hence, high-quality metal materials are the true currency of value. At the forefront of the caravan, more than 20 of the hardiest Borai horses blazed a trail. They belonged to 2 adventurous bands, comprising warriors, swordsmen, archers, and enigmatic mages, who accompanied us in traversing the New Siachi Mountains. Rumor has it they hunt beasts in the monster forest at the mountain's edge, procuring magical materials to sell in the human world. In any case, Cuz had discreetly warned me that they are a perilous lot. One should never provoke them. They benefit from the caravan's capacity, and Lepa has graciously agreed to transport some of their goods to the imperial capital free of charge, while these adventurers bear the responsibility of safeguarding the caravan's safety. Trailing behind the Thunder Rhinoceros freight train were 13 enormous carts forged from black iron, each resembling a small house. The intricately crafted axles of these carts were inscribed with complex wind-based magical arrays. And yet each vehicle required 4 bison of wild bull lineage to draw it. Each of these bison could effortlessly haul 5,000 pounds of cargo. Do not assume that the carts contain high-born nobles. On the contrary, they are merely a troupe of performers from the human realm's Green Empire. 3 years prior, they were invited by the Dwarven King to partake in a commemorative celebration, and now they journey back after the festivities. This large troupe, numbering over 300, boasts 180 dancers, alongside cooks, seamstresses, musicians, attendants, and magicians. It is rumored that this is not even the largest troupe in the Green Imperial City. My goodness. I had never fathomed that anyone would willingly spend 5 to 6 years traveling merely to attend a celebration in some distant kingdom. Later, I learned from Lepa of a mode of transport known as a magical airship, which he described as resembling a zeppelin, an immense vessel capable of carrying hundreds of passengers. That a route had long been established from Stan's City to the Green Imperial City. Yet this time the performance troupe chose to travel overland, following the New Siachi Mountains eastward toward the Pi Plateau to gather inspiration and learn the ritual war dances of the orc tribes. Perhaps some tribes that are more amicable toward humans would engage with them. In September, the warm monsoons from the endless sea brought abundant rains, infusing the lands of the dwarven territories on the western side of Roland continent with vibrant life. The snow melted, and all things flourished. The warm breeze caressed my cheek like a mother's gentle hand, and I excitedly shed my sheepskin coat, which had acquired a fishy odor from the winter's wear. Channeling Cuz, I leapt from the back of a thunder rhinoceros, over 7 meters high, and rolled onto the lush, oil-green grass, akin to a white carp leaping into the lake. The crystalline waters enveloped my body, and using the strength of my leap, I glided several meters beneath the surface, alternating my feet to propel myself further. My overheated body reveled in the icy embrace of the lake, every cell greedily absorbing moisture. After expelling my last breath, I finally emerged from the water's surface. A few meters away, a piece of floating ice the size of a round table bore Cuz, who was perched upon its edge, his damp form leaping onto the ice with a broad grin, baring his teeth in a silly grin directed at me. He waved, and, in halting imperial language, shouted, "Gigia, hurry up and climb aboard. This ice is quite amusing." Upon seeing the floating ice in the lake, the chill of early spring's waters was all too apparent. I could not help but admire the robust lad from the orc tribe. I felt an overwhelming envy. My daring leap into the icy waters was fueled by the fire toxin coursing through my veins, incessantly searing my body. I could vividly sense the intense heat rapidly carbonizing my blood and flesh. Yet simultaneously, a wondrous regenerative force within my blood was mending my entire being. The cycle of carbonization and regeneration persisted. Initially, I questioned whether I was truly human or merely a sentient piece of grilled meat. Only by immersing myself in such frigid waters could I experience a semblance of refreshment within my body. I mused that perhaps in a past life, I had indulged too much in barbecued skewers. And in this life, I was destined to endure such torment, a ceaseless trial that perpetually afflicted me. The fire toxin relentlessly consumed every cell within my body, turning them to ashes that flowed out through my sweat. Yet, each time a cell disintegrated, inexplicably, new ones would instantaneously divide and emerge. At times, I speculated whether I possessed blood ties to the wolf-like orc race. The only healer in our party was an elderly orc, Old Kulu, who often boasted of his once formidable physique in his youth. Cuz was but a fraction of his strength, yet now, his gaunt form lacked much vigor, often too lethargic to even grasp a potion vial. Perpetually calling upon me for assistance. Very well. It is true. I am the youngest laborer in the entire caravan, capable of performing any task, running errands, delivering messages, cleaning horse dung, polishing shoes, boiling water, foraging for wild vegetables. Anything I can manage that those around me can conjure up, I must undertake, lest I forfeit my half-loaf of black bread each night. I recall old Kulu telling me that he discovered me far beyond the western borders of the dwarven capital. On the edge of the burning mountains. He speculated that I must have consumed too many fruits from the burning trees, which infused my blood with a potent fire element. At that time, I had already been burned into unconsciousness. He initially had no intention of rescuing me. By his experience, no human, orc, or dwarf had ever survived after consuming the burning fruit. This fruit, also known as the purification fruit, is meant for the dead. Those who consume it are destined to perish, their bodies turning to ash. It is said that within the fruit's core, a fire of the mind that can extinguish souls may grow, purifying the soul and elevating it to the divine realm. I hold great belief in old Kulu's words, for it was after the original host's soul was purified that I entered this body. However, I know not whether the original host's soul ascended to the divine realm. It seems more likely that it was reduced to mere ashes. Even now, I can vividly recall that before my unconsciousness, I was a chef in a grand hotel, skilled in cold dishes and carrot flower sculptures. On my way home during a holiday, I fell victim to a robbery and was fatally stabbed in the heart. I remember an unseen hand tearing my soul from that body, witnessing my terrified, enraged, and pale visage filled with despair. I was acutely aware of my original form gradually cooling down, convinced that I had perished. To my astonishment, upon awakening, I found myself transformed into a 5-year-old child engulfed in flames, every inch of skin, flesh, and bone crackling in the searing heat, akin to a piece of grilled beef. In that excruciating process, oscillating between consciousness and unconsciousness, an aged orc placed his withered arm above my head, using a small black curved knife to slice open his wrist, the dark purple blood cascading over me, most of it flooding into my mouth. Miraculously, I survived. That old orc was Kulu, who posited that I might be the child of a traveler from some troop, who, before dying, followed the tradition of consuming the burning fruit, awaiting the transformation of their body into ashes and the ascent of their soul into the heavens. Yet, after consuming the fruit, the power of the fire element activated the latent strength of my bloodline, awakening it and granting me the true name, Blue Flame. Although the fiery power of the burning fruit inflicted unbearable torment, it was not enough to extinguish my life. As for why my soul was not purified by the fire of the mind, perhaps the fruit had yet to fully ripen. My name is Gigia, Blue Flame. Should a true name awaken once more in the future, it would accumulate upon the previous one. Despite my bloodline power awakening, it remained feeble and could hardly withstand the fiery force of the burning fruit. It was old Kulu, using his own vital orc blood, that saved me, a blood imbued with the orc wolf clan's formidable regenerative abilities. Kulu had discovered my awakened bloodline power and, with a sense of experimentation, sought to rescue me. He casually remarked that I was merely fortunate, a child favored by the beast god king. Otherwise, I would not have survived, and I absorbed the self-healing capability from his blood. However, the daily agony of being burned was akin to a living hell. During that time, had I possessed the means to end my own life, I would have done so without hesitation, for I believe that even hell could not be worse than this. Lying on the back of the thunder rhinoceros for over 4 months, each day, the venerable Korlu would diligently administer various herbal concoctions into my body. During those days, my bloodline power acquired an additional name, self-healing. This revelation nearly left Kurulu utterly astounded, for it is a coveted ability among the warriors of the Orc Wolf clan. Only those wolves who awaken the self-healing capacity within their bloodline are deemed true warriors of their kind. After enduring countless cycles of destruction and regeneration, my frail body gradually began to withstand the searing flames, indicating that I had inherently developed fire resistance. Over time, the intense pain began to subside, and I noticed a persistent flame in my abdomen, coursing through my veins and relentlessly ravaging my body. While the vigorous power of fire radiated from my limbs, having resided in this magical world for nearly 2 years, Lepa took the time each day to teach me some Imperial language. Though my progress was rather slow, Kurulu even remarked to Lepa that I ought to resemble a human-like Orc child, as my proficiency in the Orc tongue was far more fluent. By the standards of this world. I was merely 7 years old. Gradually, I began to integrate into this merchant caravan. Lepa served as the leader of our group, and in reality, he was also the chief steward of the United Trading Association. His creed was to never tolerate idlers. Every individual within the caravan was expected to demonstrate their worth, myself included, as I would receive no preferential treatment simply for being a child. At the lakeside, a gathering of thunder rhinoceroses drank from the water, while the handlers orderly guided the docile creatures to the grassy shores, commanding them to kneel and unload their heavy burdens. Neatly stacking the cargo to one side, the thunder rhinoceroses were first permitted to quench their thirst before being herded by the finest shepherds to graze in the pastures. I felt these plump, long-tailed rhinoceroses resembled the stegosaurus from my previous world. At that moment, Fred, the assistant riding atop a thunder rhinoceros, shouted at me, "Gigia, stop playing around. Beware of Lipas's whip. Quickly clean those saddles while the weather is fine and let them dry." I waved my hand from the lake, poking my head above the surface, and replied, "Understood, Fred." This was originally his task, but occasionally he would have me assist him. Cuz, sitting on a floating ice block, shot a fierce glare at Fred and whispered to me in the Orc language, "That guy Fred must be off to find his little dancer again. Gigia, don't help him. It's fine. It's not too laborious," I replied in Orcish while swimming. After all, as the saying goes in Orc slang, loss is a gain. Cleaning the saddles was not entirely in vain. I would likely receive a portion of Fred's meat soup in the evening. The icy lake was rather cold, and after soaking for a short while, I began to feel chilly. It would be better to go ashore and clean the saddles, casting a glance at the massive creature that could easily crush me. I took a deep breath and swam vigorously toward the shore. My work had commenced. I arrived. It was truly wonderful. This world was abundant in resources, and as long as one was willing to work, there was enough food for all. However, the cuisine was rather unrefined, especially within such merchant caravans. Typically, we consumed 2 types of food. One was coarse black bread made from ground black wheat, mixed with a pinch of salt, rough in texture, yet revealing a delightful sweetness when chewed thoroughly. Each loaf was as large as a basin and could be stored for months without spoiling. The other type consisted of thick pancakes made from ground barley, cooked on hot stone slabs, which were quite hard and had to be smashed with an iron hammer before being served in a large bowl, generously topped with a rich broth of dried beef and wild vegetables that could fill one's belly. The caravan primarily carried these breads, barley cakes, and some cured dried beef. Occasionally, we would be fortunate enough to enjoy fresh game meat from hunting expeditions, though that was a rare treat in a large caravan of over 600 people. Capturing even a couple of goats or white deer would hardly suffice for a few dozen individuals. At this moment, Cuz swam back to help me catch the saddles Fred had unloaded from the thunder rhinoceros, cheerfully exclaiming, "Gigia, we are nearing the pie prairie, my homeland. There should be plenty of delicious food in those vast fields. In early spring, the guinea pigs are at their tastiest, having spent the winter in their burrows, feasting only on grass seeds and tree roots, their bellies clean, and their meat most delectable. Let us catch a few and stew them with yams." Young orcs usually harbored a strong wariness towards humans. Nearly all orcs believed humans to be a cunning and despicable lot. Therefore, even in these peaceful times, earning the trust of an orc was no small feat. My friendship with Kuz largely stemmed from my connection to Kurulu, who was Kuz's beloved grandfather. Kurulu held a fondness for me, and as a child, I posed no threat to the 12-year-old Kuz, allowing him to approach me without hesitation and satisfy his curiosity with various inquiries. To facilitate our communication, Kurulu taught me the Orc language, and whenever Kuz and I were together, we conversed in Orcish. Additionally, I had a knack for making delicious soups. This is somewhat of a lengthy tale. Kurulu was an experienced herbalist and a close friend of Lepa. For this trading journey to the kingdom of Stan, I had to pull strings to bring Kurulu along as the caravan's herbalist instead of hiring a human herbalist. This was because the journey would traverse the Pai Plateau and the New Siki Mountains, where the local herbal flora was largely unfamiliar to human herbalists. Only Kurulu, with his vast experience, was well-versed in the characteristics of these herbs, making him a somewhat enigmatic figure in our caravan. The entire caravan showed Kurulu the utmost respect, which was a significant factor in why I was rescued and taken in. After I recovered, one day, Kurulu discovered that I could clearly remember the entire process of brewing medicine while he was preparing his potions. Recalling precisely which herbs to add and in what quantities, and knowing the right moment to extract the concoction, that I must admit, this posed no challenge for me. Given my culinary background, it was merely cooking. After all at that time, although my physical form resembled that of a child under 5, my mental maturity was far beyond that. I began to assist Kurulu in brewing medicine regularly, as the caravan members often fell ill due to unfamiliar surroundings. Each time, Kurulu would gather local herbs to concoct medicine, and I became his little assistant. Gradually, Kurulu recognized that my comprehension and learning abilities were significantly superior to those of others. Furthermore, when brewing medicine, one must at least understand the properties of the herbs involved. For the next 10 months, under Kurulu's guidance, I simultaneously learned the orc language while immersing myself in the study of herbalism from the heaps of herbs he collected. The orcs possessed distinct interpretations of herbs that differed from those of humans. When it came to naming these herbs, Kurulu often struggled to accurately transliterate them into imperial language. Thus, my proficiency in the orc language developed in this context. During that time, I could fluently recite the names of hundreds of herbs in Orcish, yet I struggled to articulate even a simple greeting like hello in their tongue. The best way to learn a language is through frequent communication. And so I gradually grew familiar with Kuz. Kuz was a wolf child with a lineage closer to humans, aside from his pair of furry pointed ears and a strong chest covered in dense fur. He bore little difference from humans. However, when angered, he would bare his teeth, revealing his canines to express his fury, often reminding me of the white husky dog kept by the landlord in my dormitory. Kuz loved to engage in physical activities. This child seemed to possess boundless energy, running tirelessly across the hills just to chase a mountain chicken. In the New Siki Mountains, there exists a breed of wild chicken with a white body and gray spots, which is quite common. These chickens, slightly larger than pigeons, could only glide short distances in the valleys but were remarkably clever, taking flight at the slightest hint of danger. Yet, the meat of these mountain chickens was incredibly tender and delectable. On one occasion, Kuz caught several mountain chickens and directly skewered them on an iron rod, roasting them over the fire. The flames quickly singed the feathers, leaving the chickens charred and blackened, filling the campsite with the unpleasant odor of burnt feathers. Frankly, the scent was quite unappetizing. Once the chicken was cooked, we had to remove the charred feathers and skin, and what remained of the not-so-large mountain chicken was even smaller, bearing a slightly bitter taste reminiscent of burnt feathers. Orcs are inherently simple and kind-hearted. After roasting the mountain chickens, even if Kuz himself had not had enough to eat, he would first offer one to Kurulu and then surprisingly share one with me. To be honest, the moment I caught a whiff of that burnt odor, I found it rather unappealing. However, the caravan would only provide a meat soup made from dried beef every 5 days, with the remainder of our meals consisting of dried vegetables and wild vegetable soup paired with barley cakes or black bread. Thus, having a roasted chicken, even if charred, was indeed a rare treat. I confirmed once more that this was indeed for me. Kuz grinned broadly, showcasing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, and fiercely tore into the remaining chicken on the iron skewer, grimacing and blowing on it due to the heat. In that moment, I felt as if I, too, were an innocent child, and in this unfamiliar world, the opportunity to forge such a pure friendship was a rare form of happiness. Even the searing pain from the fire toxin within me felt somewhat dulled. I sat beside Kuz, our shoulders touching, holding the warm roasted chicken as I said to him, "Next time you catch one of these chickens, I'll help you cook it. I have discovered an even more delectable method." Kuz mumbled in agreement. Still intently focused on preparing the 2 roasted chickens, to my surprise, the following afternoon, while our caravan rested in a mountain hollow, I lay napping on the back of Thunder Rhinoceros, laden with Kulu's herbs and other supplies. I was abruptly awakened, and upon opening my eyes, I saw Kuz proudly holding up an iron spear, skewered with 7.8 wild chickens, and clumsily uttering in the imperial tongue, "Let's eat together." For me, this marked my first meal made in this world. A moment of great significance. In truth, I had no superior method to prepare these chickens. There were no additional spices or ingredients available. I had discovered that even the steward Lepa had never tasted fried chicken wings. As culinary techniques in this magical realm were exceedingly simple, primarily boiling or roasting, the inhabitants here favored stewing animal fat into rich broths, and if the soup was too greasy, they would add as many flatbreads as possible, resulting in a greasy yet warm meal, but they seldom added seasonings or spices. At most, there was merely some salt. Initially, I presumed that this new world lacked spices like Sichuan pepper, prickly ash, star anise, and chili. However, after a year of studying herbalism under Old Kulu, I realized that such ingredients indeed existed and were considered common herbs, far from rare. Perhaps Old Kulu never anticipated that my diligent study of herbalism stemmed from my culinary aspirations. Originally, I was encouraged to learn herbalism to assist him in concocting medicines. Gradually, I could carry a small medicine box and accompany him to safely gather herbs around various camps. My initial endeavor in herbalism was to explore the similarities between the plants here and those from my world, striving to rediscover familiar flavors. All right, leave these chickens to me. You go find some chestnuts. Cuz, you truly are skilled. I praised Cuz as I took the wild chickens from him. Chestnuts also grew in this magical world. Referred to as tree rice in the Orsish tongue, chestnuts were traditionally consumed as a staple food, and the southern slopes of the New Siachi Mountains were abundant with these trees, alongside numerous apple and autumn pear trees. Dwarves and orcs alike were not fond of apples. Dwarves primarily used them for brewing, while orcs preferred to wait until the first heavy snowfall to collect the frozen, hard autumn pears. Old Kulu and Cuz were particularly fond of the icy, hard autumn pears. Old Kulu told me that during winter, subsisting solely on flatbreads and meat broth would lead to illness. Only by consuming these frozen fruits could one receive the blessings of the beast god king, who watched over the Pai Plateau. Over the course of this year, while lying upon the back of thunder rhinoceros and traversing the New Siachi Mountains with the caravan, my body gradually grew stronger. Although I endured daily torment from the internal fire poison, rendering me nearly lifeless, this affliction was slowly diminishing. I found that I could easily leap about on the back of the 4-meter-high thunder rhinoceros, albeit clumsily, often earning the laughter of Cuz. Yet, I knew that children my age in my previous world would only be sipping yogurt and playing in the yard on their tricycles. Meanwhile, at 6 years old, I was already tasked by Steward Lepa to assist Old Kulu in brewing herbal remedies every day, delivering them to the sick within the caravan, and reminding them how to use them. Among other miscellaneous duties, although I was small in stature, handling these wild chickens was not difficult. I swiftly plunged the chickens into a pot filled with hot water, swirling them briefly before pulling them out. If the feathers soaked too long, they would detach along with the skin and flesh, so timing was essential. Grabbing the chickens by their feet, I quickly plucked the feathers, placing the golden, plump birds on the wooden table. Observing my adept movements, even Old Kulu, who was nearby preparing medicine, glanced over, puzzled as to why I was blanching the chickens before plucking their feathers. Wouldn't it be better to burn them directly? With a small knife, I sliced open the wild chickens, discarding the entrails into a wooden bucket. For orcs, these innards were considered a delicacy and must not be wasted. I tossed the chopped chicken pieces into the soup pot, sprinkling in a handful of prepared spices and salt, and awaited Cuz's return with the chestnuts. Cuz, carrying half a bag of chestnuts, bent down to enter the tent, exclaiming, "Jijia, this soup smells wonderful. You'll have your share soon. For now, help me peel the chestnuts." Inside the tent, amidst the swirling smoke beside the clay pot, a half-grown orc child and a human child chatted and laughed as they peeled chestnuts together. I in both Orsish and Imperial tongues. There was no term for stew. They simply referred to the food boiled in the clay pot as soup. The aroma of the chestnut and chicken stew wafted through the air. And despite Cuz drooling and swallowing hard in anticipation, he patiently waited for me to declare it ready before he dared to dig in. We offered the first bowl of meat to Old Kulu. After tasting it, his dry, dull eyes gazed at me for a long moment before he softly said, "I know you are a remarkable child. This soup is delightful. With such culinary talent, you will thrive in human cities in the future. However, I still hope that your friendship with Cuz endures, and that you support one another on the road ahead." "I will, grandfather." "I will, teacher." Cuz and I replied respectfully. Indeed, this was the third reason I could become friends with Cuz, my ability to prepare delicious soup. 8 plump wild chickens and half a bag of chestnuts filled a large clay pot to the brim. Cuz, holding a piece of black bread larger than his head in one hand and a ladle in the other, slurped down the soup without fear of scalding, even swallowing the bones. Those who can create delectable dishes must possess a profound understanding of food, At least, that is my belief. Many chefs are overweight because they are born food lovers. Individuals with a strong desire to create delicious meals. The more exquisite the dish, the more intricate the preparation. I believe I am sufficiently passionate in this regard. My first thought upon entering this world was not to explore its other mysteries, but rather to contemplate food. Therefore, when old Kulu taught me herbalism, I eagerly accepted, simply to discern what was edible and what was not. To comprehend the complex terminology in the foundational scrolls of herbalism. I even devoted considerable time to learning the Orcish language. If old Kulu were to discover that my earnest pursuit of herbalism was merely to avoid starvation while wandering, I wonder how he would feel, perhaps disheartened? Gradually, I began to recognize the significance of herbalism in my life. Old Kulu, my Orcish mentor, began to impart a new subject to me, alchemy. Upon hearing that I would study alchemy with old Kulu, Kuz appeared quite excited. That evening, we sat on the back of Thunder Rhinoceros, chatting. Kuz shared his dream of becoming human. Had he not unexpectedly rescued me, he would likely be the one learning the names of herbs from old Kulu. Kuz said to me, "It's truly wonderful that you are here." Wild chicken and chestnut stew. Uncle Fred removed the leather saddle from Thunder Rhinoceros, advising me on the areas that required thorough cleaning before humming an unknown tune from his homeland as he swayed away. Before departing, he also requested that if there were any leftovers from the guinea pig meat soup, I should save some for him. My bare feet trod upon the grass, stirring the damp, fertile black earth. The tender grass clippings exuding a unique fragrance carried far by the wind. Each Thunder Rhinoceros was assigned 3 individuals, a driver and 2 assistants. Fred served as the assistant responsible for transporting old Kulu, Kuz, and me on Thunder Rhinoceros, monitoring for threats and providing water to the creature, as well as cleaning the leather saddle. Another assistant was tasked with feeding Thunder Rhinoceros. The driver merely needed to guide the rhinoceros during the caravan's journey, while occasionally checking on its health. Uncle Fred was quite enthusiastic. During my immobile period on the back of Thunder Rhinoceros, he consistently assisted old Kulu in fetching water for me, sometimes even sneaking me a small piece of beef jerky. He always maintained an optimistic demeanor, though he had a troublesome fondness for alcohol. Since the arrival of the dance troupe in the caravan, Fred often sought small amusements near the magical carriage. Kuz whispered to me, "This time on the trade run, Fred will probably end up with not a single copper coin left. If he has even 1 copper piece, he will surely tuck it into the bosom of that little dancer. Why do you always help him with his work?" I stood in shallow water, my bare back exposed, clad only in loose leather shorts, gripping a small brown bristle brush as I diligently scrubbed the stained leather saddle. Before I could respond, old Kulu, seated on the grass by the lakeshore, suddenly chuckled and addressed us. "What is a specialty of the Pi Plateau?" "The Grey Dwarf Bandit Clan." Kuz's answer caused old Kulu to cough repeatedly, striking Kuz's head with his gnarled staff in a manner reminiscent of a disappointed miner. "Is it herbs?" "Teacher." I guessed. That is one way to look at it, though the Pi Plateau has no high-grade herbs, only low-grade ones like silverleaf, thorny grass, and mage emperor flowers. Such herbs are found throughout the continent and are hardly rare. The true specialty of the Pi Plateau is the magical antelope. The plateau's climate is most conducive to the growth of magical antelope, with fertile land nurturing their preferred grazing plants, and the mild highland climate results in a notably brief summer, devoid of large packs of hyenas. Old Kulu cast his gaze over the vast expanse of the grassland, his eyes revealing a profound sense of nostalgia. "Ah, the magical antelopes," Kuz and I gasped in astonishment. Our caravan was stationed on the western shore of the lake, and across the water, we could see herds of magical antelopes quenching their thirst on the eastern bank, utterly unafraid of humans. What purpose do these antelopes serve? Will they be transformed into leather coats and boots, or perhaps dried into jerky for sale? The hides of magical antelopes are the most basic materials capable of carrying magical arrays. Many mages require them to craft elementary magical scrolls, and skilled engravers utilize these hides to create basic inscribed constructs. Numerous adventuring parties and magic users are drawn here to hunt magical antelopes every year. Over 800,000 hides are transported from the Pi Plateau to various regions of the continent, bringing immense wealth to the area. Old Kulu then retrieved a parchment scroll from his pocket, its pale yellow hue emanating a magical aura. I could distinctly sense the rich fire elements contained within the scroll. It was a peculiar sensation. Though the magical elements were invisible, I could feel their presence clearly, as if they adhered to the delicate parchment, flowing slowly according to some unseen rule, though the inscribed magical array was not quite perfect, with traces of fire elements dissipating. "Is this a magical scroll?" I asked in awe, my eyes wide as I gazed at the scroll. Indeed, magic truly exists in this wondrous world. I recalled asking because a few days prior whether dragons existed on this continent. To which he earnestly replied that they did, and that he aspired to earn the title of a brave beast man, which necessitated first acquiring the title of Dragon Slayer. It is said that mages are quite wealthy. That being said, any novice mage capable of awakening their magical pool must learn to craft magical scrolls, as it is the most convenient means of earning money. This basic magical scroll contains 3 fireballs, while their power may be modest. Travelers from the north always carry a few, for they are indeed valuable. No one wishes to traverse the frigid winter, only to be transformed into an ice sculpture by a blizzard overnight. Old Kulu rarely made jokes, and his humor was somewhat dry. Cuz stared intently at the distant grasslands, his eyes searching for traces of the guinea pigs, appearing noticeably distracted. However, I was captivated. Magic represented an unknown yet intriguing mystery to me. The thought of Harry Potter soaring through the skies on a broomstick was undeniably cool. Suddenly, I grasped old Kulu's implication and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that a vast number of magical antelope hides will be transformed into magical scrolls? Is this a unique treasure of the Pi Plateau? Wouldn't the excessive hunting lead to their extinction?" I recalled the numerous species that had become endangered due to rampant hunting in the past and voiced my concerns. Old Kulu paused for a moment, contemplating my words for quite some time before finally lifting his head to respond. "These magical antelopes have few natural predators on the Pi Plateau. They are born athletes, capable of running at speeds twice that of wild horses. Even the swift grassland lions are reluctant to hunt them, and their reproductive capacity is formidable, producing offspring 3 times every 2 years. Their numbers are so great that even with such hunting, the population continues to increase, competing with us beastmen for grazing land. We require extensive pastures for our cattle. So most beastman tribes welcome adventuring parties to the Pi Plateau to hunt magical antelopes. The paper used in basic magical scrolls is composed of nearly 1/3 magical hide parchment, alongside substantial quantities of luminous paper made from leaf sequence grass sourced from the Evernight forest and primary magical paper crafted from reeds growing in the Great Marsh, which diminishes the profitability of magical hide parchment. Only the most novice adventuring teams return to the Pi Plateau to hunt magical antelopes, as this endeavor does not yield substantial profits. Shifting the topic, old Kulu continued, "However, accompanying a caravan changes the situation entirely. Caravans possess considerable transport capacity and can even directly procure some hides. Thus, we have 2 adventuring parties accompanying us, though that fellow Fred may lack in hunting skills. He is quite adept in leatherworking. Ggia. I requested your assistance in crafting leather saddlebags for him, so you could learn the art of leatherworking from him, but alas, Cuz lacks patience." Observing the affection in old Kulu's gaze towards Cuz, I began to understand why he exerted himself so tirelessly to rescue me, allowing me to grow alongside Cuz. Perhaps there was much we could complement in each other. Cuz detested learning, even to the point of aversion, favoring his bone dagger instead. Old Kulu seemed to read my thoughts and gently remarked, "You are the most extraordinary human child I have ever encountered, intelligent, with a remarkable affinity for magic. A natural fire element-attuned individual who awakened their bloodline gift without undergoing the magical awakening ceremony. Your life is destined to be extraordinary. Yet, these qualities are not the primary reason for my choosing you. I place greater importance on your heart. You can see into my heart." I was somewhat bewildered. Yet I knew old Kulu would soon elaborate. "Indeed, for I am a beastman shaman, my full title being Kulu, shaman, guardian of the wind, walker of the earth, and soulwalker Naimanda. The name of this beastman elder was exceedingly long and included the title of shaman, indicating he was the most enigmatic and rare spiritual leader of a beastman tribe. I was taken aback as I glanced at old Kulu, nearly dropping the leather saddlebags into the lake. Throughout my time here, I had absorbed much knowledge about this world. Whether human, beastman, dwarf, elf, or demon, all possessed lengthy names, as these contained the true names of their awakened bloodlines. Many powerful beastmen had numerous titles: flesh-eating war demons, tyrants, overlords. However, shamans were the most mysterious, wielding the ancestral spiritual power of the beastman race. They were akin to archbishops among humans or druids in the elven world, holding a transcendent status and formidable abilities. I felt somewhat lost, gazing at this self-proclaimed hidden identity beastman powerhouse, yet I sensed no trace of power emanating from him. He did not appear to be the legendary great shamanic healer of renown. I speculated that perhaps old Kulu's youth was filled with dreams of grandeur. He often boasted of his adventurous exploits. I thought he must have been a beastman shaman in his younger days. Yet now that he claimed to be a shaman, I found no reason to doubt him. Thus, I inquired, "Are you truly a shaman?" "Indeed, your heart is pure. The moment you opened your eyes to look at me, I could sense it. There exists no racial prejudice within your heart. You do not view the beastmen or dwarves around you with disdain. Perhaps only a human child born in the north would possess such a perspective. You might become Cuz's closest friend in this lifetime. What I need to do now is impart to you, and Cuz the wisdom I have gathered throughout my life. Cuz prefers combat and hunting. But this is merely an instinct inherent to every beastman child. Perhaps he will one day become a guardian of the earth or a beast king, since you can call me teacher. And we have met at the edge of the burning forest. This is the fate bestowed upon us by the beast god king. I will gradually share with you what I know. But do keep in mind that the perception of magic from a beastman perspective differs greatly from that of humans. We do not refer to it as magic, but rather as totemic power. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your growth. As old Kulu spoke these words, his voice penetrated my ears clearly, yet I noticed that those around us seemed oblivious, as if old Kulu were not present at all. Seated on the grass speaking to me. This was one of his customary tricks, known as the whisper of the soul, which I deemed to be magic, though old Kulu consistently emphasized that it was a soul-walker ability. The assistants by the lakeside, responsible for cleaning the saddles of the thunder rhinoceros, continued their jovial chatter, treating old Kulu as if he were airpoint one of them. With a friendly tone, asked me, "Hey, little Jijia, are you feeling too tired to scrub? You seem to be talking to yourself. Would you like some help?" I smiled and politely declined, expressing my gratitude. "Child, you possess remarkable magical talent, even within the human realms of this continent. Children endowed with magical gifts are few and far between. In a city of millions, perhaps only a mere 1,000 can awaken and practice magic. This includes those from powerful bloodlines and royal families. If one day you become a mage, you will come to understand that the knowledge you acquire now will become a significant asset." I felt somewhat dizzy, pondering, what on earth does this beastman elder wish to convey? Many mages focus on herbalism and alchemy, subjects that may have become standard courses in human dark magic academies. I have visited several magical academies, witnessing a more comprehensive and detailed explanation of the value and utility of herbs in the human world. Yet, few mages delve into leatherworking. I once sought to explore the relationship between animal hide textures and magical arrays at the renowned Sloyd Ivory Tower Magical Academy, which boasts the most extensive collection of tomes. But unfortunately, I found no information. Old Kulu spoke at length, but the only phrase that resonated in my mind was, "Child, you possess remarkable magical talent. My heavens, perhaps one day I could become a mysterious mage." Just the thought was exhilarating. Imagining myself wielding a crystal wand, charging into a throng of monsters and shouting, "Shatter, shatter, shatter," only to freeze all the magical beasts around me into shards of ice. It would be nothing short of spectacular. This was far more promising than my previous life of slicing potatoes and carving radish flowers in a grand hotel. I have resolved to follow the guidance of the venerable old Kulu and first seek out Fred, the master of leathercraft. Such skills are indeed invaluable. After thoroughly cleaning the leather saddle cover, I proceeded to scrub my leather coat inside and out, hanging it on the hemp rope secured to a wooden stake outside the tent. Once it dries, a layer of lanolin applied to the exterior will restore the coat to its former glory, ensuring both warmth and moisture resistance. Next, I retrieved the collection of spices I had diligently gathered, laying out seasonings such as Sichuan pepper, dried chili, star anise, and cumin on the tent to DRY.as. I busied myself organizing our evening accommodations and preparing cooking utensils and spices for the guinea pigs that Cuz would soon capture. I overheard old Kulu and the steward Lepa conversing atop a dirt slope, seated on a fragment of weathered limestone. This child possesses an uncanny ability to discern what we often overlook. I dare say even the royal apothecaries of the human empire would be astonished by the remarkable enhancement these humble herbs bring to our fare. I must concede, at times, to the ingenuity of humanity, remarked old Kulu. Haha. My old friend, I find myself increasingly fond of this boy. Diligence, humility, honesty, and courage, such virtues manifested in a mere 7-year-old. I am genuinely curious which ancient lineage imparts these qualities to their progeny before they reach 5. Imprinting them upon their hearts as if innate, Lepa responded, squinting his hawk-like eyes while gently twirling his fine black beard. Lepa, do you suppose he hails from a lineage endowed with the gift of fire magic? What could possibly have transpired to compel them to forsake such a bloodline? Have your inquiries yielded any clues? Old Kulu inhaled deeply. That is a challenging endeavor, my friend. The region in question is a desolate stretch, forest reduced to ashes to the east. The lands of kings stand to the west, and the northern realms inhabited by savage glaciers and tundra. Within a 3,000-mile radius, no territory belongs to human lords. There are no leads regarding his origins. However, I believe you would greatly benefit from formal education at a magic academy. A solid foundation in magic will propel him further on his path. After all, you are a shaman, while there are similarities in magical elements. Your craft is more suited to the beast folk. Jija must attend a human magic academy, Lepa said, his fingers stroking the smooth bronze hilt of his exquisitely crafted Roman sword, adorned with intricate fish-scale patterns, an evident hallmark of a master dwarf craftsman. I am uncertain which magic academy on the continent would accept a wanderer of no discernible identity. Perhaps I should pen a letter of recommendation for my old friend. Upon my return to the tribe, I may not have another opportunity to roam the world with you. I must nurture some beastfolk children while I still have the vigor to do so. Finding a few with magical aptitude among beastfolk youth is no simple task. There's no need for such complications. I shall arrange it. I will guide him to a suitable city, provided he secures formal employment and resides there for 3 years. He will obtain city residency status and be permitted to participate in the magical awakening ceremony organized by the city's junior magic school, Lepa assured, causing the wrinkles on old Kulu's face to appear somewhat less pronounced. That would be agreeable. In early September, at the easternmost edge of the New Siachi's mountains where they converge with the Pai Plateau, lies a verdant expanse of grassland, marking the end of the undulating New Siachi's range. Numerous tributaries gather here, fed by the melting glaciers of the New Siachi's mountains, forming dozens of lakes upon this modest meadow. Before the summer arrives, 1 million unicorn wild bison migrate from the glacial tundra to breed in this area, trampling it into a barren wasteland. It is only during this early spring period that trade caravans opt for this route. At present, this place serves as a paradise for small creatures. I lay quietly amidst the grass, utterly still, even regulating my breath. Beside me, a large cloth bag was propped against the entrance of a fist-sized burrow, camouflaged slightly with grass. The opening of the bag, measuring 2 feet square, tapered inward, ensuring that any guinea pig that ventured inside would find it impossible to escape. Cuz was tasked with filling the remaining burrow entrances, a job suited only for those with ample experience. Leaving even one opening unsealed would thwart our efforts to capture a single guinea pig. After filling in the various holes, Cuz ignited the prepared cow dung at a deliberately left burrow entrance. As the flames grew stronger, he added a pile of white powder to the fire, resulting in a billowing cloud of black smoke mingling with the acrid scent of burning wolf dung. Once the dung was sufficiently ablaze, Cuz covered both the fire and the burrow with a damp burlap blanket, grinning as he softly called to me, "Jija, steady the bag, and do not let it tilt." "Understood," I whispered back, excitement bubbling within me. Despite the weariness of my soul, my youthful body lying among the grass ignited a thrill, accompanied by a tinge of anxiety at the thought of the guinea pigs, as large as hares, potentially springing forth, that I feared I might struggle to maintain the bag's position. The smoke billowed into the burrows, and soon I observed tendrils of smoke rising throughout the meadow. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, the grass at the burrow's entrance was flattened by a small, sandy-colored creature that dashed headlong into the bag. 2 more followed closely behind, but I gripped the bag's opening tightly, unwilling to let my concentration waver. The guinea pigs, each as large as a rabbit, thrashed about within the bag, but thankfully, Cuz had already secured it firmly to the ground with wooden wedges, anticipating potential chaos on my end. Armed with a stick, I dealt firm blows to the unruly guinea pigs still seeking an escape, coaxing them into submission. As I squatted beside the bag trap, I reflected on the fact that I was merely 7 years old, a time when I would have clung to my mother's skirt, reluctant to attend school, blissfully unaware of the burdens of survival. Yet now, I toiled for sustenance, enduring the stinging pain upon my skin, striving to contribute to this team and immerse myself in the mysteries of the magical world. I realized I was ultimately afraid of death, hence my careful efforts to survive. Throughout this journey, I encountered kind souls, old Kulu, Cuz, Fred, Lepa, and others within the caravan, who were exceptionally gracious. Old Kulu not only rescued me, but also illuminated my path forward, instilling me with hope and courage. Whether this life is a stroke of fortune or misfortune remains elusive to me. Cuz's voice called from afar, snapping me from my reverie. "Jija, some guinea pigs have escaped." I hastily discarded the stick and adjusted the tilted bag. By then, 10 or so guinea pigs had entered the bag, while a few stragglers darted through the gaps on the other side, scampering wildly across the grass. They leaped several meters at a time, quickly vanishing into the vast expanse of the meadow. It seemed Cuz had stumbled upon the burrow of a large guinea pig family. Guinea pigs continued to emerge from the smoke-filled burrows, some appearing dazed, stumbling out of their holes only to collapse at the entrance. Their furry bodies seemed rigid, their hind legs weakly kicking as they twitched, Having succumbed to the smoke, I speculated that those still inside were unlikely to escape alive. Cuz approached with an iron rod, bending its tip, and used it to extract the asphyxiated guinea pigs from the burrows. His furry face was soot-stained, resembling a charred figure, save for his bright eyes, which gleamed with satisfaction, revealing the sharp canines characteristic of wolf-in. Our endeavor was met with great success. We had captured 27 guinea pigs, each as sizable as a wild rabbit. We secured the bag to a long stick, lifting it between us as we made our way back to the campsite. Along the journey, Cuz and I conspired to treat everyone at the camp to a stew, and without hesitation, Cuz agreed. Initially, I had intended to fry the guinea pigs, but the unexpected bounty rendered my oil supply insufficient. Thus, I opted for a simpler stew, knowing that during this early spring, any uneaten meat could be frozen. Unlike winter when fresh meat could spoil within a few days. As we neared the campsite, I caught sight of old Kulu perched on a dirt slope. His face, lined with wrinkles, bore an indescribable expression. He sat quietly, a rough roll of hand-rolled tobacco nestled between his lips. This journey had proven lengthy, and his supply was dwindling. The tobacco, said to carry a slightly tart flavor reminiscent of sea buckthorn, could only grow on the Pi Plateau. Surely, now that he was near home, he felt no need to conserve his precious supply. Upon seeing our safe return, Kulu leisurely descended the slope, his astonishment evident as he beheld the contents of the bag. "You've captured quite a haul. Luck is on your side, you too," he exclaimed. "Grandfather, Cuz and I wish to treat everyone in the caravan to a splendid dinner. We want them to sample Gija's signature dish. What do you think?" Cuz inquired, appearing as obedient as a young quail in front of old Kulu. The customs of the orc tribe greatly differ from those of humanity, although Cuz has resided within this merchant convoy for a full 3 years. An inherent wariness of humans still lingers within him, a deep-seated imprint that is not easily altered. Old Kulu cast a surprised glance in my direction, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. For a long time, old Kulu has been diligently working to help Cuz integrate into human society. I am aware that he has always yearned for the young Cuz to embark on a journey to the grand cities of the human realm at the heart of the continent. However, if Cuz continues to harbor a sense of aversion, this opportunity will be indefinitely postponed. Every orc aspiring to become a tribal leader must possess foresight, yet such wisdom is born from experience and exposure. Nevertheless, old Kulu hesitated, remaining silent for a moment before looking up at Cuz and asking, "Since you wish to treat everyone in the convoy to stew, do you know how many people are in the caravan? Do you believe today's catch is sufficient for everyone? Have you considered how much food you plan to prepare?" "Ah, yes, Gigi, there are so many people. Our guinea pigs seem insufficient," Cuz exclaimed, taken aback, as a mathematical conundrum proved rather daunting for the 12-year-old young orc. During my time learning herbalism under old Kulu, I have become quite familiar with the number of individuals in the convoy. In truth, this sizable caravan comprises 3 independent teams. The 2 smallest adventuring groups consist of merely 27 members and consistently lead the caravan, only returning to the main body during resupply. The Thunder Camel Brigade, led by Butler Lepa, is the true merchant convoy, comprising a total of 203 members alongside 70 massive thunder camels. Trailing closely behind the caravan are 13 magically reinforced ironskin wagons. The Green Empire's dance troupe merely travels alongside us, their numbers far exceeding ours, yet they possess their own cook and enjoy far superior meals. I once caught a glimpse of a young lady in white seated by the wagon, playfully dangling her slender, delicate legs while teasing a nearby calf with a piece of white bread, her melodious laughter echoing far and wide. I stepped forward and stated, "Our group consists of over 200 individuals. For dinner, we may need around 200 loaves of black bread. Cuz and I need only ensure we prepare enough stew for 200 people. Today, we've only caught 27 guinea pigs, which is still insufficient. Yesterday, Cuz also managed to trap 7 mountain chickens, which we have hidden in our tent. Additionally, I plan to include some vermicelli and meat ribs in the stew." "Vermicelli? Is that the tough rope-like substance you made from the earth potatoes a few days ago?" Cuz seemed somewhat skeptical of the vermicelli I had prepared, as he detested earth potatoes, a plant so lowly regarded that only the most menial of slaves in the orc tribes would consume it. Clearly concerned about my intention to serve him the vermicelli made from earth potatoes, he quickly suggested, "Perhaps we should add some tree rice instead, which tastes much better. I could ask Lord Lepa for a sack of tree rice. Or there are plenty of living rootgrass growing wild, which would also make for a delightful dish when boiled." In pursuit of a meal of faux pork stew with vermicelli, I swiftly embraced Cuz and whispered, "Brother Beast, do you not trust me?" Due to my diminutive stature, I could only wrap my arms around Cuz, who towered over me. Cuz blinked, somewhat awkwardly, and replied, "When it comes to serving the meat, you must ensure I get a generous portion. Rest assured, you shall eat your fill," I assured him. Patting my chest. At the easternmost edge of the camp, adjacent to the lakeside, stood a row of large stoves constructed from massive stones, upon which sat 10 large iron cauldrons, each exceeding 2 meters in diameter. 6 of these cauldrons belonged to the dance troupe, while the remaining 4 were for the merchant caravan. The cooks in the dance troupe had to stand on the edge of the stove, wielding shovels like iron spatulas to stir the ingredients. In contrast, the cooks in the caravan enjoyed a much easier task, as the daily fare consisted primarily of black bread, requiring only the boiling of water in the cauldron, into which dried vegetables and salt were added, sometimes with dried meat. This concoction was commonly referred to as dried vegetable soup. I found this dish reminiscent of a salty herbal concoction, quite unpalatable, unless starving. I would prefer black bread and plain water. Cuz, however, never turned his nose up at food, eagerly devouring a bowl of that vegetable soup. Eventually, seeing my aversion to it, old Kulu took Cuz out occasionally to procure fresh meat for my consumption. Upon hearing Cuz and my requests, Butler Lepa made no further comment. Instead, he led us to the stove, where he picked up a spatula taller than myself and inquired, "Gigi, if you wish to prepare a meal for everyone, you must first be able to wield this spatula without dropping it into the cauldron. That if you can manage that, I shall grant your request." Upon closer inspection of the massive spatula, I discovered that its oil-soaked wooden handle was nearly as thick as my arm. I widened my eyes in astonishment, gripping the spatula tightly and taking a deep breath. Yet, despite exerting all my strength, I could not lift the heavy utensil, besides the cooks from the dance troupe and the caravan. A number of idle onlookers had gathered nearby. The caravan had set up camp early to take full advantage of the lakeside's water source for adequate rest and preparation for entering the Pai Plateau. It was a warm afternoon, and the members of the caravan scattered about, basking in the rare sunny weather outside their tents. Upon noticing a gathering by the lakeside, some approached, exclaiming, "Ah, it's young Gigi. Be careful not to let the spatula drop on your toes." "Hey, whose child is that? Is that little rascal still nursing? How could Lord Lepa allow him to handle such a heavy spatula?" The crowd buzzed with chatter, and when it became evident that I could not lift the spatula, laughter erupted. Yet, those in the know began to clarify that old Kulu, the caravan's apothecary, had brought along 2 youngsters in hopes of treating everyone to a fine meal. The crowd then erupted into a lively discussion about what would be served for dinner that night. I felt somewhat embarrassed, having not anticipated the spatula's substantial weight, which I estimated to exceed 30 kilograms. Even in my prime in a past life, lifting such a spatula for cooking would have proven challenging. Perhaps I could. I contemplated seeking assistance. At that moment, Cuz reached out and grasped the wooden handle, lifting the spatula as though it were a mere fly swatter. He innocently asked, "Gigi, is this spatula very heavy?" "Ah, Azu, you are quite strong," I replied, momentarily stunned. Cuz had never before displayed such extraordinary strength. Occasionally, I would playfully wrestle with him atop a rhinoceros, pinning him down to coax a surrender, to which he would always laugh heartily. At that time, it never occurred to me that his strength was significantly greater than mine. Perhaps he was just a fast runner with ample stamina, capable of climbing trees and jumping higher than I could. Even after our return from hunting guinea pigs today, I felt we had equally contributed to the effort. However, upon reflection, I realized that Cuz likely bore the brunt of the burden, and I had been careless not to notice. I quickly turned to Butler Lepa and said, "Then, shall we get started? Perhaps I could handle other tasks, like washing the meat or fetching water, while Cuz is a talented cook." Lepa, with his slender eyes crinkling in amusement, glanced at Cuz and me before instructing a plump, greasy chef named Onlu. "Tonight's stew will be the responsibility of these 2 youngsters. I have one stipulation. Onlu, listen carefully. I need you to ensure their safety. If anything goes awry, you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. Furthermore, I guarantee you will not receive any medical attention for the remainder of our journey. Do you understand?" Onlu, with his round, fleshy face adorned with wrinkles, grimaced as he wiped the sweat and grease from his brow with a rag of indiscernible color. He emerged from the crowd, struggling to pull in his pot-like belly, and replied to Butler Lepa with a furrowed brow, "Rest assured, Master Butler, I will keep a close watch on these 2 lads." Noticing that Cuz was eager to speak, I tightly grasped his sleeve. After Butler Lepa departed, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Cuz, who held the spatula. I then said to Cuz, "I will take the lead on all ideas, but I need you to exert some effort as well. After all, we are preparing dinner for over 200 people. Even if it is just one dish, I cannot manage it alone. Upon hearing my words, Cuz's tense expression relaxed, and he exhaled, saying, I may not know how to stew meat, but I possess plenty of strength. Just tell me what needs to be done, Gigi. Butler Lepa also sent over a piece of wild boar chop, which filled me with delight. Initially, I had planned to substitute pork with mountain chicken and guinea pig meat. But the presence of this boar chop would undoubtedly enhance the stew. As for the vermicelli, that was due to Cuz having brought back a basket of earth potatoes from outside a few days ago. This tuber is rich in starch and sweetened slightly after being stored for a while, though this sustenance is typically regarded as coarse fare for slaves. Many orc tribes also stockpile this abundantly yielding food during years of great calamity as a substitute for grain. Cuz is particularly fond of consuming it raw. It satisfies hunger and quenches thirst, its crispness a delightful texture. Later, I discovered that it bears a resemblance to sweet potatoes, albeit this tuber possesses a notably thick skin that necessitates the use of a machete to break through its formidable exterior before one can access the tender flesh within. The sight of these sweet potato-like tubers evokes fond memories from my childhood, a time when my family struggled financially. Even during the new year, when we made dumplings, it was a challenge to afford sufficient meat for our large household. In autumn, my mother would prepare a large vat, placing crushed sweet potatoes inside, filling it with water, and stirring continuously. After filtering out the sweet potato residue, we would patiently wait for the water to settle, skimming off the clear liquid to reveal the purest sweet potato starch at the bottom. This moist starch was placed into a small sieve with tiny holes, allowing the starch paste to flow into boiling water, transforming into noodles. By drying these noodles on a steaming rack, they could be preserved until the following summer without spoiling. Come winter and the new year, even in the absence of meat, we could enjoy a delightful meal of vegetable dumplings made from shredded radish, noodle ends, a sprinkle of dried shrimp, and a dough mixture of cornmeal and wheat flour. If the dumplings served at the New Year's Eve feast contained little meat, they too would incorporate some noodles. Equally delectable. As I matured, perhaps due to my experiences of hunger in childhood, I became a cook. Yet, no dish I have crafted since has ever replicated the flavors of those earlier days. In this new world, all my endeavors have merely served to affirm one truth. I am still alive. I remain the same person I once was, though no one comprehends the solitude I harbor within. I yearn for those people and experiences, fearing that I will ultimately forget them. Thus, when I witnessed Cuz eating the tuber, I could not help but prepare some noodles, a testament to myself. Consequently, Cuz and I crafted a bag of noodles together. Cuz found the concept of noodles quite novel. However, since they were made from the tuber, offering it to the caravan's members was often perceived as a derogatory gesture, an insinuation of their status as slaves, prisoners, or destitute wanderers. Therefore, when I resolved to prepare a meat dish to accompany the noodles, I felt a twinge of concern. Gigia, do you think we can really do this? Yes, Cuz, go and prepare the guinea pigs. But let's not keep the entrails this time. There are too many guinea pigs for us to handle. Understood, Gigia. What if they discover what we are serving them? It's noodles, Cuz. Remember, this is the essence of starch extracted from plants. Delicious and nutritious. I hastily indoctrinated Cuz. If the caravan members learned I was feeding them tubers, my days would not be pleasant. In human society, tubers are reserved for slaves, only brought out as food in times of famine. All right, noodles, can they truly be eaten? Cuz. I elongated the word. Very well, delicious, delectable. Gigia, shall we not make a pot of meat soup? Look at all this meat. We have more than enough to simmer a broth. And I think we should add a bit of tree rice. That would be splendid. Cuz's mouth watered as he awkwardly skinned the guinea pig with a small knife, attempting to persuade me to change the menu. I could not acquiesce. I had long awaited this opportunity and would not let it slip away. Moreover, questioning a chef's culinary prowess is a grave affront I cannot abide. Uncle Onlu, the rotund cook, squatted at the edge of the stove, his bulging eyes fixed on Cuz and me, absorbing every word we exchanged. Concerned that he might inadvertently reveal our plan, I sought to distract him. Oh, dear Uncle Onlu, the iron pot appears quite dirty. Could you fetch a bucket of water to help us clean it? I feigned innocence, appealing to the cook. Upon hearing this, the rotund Onlu hesitated but soon relented, his bulging eyes twinkling as he replied, It is my honor to serve you, provided you two little ones promise not to climb on the stove indiscriminately. Lord Lepa has tasked me with your care. Uncle Onlu, I will take care of myself and keep a watchful eye on Cuz, I assured him, patting my chest. Onlu appeared slightly skeptical but did not decline. with a waddle that accentuated his ample belly. He trudged away, carrying 2 large wooden buckets, muttering to himself, holding the guinea pig by its rounded ears. A gentle tap to the back of its head would render it lifeless, though this method would not allow the blood to flow freely, leaving the meat a rather dark red. Hanging the deceased guinea pig's incisors on a thin string, Cuz swiftly skinned it with a small knife, his movements so practiced that I barely registered the process before the skin lay neatly aside. Jijia. We could use this hide for bedding. It is both moisture-resistant and warm. The guinea pig meat needed to soak in cold water for a time to remove the earthy flavor. The exquisite cleaver in my hand was one of the 3 knives gifted to me by Fred, alongside a curved skinning knife and a similarly sharp dagger, the latter intended for larger game, such as antelope. By simply inserting the dagger into the chest cavity at the gap between the collarbones, even I could dispatch a sheep tied to a tree. These 3 knives resided in a small leather pouch. Meticulously preserved, the vibrant red guinea pig meat was diced into fist-sized cubes, forming a small mountain of flesh within a copper basin. That I also had 7 wild mountain chickens, which I had initially hoped to smoke and cure for Cuz to sample. But now I had to reconsider and contribute them instead, as adding chicken to the guinea pig meat would enhance its flavored tea. That moment, a troop of kitchen maidens returned from the lakeside, carrying large wooden barrels and bowls filled with freshly washed, succulent shepherd's purse leaves, glistening with droplets of water. The kitchen fare for the troop was consistently more refined than that of the caravans, featuring a greater variety and superior taste. Wealthy drivers from some caravans occasionally exchanged coins for food with the kitchen maidens. Once, Fred treated me to a box of fragrant rice. The maidens, robust and lively, busily prepared the evening meal, and as they approached the stove, the tallest among them, a fair-skinned woman in her 30s with freckles and striking blue eyes, fixed her gaze upon me. "Where is that rotund Anlu? Who sent you little ones here to play?" "Uncle Anlu has gone to fetch water from the lake. We are preparing dinner with Lord Lipaz's permission. My companion Cuz and I intend to treat everyone in the caravan to a stew. As you can see, we have brought back some very plump guinea pigs." I straightened, holding a bloodied guinea pig leg aloft, smiling at the woman, despite not knowing her name. "You are quite bold, aren't you? Are you the apprentice of the shaman Kulu?" Her words were ambiguous, neither a question nor a compliment, as she walked over to another large pot, setting her wooden bucket down. I could only nod in response, sensing she merely needed to ascertain that Cuz and I were not causing mischief, and had no desire for further conversation, perhaps a mark of pride among the kitchen staff. "Isn't he the child that the old orc from the caravan picked up? Wasn't he supposed to be younger? He seems rather well-grown," the women murmured as they passed by, some casting curious glances my way, indicating their awareness of my presence. Perhaps they found it peculiar that 2 children were tasked with cooking for the caravan. Their curiosity piqued. One woman, exuding the aroma of scallions, approached and stared at me intently, making me feel rather uncomfortable until a strong woman shot her a disapproving look, prompting her to retreat. The evening meal for the troop was lavish, enhanced by the early day's camp, as we were soon to embark on a long, winding mountain path leading into the Pi Plateau. Before that, we would rest for 2 days by the lush lakeside. That I observed a slightly plump, fair-skinned woman pouring water from the lake into a large pot, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her soft, round arms as she stacked chunks of clean lamb into the pot. Others tended the fire, adding tender green wild onions to the broth. The women of the troop were particularly resourceful with fuel, knowing that once they traversed the mountains, it would be challenging to secure ample dry wood or hay. Thus, dried rhino dung served as premium fuel, albeit scarce, requiring them to conserve every bit of heat. Their movements were swift and efficient, each with a clear role, working in harmony. Upon witnessing the beaming smiles adorning their faces, one cannot help but realize that the life within the dance troupe brings them immense joy. I pondered. Perhaps joy is not absent from any corner of this world. It primarily hinges on our ability to recognize it. Cuz is indeed quite happy, fixated on the guinea pig whose fur he meticulously strips away. The copper basin brims with succulent pork chops and morsels of mountain chicken, causing him to salivate. Upon noticing my gaze, he hastily averts his eyes and begins to focus on the task at hand. Cuz informs me that while guinea pig pelts may not be deemed luxurious, they are exceptionally suitable for crafting sleeping bags, providing warmth and waterproofing. Whilst being compact when rolled up, during travels, many humans favor using guinea pig skins to sew their sleeping bags. I inquire, what type of sleeping bag do the beastmen prefer? The wolf clan beastmen enjoy resting upon cowhide, And most of these warm guinea pig skins are typically sold to human travelers and merchants. A single sleeping bag can be exchanged for 100 loaves of white bread, Cuz proudly relays, shaking the bloodied guinea pig skin in his hands and draping it over a nearby wooden pole. My grandfather asserts that these guinea pig skins are ample enough to craft a sleeping bag for you. Giga, do I truly need a sleeping bag? I express my surprise. Even amidst the harsh winter of the dwarven realm of the New Psychish Mountains, I have never required an extra fur coat. For the fire within me compels me to favor cooler climates. Recently, the warm, humid southeastern winds have rendered my body quite uncomfortable, and I had never contemplated needing a cozy sleeping bag at night. Cuz, after a moment of reflection, fails to comprehend why someone like me, unbothered by the cold, would require such a thing, yet stubbornly insists. Grandfather says it's for you, and it must be right. With all the ingredients prepared, I begin to chop a wild onion known as brain pop and purple-skinned ginger into segments. Cuz brings over 2 clay jars from my pack, which were once Uncle Fred's wine vessels, now emptied of their contents. One jar contains a creamy animal fat, while the other holds half a jar of honeyed as. I open the jars, Cuz gazes at me in astonishment. How do you still have honey? Did you not consume the honey meant for your medicine? I fear not the bitterness. So naturally, I saved it. This delicacy is rather scarce. Allow me to share a little secret with you. When stewing meat, drop in a few drops of honey. Just a few will suffice, and the flavor of the meat becomes extraordinarily exquisite. I share my secret with Cuz, who once ventured alone into the depths of the mountains to procure this jar of honey, returning with a paw print from a slumbering earth bear on his back. I was utterly shocked to see him climb aboard the rhinoceros, bloodied yet still playfully making faces at me. Hence, I sometimes feel that friendship is invaluable. As the rhinoceros dung begins to burn, it emits a faint scent of fresh grass, while the entire jar of creamy pig fat gradually melts in the pot. As the oil heats up, copious amounts of smoke arise. Cuz, having never witnessed such a cooking method, stretches his neck to peer into the pot, anxiously calling out, Giga, there's smoke rising. It's going to burn. When Cuz is anxious, he tends to speak in the beastman tongue. I beckon Cuz to help me pour the entire basin of meat chunks into the large iron pot, watching as they slide down the pot's edge, sizzling in the scalding oil with a delightful hiss. Subsequently, Cuz follows my instructions, wielding a shovel to stir the meat, while I hold various small bowls, adding the crushed brain pop, ginger segments, and other herbs reminiscent of wild pepper into the pot. Finally, I pour in some honey, noticing Cuz's slightly pained expression, prompting me to cease my additions. When the kitchen staff from the dance troupe notice that we have begun cooking, Cuz and I have already partially cooked the meat, removing its gamey scent, and tossed in a myriad of spices, we then pour 2 large buckets of clean water into the pot that I instruct Cuz to tend to the fire while I prepare the noodles. Uncle Onlu has returned with water and, seeing our progress, relaxes and saunters over to the dancing troupe's kitchen staff, engaging in conversation with the young women while being rather familiar with the rather unkempt face of the older kitchen worker. It is evident that the kitchen staff are acquainted with the portly Onlu, yet they do not offer him a warm demeanor. The young woman, bearing a face reminiscent of a belle and a sharp jawline, even mocks Onlu, saying, What's the matter, Fatin? Can't even handle the role of a cook. Lord Lepa would rather employ 2 children than you, claiming your soup is too unpalatable. I heard you used to raise guinea pigs in the countryside. Is that true? Bah! Who dares to speak ill of me behind my back? There is nothing wrong with my cooking. The caravan has always prepared meals this way, dried meat and wild vegetable soup with black bread. That's just how it is. Onlu glances back at me, noticing my concentration on washing the noodles, and lowers his tone. That lad Cuz and Giga are the old man's apprentices. These 2 children are quite diligent. They often help brew medicinal soups, good kids indeed. They just caught a sack of guinea pigs in that pasture and decided to treat us to a pot of meat. What a feast. I've lent a hand too. I was just fetching water for them since they're too small to carry it. The afternoon sun bathes the entire camp in a warm glow, with a small mountain of grain sacks piled nearby. Many people lean against these sacks to bask in the sunlight. Where there are people, there is conversation. The kitchen staff, while tending to the fire, gradually gather to chat about various matters. Uncle Onlu, despite his somewhat unsavory demeanor, is quite the talkative fellow, often tossing out a crude joke, which the women do not seem to mind, laughing and playfully scolding him in return. The aroma of lamb begins to waft from the large pot, indicating that it won't be long before it is ready. The lamb broth has turned milky, with glistening oil swirling within. while thin flatbreads are being baked on the stone slab beside it. The pristine, delicate flour gradually turns golden and releases the unique fragrance of wheat. Such a luxurious food as white bread is scarce within the caravan. Only the dancers of the troupe can afford it. Cuz, with his rear in the air, wields a charred stick, striving to ensure the dung burns thoroughly, while our pot of guinea pig soup begins to emanate a distinctive fragrance, one that evokes long-forgotten memories. I realize I have not inhaled this scent for ages, and now it wafts through the air, sending a tingling sensation through my joints. Cuz evidently senses this enticing aroma as well, and his efforts at the fire grow more fervent. Under Cuz's pleading gaze, I toss the entire bundle of noodles into the pot, and in that moment, I can almost hear his thoughts. Giga, can we not add that? Braised meat with noodles? At the far eastern edge of the New Saikish Mountains lies an expanse of fertile grasslands spanning hundreds of square kilometers. After traversing 70 kilometers along the periphery of these meadows, one arrives at the foothills of the Pai Plateau. The nights in early September, with the southeast winds blowing, render this vast grassland particularly frigid. Several bonfires are lit within the camp, with most of the caravan's members gathered around the flames, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation that if fortune smiles upon them, the young dancers from the troupe may emerge to perform their newly choreographed dances. Filling the air with applause, whether it's a simple dance or a few sung lines, it matters not. No one would mock or deride, as those who do would be swiftly expelled by Lord Lepa, never to return until the bonfire has extinguished. Many of the drivers still wear their thick sheepskin coats from winter, but the prolonged season and arduous journey have rendered the men of the caravan akin to a band of smelly beggars. These foul-smelling men gather in two groups, and Lord Peleus often joins in their idle chatter, perpetually adorned with a subtle smile. Even in the presence of humorous tales, he never bursts into hearty laughter. Embodying a man of great composure, he shows no disdain, regardless of how long it has been since one has bathed, nor does he flinch at the sight of grimy collars and cuffs. He engages in pleasant conversation with everyone. At this time, the women of the dance troupe gather separately, sharing laughter over their evening meal. They seldom sit among the men, for even amidst the loneliness of this journey, should a dancer find a lover, they would never dare to sit openly together, as the matron of the troupe is notoriously strict, and the regulations within the troupe are absolute. Rules are merely a simple constraint. Only during these twilight hours do the highly regarded and renowned dancers emerge from their caravans. It is said that among this troupe of over 300, more than 30 women are referred to as dance masters. Uncle Fred has encountered a dance master named Xiao, reputed to be a paragon of beauty, with skin as smooth as lamb fat jade, eyes resembling clear lakes, and eyebrows like the distant, faintly visible mountains of the northern Pai Plateau. These enchanting women only appear at night to breathe the fresh air. I have longed for an opportunity to sneak into the troupe to witness the beauty within this world, yet I have never found the chance and dare not attempt it. Fearing consequences that could be unbearable, I cherish all that I have now. The women's evening meal consists of lamb soup and cold wild vegetables, accompanied by a golden brown wheat cake for each. The enticing aroma of the meat soup mingles with a hint of gaminess, wafting far and wide, alongside the tempting scent of the wheat cakes. In everyday life, there are often members of the merchant group who cannot resist the allure of food, trading the copper coins they carry for remnants left by the dance troupe. The highest leader of the troupe, however, tends to overlook this, as it is not excessive for the women to exchange the food they save for some imperial copper coins. Tonight, however, is a remarkable exception. The troupe has received a supply of fresh antelope meat, a bounty harvested during the day by the mercenaries, delivered to the troupe by someone, perhaps simply to elicit a smile from a certain dancer. Such journeys do not guarantee the luxury of fresh meat every day, not even for those of high status like Lord Palisi or the esteemed dancers. Each time such a feast occurs, men from the merchant group exchange their meager copper coins for bowls of steaming, delectable meat soup or fragrant wheat cakes. But tonight is different. All the men in the merchant group are savoring rough black bread, and each copper basin before them is filled to the brim with stewed meat, the tender, braised meat, mingling with translucent, glistening vermicelli, releases an aroma of sweet and savory spices that seems to conquer all. A half-basin-sized piece of black bread paired with a small bowl of braised meat and vermicelli is nearly enough to satiate an adult man, leaving him to recline by the bonfire, slowly relishing the soft, smooth delicacy. Once the main course and bread have filled their stomachs, each man holds a bowl of lightly fragrant wild vegetable soup, drinking deeply, sweat beading on their foreheads, making the chilly night seem a tad warmer. The topic of conversation among the men in the camp is unified, the exquisite dinner. Old Kulu, the orc, sits quietly outside his tent, where a small coal stove is lit. He perches on a stone stool. With a pot of herbal soup perpetually warming on the stove, this moment, a basin of braised meat and vermicelli simmers above, while I find myself too full to swallow even a grain of rice. Cuz, too, lies on the hard leather mat, groaning from overindulgence. Old Kulu, resembling a weathered stone, sits silently before the coal stove until he eventually looks up at me, a flicker of movement in his murky, yellowed eyes, and asks in Orcish, "Did you come up with this?" I honestly shake my head, gazing at the steaming delicacy on the stove, and reply, "I do not truly know why. This flavor seems reminiscent of my memories. As though an invisible hand has continuously guided me that I hardly need to exert myself to think. I simply know how to create it. It is quite delicious, is it not? I must attribute this to divine guidance. I cannot explain it, and it leaves me somewhat perplexed. When I found you, you were so small." Old Kulu gestures with his hands to indicate a half-meter size, reminiscing slightly. "At that time, you could not even speak, neither in the imperial tongue nor in Orcish or Dwarvish. I knew you could not comprehend. Your bone age indicated you were nearly 5 years old, and I initially thought you were not very bright, having learned no languages at all. I even suspected this was one of the reasons you were abandoned. I find myself at a loss for words. My mouth agape, but ultimately, no sound escapes. Later, I discovered that both your innate bloodline talent and your capacity for comprehension and learning are the best I have ever encountered, bar none." The unmasked admiration in Old Kulu's eyes makes me feel somewhat ashamed. I have cheated. After all, Jijia, do you understand the significance of this to us and to the Orcish race? Old Kulu's gaze fixates on the glistening braised meat and vermicelli, appearing somewhat agitated. Is he referring to the meat, the vermicelli, or the dish itself? I am utterly bewildered. What could a single dish possibly have to do with the Orcish race? Yet, recently, Old Kulu has been frequently mentioning my talent, which fills me with a small thrill. Bloodlines are inherited from birth, indicating a naturally higher starting point than others. It feels akin to gaming with cheat codes. While others may struggle, I can accomplish feats that others cannot, gaining experience and equipment with ease, and thus level up rapidly. Teacher, in truth, I have done nothing. I speak candidly, clearly not believing I possess any exceptional qualities, and continue, in fact, Cuz has helped me tremendously, and we are delighted by everyone's recognition, although Cuz can barely move from being so stuffed. He eagerly nods, eager for Old Kulu's approval, and exclaims, "Grandfather, I have contributed a great deal as well. But speaking of which, this vermicelli is truly delicious. Jijia, you mentioned this tuber. Hey." Cuz ultimately cannot contain his mouth. The air suddenly becomes dense, and I experience a profound dizziness as if time has come to a halt. I struggle to breathe, my heart momentarily ceasing its rhythm. Cuz's mouth hangs open wide. Yet no sound issues forth, and we become a frozen tableau, completely still in that moment. Old Kulu, however, sits quietly before the coal stove, his hands swiftly forming intricate hand signs. A faint blue glow emanates from his fingers, coalescing into a complex, eerie pattern before him, while he murmurs ancient Orcish incantations that I can distinctly discern his pronunciation, yet remain entirely ignorant of the content, as if he were in prayer. Is that a magical array? Suddenly, I perceive that the ethereal blue light forming patterns before Old Kulu resembles complex geometric arrays. The blue luminescence flows gently within, creating a dome-like shield that encompasses our small camp. This blue light array manifests for only a fleeting moment before vanishing. And after its disappearance, Cuz and I return to our senses. Cuz, unperturbed, continues with his unfinished thought. How can it be so delicious? He wishes to elaborate further, but is interrupted by Old Kulu's stern gaze, which commands, "Cuz, from now on, do not speak of such things, even in Orcish." The merchant group is not comprised solely of those who understand the Orcish tongue. I am well aware that the delectable vermicelli was created by Jijia using tubers. The method of production relates to certain applications in herbalism. By employing a simple technique, the essence of the tuber can be extracted and transformed into another form of food. This is not beyond the capabilities of us potion scholars, but rather we have never considered doing so. Historically, the human kingdoms, dwarven realms, and elven empires have all refused to accept lowly plants as sustenance. The tuber flourishes in abundance across the desolate lands of the Pi Plateau and the Roland continent, invading any terrain it can with its tenacious life force. The proud high elves disdain all subterranean creatures, and humans and dwarves follow in the footsteps of the elven race, deeming the tuber and phantom mushrooms as food fit only for slaves. Alas, if those in the merchant group were to discover that this vermicelli is made from tubers, you too would find yourselves at the gallows. They would not heed my intentions. You have both transgressed the laws of the human realm. My children, I am taken aback by such a statement, my eyes widening in astonishment as I gaze at old Kulu. The monks in the temples of the human realm believe that the tuber defiles the human soul, rendering one unclean and depraved. Ironically, some of the poorest Orcish tribes on the Pi Plateau still rely on the tuber to survive the long, harsh winters. Thus, outside of impoverished orcs, only slaves consume these tubers. Unless one is on the brink of starvation, eating tubers is considered a crime. Old Kulu's words send a chill down my spine. I genuinely do not know if anyone in the merchant group is aware that this vermicelli is crafted from tubers. Cuz, too, appears somewhat frightened, and then innocently asks old Kulu, "Grandfather, don't we eat them during winter? Although they may not taste great, they are filling and quench thirst. Aren't they quite good?" At this moment, I realize that Cuz, having grown up in an Orcish tribe, is still unaware of many things that I then wink at old Kulu, saying, "In truth, we have not eaten tubers." At this, a smile finally graces old Kulu's face. Indeed, we have not. This vermicelli is, in fact, a most unique gift from the beast gods. It is a form of sustenance exclusive to us orcs. Yes, and Cuz and I offered these special Orcish vermicelli to the merchant group, enjoying a most delectable dinner. Yet, the quantity of these vermicelli is rather limited. I comprehend old Kulu's implication. In that moment, he swiftly conjured a magical shield to illuminate the significance of the tuber and the vermicelli to the Orcish race. Old Kulu continues to elaborate extensively. The Pi Plateau inhabited by the orcs is vast, and most orcs lead a semi-nomadic lifestyle. Yet this existence, dictated by the whims of nature, is unstable if they encounter large herds of sheep or cattle. The Orcish tribes following in their wake will undoubtedly thrive, free from concerns about food, as every orc is a born hunter. However, if certain tribes lose track of the wild sheep, relying solely on their own stock for sustenance, food scarcity becomes apparent, and the long winters may plunge entire tribes into famine. Consequently, the spontaneously growing tuber has become a vital food source for the Orcish race during times of hunger. No orc would ever consider eating tubers as something shameful. While the resources in the Pi Plateau occupied by the orcs may be few, they remain self-sufficient as human caravans continually ventured into the Pi Plateau. They brought with them cotton, hemp, exquisite iron household items, delectable wines reminiscent of sweet spring waters, fine flour, and the enchanted weapons and armor coveted by the orc nobility. These goods exchanged for the rare metals and gold and silver were accumulated by the orc tribes over centuries, as well as vast quantities of magical antelope hides and low-grade herbs that it is unclear when it began. But old Kuru noted a growing disparity between the increasingly opulent lives of the orc nobility and the escalating poverty of the common orc populace. The plethora of luxury items acquired in exchange for their resources offered no assistance to the orc tribes. Many orcs began to suffer hunger, and the chasm between rich and poor widened alarmingly. To the orcs, this was a calamity, a precursor to war. When the shamans began to recognize this issue, it had already been over 2 decades. Old Kuru tirelessly sought solutions to achieve equitable resource exchanges. Rather than allowing humans, dwarves, and elves to plunder their resources under the guise of peaceful trade, commerce was a vast subject, and old Kuru despaired at the fact that, aside from rare metals and ores, leathers, herbs, and orc slaves, the outside world exhibited little interest in the offerings of the Pi Plateau. This was why, over the years, old Kuru had chosen to accompany human caravans, willingly assuming the role of an orc shaman, as he sought a way out for the entire orc world. Upon hearing this, I gradually came to understand that a glimmer of hope sparkled in old Kuru's murky eyes, gazing at the steaming red-braised meat and vermicelli on the clay stove. He remarked, "This dish is delightful." It felt as though he was inquiring of me, yet also speaking to himself. Old Kuru glanced at the jovial crowd gathered around the campfire outside, then turned back to me, saying, "They all enjoy this flavor." I grasped old Kuru's thoughts and cheerfully suggested, perhaps we could exchange vermicelli for their fine wines and other goods. Cuz fixed me an old Kuru with a puzzled stare, and after a moment, plaintively said, "Jijia, I would like another bowl of vegetable soup." Finally, I comprehended the significance of vermicelli for the orc tribes. understanding that it might slightly alter the lives of impoverished orc clans. Certainly, old Kuru had contemplated numerous other ways to enhance the orc's circumstances, such as harvesting imperial bloodgrass to create a hemostatic powder or crafting bone knives from the ribs of windstorm wolves. These unique resources of the Pi Plateau had seldom attracted attention, despite being a legacy sustained by the orcs for millennia. Rarely did any orc consider that these items could be sold to outsiders for exquisite jade combs or glass mirrors. Over the years, old Kuru devised many strategies, yet whether herbal or magical beast, these items were inherently valuable, albeit in limited supply, far less abundant than the wild yams that flourished across the landscape. Even if offered freely to human caravans, yams would be disregarded, as they were merely fodder for slaves or used as manure in human realms. However, if transformed into vermicelli, accompanied by methods for creating delectable dishes, perhaps this represented a viable path forward. That night, a cold rain fell, the crystalline droplets pattering softly on the leather tent. The campfires flickered out, and the members of the caravan dispersed, preparing to rest. As I listened to old Kuru recount tales of the orcs, I became unaware of the passage of time until it was deep into the night. Cuz lay on the warm leather bedding, sleeping soundly, perhaps exhausted from the day's exertions, even snoring. Noticing the hour was late, old Kuru dispelled the magical barrier in that instant. I felt an odd sensation as ethereal blue lines shimmered into existence. Time seemed to freeze, and those azure lines transformed into twinkling stars, dispersing like constellations in the night sky. I understood that this was the essence of magic. Observing my peculiar expression, old Kuru regarded me with concern, asking, "What is it, child? What do you perceive?" "It is akin to before. I witnessed blue lines coalescing into strange, intricate patterns before you. And just now, I saw those lines dissipate. That it is hard to describe," I endeavored to articulate. Though I faltered, as the orc language lacked the richness needed for such complex expressions, old Kuru's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, his gaze sharp and penetrating, like two beacons sweeping across me in the dark. With an urgent and raspy tone, he inquired, "You can see those magical symbols?" I froze, instinctively nodding. I realized I must have appeared foolish, like a dazed chicken. But old Kuru's reaction startled me. He hastily drew a hexagonal magic circle in the air. And in that moment, an extraordinary sensation surged forth. Time seemed to slow, my body ensnared in that instant, yet I could distinctly observe the red magical lines flowing from old Kuru's fingertip, continuing to inscribe a series of mysterious symbols at the center of the hexagram. Once this magic circle was completed, a wave of searing fire coalesced before old Kuru, surging forth into the night. The dark red flames crackled in the air, and on this chilly early spring night, the heat enveloped me like a warm embrace, akin to stepping off a plane in Sanya during winter. Swathed in a down jacket, however, the fiery surge ignited the latent fire poison within me, erupting as if I were a patient with severe burns. Every inch of my body seared with excruciating pain. A torment that pierced to the very bone. I felt like a shrimp being grilled to a crimson hue, letting out a muffled groan of anguish. Such acute perception indeed, old Kuru exclaimed, startled, hastily drawing a pale blue magic circle. The blue light swiftly surrounded me, producing a delicate chime, its sound beautiful and urgent, forming a continuous line. Instantly, my body cooled, alleviating the scorching agony that had consumed me. Moments later, I sat on the leather bedding, striving to steady my breath, while Cuz remained blissfully asleep, his face reflecting a serene contentment as the tent warmed. I began to attentively listen to old Kuru as he elucidated the source of his astonishment. Every spell comprises a perfect amalgamation of internal magical energy, the drawn magic circle, and the recited incantation. Not every individual possessing magical power is a mage. This is merely one of the necessary factors for becoming a magician. Each magical skill corresponds to a distinct magic circle, with increasingly complex patterns yielding greater magical potency. Currently, all mainstream magic in the world traces back to the magical and temporal theories established by His Majesty Auguret 2 millennia ago. It was this extraordinary sorcerer who elevated the once enigmatic art of magic, inspiring countless mages to adopt this theoretical framework. The theory of magic in time posits that before casting a spell, a mage can momentarily employ a time-stopping skill on themselves, the duration of which depends on the mage's level. This time suspension does not affect those nearby, it solely pertains to the mage. At the moment of spell casting, the mage's internal magical energy traces the basic magic circle along their body's meridians. Most often, this circle is a refined and perfected time circle, allowing time to seem to halt for the mage alone. In this state of temporal suspension, the mage must swiftly utilize their magical energy to draw various magic circles and recite incantations to manifest different types of magical skills. This process, executed within mere seconds, enhances the success rate of magic release to over 80. For simpler spells, it can even achieve instantaneous casting. Prior to the advent of this theory, mages struggled extensively with the compatibility of circles and incantations, often mastering only a few spells throughout their lifetime. The more spells one learned, the less time they could devote to practice if the compatibility between the drawn magic circle and recited incantation fell too low within a specified time frame. The spell would invariably fail. It was only after Emperor Augura discerned the connection between magic and time that the first spell every human mage learned became the foundational time suspension. This spell allows the mage to maintain a state of suspended time for 1 to 9 seconds, with the duration extending alongside the mage's level. In this state, the magic circles and incantations completed are perfectly aligned. Once brilliant mages were liberated from the worries of failed spell casting, they began to explore the time suspension skill further. Eventually, some even harnessed their meridians to guide their magical energy, forming specific structures for the time suspension magic circle. When old Kuru released the magical barrier that evening, he too had invoked a 2-second time suspension upon himself. Logically, anyone should have been unable to perceive the magic circle he drew before him, myself included. In truth, I did not see old Kuru inscribing the magic circle. Rather, I sensed the surrounding magical elements shifting. Perceiving the formation of the magic circle, I believe it must be magical perception, old Kuru asserted with certainty. Every wizard, upon awakening their magical abilities, is afforded the opportunity to manifest their inherent talents, such as magical precision, magical perception, mana concealment, mana recovery, magical reflux, rapid casting, and various elemental affinities. This innate gift confers numerous advantages, the most apparent being a greater strength than that of an ordinary mage. I believe that if you were to participate in the awakening ceremony, the likelihood of you awakening the talent of magical perception would be exceedingly high. This is because you are already capable of accurately sensing the turbulence of magical elements surrounding your body. Unfortunately, the orc awakening ceremony is not particularly suited for you. You must return to the human realm to partake in your own awakening ritual. Until then, the only assistance I can provide is to solidify your foundational skills. Jija, you may very well be a natural-born mage. I rolled my eyes, weary of hearing the sentiment repeated ad nauseum. Old Kulu, noticing my impatience, slowly shook his head and remarked, "Recently, I have delved into numerous texts concerning magical resistance. The human race possesses a similar skill known as magical defense. To elaborate, the magical core of orcs is referred to as the magic nucleus, which forms in the brain. When we Orcish mages cultivate our powers, they are generated from our limbs and bones and converge within the magical nucleus in the brain. In contrast, the magical core of the elven race resides in the chest, with their mana being produced in accordance with the rhythmic beating of their hearts, creating a magical tide that radiates throughout their bodies. Human mages, however, have their magical core located in the lower abdomen. Upon awakening, each human mage forms a magical pool there, where the mana generated by their limbs and bones converges, subsequently circulating throughout their entire being. The manner in which humans accumulate magical energy bears some resemblance to that of orcs, yet also shares similarities with elves. Thus, I suspect you might have the potential to learn our Orcish magic. But, teacher, I have yet to participate in the magical ceremony. I have not awakened, and I do not even possess the most basic mana. How can I learn magical skills, particularly those of the Orcish variety? I couldn't help but voice my skepticism regarding old Kulu's fanciful notions. Despite his intentions to help me overcome obstacles, I found myself lacking even the most fundamental abilities. How could I contemplate the future? Well, let me think this through, old Kulu said, pondering deeply for a while before finally articulating. If you were an ordinary human child, you would only be able to experience the circulation of magical energy within you after your awakening. However, due to a certain incident, namely, consuming the burnout fruit, those fiery toxins you now harbor are actually fire elemental mana. These energies have manifested throughout your limbs and bones, yet your body lacks a magic nucleus or pool, preventing the mana from coalescing. Thus, over time, the accumulated magical energy began to scorch your body. Are you suggesting that if I successfully participate in the awakening ceremony, I could rid myself of this accursed fire toxin? A glimmer of hope sparked within me. Or perhaps it was the realization that becoming a mage was my immediate priority. Indeed, old Kulu replied calmly. However, prior to that, I have devised a potential solution. Your limbs and bones can generate magical energy, yet they cannot converge within a magical pool. This indicates that, before your awakening creates such a pool, you have a chance to learn our Orcish magic. Although your magical power is quite feeble, magical resistance is not a particularly formidable spell. Perhaps you could master the most rudimentary form of it, which would generally alleviate the effects of the fire toxin. However, I would advise against learning magical resistance too early. Maintaining your current state will enhance your fire resistance. Endurance is not something one can cultivate solely through training. It requires opportunity. This will be of great benefit to your future development. Old Kulu rambled on, and eventually, I grasped that learning magical resistance could counteract the fire toxin, and that my unique constitution allowed me to do so. Why wait any longer? That wretched fire toxin would inevitably turn me into a greasy mess. Suddenly, I recalled what Cuz had mentioned earlier. Old Kulu intended to stitch me a warm, waterproof sleeping bag from the skins of capybaras. I had declined, but he insisted I would find it indispensable. Child, you have uncovered a food of great significance for the Orcish tribe. Perhaps in the near future, I could procure it from foreign merchants. And perhaps Pylus would be interested in buying some to take back to Ta. What a splendid idea. I hope this secret remains solely between you, me, and Cuz. Can you understand? Old Kulu finally mentioned the noodles I had made and the plan for their distribution. I thought to myself, he surely wants me to spread the word, but how could I dare? I had already provided over 200 members of the caravan with a hearty bowl each, and they would undoubtedly dream of savoring today's delightful feast. However, if they discovered the noodles were made from those detestable tubers, they would surely chop me into pieces and toss me into the lake. Teacher, I assure you I will not speak of it. I understand. I needed to project a more mature demeanor. Old Kulu nodded in satisfaction and said, the Orcish creed emphasizes the principle of reciprocity. As my repayment, I have considered that we could learn leatherworking and skinning techniques from Fred. I had anticipated a few gold coins in return. But alas, he did not mention it. Nevertheless, I had tirelessly assisted him in crafting countless leather saddlebags for the sake of acquiring Uncle Fred's family secrets. There is a shield warrior named Sane from the Adventurers Guild who owes me a favor. Perhaps you could learn something from him. Preferably a skill that could save your life. I also recall having helped a ranger heal a leg injury. For an elven ranger, survival in the wild is second nature, and I hope you can learn from him. After finishing his thoughts, Old Kulu gazed towards the southern Pi Plateau, where the mountains were shrouded in nightfall. That he sighed deeply. This journey will be my last outside the Orcish tribe that I in the days to come. I shall select several orc children, hoping to discover those with potential among them. Thus, this journey will mark the end of my travels. And you, my child, it will be our farewell. You must return to the human realm with the caravan and strive to integrate into their society. You will need to survive in a small town until you are able to partake in the magical awakening ceremony and become an apprentice mage. A new life awaits you. Ah, teacher, please do not abandon me. A wave of fear washed over me at the thought of the uncertain future that lay ahead. After all, I was still so very young. I shall ask Pylus to look after you. Remaining in the Orcish tribe will not benefit your growth. Our combat skills and magical abilities are not suited for human children. Therefore, you must seek a new life. Before that, I will work diligently to teach you some survival skills. And you must learn to protect yourself. Until you participate in the awakening ceremony, do not reveal your unique abilities to outsiders, for this could place you in peril in the eyes of malevolent mages. You would make for an exceptional vessel. Old Kulu's admonitions echoed in my ears. The following morning, Old Kulu began imparting the intricacies of magical resistance to me. He expressed uncertainty regarding my ability to succeed. Given that a human was attempting to learn the magic of the Orcish race, while I was not the first to try, none had previously succeeded, yet I seemed to possess the greatest chance of success. I sat in the tent, contemplating for half the night, at times feeling as though my conversations with Old Kulu had transcended the typical discourse of a child barely over 5 years old. Ordinary orcs generally have a lifespan of less than 60 years, leading to their early maturation. Typically, an Orcish child participates in a coming-of-age ceremony by the age of 12, equivalent to 18 in human terms. I could not fathom why Old Kulu often communicated such complex concepts, seemingly oblivious to my limited understanding as a 5-year-old human child, that he firmly believed that it was the guidance of the beast god that had brought us together. Gazing at the unexpected spring rain outside the tent, I felt a surge of emotions. In the corner of the tent lay the stooped figure of the elderly man, peacefully asleep. The wrinkles on his face resembled the intricate ravines of the Lus Plateau, a testament to his once towering and robust physique. Now diminished by the passage of time, the years had stripped him of flesh, leaving only skin draped over bone, yet the unwavering belief in his heart, the drive to strive for the prosperity of the Orcish tribe, remained unchanged. The skill of magical resistance is a continuous consumption-based spell, a rudimentary form of magic that can be cast without incantation. However, for me, it proved to be quite challenging, as I lacked the ability to halt time or manipulate the mana within my body along its meridians. I had no control over these processes. Without a magical awakening, I could not even be considered an apprentice mage, let alone inscribe a magic array within myself. According to Old Kulu's theory, once a human mage awakens, they begin to form a magical pool within their body. Through meditation, they can direct the magical energy contained within to flow along their body's meridians, eventually establishing an initial circulation. This cycle of mana would grow and accumulate within the magical pool. However, once a human mage achieves such a magical cycle, they can no longer learn Orcish magic, as the spells they create would contradict this cycle. The Orcish method of magic involves gathering mana from their limbs and bones into the magic nucleus, continuously accumulating and breaking through. Only someone like me, whose body has yet to form a magic pool, but already harbors fire elemental mana, seems to possess a faint possibility of mastering Orcish magic. Old Kulu droned on for nearly half the night, perhaps unaware that I could comprehend his words to a considerable extent. Ultimately, he reiterated his warnings countless times, emphasizing that prior to the awakening ritual, my magical constitution made me a delectable morsel in the eyes of certain nefarious sorcerers, concealing my innate talents and bloodline. Blending into the mundane was the most effective guise for protection. The first lesson I needed to master was how to channel magic to gather at my fingertips, drawing intricate magical circles with my hands, following the methods that Old Kulu had imparted in the diagrams inscribed on the parchment. I concentrated intently, attempting to direct the fire element that scorched within me towards my fingertips. I felt a slight alleviation of the burning sensation within my body as my fingertips suddenly grew warm, emanating a flickering orange glow that appeared extremely unstable. The orange magical circle drawn in the air barely lasted a second before dissipating into the atmosphere, but it was futile. The volatile fire-infused magic within me rendered my gathered magical energy exceedingly precarious, and even maintaining it at the tips of my fingers proved to be a challenge. As dawn broke, I noted that the night rain had ceased at some point, and a pale white light illuminated the horizon. The sun rose abruptly, revealing the complete outline of the Earth's horizon. I sighed quietly. It seemed I would have to wait until tomorrow night to continue my studies in anti-magic. I rummaged through the woven bag outside the tent and retrieved a piece of charcoal the size of a soccer ball. Grabbing a nearby hammer, I pounded it into fist-sized fragments, squatting down to toss the broken charcoal into the clay stove. The embers within were nearly extinguished, with only faint sparks scattering as I waved my fan. Moments later, the charcoal began to blaze once more. I filled the blackened iron kettle with water and placed it atop the stove. This was the first task I performed each morning. Surprisingly, despite having stayed awake all night, I felt no hint of fatigue, leading me to decide against sleeping. I lifted the fabric curtain and stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air that followed the rain. The downpour had left the grassland damp, with puddles forming in the low-lying areas. A stroll around the camp would leave my pant legs soaked with rainwater, necessitating the donning of dry leather trousers for comfort. Uncle Fred ambled over from the dance troop's encampment, appearing quite sprightly. I in the caravan. Finding a partner within the dance troupe was a rarity, and Uncle Fred seemed to possess some skill in that regard. I had never seen what his partner looked like, but I had heard him boast of a young, rosy-cheeked maiden who was a highly regarded servant of a prominent figure in the dance troupe. "Ah, good morning, Jiga." "Good morning, Uncle Fred." I endeavored to present myself as well-behaved, for that was the best way for any child to safeguard themselves. No one could dislike a well-mannered child, could they? Fred masked his embarrassment, for being discovered consorting with a dancer from the troupe was frowned upon by both the caravan's overseer and the troupe's matriarch. Thus, he had returned to the caravan camp before dawn. As Fred passed by me, he seemed to recall something and suddenly grasped my shoulder, leaning down to say, "Jiga, the caravan will be resting at Star Lake for the next few days. If you find yourself unoccupied during the day, why not join me at the meadow for a spot of luck? Perhaps we might encounter a few magical antelopes." "Are you taking me hunting?" I replied, a hint of excitement in my voice. Fred looked at me scornfully before slowly grunting. "What are you thinking? Can you ride a horse or draw a heavy bow? We're merely going to observe the piles. Do you understand? Forget it, you wouldn't comprehend." Get ready, and bring the skinning knife I prepared for you. I will speak to the leader of the adventure team shortly. All right, Uncle Fred, shall we eat something first? I replied, adding some water to the remaining lump of stewed meat in the iron pot, placing it on the clay stove, and neatly arranging triangular pieces of dark bread along the rim of the pot. Covering it with a heavy, pockmarked wooden lid, Fred rubbed his stomach, his face lighting up as he glanced at the iron pot and chuckled. Leftovers from yesterday? Yes. I heard you and Cuz concocted some delightful stew yesterday that nearly incapacitated the caravan's lads. What on earth did you make that smells so good? I haven't managed to snag a piece of meat yet. You're a clever lad, saving some for your old uncle. Uncle Fred rubbed his hands together, his speech peppered with local dialect that left me dizzy, while a faint scent of herbs wafted from his person, sweet and enticing, undoubtedly the influence of that woman. Before long, the water in the iron pot began to heat, melting the frosted fat from the stew, and the aroma gradually filled the air. The noodles that Cuz had picked through were nearly gone, and in this world, there were no forks or chopsticks. Everyone ate with spoons, the smallest of which were nearly the size of an egg and quite heavy. The gradually warming rim of the pot toasted the neatly cut dark bread, releasing a subtle wheat fragrance that lured Cuz from his slumber. Though still half asleep, his adorable nose twitched, guiding the dreamy Cuz towards the enticing aroma, a rather amusing sight. The three of us gathered around the clay stove, undeterred by the heat, each holding a piece of the toasted bread in one hand and a large spoon in the other. Rapidly dividing the stew from the pot, the devout orc shaman consumed merely a cup of hot water and a few pieces of dried meat each morning, and old Kulu preferred not to partake in overly greasy fare. Thus he did not join our ranks. Instead, he admonished Cuz and me not to follow the adventure team into the hunt, especially warning me to keep an eye on Cuz, who had been eager to hunt a magical antelope in the meadow. However, even though it was merely a herbivorous antelope, it was still a low-tier magical beast, capable of piercing the hide of a rhinoceros with its sharp horns when enraged. Soon, accompanied by the burgeoning dawn, I followed Uncle Fred and some of the caravan's skilled leatherworkers, riding in several ox-drawn carts behind the adventure team as we ventured deeper into the meadow. The oxen were borrowed from the dance troupe matriarch by the leaders of the two adventure teams. With a total of 5 carts trailing behind over 20 horses. At this moment, I had the opportunity to observe the mysterious members of the adventure team in detail. Cuz and I were squeezed in the middle of the cart, as the adults were particularly cautious of our frail bodies being tossed out by the bumpy ride. Everyone was in high spirits, as this was one of the few opportunities to earn extra coin during the journey. The members of the adventure team would return with valuable magical beasts from the grasslands, which the skilled leatherworkers in the carts would swiftly dismantle, ensuring that all valuable parts were properly processed. The magical beasts from this grassland were not limited to just magical antelopes. There were many others as well. In fact, other more aggressive magical creatures existed, such as the prairie windwolf, fire lizard, and flying squirrel. The two adventure teams were not evenly matched. One was a small squad of 6, led by a magical archer clad in exquisitely patterned leather armor, albeit covered by a tattered burlap cloak that made it challenging to discern the full appearance of the armor. A massive longbow, swathed in white cloth like a mummy, was slung over his shoulder, while a beautifully adorned hard leather quiver with gilded edges hung at his waist, each arrow feathered in a vibrant red. Cuz informed me that those were the tail feathers of a fire eagle, quite precious, as they would imbue arrows with additional fire damage. Noticing Cuz's drool-worthy gaze, I imagined that the captain of this squad would be displeased to learn that a young orc boy had been coveting his quiver of arrows. The only ranger in their squad was familiar to me. 7 months prior, when our caravan passed through the new Siaki Mountains, this adventure team had encountered a great earth bear deep within the mountains. A bear that had nearly claimed Cuz's life. Cuz had managed to pilfer a jar of honey right under the bear's nose, leading this adventure team to track down the now second-tier magical beast. I had not heard them discuss the details of the hunt, but according to old Kulu, nearly everyone had sustained injuries, with the most severe being the ranger Tia, whose leg had been shattered by the bear's claws. Tia's injury was grave, with a broken femur and numerous torn tendons, but to old Kulu, an expert in herbal medicine, it was not a significant concern. At that time, I had been so frightened that tears flowed uncontrollably. Though I had truly wished to cry, I simply couldn't contain myself, as the thought of living in this savage world and inevitably facing injury filled me with dread. Tia was the sole member of the squad adept in scouting and stealth skills, and he was generally kind to children. I often chatted with him, gaining insight into the team. The remaining 4 members included the warrior Gaba, swordsman Doranly, water mage Guagua, and warrior Yulin. Despite their smaller numbers, this squad was filled with registered experts from the guild, far surpassing the other adventure team. which had a significant number of apprentice-level members. At this point, it was essential to discuss the hierarchy of professions within this world of adventure teams. Professions were initially divided into magical and warrior categories, with the warrior category further subdivided into various types such as shield warriors, swordsmen, archers, assassins, rangers, and many more. Taking the position of an archer as an example, the warriors who initially enter the Warfare Academy system to study the art of archery are referred to as archer apprentices. Once they meet all the criteria set by the Archer Guild, they may apply for an archer certificate after passing an examination. However, this certificate is not merely a token of graduation from the Warfare Academy. It is a testament to rigorous achievement. Each warfare profession has a stringent hierarchical system, and for archers, there are strict standards for every level. The criteria for each level encompass attack range, arrow speed, and accuracy, all with clearly defined benchmarks. The examination is quite demanding, and only those warriors who obtain the certificate are eligible to form adventurer teams. Tia rode in on a robust goblin horse. Approaching us from a distance, he raised his short bow in a gesture of acknowledgement, to which I nodded in response. He rode with urgency, swiftly overtaking our carriage in a whirlwind, catching up with the leader of the adventurer team ahead, undoubtedly bearing good news. Indeed, a quarter of an hour later, the main force was ordered to halt, as more than half of the members from the two adventurer teams galloped out of the ranks, heading in the direction from which Tia had come, leaving 4 members behind to guard the main force in place. I was uncertain about the unfolding events, but Uncle Fred, with his wealth of experience, remarked to Cuz and me, "Our fortune seems to be quite favorable. We've barely set out and already encountered a substantial gathering. The fact that 2 adventurer teams have mobilized suggests that whatever they have discovered is not trivial. Heh, you two, Jiga and Cuz, will assist me shortly." Peeling something is hardly difficult, Cuz muttered gruffly from the side. "Hey, kid, the beasts you usually deal with are mere ordinary creatures. How can they compare to magical beasts? Even the most basic magical creature poses a considerable challenge to skin. There's a great deal of knowledge involved in this." Uncle Fred laughed heartily, dismissing Cuz's comment. He then leaned in closer to us, saying quietly, "Orcs possess inherent strength. Even a dull blade can cut through resilient hide. Jiga, you ought to learn from me. While I can't claim superiority in other areas, I do have some experience in recognizing textures. Just the other day, old Kulu asked me to teach you 2 youngsters, and I agreed. Who in our merchant group doesn't owe old Kulu a favor? However, how much you can grasp depends on your diligence." Ahead, news arrived that the adventurer team had discovered a den of prairie windwolves, and we were instructed to position our ox cart on a slightly elevated mound nearby. Remaining with us were over 10 individuals, including 3 members of the adventurer team who stayed to ensure our safety. Engaging in light conversation with Cuz, Uncle Fred boasted of a time when he had skinned a saber-toothed tiger, for which he received a tiger bone as payment. He later had it processed into a medicinal powder, which proved remarkably effective, though regrettably, there was little left now. Uncle Fred sighed. That was a life-saving remedy. The seasoned craftsmen from other carts began to gather for conversation. As stories are never in short supply in a merchant group, and discussions among men often drift towards women. As a mere 5-year-old child, despite my mature mindset, I found no interest in such topics. So I pulled Cuz onto another ox cart, and we lay side by side, gazing at the clouds above. The 3 members of the adventurer team guarding us, 2 young men and a woman, left me somewhat puzzled regarding their professions. I discerned that the 2 young men clad in leather armor were undoubtedly warriors, yet they bore no bows, only heavy Roman swords strapped to their right hips, lacking even a decent shield. They were not notably tall, but their agile movements spoke volumes about their skills. Their attire was neat, with cotton shirts beneath their leather armor and red scarves tied around their necks. The 2 men attempted to engage the young female mage, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 with chestnut hair, but she maintained a stern expression and did not smile. The prolonged and tedious wait eventually lulled me into a restless slumber on the ox cart. Perhaps due to my sleepless night prior, I drifted in and out of consciousness. Suddenly, I was roused by an increasing clamor, and upon opening my eyes, I found Uncle Fred and the others encircling me. He shook me awake and asked, "Jiga, these fellows claimed there was something like noodles in the meat stew yesterday. Why didn't Tia get any?" "Huh," I stammered, still disoriented from being jolted awake. "Heh. Uncle Fred, I ate all the noodles last night, leaving only some meat." Cuz chuckled foolishly beside me. "What are noodles?" Fred directly inquired of Cuz. After a moment of contemplation, Cuz struggled to articulate, replying, "Noodles are food. Quite delicious, aren't they?" Since the topic had arisen, I decided to adhere to what old Kulu had discussed with me the previous day. I tugged on Cuz, who was at a loss for words, and continued, "Those were the provisions that teacher Kulu brought back. He said the orcs refer to them as noodles. I'm not sure which tree they grow on, but they have always been a staple for the orcs." Fred's eyes darted with skepticism at my explanation. Cuz was displeased with my attribution of the discovery of the food to old Kulu, as he believed it was he who had found it. I understood his sentiments, and as he opened his mouth to speak, I kicked him sharply, causing him to yelp in pain. "Cuz, do you often consume these noodles?" Fred questioned, his skepticism evident. "In recent years, I haven't seen old Kulu partake in them either." Yes, I eat them frequently in the tribe. But we usually boil them in water, not as laborious as Giga's preparation. It seems you all have never eaten these noodles." Cuz stumbled over his words, struggling to express himself in imperial dialect. His statement struck a chord with me, as he intended to convey that we typically consume them boiled and directly. "Aren't you particularly averse to eating them?" Cuz's pronunciation of noodles was a phonetic adaptation, which turned out to be a clever explanation. Compared to the words of an orc child, the merchantmen were more inclined to believe it. After all, in their youth, they often found it challenging to distinguish between truth and falsehood. But a statement from an orc child was generally trustworthy. Moreover, considering my tender age, they might have thought, perhaps yesterday's meal was indeed a suggestion from old Kulu, who intended to treat everyone to an authentic orc feast before we reached the Pi Plateau. These two youngsters were merely tasked with serving. Who could expect much from a 5-year-old? Yet, much to their surprise, the meal prepared by this seemingly simple orc lad was exceptionally delicious. As they mulled over this, it was clear to them. The child named Giga had simply been instructed to fetch various dishes and seasonings, while it was the orc lad who assumed the role of chef, revealing that the impoverished and primitive orc tribe possessed such delectable food. Soon, whispers began to circulate among the group. Many were intrigued, especially considering we were a merchant caravan, with our next stop being the Pi Plateau. Fred, however, clutched Cuz's hand tightly and inquired, "Kid, does your grandfather still have some of this in stock? I haven't tasted it yet. You must prepare another pot for me. That's all gone. Once spring arrives, those things spoil. We have to wait until the entire summer passes for them to grow back. We only had one bag, and we cooked it all yesterday." Cuz shook his head vigorously. By midday, the group of uncles chatting beside the cart had grown parched from talking. They sat on the grassy slope, basking in the sun, their pace of conversation significantly slowing. Among them was a middle-aged uncle named In, recounting tales of his past. He hailed from the northernmost province of the Green Continent, known as Shilawat Province, situated at the southern foothills of the Pi Plateau, where the White Elephant River converges with the Galloping Horse River. Together, they flow eastward for over 700 miles before emptying into the endless sea. It is also the northernmost border town of the Green Empire. The Empire's most renowned North Wind Legion is stationed on the southern bank of the river, serving as the first line of defense against the Orc Empire, the Dwarven Empire, and the savage wild men of the icy plains. At this point, and cast a glance of apology at Cuz and softened his tone slightly, saying, "The soldiers of the North Wind Legion haven't encountered true orc wolf riders in decades. Ever since the orcs settled on the Pi Plateau, our lives have improved considerably, and the dwarves have retreated even further. Climbing over the new Sikiachi Mountains is no simple feat. However, in recent times, the barbarians of the icy plains have been rather restless, often crossing into our territory to raid for slaves." Having heard old Kulu speak of the vast expanse of the icy tundra, which remains perpetually snow-covered, I was aware that alternative species manage to thrive in this frigid environment. The plants there are predominantly cold-resistant, and many herbs possess excellent healing properties against fiery toxins. However, this land belongs to the savage wild men, whose average height exceeds 3 meters as adults, possessing immense strength and speed akin to that of galloping horses, making them capable of tearing apart anything in their path. Old Kulu often lamented his desire to encounter a merchant caravan that could trade for a few leaves of bitter cold thorns, which could be used to concoct potions of fire resistance. Thus, I was particularly attentive to any information regarding the barbarian tribes in their icy tundra. Hearing of the slave raids piqued my curiosity, so I posed a question to Uncle In. "Do those barbarians also require slaves? Are they not afraid of our army? The defensive line stretches too long. The situation is somewhat better to the west along the Binma River, where the beastmen of the Pi Plateau serve as a natural barrier. The White Elephants and the Binma River create a bountiful northern plain for the Green Empire, yet there are no formidable defenses to be found. Each winter, the Binma River becomes frozen, and for 700 miles to the east, no natural obstacles stand in the way of the savage wild men. The Northern Wind Legion, with its 800,000 troops, hopes to halt all the barbarians, but such a feat is utterly impossible. Uncle, with a weathered face marked by a scar, bore a wound that extended from his left temple down to his jaw, the entire left side of his cheek and lip having been sliced open by a sharp blade. Although it had healed, the pink scar grotesquely signified how close he had come to having his head cleaved in two. I found it difficult to look at him. Do they abduct women and children? I inquired with curiosity. Haha. What would they want with women? Do you expect these wild men, towering over 3 meters and bare-chested even in winter, to embrace human women while they sleep? Ha ha ha. That's the sort of thing only the noble lords would do. The barbarians, like Broly, only revere the strong. They plunder adult males and, in lean years, may also capture young men nearing adulthood, only to toss them into the mines of Black Mountain to toil until death. As spoke, a hint of melancholy tinged his voice, his emotions wavering. He added, "Before my trade caravan journey, both my younger brothers were captured. They thought I had been slain, but I survived. Would they kill women and children?" I asked again. Uncle Fred shot me a glance, kicked my rear, and said, "What nonsense are you thinking at such a young age? Those filthy barbarians have always viewed us as mere cattle and sheep. They expect women to survive and continue birthing lambs for them. Barbarians don't kill indiscriminately. They only seize grain, livestock, and strong men. The abduction of women and children is the work of slave traders. Do they consume humans? If no other food is available, they might, but it's akin to us eating horses or those wild bison or thunder rhinos." A titter ran through the crowd that it seemed that in this world, we were not the apex of the food chain. The 2 young warriors assigned to guard duty mingled with us after being rebuffed by the sorceress, who had remained as icy as a mountain throughout our journey and now signaled to us from the highest point of the slope. The men stood up, tensed, while the grazing cattle were readied for the carts. Only Cuz and I remained standing dumbly in the panicked throng until Uncle Fred hoisted us onto the cart, allowing me to see a group of riders approaching from the depths of the pasture. Too far away to discern friend from foe, we had no choice but to remain vigilant. In the span of a cigarette's length, the crowd began to murmur. "It's our adventurers' guild. It's our people." Indeed, I can see they're returning with goods. Hooray! The victorious warriors were greeted with cheers from all, and the onlookers kept their eyes trained on the spoils being brought back on horseback. The members of the guild rode towering gobble-eye horses up the slope, expertly tugging at the reins, causing a whole wind wolf to tumble down from their backs. This was my first encounter with a prairie wind wolf. I had never imagined that a wolf could be larger than an African lion. The creature measured over 3 meters in length, its silvery gray fur remarkably smooth. The wolf's head bore a distinct arrow wound, the shaft having been extracted, leaving behind a small hole surrounded by charred flesh, with white brain matter and crimson blood seeping out, only to bead and roll off its pelt. I inhaled sharply, thinking that this hide must be worth a fortune. Cuz glanced at me, and we both gazed hungrily at the pristine pelt of the dead wind wolf. At that moment, Uncle Fred assigned me a task. My duty was to keep watch over the pile. Since I began learning herbalism from old Kulu, I had gradually picked up the languages of the beast men and the empire. The latter was taught to me in Cuz by Lord Pele himself, who insisted not only on our oral skills but also on our literacy. Cuz struggled with it, but I had even taken the college entrance examination. So the current level of learning was hardly a challenge for me. The advantages of literacy were undeniable, and thus, thanks to Uncle Fred's introduction, I was employed by the Adventurers Guild as the youngest scribe. Informally known as the Pile Watcher. My task, seemingly simple, was quite intricate. I needed to document the condition of each wind wolf before dismemberment on parchment, after which the guild leader would allocate the wolves to the skinning masters of the caravan. They would meticulously extract every valuable part of the wolf, discarding the bones and entrails, as this hunt was merely the beginning, and a plethora of goods would soon be returned. These lesser magical beasts hardly held any value even within the empire. Only their quantity could fill our coffers. For instance, I recorded the details of the wind wolf before me: bright fur, undamaged, blind adult male wolf, belonging to Chasing Wind Adventurers Guild. Bright fur, 7 centimeters sword wound under the left rib, right hind leg broken, severely damaged fur. Adult male wolf, belonging to Starry Sky Adventurers Guild. I finally learned the names of these 2 guilds and their leaders. The task of skinning and distributing responsibilities fell to the rather taciturn sorceress. As I approached, I could see her fair skin, a clean face adorned with faint pink freckles. It seemed many fair-skinned women here bore such delicate spots. Her nose was straight, lips thin, chin pointed, resembling a swan with a long neck, speaking softly yet with an undeniable authority. The older men in the caravan appeared reluctant to converse with her, a fact I later understood was due to her status. The profession of a sorceress was highly esteemed in the Green Empire. Even the most novice sorceress apprentice, once they participated in the awakening ceremony and gained admission to a magic school, would automatically ascend to the rank of a third-tier noble baron. Uncle Fred taught me how to write records beautifully, ensuring I neither offended the guild nor the skinning masters. Furthermore, I was tasked with watching the skinners as they performed craniotomies on the windwolves, which was of utmost importance. It was akin to gambling with precious stones. No one could predict whether a windwolf would harbor a magic core within. But if one were to emerge, it would be worth the equivalent of 100 ordinary windwolves. In the afternoon sun, which felt like a mother's hand gently caressing my cheek. I couldn't help but think of my own mother. The wind on the prairie was strong, and even though it had rained heavily the night before, on this clear afternoon, the southeastern trade winds from the endless sea sought to melt every patch of ice and snow on the Xinghu grasslands. I stood against the wind, the cool breeze brushing against my open coat, and on the slope, I shouted to the distant verdant world. I proclaimed loudly to this world, "Hello, I have arrived." Each piece of parchment recorded the adventurer's gains with clarity and precision. There was little of value on the windwolves, though their bones were as hard as iron and could be fashioned into fine bone implements. However, this was not the Green Empire. This was the Xinghu grasslands, and the cost of transporting them back to the empire far outweighed the worth of the bones. Thus, for the adventurers, the most valuable aspect of the windwolves was their smooth, warm pelts, akin to satin. Every skinner was adept at handling pelts. Who among these people lacked a knowledge of natron? Yet, perfecting the skinning process without damaging the texture of the hide was a significant art. Windwolves were considered basic magical beasts, but any magical beast's hide could carry magical properties and be inscribed with magic runes. Consequently, leather armor crafted from windwolf pelts could be inscribed with magic by novice rune engravers, transforming them into magical equipment. Inscribing runes onto leather was a challenging task, fraught with numerous potential failures. Hence, sorceresses had exceedingly strict standards regarding magical beast hides, with each piece being graded from 1 to 10, leading to significant price disparities. Thus, a highly skilled skinner was indeed in great demand, and Uncle Fred was among the finest. Additionally, the windwolf possessed 4 sharp canine teeth, which served as prime materials for crafting carving knives, harder than tempered steel, easy to carry, and among the few valuable items on the wolf. This time, the Adventurers Guild returned with a total of 11 windwolves, reportedly having eradicated a den. Each wolf pack had a mother wolf leader, and this pack was no different. The adult female wolf, measuring over 4 meters in length, lay upon the wooden cart as Uncle Fred personally undertook the skinning. I found Kaz's fascination puzzling. He was intently watching Uncle Fred's deft and fluid motions, as the skinner's small knife danced between the fascia and subcutaneous fat of the mother wolf, executing movements so graceful it resembled the unwrapping of a beloved's garments. I held a roll of parchment, my mouth clutching a magical quill, and gently nudged Kaz's left rib with my elbow, leaning in to whisper, "Kaz, as a warrior of the Beastman Wolf clan, doesn't this scene strike you as a bit bloody?" Kaz widened his eyes and earnestly replied, "We are Wolf Clan Beastmen. We are not related to wolves by blood. The children in our tribe also hunt some wolf packs. They consume our livestock and sometimes even compete with us for wild sheep." After the entire adventuring party had their lunch at noon, they followed the scouting ranger to pursue the herd of magical antelopes. It is said that our team, tasked with skinning the animals, would soon follow to assist in the endeavor. The 2 young warriors who had been on guard to protect us in the morning were taken away, leaving behind 2 others who had sustained minor injuries. They had spent the morning bouncing on horseback and now, after their meal, lay in a sunlit spot on a slope, basking in the warm afternoon light. The young sorceress who had remained behind had been assigned a new task, overseeing the distribution of wolf pelts. She observed the skinning process with great seriousness, occasionally interjecting to point out mistakes made by the skinners. The previously relaxed atmosphere had dissipated, and the older men in the caravan now worked with trepidation. Kaz and I were merely spectators, watching as Uncle Fred expertly skinned the pelts. The young sorceress strolled slowly to my side, paused for a moment, and suddenly withdrew her hand from her pocket to offer me a handful of bright orange beans. She smiled, and in that fleeting moment, there was a hint of youthful charm about her. It was delightful. Or else I might have labeled her an old witch. At that moment, she said to me, "Here? What is this?" I inquired. "Beans. Cooked?" "Yes, for you." Our brief exchange suggested that perhaps she was particularly attentive to me because of my youth. This unexpected gift of roasted beans made her seem like a neighborly older sister. I politely stood up to express my gratitude, which seemed to surprise her. In the imperial tongue, expressions of thanks are not commonly used, and it might have astonished her that a mere child, a vagabond at that, would employ such formalities. Soon, 11 wolf pelts were skillfully stripped away, Not far off, the two lightly injured warriors from the adventuring party were called to action. One of them set off with 4 ox carts to join the hunting party pursuing the magical antelopes. Meanwhile, Cousin I, along with Uncle Fred and a few others, remained behind to handle the pelts. The extraction of magical cores would have to wait until all members of the adventuring party returned. The freshly skinned, blood-soaked wolf heads lay on the grass, each resembling that of a calf, their blood already drying to a dark purple hue. The remaining tasks were still quite laborious. The skilled tanners would address the blood, mud, and fat on the pelts, soak the furs in boiling water mixed with alum, stretch them on wooden frames to dry, and finally treat them with saltpeter to transform them into high-quality leather. This meticulous process truly tests the tanner's skills, for any damage to the texture of the magical beast's hide would significantly diminish its quality. Even an apprentice would not practice on inferior hides, as the lesser quality of wind wolf pelts could only be fashioned into basic leather armor, utilizing their inherent durability rather than becoming magical gear. Seated on the sole ox cart with Cuz, we accompanied Uncle into a nearby lake to fetch water. Uncle drove the ox cart with great seriousness, not uttering a word. Cousin I, however, engaged in playful banter as we bounced along. If Uncle Fred had been there, he would have surely given us a good reprimand. Uncle, on the other hand, carefully kept the cart steady. I still had a few fragrant beans in hand, and Cousin I shared them, relishing their sweet taste, though I had not succeeded in my magical resistance training the previous night. Expending some of my magical energy had quieted the once restless fire element within me. The lingering sensation of heat on my body had lessened, and I felt quite comfortable. Sometimes, even the smallest reasons can bring great satisfaction, just as I felt now. Upon reaching the lake, Uncle insisted on fetching the water himself. Carrying 2 buckets back and forth between the lake and the cart, Cousin I, ever the opportunistic children, jumped down to help him, each lifting a bucket, which brought a look of appreciation to Uncle's face. It is in such harmonious interactions that relationships are nurtured on the return journey. Uncle opened up, willing to chat with us. My youngest child is about your age, if only they were as well behaved as you. I cannot imagine how happy I would be. Uncle, do you have other children? I asked, thinking that perhaps his family had been taken by marauders, leaving him alone to join the caravan. To my surprise, he chuckled and replied, "What nonsense. I have 3 wives and 5 children to support." Ah, I gasped in astonishment. Uncle continued, "2 of my brothers have passed, and I must care for their widows and children. That is how it is in our land. Marauders come every few years to take men away as slaves, leaving behind a host of vulnerable women and children, such as the plight of every household. I would prefer they leave, but if they stay, I must take responsibility for them, and they may eventually become my wives. Before I left, my eldest child was not yet 10, and the youngest had not yet seen a month." He chuckled, "While this work is hard, requiring 2 to 3 years away, the pay is worth it. When I return, I hope to at least renovate my home and perhaps relocate closer to Schluite City, where it might be safer." "But Uncle, how do they manage while you are away?" I inquired curiously. Uncle smiled casually and replied, "Life is not so difficult in the countryside. We have plenty of rye and millet growing everywhere. And if luck is on our side, we might even find wildfowl in the snowdrifts." He did not elaborate further, and I refrained from asking too many questions, not wanting to be bothersome. It is true that this world is abundant in resources. Although Cuz is somewhat clumsy, he is diligent, and I, though small, possess the gift of gab. Together, we work efficiently, even managing to label the heads of the slain wolves. Each gory trophy marked with my signature. Thus, we are quite popular among the group. Uncle Fred enjoys a good reputation. It is evident that he had persuaded the 2 leaders of the adventuring party to allow us to join the hunt. Our presence, though small, contributes to the group, alleviating the burden on others, which pleases Uncle Fred immensely. This meadow has been enriched over countless years, with the changing seasons transforming the once vibrant grass into fertile earth. I squatted beside Uncle Fred, listening intently as he shared his wisdom. With over 20 years of experience as a tanner, he began his journey as an apprentice in a shoemaker's shop, much like a child in my position. Back then, his only reward was a single piece of white bread each day. Even now, apprentices in tanneries adhere to this ancient tradition, receiving no payment, only a daily crust of bread. Each master imparts their knowledge in their own unique way. As every tanner has their own interpretation of what leather entails. In this era, there are no established schools of thought, but skilled tanners possess their own distinct methods. Uncle Fred's insight into leather lies in its texture. Old Kulu often praises Uncle Fred for this reason, as many of the Orcish totems are inspired by the patterns found in the hides of magical beasts. Old Kulu refers to these patterns as natural magical arrays, inherently infused within the leather, which is why magical beasts' hides can channel magical energy and ultimately be crafted into enchanted items. Uncle Fred explained that aligning with the leather's natural grain minimizes damage during the tanning process, thereby increasing the chances of producing superior quality leather. As I watched Uncle Fred gently maneuver his knife between the skin and the membrane, peeling away the hide with deft precision, I smiled and said, "Uncle, one day you will own your own tannery, and I shall come to serve as your apprentice, expecting a piece of bread each evening." "Ah, you think earning that bread will be easy, no work, no reward, ha ha." Uncle Fred laughed heartily, and I realized that whether noble, commoner, or slave, everyone needs a touch of pride in their inner world. It is the source of their joy and sometimes the very meaning of their existence. Uncle Fred, too, harbors dreams of using the proceeds from this venture to open a small leather shop, even if it is in a remote area, as long as it is his OWNAT this moment. Uncle Fred's pride was palpable. With his skinning knife in hand, he resembled an artist, brimming with confidence and passion. And where does my pride lie? I find meaning in life through the extraordinary magical powers that flow through my veins, often feeling a small sense of triumph because of it. Old Kulu has cautioned me to keep this secret close to my heart until I am capable of protecting myself. I leaned against a sack filled with black bread, finding a comfortable position to stretch. The men in the caravan do not excuse a 5-year-old from work, nor do they begrudge my youth as an excuse for laziness. I can still accurately record the materials from the Windwolf and the ledgers. Cuz still had to labor diligently alongside Uncle and to fetch water from the lake, as his efforts today would not suffice for a proper dinner. I had considered accompanying Cuz, but the young beastman prefers not to work with strangers, trusting only me aside from old Kulu. The young sorceress, tasked with overseeing and maintaining vigilance, halted my progress and addressed me, saying, "Secretary, the caravan of adventurers will soon return, and there are numerous magical antelopes that require your registration. Do not wander too far." Her formal address left me momentarily speechless. It was the first time anyone had referred to me in such a respectful manner, and I felt a tinge of embarrassment. Unsure of how to respond, noticing the slight mirth in her eyes, I realized she was jesting. I could not fathom why she seemed to harbor a fondness for me. Perhaps my social skills were better than I had thought. As night descended upon the wilderness campsite, the last batch of magical antelopes arrived at the grassy knoll, beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. The expanse of the starry sky over the plains was far more vast than that of the New Siachi Mountains. I had gazed up at the heavens, yearning to identify the galaxy of my memories. Perhaps somewhere amidst this celestial tapestry lay a small star named the sun, which might one day tell its offspring, "Look, that is your father's homeland." Yet, as I scanned the horizon, I found no semblance of familiarity. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon us all as we distributed the antelopes, each member of the adventuring party methodically allocating the spoils in silence. I could see the joy etched on the faces of the young team members. Clutching a roll of parchment, I shook my aching arms once more, the magical quill growing increasingly burdensome in my grasp. I recognized my fatigue. I was too weary to wield that pen any longer. In the distance, I spotted Cuz and Uncle and driving the cart of water back, marking the 17th trip of the day. I offered Cuz a gesture of encouragement, raising my fist, to which he responded with a wide smile, his white teeth glinting under the night sky. I mused that even with the finest toothpaste, I could not achieve such brilliance, for I had yet to brush my teeth in this lifetime, nor had I witnessed any decay. It seemed that steering clear of sweets was far more crucial than merely safeguarding dental health. Tearing off a strip of resilient parchment, I sketched a star upon it and affixed it to the spiraled horn of a magical antelope, signifying that it belonged to the Starlight Mercenary Guild. The hide of another antelope, boiled in the pot, bore a subtle mark as well. At that moment, Uncle Fred, who was busy cleaning the hide smeared with blood and fat, glanced up at the sky, wiping his greasy face with his oily sleeve. This was the 37th magical antelope hide, yet there remained a veritable mountain of antelopes awaiting skinning. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The captain has returned." "Ah, the captain is back. It appears this is the final batch of magical antelopes for today. Our haul has been quite impressive." The soldiers who had escorted the antelopes back squatted nearby, watching the skilled tanners at work. Upon seeing the adventurers return, they rose to greet them. "It's late? Why hasn't anyone started the fire for cooking? Let the tanners from the caravan rest for a while. These magical antelopes still need to be skinned overnight. Delaying even a moment could result in the loss of some magical essence, and we cannot afford that. If this continues, we will all collapse from exhaustion. Who would have thought we would encounter such a massive herd? And we are short-handed." A soldier, clad in dark iron armor and bearing an Irish shield, strode forward. The sharp clinking of his armor caused my teeth to ache. He conversed with the robust woman by his side, exuding a palpable vigor. This warrior was the captain of the Starlight Adventurers, one of only 2 officially registered fighters within the guild, the other being a remarkably fit woman carrying a spear. Her face was perpetually adorned with war paint, obscuring her true features, though her unusually large eyes radiated a wild intensity. A long, slender ponytail cascaded down her back, and her form-fitting leather attire accentuated her alluring physique. Cuz informed me that he found her to be even more perilous. As the captain of the Starlight Adventurers made her entrance, the returning warriors began to emerge before my eyes. Tia, bare-chested and burdened with his leather armor and longsword, collapsed onto the cart at my feet, looking like a pitiful puppy as he beseeched, "Young Master Jia, could you spare me a piece of that life-saving malt candy?" This scoundrel always seized the opportune moment to mooch off my oat milk candy. Tia consistently misnamed the candy. I had scarcely made a few pieces, mainly because Cuz had no taste for sweets. Cuz's disinterest in anything sugary was evident, and even when he procured honey for me, it was merely because old Kulu claimed it was highly nutritious and would hasten my recovery from injuries. The term oat milk candy was of my own invention, as I had merely coated toasted oats in honey and cream, forming them into bite-sized morsels wrapped in fragrant leaves, an incredibly caloric treat, perfect for replenishing energy. Recently, I had grown exceedingly bored and occupied old Kulu's mud stove to concoct various nostalgic recipes, desperately seeking a sense of purpose. During that time, I seemed to have become somewhat obsessed, continuously experimenting until I produced the oat milk candy. I rolled my eyes and let out a soft huff through my nose, determined not to grant this freeloader any semblance of kindness. He was nothing more than a slippery opportunist. At that moment, Cuz, having finished unloading the water cart, turned to me and said, "Jia, do not give him any candy." There were few things that could weigh heavily on Cuz's mind, but Tia had managed to commit a foolish and tiresome act. One day, Tia had dragged Cuz to the dancers' camp to spy on the women bathing. While this was hardly a grave matter, the unfortunate part was that Cuz could not comprehend what was so enticing about human maidens who were entirely unclothed. He had naively asked Tia about it outside the makeshift bathhouse, and before he could finish his inquiry, Tia had vanished, leaving Cuz in utter dismay. That incident resulted in Cuz receiving a sound thrashing from a whip, leaving him bedridden for a fortnight alongside me. At that time, my fever would incapacitate me for half a month, and the torment of cooking meat drove me nearly to madness. Cuz suffered even more than I did. Now, Cuz was utterly exhausted, his leather coat tangled around his waist, his physique resembling that of a bodybuilder, with long arms that added to his aesthetic appeal. Sweat mingled with the blood of beasts clung to his chest hair. Cuz sought out a space beside me, performing 13 basic stretching exercises, then remarked, "My grandfather once said that the best time to nurture one's vitality is after exertion, for it is then that the body must be stretched to achieve balance." I was aware of this, and Cuz's words were clearly directed at Tia. I was surprised by the depth of Cuz's sensitivity. I kicked Tia lightly with my foot, fished a piece of oat milk candy from my pocket, and tossed it at him, saying, "Tia, hurry and take Cuz to the small lake to wash up. Both of you are filthy. How can you possibly eat dinner like this? Why wouldn't I be able to eat? All the brothers out there are just the same. You're the only one with such a cleanliness obsession." I swiftly retrieved the candy from where I had tossed it and darted away, continuing to tease, "Will you eat it? Do you want it?" Tia had a peculiar fondness for sweets, unable to resist the allure of the oat milk candy. Of course, if he wished, he could easily snatch it from my hand with a mere stretch. Given our age gap of over 10 years, he could easily pin me down with a finger to my forehead or simply grasp my collar to lift me effortlessly. However, he was a well-mannered knight, adhering to his own code and never bullying the weaker. Tia treated us with sincerity, lacking any pity, but engaging with genuine kindness. Though I was young, my maturity surpassed that of my peers, and while I was hesitant to show it, my actions often reflected a yearning for equality. Thus, Tia was well suited to my temperament, and we shared a playful camaraderie. Tia climbed up from the cart, draping an arm around Cuz's shoulder, and gasped dramatically, "Hiss, hiss, hiss," while swinging his sore arms toward me, saying, "You must save some for me. I'm off to bathe with Cuz now." Taking a cold water bath would indeed promote blood circulation, benefiting them both. Despite our banter, my quill remained busy, meticulously documenting the spoils divided into 2 portions. Upon reviewing the overall statistics, I realized that despite the Starlight Adventurers numbering nearly 3 times that of the Windchaser Adventurers, their spoils did not exceed those of the Windchaser by more than 20%. Moreover, when assessing the quality of the pelts, it became evident that many of the magical antelopes from the Starlight side had suffered broken legs, their hearts pierced by sharp blades, leaving distinct marks on their soft chests. Others appeared as if frozen, their flesh stiffened, with traces of melting ice still evident on the journey back. Clearly, they had sustained significant damage from powerful ice magic. Did the Starlight Adventurers possess another mysterious sorcerer among them? Your handwriting is quite beautiful, though it appears rather peculiar. Each stroke seems to be executed correctly, yet there is an undeniable squareness to each character. Ah, look here, this stroke should be more fluid. It ought to curve gracefully, rather than making abrupt right angles. Yes, this part is quite satisfactory. The young female mage responsible for overseeing our logistics team suddenly stood beside me, startling me to the point where I nearly toppled off the cart. She casually grasped my arm and crouched beside me, pointing at the words I had inscribed on the parchment with my knife. Offering me constructive criticism. I finally understood why Lord Paleris had often regarded my writing with such strange expressions during our lessons on the Imperial script, though he had never voiced any concerns. As long as my writing was accurate and not awkward, he would remain indifferent. I responded to her with a grateful smile, and she affectionately patted my cheek, gently bumping her forehead against mine as she said, "Who would dare to lose such a sweet little darling like you? I think you're wonderful." This was the first time a woman had spoken to me in such an affectionate manner since my arrival in this world. Initially, I had perceived this mage as an aloof beauty, although she did not quite align with my personal definition of beauty. I could not deny her allure. During the day, she had given me a handful of beans and later offered me a sip of water, which made me feel her kindness. I could only act demurely, saying, "Thank you, sister. What are you thanking me for?" In the Imperial tongue, expressions of gratitude must be specific. Her compliments and kindness did not necessitate my thanks. Yet, I unconsciously echoed my previous memories, speaking without thinking. The young mage looked at me quizzically. I could only bite my lower lip, wide-eyed and innocently replied, "Thank you for your praise, sister. Oh my, your manner of speaking is quite amusing, but it seems that the dwarves do not speak in such a way. Where do you come from?" The young mage crouched beside me, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. I could only respond earnestly, "I do not know." One by one, the magical antelopes were documented, and the mage remained silent, simply observing as I meticulously engraved the words onto the parchment. After a considerable time, just as I was nearly finished recording the magical antelopes, she finally spoke seriously. "Your hand is remarkably steady while holding the pen. I can see how tired you are. You almost struggled to keep a grip on that knife, yet your self-restraint is impressive, as you managed to persevere." "I wish to work diligently to earn more white bread," I replied honestly, recalling what Uncle Fred had told me, that participating in the hunting group would not only yield around 3 silver coins but also allow one to enjoy sweet white bread. I had no expectation of receiving 3 silver coins. I would be content with just 1 silver coin, making the white bread my most coveted desire. After days of consuming coarse, nearly intestinally damaging dark bread, I found it utterly intolerable. Hee, such modest aspirations. Oh, by the way, my name is Gwugwa. You may call me Sister Gwugwa. If you wish for white bread, feel free to seek me out. I believe I still have a jar of golden apple jam, a specialty of Iretown, which is quite delightful. The mage spoke with ease. Gwugwa, the water mage from the Windchaser Adventurers Guild. My heavens. Tia had often recounted tales of their adventures. I was aware that there was a mage skilled in water-based healing and support magic within their ranks. And it turns out that it was this young lady, who appeared remarkably youthful. I, of course, did not hesitate to obediently call out, "Sister Gwugwa." The night enveloped us like ink diffusing into clear water, casting shadows of darkness around. The starlit sky shone brilliantly, and the cool breeze had diminished significantly. However, on this night of early spring, it remained somewhat chilly. On the opposite slope, rows of taut leather frames stood, with 2 frames leaning against each other, awaiting the leather to dry before being coated with saltpeter, forming neat lines akin to military tents. The southern slope was graced with 3 campfires, and even in such a simple encampment, each small group adhered to their own ways. Though the fuel was limited, they still managed to create 3 separate fires. It was evident that the 2 adventuring groups were not close enough to share meals and lodging. Moreover, it was necessary to tally the spoils from the day during mealtime, making it awkward to gather and chat. The tanners within the merchant group constituted a small independent cluster. The hierarchy within the empire was extraordinarily intricate. At the apex stood His Majesty the Emperor, followed by princes, dukes, earls, marquises, viscounts, and barons. Warriors registered within the guild attained knightly ranks, placing them above commoners. Following the knights were the common folk, low-born, vagabonds, and slaves, with slaves occupying the lowest tier. Devoid of any rights, vagabonds were those without identity, property, or skills, akin to beggars, while the low-born comprised individuals engaged in disreputable trades, such as night watchmen and thieves. Tanners could only be considered commoners if they were to associate with adventurers of knightly status. Their standing would inevitably be diminished. Yet, in truth, the differences were negligible. Fallen knights often led far more difficult lives than commoners, who Who would dare to look down upon whom? Thus, 3 campfires were ignited, and each team prepared their own dinner. However, at night, we could freely enjoy fresh mutton, as the skinned magical antelopes could not be transported. At most, we could take some cured legs of lamb, while the majority of the meat and bones would be left upon the southern slope, awaiting the prairie wind wolves and other beasts to devour them. The melancholic night air was stirred by the evening breeze. 12. The night of camping in the wilderness, Part 2. Tia and Cuz returned, drenched, walking side by side along the path worn into the hillside by wagon wheels, their bare shoulders glistening. Cuz, clutching his leather armor in one hand while using the other to pat water from his ears, hopped on one leg, droplets flying from his disheveled hair. Tia was engaged in a low-spirited conversation with Cuz, and merely observing Cuz's simple demeanor was enough to reveal that he had once again been duped by Tia. The two of them approached the campfire, seeking warmth. Young Cuz, the little orc, had undoubtedly exhausted himself today, leaning against a stone by the fire, appearing utterly worn out as he sat back to back with Tia. I had been sent by Uncle Fred to prepare dinner for the group, but even a meal intended for 10 was beyond my capabilities. Although I often engaged in potion brewing, cleaning saddles, and running errands, my small stature could not manage tonight's dinner, so I had to enlist Cuz's help. Despite my youth, children of 5 or 6 in this world possess physical capabilities comparable to those of 8 or 9-year-olds on Earth. I could plunge into an icy lake without hesitation and swim a lap, chase wild rabbits across the grasslands, and frolic for half a day without feeling fatigued. However, I desired to make dinner a bit more special. After all, one should never underestimate the importance of fine cuisine. There was another reason as well. In certain circles within the merchant group, it was no secret that the orc shaman, Old Kuru, possessed recipes for delectable dishes. This was the explanation I had concocted with Old Kuru for external consumption, while Old Kuru's interpretation was that I was deeply engrossed in studying herbalism, and my profound understanding of herbs allowed me to discover new and unique spices, resulting in various delightful culinary creations. This was indeed a wondrous thing, a glimpse into the world of alchemists, a blessing from the nature goddess. Old Kuru had remarked upon my talent for herbalism, but in the eyes of others, I was merely a human apothecary skilled in Orcish herbalism, a mysterious craft indeed. There must be differences. Do not inquire further. Those are the secrets of the orc clans. Surely, Old Kuru would advise Jija to keep these secrets well guarded, and he would not divulge any crucial information. Old Kuru would undoubtedly instruct Jija to remain tight-lipped. There was no reason to pry. Well, there will always be those who overthink. Such thoughts are delightful, and privately convincing oneself leaves little room for argument. In the end, I found myself without so much as an opportunity to defend myself. Cuz and I sliced the fresh mutton thinly with our small knives. I was merely demonstrating, while Cuz did the bulk of the work. My little hands struggled with the larger chunks of meat. Tia, seated by the fire, gaped at us as we skillfully prepared an entire bowl of meat slices, glancing at the 2 pieces of dark bread roasting atop a nearby stone with a somewhat vacant expression. Surely your merchant group isn't so impoverished that you can only afford this little bit of dark bread. How could you possibly roast just this scant amount? Even if the meat is delicious, eating too much will become greasy. It was only after being subjected to Cuz's bewildered gaze that Tia began to realize the gravity of her words, subsequently asking me, "Are those marinated meat slices truly so delectable?" I did not lift my eyes, feigning innocence as I awaited Cuz to finish slicing the remaining lamb. In my mind, I mused, how could you possibly comprehend the exquisite nature of this secret lamb dish? Although the skin of the magical antelope is remarkably sturdy, even the sharpest of daggers can only leave a faint mark upon it without exerting full force. The meat itself is exceptionally tender. Old Kuru had once mentioned that freshly slain magical beasts retain their internal power, which is beneficial for the body. I had marinated those meat slices repeatedly with pepper, salt, and various herbs, naturally resulting in unique flavors. While the original taste of the antelope meat was quite commendable, having consumed it for so many years had dulled my appreciation. I believed mutton paired with pepper and cumin to be a perfect match. If only I had some barbecue sauce, it would be divine. In a nearby iron pot, I had placed the cleaned offal, the entire skeleton of the antelope simmering in broth to produce a milky white soup, with the savory fragrance wafting throughout the camp. Tia approached Cuz directly and inquired, "How can you make the soup from the magic antelope so fragrant?" This fellow had always believed that our culinary methods stemmed from an ancient Orcish secret recipe. Perhaps Cuz had added some unknown, mysterious insect or repugnant mineral powder, but in any case, the rich aroma of the meat broth was akin to the devil's temptation. Cuz, naturally, could not articulate why the soup was so delectable. He could only reply, "It's always tasted this way." "Cuz, do you think the soup has a special name?" Tia discreetly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. I sat idly on the wooden cart, my calves swinging freely, my hands propping up my reclining body, allowing for unrestricted stretching. The sheepskin coat I wore had been thoroughly cleaned just yesterday, emanating a faint, pleasant odor. I casually remarked, I believe our soup deserves a resounding name. Let us call it devil's saliva. My words seemed to strike a chord with Tia, as I noticed her smile suddenly freeze, as if recalling some horrific thought. Cuz, however, shook his head vigorously and earnestly stated, that name is rather lackluster. It would be better to, after much deliberation, he failed to conjure a name. His face turning crimson. Tia, with a somewhat handsome appearance, had a rather average face but an exceptional physique. Rangers, as a balanced blend of strength, agility, and endurance, were expected to master archery, wield two-handed swords, and learn various reconnaissance techniques. In military parlance, they were referred to as scouts, with their training emphasizing physical coordination and survival skills. Not too thin, not too plump, he was the ideal frame for garments, leaning against Cuz and clearly intent on mooching this meal. Cuz retrieved a flat, thin stone slab from beneath the cart, using pebbles to prop up the stove. He placed the stone slab directly over the fire, skillfully rubbing sheep fat onto it, while his other hand swiftly arranged slices of meat from the basin onto the sizzling stone. Instantly, a sizzling sound filled the air. This was indeed authentic stone-grilled meat. Cuz executed these steps with remarkable finesse, calling out to the skinner from the merchant caravan near the peeling wooden table, "Dinner is served." His voice, in the Orcish tongue, was melodious and resonant. Even those who could not comprehend the words understood their meaning. I stood by the large iron pot, wooden spoon in hand, ready to ladle out soup, serving each person a bowl, while pointing towards Cuz's grilling stone, saying, "Grilled meat, gentlemen, eat your fill. For those unaccustomed to lamb, we have prepared 2 loaves of black bread." My latter remark was wholly disregarded, as over a dozen men immediately encircled Cuz, who continued to pile meat onto the stone. The sizzling slab, roughly the size of a half-round table, visibly diminished with each passing moment. Even Tia, unable to resist, joined in laying out meat. Uncle Fred, with his ample belly, squeezed into the center and scolded, "You gluttons, for heaven's sake, watch it. Are you also starved? You'll eat it raw. Move aside, will you? Hey, 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 why are you pushing? I'm just tasting it for you guys. Can this bloody piece be eaten? For heaven's sake. Where are you sticking that skewer?" Each time we gathered for a meal, the food seemed especially delicious. My appetite wasn't particularly large, and I had a natural aversion to grilled meat, having been scorched by the fire toxin within my body for over 2 years. Wasn't I just a piece of grilled meat myself? After hastily finishing dinner, I reclined on the wooden cart to rest. Uncle Fred and the other skinners needed a brief respite before resuming their work. The longer the magic antelopes were left, the less valuable they became, necessitating prompt processing. I silently prayed for no rain that night. I observed Cuz and the caravan men still feasting together, all continually praising Cuz for his superb grilling skills. In my boredom, I decided to practice my magic resistance technique once more. I mentally recited the simple magic circle several times, following the instructions given by old Kuru to clear my mind, quiet my heart, and focus my spirit to gather all my magical energy to my fingertips. I feared that if the magic gathered at my fingertips, the light would attract attention, so I carefully withdrew my fingers into my sleeve. However, after a considerable amount of time and exhausting my energy, I could not manage to gather the magic, and instead, the fire element within me became increasingly agitated, causing a stifling heat in my chest. And the air I exhaled was laden with a salty taste. Just yesterday, I had been able to faintly condense a pale yellow magical light, albeit briefly before it extinguished, but that was still considered a partial success in casting magic. Why was it that tonight I couldn't even accomplish the initial step of gathering magic? This thought made me long for old Orc Kuru. When he was around, I never truly appreciated his significance. Instead, I had often found him to be a tiresome old man, perpetually prattling on with useless chatter. Yet, once separated from him, memories of him would surface immediately. The difficult pronunciations of the Orcish language, the herbal names I had only partially memorized, the magic circle diagram I had yet to master. Did this infuriating magic resistance technique truly serve any purpose for me? Who could tell me? My doubts ensnared my thoughts, and the more I pondered, the more powerless I felt. During moments of low spirits, my innate magic resistance waned, allowing the fire toxin stored within my flesh to surge through my bloodstream. It had been over 2 months since I had felt this sensation, akin to my veins threatening to burst. The boiling blood wreaked havoc within my body, and during such times, a powerful surge of vitality would flood from my heart, coursing through my veins, generating new flesh wherever it flowed. The burning pain, the throbbing pressure of my boiling blood, and the tingling sensation of newly formed flesh coalesced, leaving me feeling like a piece of grilled meat. Oh dear. You're burning up. Are you unwell? Can you speak? Just as I drifted between sleep and unconsciousness, a woman's voice suddenly broke through. I mumbled groggily, Mama, it hurts. Sometimes, I truly could not endure it. This torment felt like a curse. A burden that obscured my vision of hope, leaving me uncertain of when I might be freed from it. Even the great shaman of the orc tribe was at a loss regarding my condition. In such moments, I would think that even if someone were to end my life with a single stroke, I would still express my gratitude. Good child, do not be afraid. The voice was somewhat familiar, and hands began to gently explore my body, as though examining my wounds. The buttons of my sheepskin coat were undone, and the cool night air rushed into my chest, alleviating my suffering considerably. I struggled to remove the coat, feeling someone embrace my small frame. I could not open my eyes, yet I distinctly sensed that the embrace was soft. A cold hand rested upon my forehead, and I let out a comfortable sigh before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, my vision was a blur, illuminated by light, yet indistinct. I blinked vigorously. Gradually regaining clarity, I found myself in a finely crafted small tent, with a crystal lamp at its apex, powered by a magical stone, casting a warm yellow glow throughout the space. It was evident that the tent was quite compact. I lay upon a wolfskin mat, my entire body enveloped in a skin bag filled with ice. I was certain that I was still alive, as I could feel the searing pain and prickling sensation within me, though this pain was now bearable. I intended to struggle to sit up and see where I was, realizing that this exquisite tent was undeniably not old Kuru's. Still, I could not conceive of anyone other than old Kuru who could possibly save me. As the tent flap was lifted, a woman's startled exclamation pierced the air, and I then saw the sorceress Gwug squeezing through the entrance, a basin of clear water in her hands. Upon noticing my awakening, she looked at me in astonishment and asked, "You're awake? Do you feel any discomfort?" I shook my head and quietly surveyed my surroundings, then asked, "Sister Gwug, where is this?" My voice was faint, and in this tent, which could scarcely accommodate a third person, I unexpectedly noticed some of her personal belongings hanging on a makeshift rack nearby, a powder pink strapless top, slightly wrinkled white stockings, and a soft black dress cascading down from the top like a waterfall. Suddenly, it struck me that sorceresses were also human, needing an ordinary life, and, like us, they pursued beauty and comfort. If one were to set aside the magic, she would undoubtedly be the amiable neighborly sister. Gwug's fair hand covered my eyes, and in that instant, I noticed the delicate blue veins running along her arm, glistening under the light, peeking from the cuff of her sorceress robe. Her arm is white as snow. Don't stare. Of course this is my tent. Where else would I take you after saving you? Sister Gwug, do you think I will die? I had posed this question to old Kuru before. He had merely replied, "You possess both blue flame and self-healing bloodlines. How could you die?" Nonsense. Yet I felt he was only telling half the truth, perhaps believing I couldn't grasp the full implication, which only added to my internal turmoil. More than once, I had felt as though I teetered on the brink of death, to be honest. I was not afraid. Perhaps it would be better to simply drift off to sleep. Don't be afraid. Your sister is a water mage, renowned for healing and saving lives. How could I allow you to perish? Gwug's words were gentle as she first moved the basin aside, then crawled in, bringing the basin along with her. In the cramped space, her soft body brushed against my nose, and the unique fragrance of a woman filled my nostrils. I almost forgot this fact, upon seeing her. I should have first remembered she was a sorceress, and only second that she was a woman. A damp towel was laid across my face, and Gwug urged me to continue lying down. She curled her legs beside me and inquired, "Have you had this illness since childhood?" "Yes." "What did that old witch doctor say? Wasn't he the one who saved you? Why hasn't he cured your ailment?" "Even he cannot heal me," I replied candidly. "Not even he." "What affliction do you suffer from? When it strikes, your body burns with fever." Gwug appeared even more astonished this time. I extended my index finger, and before the thought fully formed in my mind, a burst of orange light suddenly erupted from my fingertip. How can this be? Is this magic? But you haven't even participated in the awakening ceremony. How could you possibly wield magic? Gwug's face turned pale as she gasped and desperately covered her mouth, her voice a hurried whisper. Women are often more emotional than men, yet they can adapt more readily to sudden developments. I merely intended to test it, casually extending my finger, yet to my surprise, it gathered into a stable glow, flickering like a candle in the wind. Gwug's cool palm clasped my glowing fingertip, and she leaned closer, whispering urgently in my ear, "Do not let anyone see this. It may one day make you akin to me. But for now, it will only cost you your life." I sensed her hand tremble, her breath quickening. Her astonishment indicated the gravity of the situation. I pondered whether this secret, once revealed, would lead to my capture by the old scholars in their ivory tower for experimentation, or whether the Judgment Council of the Mage Guild would burn me at the stake, or if the necromancers lurking in the shadows would turn me into a potion for bloodline enhancement. We had never delved deeply into these topics, and he had even seemed to avoid them. Now, I found myself uncertain about what about me could attract such attention. Was it the power of my bloodline? Surely the descendants of those strong ones possessed it too. Or was it the continual generation of fire magic within me, a boon from the burnout fruit? I had no qualms about others tasting it as well. I shared with Gwigwajia the old Kuru's speculation that consuming the burnout fruit had imbued me with fire magic, but I refrained from mentioning the awakening of my bloodline power, as her anxiety had already escalated upon seeing the magical light at my fingertip. Ah, I see. But how can you gather magic? That old orc thinks he can teach you magic like this. You haven't even formed a magic pool. What would it matter if you could cast a spell? The fire magic generated within you is insufficient to sustain even a basic spell. Do you understand the consequences of forcibly casting magic? Gwigwa, tall and graceful, had shed her voluminous robe and now wore a simple white cotton dress that accentuated her lovely curves as she sat curled up in the tent. I smirked and countered, isn't the consequence just like what happened a moment ago when I almost got burned to death by the backlash of magic? Were you unwell earlier because you were gathering magic? Why would you want to cast spells? Do you know that if you attempt to cast magic beyond your means, it could drain your life force? Gwigwa lowered her voice again, nearly growling the words from her throat. She did not directly answer my question, but instead addressed her own concerns. Encountering inexplicable concern from a stranger can indeed feel burdensome. I weakly replied, I merely wish to learn the anti-magic techniques my teacher taught me. Perhaps that would alleviate my affliction. He mentioned he couldn't guarantee success, but I wanted to try. This magic is newly acquired. Previously, I would experience pain intermittently, but not due to casting magic. Each time the fire poison from the burnout fruit accumulated sufficiently, it would leave me in agony. My teacher has been searching for ways to suppress the fire magic elements within me. Gwigwa, being a female mage, naturally understood the reasons behind what old Kuru and I were attempting. You intend to use your own continuous consumption of magical skills to exhaust the remaining fire magic elements within you. What a bold notion. She took a moment to collect herself, narrowing her eyes as she focused on me. Before we form a magic pool, no one has the capacity to sense magical elements within themselves. Yet many individuals possess innate magical power. Many girls inherently harbor weak water magic elements. They are often cold-natured and tend to feel chilly, experiencing cold hands and feet. Some boys may also possess fire magic elements in their youth, often sweating profusely and being less sensitive to the cold. These traits are quite normal. However, without a magic pool, no one can perceive these so-called magical forces. The ability to manipulate magic only develops after forming a magic pool, at which point individuals gain control over their magical power, directing it to coalesce in the magic pool and then disseminate throughout their bodies in a cycle. It is only at this stage that one can learn simple magical skills. We refer to such novices as magic apprentices. If many people possess magical power, does that mean there are many mages? I inquired. Noticing Gwigwa's discomfort as she curled up in the tent, I shifted to the other side, and to my surprise, she leaned against me, lying side by side as we conversed in hushed tones within the cramped space. By day, it felt inconsequential, but in the confined tent, stripped of the outer magical robe and illuminated by the magic crystal lamp hanging from the ceiling, I took advantage of Gwigwa's distraction to observe her. Even lying down, her chest rose and fell alluringly, and the white cotton dress could not conceal the graceful contours of her long legs. A pleasant fragrance, reminiscent of warmth, enveloped her. Gwigwa, seeing my confusion, patiently explained. Not at all. In our country, mages are quite rare. To put it in perspective, the probability of finding someone with innate magical power among ordinary people is roughly 1 in 5. Yet the chance of awakening a magic pool among those with innate magical constitutions is less than 1 in 1,000. Ah. So few. I had always believed that the fire magic elements within me set me apart, and old Kuru had expressed that I had a significant chance of becoming a mage. I had no idea that my odds were merely 1 in 1,000. Gwigwa, perhaps sensing my dismay, asked, though I am not well acquainted with that old orc's background. Given his expertise in herbalism, he is certainly not an ordinary orc shaman. Did he not tell you if there is something special about you? I thought to myself that he had indeed mentioned my awakening bloodline power and granted me the true name Blue Flame, but how could I possibly disclose that? Gwigwa, noticing my silence, assumed I was simply too young to understand many things, and added, you possess magical perception. Ah, this should be the awakening of your magical talent. During the awakening ceremony, each mage has the opportunity to awaken a magical talent alongside their magic pool. However, Among 10 mages awakening their magic pool, it is rare to find even one who simultaneously awakens their magical talent. When such a gifted mage emerges, they are sent to prestigious magical academies for study. And they have the chance to enter the ivory tower. You are one of them. Because I sensed magical elements before awakening my magic pool, I possess great talent. I asked Guguojie. She turned to me, her expression serious, and said, "From this moment on, you must promise me not to cast magic in front of others until you become a mage." "I promise you, Guguojie," I replied, licking my slightly dry lips, feeling a bit guilty. In truth, the Mage Association has long been researching magical talent. A certain scholar once proposed that if a mage's innate magical talent is controllable, then during their first magical awakening, they could set the simultaneous awakening of magical tides. When a mage reaches level 10 and undergoes their first job transition to become a Grand Mage, they could simultaneously awaken magical precision or magical control, thus granting that successfully transitioned Grand Mage a 50% chance of advancing to level 20 Archmage. Your talent should be termed magical perception. At this stage, the benefits it brings you are vastly outweighed by the dangers it poses. This talent, much like your bloodline power, cannot merge with the magic pool before your magical awakening point. 300 years ago, a genius mage named Vega from the Dark Magic Academy devised a ritual capable of plundering the magical talents of others. The most crucial condition is that the magical talent must not merge with the magic pool. Once integrated, it cannot be separated by any other means. Hence, Jiajia. You are now the most coveted elixir for mages who have yet to advance past their bottlenecks. Should there come a day when you fail to awaken your magic pool, it would be wise to bury the secret of your magical control for a lifetime. Woodwood gently stroked my forehead, bringing me warmth. The searing sensation of flames within me had nearly subsided, and I had set aside the ice packs. As Woodwood spoke to me, her face remained close to my ear, her lips occasionally brushing against my earlobe. The warmth of her breath carrying a fragrant scent, perhaps lying down for too long, had made me feel a bit weary, and I shifted to my side, only to find her ample bosom pressing against my arm. The softness and warmth causing my face to flush instantly. Google regarded me with a peculiar expression, her brow furrowing slightly as she anxiously reached out to touch my forehead, only relaxing when she sensed that I was fine. We were sitting quite close, and it seemed she was constantly yearning to embrace me as one would a child, which made me feel rather awkward. To divert her attention, I asked, "Sister Guogua, you mentioned that I possess a magical perception talent. Does that mean the awakening ceremony will make it easier for me to become a mage?" She appeared to be lost in thought, and after a moment's reflection, she replied, "Our school's library contains no records of such a phenomenon, but it should increase the probability of awakening a magic pool. However, I doubt it will be significant, at least. Neither the Ivory Tower nor the Mage Guild has encountered a similar situation. Do you think becoming a mage is that simple?" Noticing my slight disappointment, Sister Guogua added, "Nonetheless, it is not without its advantages. Even without a magic pool, possessing magical perception allows you to learn magical skills, as long as you are careful not to overexert your magical energy. I thought of Cuz. If he discovered my absence, he would surely come looking for me, and I feared he might worry. Thus, I wished to step out and inform him that I was all right, seizing the opportunity to avoid being alone with Sister Guogua, who seemed to regard me with a protective demeanor akin to that of an older sister shielding her younger brother, which made me uncomfortable, although Sister Guogua was not the epitome of beauty. Her appearance and figure were indeed exceptional, and her fair skin was striking. As she lay beside me, I found myself inadvertently gazing down her neckline, catching a glimpse of her smooth, pale skin. "Sister Guogua, I would like to see Cuz. He might be worried about me," I murmured, seeing me prepare to rise. Guogua quickly interjected, "Your orc friend has work to do in the evening. The tanner will be busy all night, so you should rest a little longer. He visited you earlier, and seeing that you were fine, he left." Sensing my distraction, she seemed intrigued by my aspirations of becoming a mage and asked, "Do you wish to become a mage?" I had never found myself in such close proximity to a strikingly beautiful and wealthy woman before, even though our circumstances were different now. I felt increasingly awkward. As I noticed my reflection in her clear brown eyes, I nodded in a flustered manner. Upon seeing my reaction, she smiled, her lips soft and her teeth remarkably white. However, rather than continuing the conversation about mages, she began to share her story. "My home is in Hygiene, a charming area in the southeastern part of Beer City. My family resides in a quaint wooden building facing the street. My father was a high-ranking officer in the Northwind Legion and tragically lost his life 5 winters ago while battling the barbarian tribes on the icy tundras. My mother, overwhelmed with grief, followed him to the afterlife the following spring, leaving me with the responsibility to care for my younger siblings. I have 2 sisters and a brother at that time. My sister Annie was still attending the Eugene Warrior Junior Academy. My younger sister and brother are twins. My sister's name is Sue, and my brother is Jing. They had just begun to learn how to run. That summer, I was set to graduate from the Bio City Mage Academy with excellent grades, which would grant me the opportunity to register as a mage directly with the Mage Guild upon graduation. Do you understand how glorious it would be to become a mage before graduation? My dream was to become an outstanding mage, making my family proud, even though my parents were no longer with me. I never abandoned my aspirations. I wanted to ensure a better life for my sisters. During that time, I was unable to care for Sue and Jing, so I hired a maid to look after them. Her only duty was to prepare their meals and keep an eye on them. But I was unaware that they missed me so dearly that the maid brought them to the magic school to find me. The previous Sunday, I was supposed to return home, but I had not quite finished my magical thesis. On the way there, they were struck by a carriage, which ran over them with its steel wheels. Su lost both legs below the knee, and Jing was crushed to death. You resemble Jing. He always looked up to me as a role model and aspired to become a mage himself. Sister Guogwa shared numerous memories from her past, and I realized that her brother bore some resemblance to me, which likely explained her deliberate attempts to engage with me, offering me snacks and initiating conversations. When I inquired how I reminded her of Jing, she admitted she couldn't pinpoint it. It was simply a feeling, whether it was in our mannerisms or our smiles. The following afternoon, the adventurer's hunt concluded. Cuz had visited me that morning, assuring me that he had saved a dried leg of lamb for me to enjoy once I recovered. The little orc was recently held in high esteem among the trading group for his ability to create delicious meals with various secret spices. He relished the friendly glances he received from others, enthusiastically recounting his experiences to me. Then Uncle Fred came to check on me, expressing his relief that nothing unfortunate had occurred. Taya lingered outside the tent, refusing to enter, and warned me that if Guogwa discovered he had come, she would undoubtedly freeze him solid. I asked him, "Are you unable to confront Sister Guogwa?" Taya immediately puffed up like an agitated rooster, retorting, "I am not afraid of her, if it weren't for that muscle-bound shambok always supporting her. Why would I fear a mere novice mage fresh from magic school?" Ultimately, it seemed he was still intimidated. Having a mage sister provided me with the distinct advantage of comprehending magic more swiftly. There are indeed considerable differences in physical structures between humans and orcs, leading to fundamentally divergent understandings of magic from its very roots. The theories that old Kulu shared with me were dismissed as heretical by Guogwa, who would often say, only the barbaric orcs would engage in such practices. They are perpetually reckless. The truth is quite the opposite. However, she did agree with the last notion proposed by old Kulu, that practicing anti-magic could mitigate the damage caused by fire elemental magic within me. Given my magical perception talent, this seemingly impossible suggestion from old Kulu became feasible. She would often secretly teach me magic at night, explaining that the first lesson for new students at human magic schools is meditation, followed by an entire semester dedicated to meditation and foundational theories. For the first half of the year, novice mages are not exposed to any magical skills. As a self-taught learner without an awakened magic pool, I was utterly clueless about meditation and was expected to learn how to wield magical skills, which felt akin to a blind man attempting to touch an elephant. Meditation, a practice originating from the elven race, has been further developed among humans. It allows mages to refine their sensitivity to magical elements, training their magical perception and mental fortitude, ultimately accumulating and expanding their magical pool. While I was unable to learn the meditation techniques, Sister Guogwa shared her insights with me. She encouraged me to try not to think too much, to refrain from controlling with my mind, but rather to slowly feel the accumulation of fire magic within me, savoring the movement of that magical energy. Initially, I believed that the fire magic within me was confined to my flesh and blood, motionless. However, I soon realized that these magical elements resembled star maps or nebulae within me. Their movement was subtle and slow, yet all magical energy flowed along specific trajectories. Sister Guogwa once expressed her curiosity about the achievements I might attain if I became a mage. I laughed and replied that I had merely a 1 in 1,000 chance and would hardly be so fortunate. Yet, she countered that with magical perception, my awakening chances could increase to 1%, which I considered a meager hope. The first moment I felt stable magical energy at my fingertips occurred when I was in a state of serene clarity. At that moment, I forgot even to concentrate on gathering magical energy, simply sensing the magic burning at my fingertips, illuminating them like a candle. Sister Guogwa remarked that ordinary people could not see the glowing aura at my fingertips unless they were mages themselves. Creating a magic circle with such magical energy felt as daunting as a mountain pressing down upon me. Since the magical energy in my body was dispersed throughout, I could only manipulate the energy closest to me. Struggling to control anything further away, Gugu advised that drawing magical circles required practice and contemplation, assuring me that it would eventually come naturally. During the day, I would follow Uncle Fred around. Whenever someone sought his assistance with tanning, I would act as his little assistant, carrying his tools and leather pouch. Unfortunately, with no hunting excursions on the horizon, the trading group was preoccupied with final preparations for entering the highlands. Various blankets and leather tents for warmth were being repaired. Uncle Fred spent his days and nights diligently mending damaged saddles, while I, as an apprentice, could only occasionally assist with laborious tasks, albeit without any monetary compensation. The Empire's currency comprises 3 denominations, the size of a thumb's pad copper coin, with 100 copper coins exchangeable for a silver coin, which is slightly larger than a copper coin, and 100 silver coins for a gold coin from the Green Empire. I had only seen a Green Empire gold coin once at Old Pales. As the silver coin was the most commonly circulated currency, I watched enviously as Uncle Fred jingled 2 silver coins in his pocket, hoping fervently, "Oh, God, let one fall out, please." The trading group began to amass a considerable supply of dried meat. As it was said that once we entered the winding roads of the Pi Plateau, there might be times when we would go days without a warm meal on the hundreds of miles of mountain roads. Aside from ice and rubble, there was hardly anything to be found. We needed to bring enough fried rice, cooked jerky, and combustible fuel, neatly packing dry wood and dung into bags. As I gazed at the small mountains of supplies within the camp, I couldn't help but worry about the thunder rhinos frolicking in the Star Lake. Old Kulu began to venture out daily in search of herbs, refusing to even bring Cuz along. When he returned before sunset, I could not discern what new items had been added to his medicine basket. He would always dismissively say, "What's the fuss? That's just my way home." After a deep, resonant bellow, a thunderous rhinoceros suddenly leapt from the surface of the lake beside me, its stout, muscular tail whipping up immense waves that propelled its nearly 10-meter-long body into the air. Water cascaded down from the crevices of its thick, armored hide, resembling waterfalls before my very eyes. Its robust limbs comically drew together along its body, and I had never imagined that the thunderous rhinoceros could also be an adept swimmer, with a loud splash. Akin to thunder on a rainy day, the rhinoceros plunged back into the water, sending waves that drenched me thoroughly as I sat upon the adjacent floating ice. Fortunately, the ice floe I was on was far larger than I had anticipated, although I could only see a few meters of it floating above the surface. The entire mass surely weighed over 100 tons. The colossal waves created by the rhinoceros's tail had no effect on me, while the water's turbulence pushed the ice several meters away. In the next moment, Cuz emerged from the water, brandishing a spearhead crafted from the horn of a magical antelope. He lay sprawled on the ice beneath my feet, clad in nothing but a leather vest, unbothered by the cold, and waved a 2-foot-long green fish on his spear at me, saying, "Gia, let us grill fish tonight." After our adventure, the tanners received a modest sum of silver coins. Truth be told, I yearned for a few silver pieces myself. As the adage goes, a full pocket brings peace of mind, but my wish remained unfulfilled. Cuz and I each received a rather short magical antelope horn as our reward, which Cuz was particularly fond of, as it could nearly pierce through iron shields. He fashioned a spear for himself from it, while the shaft was exchanged with Uncle and for 2 specially cured rabbit furs. Originally, this long shaft was meant to be a whip for driving away the thunderous rhinoceros, but it was inadvertently broken by its handler. Thus, this piece of wisteria would lost its value, and upon hearing about it, we decisively made the exchange for the rabbit furs. Cuz honed the antelope horn to a sharp point, drilling a hole at its end, while one side of the wooden shaft was tapered slightly to fit snugly into the hole of the horn. He further secured it by driving 2 long nails into the horn, and thus the spear was initially completed. My own piece of antelope horn was trimmed down to a palm-sized length and sharpened into a deadly cone, which I kept in a leather sheath close to my side. The short cone made from antelope horn was so finely polished that I could effortlessly pierce through the thick hide of a cow, which was quite satisfactory. In truth, I simply wished to modify my leather coat, as I found it quite uncomfortable to fasten it tightly with a rope-like string, making me feel like a rustic shepherd. I intended to create a few buttons from wolf bones, having already gathered the materials, but I struggled to find the tools to make the necessary holes until I possessed my own antelope horn cone. Ultimately, I was able to craft those bone buttons, tying them to one side of the coat with resilient sinew, while I punctured a series of holes on the other side with my horn cone. Thus, a somewhat exotic, rugged leather jacket took shape. I also wished to sew a few pockets onto the coat, but I could not find suitable leather for that purpose. Holding a pair of previously worn leather trousers in hand, I sought to transform them into a more fitting and visually appealing style of trousers using the limited tools at my disposal. my small leather knife, and the antelope horn cone. It is worth noting that the aesthetic preferences of the orcs differ significantly from mine. They prioritize comfort, convenience, and durability, while I envisioned a pair of trousers paired with a small leather belt. I had already prepared a belt buckle, crafted by the blacksmith in the caravan just the previous night. I watched as he heated a metal rod over the campfire until it glowed red. And after a brief flurry of hammering, he fashioned a beautiful belt buckle according to my specifications, taking pride in my admiring gaze. In my leisure time, I always sought ways to enhance my comfort. Much like trying to devise a way to distribute the food rations, now that I was learning leathercraft from Uncle Fred, I had acquired some rudimentary techniques and was eager to personalize my leather attire. Cuz expressed disdain for my fashionable pursuits, commenting that the trousers, which made my legs appear slimmer, were not suitable for running, as they would create some resistance. However, he admired my belt, marveling at how, with a simple pull after inserting the end into the buckle, I could secure my trousers tightly, exclaiming that it was quite magical. In the caravan, aside from myself, no one else utilized belt buckles. They were more accustomed to using suspenders or ropes. However, after I crafted the belt buckle, within 2 or 3 days, Uncle Blacksmith began receiving a flurry of requests from others who sought his help in making more belt buckles. The instigator of this trend was none other than Uncle Fred, who, despite my protests, crafted a splendid belt for himself using a scrap of magical antelope hide. Soon, the entire caravan was abuzz, with the fashion for belt buckles gaining momentum. Even Sister Gwigwa privately approached me, and I promptly sketched several decorative designs for belt buckles on parchment. She treated them like treasures and promised to return to the campsite with them, cautioning me to keep these designs a secret. She even vowed that upon reaching our destination, she would consider opening a specialty shop for belts in Beale City, exclaiming with excitement that the shop would surely thrive, and we could run it together as partners. In recent days, the caravan had been stockpiling supplies in preparation for traversing the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau, following the Salt and Iron Trail into the heart of the plateau. The morning on the grassland was met with a refreshing breeze. The fragrant air, imbued with the scent of fresh grass, invigorated my spirit. The starlit grassland, shrouded in humidity, exuded mist from the lake's surface, which was warmer than the air above. Standing on a high slope overlooking the grassland felt akin to gazing into a celestial paradise. At that moment, the distant mountains of the Pi Plateau were veiled in morning fog, appearing both elusive and ethereal. The morning breeze stirred the rising mist, resembling a vast river flowing ceaselessly westward. The grassland was enveloped in a snowy silence, while the distant peaks donned the colorful attire of dawn. And clouds, as pure as milk, transformed into vibrant flames of red, creating a tranquil tableau across the expansive grassland. Each morning, during the brief period just before dawn, one experiences heightened clarity of mind. Gwigwa insisted that I meditate during this time to attune myself to the intricate pathways of magic elements within me, urging me to discern the relative movements of the magical elements residing within. She suggested that perhaps somewhere within me lay a core point. If the magic elements within my body resembled a star chart, then this point would represent the very heart of the universe, the optimal gathering place for magical energy. For those awakened to the magic pool, this point is referred to as the magic pool, where the magical forces within each individual revolve around their own magic pool. Gwigwa's first hypothesis was that even without a magic pool, the magical elements within me were still in slow motion. The second hypothesis posited that the trajectories of these magical elements followed a patterned cycle. The third hypothesis suggested that if the first two were valid, there might exist a core point within me, which Gwigwa defined as a pseudo-magic pool. While it lacked the capacity to gather, store, or refine the magical energy within me, it nonetheless ought to exist in reality. I formally met Kiangba after the hunt had concluded. On the third morning following our adventure, we had encountered one another before, but I had paid little attention to this muscular man, who bore a striking resemblance to an American movie star I once admired, who later became a governor. I had always assumed that such a man, in his pursuit of coolness, would be somewhat pretentious. In truth, this robust gentleman, who served as the main tank for the Wind Chaser Adventure Group, was a man of few words and genuine character. Just before meeting him, I had been engaged in a game within Gwigwa's modest tent, using my fingertips to train my dexterity in controlling magical energy. I guided a small flame-sized orb of magical energy, making it dance nimbly between my fingers, akin to practicing pin spinning during study hall in school. This magical energy flickered with vibrant life as it leaped and twirled among my fingers. I had become so engrossed that I failed to notice someone approaching. I had sought refuge in Gwigwa's tent to avoid interruptions, and the fabric of the tent was gently lifted to reveal Guagua's fair face, who gestured for me to come out. At that moment, I must have appeared rather foolish, like a lovesick fool, sitting cross-legged in the tent with one hand extended, staring vacantly. I was caught off guard when Guagua brought in an outsider. She gently beckoned me, saying, "Come out. I have found you a physical training instructor. You shall call him Kiangba from now on." After that evening, Guagua treated me like a younger brother, not only imparting magical knowledge to me in private, but also showing great concern for my daily life. She even repurposed her surplus shirts to fashion a set of undergarments for me, advising that boys should not wear leather trousers directly against bare legs, as it could be detrimental. I nearly fainted from embarrassment. Guagua's sewing skills left much to be desired. She had not even altered the lace trim of the collar, cuffs, and placket of that shirt, simply resizing it for me to wear. The white trousers were even more pitiable, having been cut short, making them resemble tight, cropped pants that made me feel rather foolish, akin to a conveyor-belted white chicken. Changba regarded me with a hint of curiosity, which I reciprocated. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was undoubtedly the most robust man in the entire caravan. On the day of the hunt, I had seen him clad in a full suit of black iron armor, wielding a shield the size of a door with one hand and a beautifully crafted one-handed hammer hanging from his waist, riding a gobuli horse with an air of unmatched handsomeness. At that moment, he was merely dressed in simple leather armor, his powerful bronze muscles on display, the biceps on his arms thicker than my waist. Brother Changba, my reputation for being obedient and sensible was as renowned within the caravan as the secret spices crafted by Cuz for the orcs. Even Uncle Onlu, the overweight cook who was often looked down upon, would greet me with a smile that made his round face resemble a steamed bun. Naturally, I felt a measure of trepidation in the presence of this second-in-command of the Wind Chaser adventuring party. Changba politely nodded at me, his bright eyes shifting to Guagua as he inquired, "Your brother?" There were no secrets within the caravan. My origins had been recounted countless times, transformed into a classic tale of interethnic camaraderie and kindness, a poignant saga of a benevolent, skilled old orc healer and an abandoned orphan, embellished with lively anecdotes by the caravan's uncles. Taya, the town gossip, would spare no detail. Changba's question was merely to reaffirm Guagua's stance towards me. For aiding a pitiful little boy was far easier than assisting Guagua's biological brother. "Also your brother." Guagua's tone was somewhat frosty and direct, her eyes locking onto Changba's, awaiting his assurance. There was an undeniable chemistry between these two. I finally understood why Taya kept a wide berth from Guagua, fearful of her as one would be of a fierce tiger. Changba, seemingly resigned, rubbed the tip of his nose with his sturdy fingers and, after a brief contemplation, straightforwardly acquiesced, stating to Guagua, "I understand. I know what I should teach him." Guagua's lips curved into a subtle arc of satisfaction, her momentary joy swiftly giving way to seriousness as she curtsied to Changba with an air of nobility. Changba instinctively brought his legs together, standing straight with one hand over his chest as he bowed in return, revealing a mannerism distinct from that of the common folk. Guagua leaned towards me, supporting herself on her knee, her expression melting into warmth as she affectionately pinched my cheek. To be honest, having my face squished like dough was quite bothersome, yet at that moment, I lacked the energy to resent it, for my gaze inadvertently followed Guagua's open neckline, catching sight of 2 snow-white peaches hanging like fruit from a tree, even the delicate blush at their peaks vividly apparent. Blushing, I quickly lowered my eyes to my toes. "My dear, you must learn well from Changba. I am aware of your aspirations, but before anything else, you must learn to protect yourself. That I still intend to open a small store selling belt buckles, remember?" Guagua seemed oblivious to my gaze but shot a wary glance at Changba, swiftly rolling her eyes at the foolishly mesmerized warrior who, startled, turned his attention to his right arm, as if seeking a shield for protection. That I covered my mouth with my small hand, nodding vigorously, mumbling, "We should open many stores, ideally a chain. Would we sell belt buckles and locks?" I shrugged off the inquiry, thinking it best to let him ponder as he wished. Thus began my daily regimen of new training tasks. In truth, I followed Cuz for various physical exercises, as this orc boy insisted on racing around the camp or, with Kulu's permission, jumping into the icy lake for a swim. Occasionally, I would take a break on floating ice, while Cuz would spear a few plump trout, for larger fish were scarce in those waters. Orcs disdainfully ignored the transparent, noodle-like fish darting about. I was curious to try them, but found myself unable to catch any. Swimming and running were gradually strengthening me. Upon learning this, Changba ceased to question my physical capabilities. His explanation to Guagua was that I was as robust as the orc boy. Questioning the need for further training.as for combat skills, given my physique and the strength I possessed, mastering a deadly finishing move would merely be a tickle to an adult warrior. The disparity in strength and speed was significant. Thus, this notion was dismissed by Changba, yet I wondered what he could truly impart to me. One afternoon, 2 days later, Changba approached me with a small shield in hand. This shield resembled a large spoon, exaggeratedly curved and exceedingly round. With a diameter of roughly 40 centimeters, its iron exterior engraved with a sun-like totem, while the interior boasted a lightweight yet resilient yellow pine grip from the outside. The iron shield appeared quite heavy, but in reality, it was a beautifully crafted, iron-clad wooden shield, manageable for me to wield. He also provided me with a wooden sword. Changba himself was equipped with an iris shield. He expressed his intention to teach me how to survive when isolated, emphasizing the power of a shield. Properly utilizing a shield could deflect attacks from foes several times stronger than oneself. And mastering the correct defensive posture was crucial. That on the battlefield, young warriors often forget the proper stances learned in training under extreme stress, instinctively adopting incorrect positions that leave them vulnerable to enemy strikes. Hence, nurturing children to hold shields correctly from a young age had become a widely promoted concept within the warrior guild over the past few decades. Seeing Changba kneel before me, right arm bearing the shield in a standard defensive stance against a frontal assault, I realized my trials were far from over. This brought back memories of military training during my school days, where we were made to stand at attention or remain motionless under the sun for half an hour. Quite a hardship. In reality, the challenges were far more arduous than I had anticipated. I spent approximately 3 hours each day practicing the shield-holding posture, and the relentless Changba would occasionally kick me. If I fell, the timer would reset. Recently, old Kulu seemed to be in a particularly mischievous mood, perhaps feeling I wasn't suffering enough, as he doubled the herbal texts I was required to memorize. Furthermore, I was expected to recite them fluently in both Orcish and Imperial languages. Add to my plight, old Kulu began to check my progress as well. They were all preparing for the journey into the Pai Plateau, rumored to be plagued by the dreaded gray dwarf bandits. Each day, my only consolation lay in Guagua's embrace, while I had to observe her and the formidable Changba engage in flirtations, all while feigning ignorance or a lack of understanding that I was no master of expressions. I had no plethora of nuanced reactions to draw upon, ultimately resorting to pretending to sleep. Perhaps due to my presence, Guagua's emotional defenses began to crumble, and during this period of respite, their relationship rapidly blossomed, with handholding and private conversations becoming common in the absence of others. For this, I held Changba in the utmost disdain. He seemed utterly oblivious to the complexities of a woman's heart, relying solely on his clumsy defenses. Fortunately, the caravan was not teeming with outstanding men, and the Wind Chaser team operated with a degree of independence. Guagua typically wore a stoic facade, embodying the essence of a noble sorceress who would dare to pursue a mage. It was only later that I discovered it was Guagua who initiated nearly every significant advancement in their relationship. I vividly recall the moment Changba and Guagua first held hands. It was the afternoon of my 3rd day undergoing Changba's grueling training. The Xinghu Prairie experienced little rainfall in spring. Yet on that day, a sudden north wind swept in, causing temperatures to plummet. The clouds in the sky resembled puffs of cotton or the mottled patterns on a cow's hide, each cloud thick and spaced a small distance apart, but not too far. I suspected they were cumulonimbus clouds, foretelling rain. With the arrival of the cold wind, the atmospheric pressure dropped, leaving me slightly breathless. I hoped it would rain soon, allowing me to enjoy a more relaxed afternoon. That devilish Changba had been tormenting me to the point that I cried out in my sleep from arm pain, as Cuz discreetly informed me. I had been talking in my sleep. Sure enough, not long after, the wind died down, but the clouds began to merge like ink diffusing on rice paper, darkening the surroundings. The once white, snow-like clouds transformed into ominous storm clouds, the moisture in the air becoming increasingly vibrant. The cloud layers descending lower, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, signaling an impending downpour. Unable to contain my delight, I couldn't help but smiled at that moment. Changba stood before me, one hand gripping the iris shield while the other wielded a hefty wooden sword. Practicing the fundamental sword-swinging motions, This individual exhibits an extraordinary level of self-discipline, practicing sword swings a staggering 5,000 times each day, performing frog leaps with a shield around the encampment for 20 laps, and engaging in nearly 20 additional tasks at times. I can observe him diligently training from above, and even when I stealthily make my way to Guogua's tent in the evening to practice magical concentration, he remains visible, tirelessly honing his skills within the campsite, truly a training fanatic. What, do you think that because it's about to rain, you can take a break? Qiangbei's gaze during training is as sharp as a knife, instilling a sense of fear within me, especially at the thought of potentially facing a brutal beating from him. I tremble at the prospect of my own pitiful appearance that I quickly shake my head, clench my teeth, and maintain my posture, entering a meditative state. This state of meditation allows my spirit to detach from my body, creating a sensation akin to viewing my entire form from above. As if I were transparent, the magical energy contained within my body manifests like a star map, circulating within my glass-like, transparent form. This revelation came to me during my meditation practice the night before. Once I enter this state, the aches and pains throughout my body recover at an astonishing pace, and this introspective examination enables me to discern whether my movements are flawed. The icy raindrops abruptly strike my face with a resounding pop, pulling me from my peculiar meditative state. Yet, while in this state, my senses are remarkably heightened. A single raindrop landing on my face feels as if I've received a resounding slap. The rain intensifies from a gentle fall to a torrential downpour, splashing against the grass and transforming into mist, as if the heavens and earth have merged into one. That the sudden deluge does not deter Qiangbei. He stands resolutely, continuously swinging his sword amidst the rain. In that moment, my heart aches profoundly, and I think to myself, "Cuz, you foolish dear, do you not know to bring your brother an umbrella? If only my leather coat could be sent here. Just 2 more minutes. Keep your shield level, maintain your basic stance." Goodness, even in such torrential rain, he insists on perfect form. "Cursed be you, you ancient bachelor," as one song goes. The rain continues to fall, the atmosphere far from harmonious. Suddenly, amidst the rain and fog, a water shield appears, and a woman clad in a magical robe strides towards us through the barrier. Her pace is not slow at all. As she draws nearer, I finally recognize her. It's Guogua, advancing with her water shield. This is the first time I have witnessed such a remarkable sight in this world. I had no idea the water shield could be utilized in such a manner. And I am finally experiencing Guogua's formidable prowess. The shield gleams like a translucent jade, reflecting the downpour, with raindrops shattering against it like fragile glass. Without regard for my willingness, Guogua snatches the shield from my hands and tosses it into the rain, where it rolls away and lands with a splash. I feel a pang of reluctance. After all, I have formed a bond with that round shield. Then, I am unceremoniously swept up into her arms, the water shield enveloping me like air. As I find myself nestled in Guogua's warm embrace, my hands instinctively rest upon her fragrant shoulder, inhaling her familiar scent, which triggers an uncontrollable sneeze. "Sister, please don't hold me like this. Look at how wet you are." I attempt to alleviate the awkwardness. The sensation of being cradled by a young woman is not unpleasant. However, when my knee presses against her soft, smooth abdomen, and my stomach rests against her ample and buoyant bosom, the satisfaction and indescribable joy become tinged with embarrassment. At times, my mind wanders between childhood and adulthood, oscillating between feeling like a child and acknowledging my own maturity. Under the constraints of my inner moral compass, I sometimes find excuses for myself, only to later look down upon myself from the lofty heights of propriety. At this moment, I am engulfed in confusion. I am undeniably taking advantage of Guogua, yet I cannot openly express it. Even as I yearn to embrace such awkwardness, ultimately, I tend to regard her as more of a sister. "Stop talking. Are you foolish? If he orders you to stand there, then you stand until you drop. Do you not see how heavy the rain is? Are you trying to provoke your old injuries? You clearly do not know the meaning of danger." Guogua carries me back, leaving Qiangbei standing there, utterly bewildered. In truth, teachers wield greater authority in this world, and from a moral standpoint, they bear more responsibility, embodying the role of a true instructor. As Guogua walks past Qiangbei with me in her arms, I discreetly tug at her light brown hair and glance at him. From a training perspective, Qiangbei is not in the wrong, but I have little regard for his rights or wrongs. I fear that once the rain stops, he will demand I repeat this entire sequence, which would be even worse than my current predicament. Guogwa shoots Qiangbei a glare, scolding. Are you a blockhead? Why are you still standing there like a fool? Her snow-white hand seizes his wrist, as sturdy as my own calf, and the iridescent shield tumbles into the rain. Thus, Guogwa carries me with one arm, while grasping Qiangbei's hand with the other, leading us back to her tent. At last, they have completed their first hand-holding. Standing at the entrance of the tent, Guogwa prepares to lift the curtain, but glances back at Qiangbei, snorting disdainfully. What? Are you planning to come in and change clothes with us? Aye. He stutters, unable to articulate a response before Guogwa shoves him outside. The sound of splashing water gradually fades, and I realize the large, lumbering figure is retreating to his own tent. However, just before I enter the tent, I steal a glance at Qiangbei, noting the brightness in his eyes. Based on my understanding of him, he seems not angry, but rather somewhat exhilarated. Did I speculate? Strong brother, could it be that your expression is due to merely holding hands? As for the marriage customs within the Green Empire, I have only heard Uncle mention them. Those with means enjoy considerable freedom, with both polygamy and polyandry existing, provided one can support such arrangements and all parties consent. Though the latter is less common, more often than not, men tend to be the more dominant figures. This is particularly true in border cities, where the ravages of war and the plundering by barbaric tribes have resulted in a severe imbalance in the male-to-female ratio. Men either perish or are conscripted, and as the years pass, certain local regulations increasingly favor men to promote population growth. In such an era, it is difficult to imagine a man like Qiangbei, who becomes flustered merely at the thought of touching a woman's hand. Guogwa pushes me into the tent, and the rainwater trickles down my soft, disheveled hair, rolling down my cheeks to drip from my chin onto the wolfskin blanket inside the tent, soaking me through to my modified leather outfit, though not particularly warm, still manages to present me as quite dashing. Cold raindrops slide down my leather jacket and pants, rendering me utterly disheveled. Take off your wet clothes. Guogwa crouches before me, her gaze falling upon the neatly arranged wolf-bone buttons on my shirt, and a smile graces her lips, clearly amused by my little quirks. Who could comprehend that a 5.5-year-old orphan would learn some rudimentary leatherworking techniques after observing the old orc tailor's not-so-straight pants, and would clumsily attempt to adjust his own pant legs? Who could fathom that, due to the absence of buttons on his leather coat, he would resort to crafting a few crude bone buttons, which, while rough, lend a unique charm to the garment? It takes quite the vanity to dedicate such effort to these details. My thoughts must be rich. Perhaps being an orphan has fostered a greater sense of independence? The craftsmanship in the Green Empire is exceptionally advanced. I have seen exquisite gold-plated copper buttons on Qiangbei's shirt, leading me to believe his family must not be impoverished. He is likely of noble birth, at least of knightly rank. Guogwa's previous command feels less like an order and more like a proclamation of her intention, or perhaps simply a means of preparing me psychologically. Her nimble, snow-white fingers deftly manipulate the bone buttons on my shirt, swiftly removing my clothing. In that moment, I feel akin to a magical antelope being skinned on a wooden workbench, my leather attire hanging at the entrance of the tent, still dripping. The cold rain gradually transforms into hail, initially the size of rice grains mixed with raindrops. Some dissolve in midair, while others melt upon contact with the ground. However, the intensity escalates, and now egg-sized hailstones crash down, causing the scattered supplies in the camp to clatter noisily. Our leather tent resounds with thuds, resembling a unified drumbeat. Outside the camp, voices begin to rise, as if startled by thunder, and I long to peek outside to witness the commotion, only to be pulled back by Guogwa, who tugs at my ear. What are you looking at? It's freezing out there. Hurry and dry your hair. I turn to grab a dry scarf from the rack, but icy hands grasp the hem of my shirt, yanking it upward and peeling away my damp garment before I can react. Guogwa then presses me down onto her knee, swiftly removing my somewhat pitiful 6-inch-long trousers. The warm, dry gray wool scarf wraps snugly around my small, bare frame, while her hands clumsily wipe my hair with one end of the scarf, before depositing me onto the other side of the tent, onto the dry wolfskin blanket. I can scarcely recall the moments when my mother once tended to me in such a manner. Those hazy fragments of childhood seem to be drifting ever further from my grasp. At this moment, a peculiar pang aches within my heart, perhaps a sensation that can only be described as homesickness. Outside, the rain mingles with a deluge of hail, as if some celestial being were pouring forth from an immense sith. It feels as though the icy rain has squeezed the very air from between heaven and earth, creating a stifling atmosphere that renders breathing a laborious task. My hurried gasps leave me feeling somewhat discomfort. It has been ages since I last experienced true cold. And this time, my hands and feet nearly succumbed to frostbite. The last time I felt such chill was during the harsh winter in the New Saishiki's mountains, 4 months ago amidst a blizzard. Had it not been for old Kulu unfurling a fire magic scroll within the tent, I fear both Kuz and I would have turned into frozen statues. Observing old Kulu's deeply concerned expression back then, I realized that the exquisite magical parchment crafted from spirit goat hide must be quite precious. Sister Guagua knelt on the wolfskin rug, inspecting the tent for any signs of water intrusion. The tent was pitifully small, clearly only meant to accommodate a single occupant. Though diminutive in stature, my presence alongside Sister Guagua restricted her movements, compelling me to curl into a corner as much as possible. The tent was far superior to old Kulu's, and even though the camp was now flooded, the quality of the leather waterproof tent was impeccable. Not only was there no water seeping in, but even the exposed leather remained dry. Upon confirming that no dew had settled, she let out a soft sigh of relief, only to glance down at her attire, which had become damp from holding me. The rain was frigid, and her magical robe was wet at the chest and waist, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Sister Guagua shot me an exasperated glare and exclaimed, "With such heavy rain, why didn't you just run back? If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I shall stand in your defense. The freezing rain of the Xinhuhai grassland in spring can be lethal, and a child as small as you cannot withstand it." As she spoke, she began to unfasten the hidden clasps of her robe. With a rustle, the entire garment slid down from her feet, revealing a gray woolen shirt beneath. This woolen shirt was unlike any I had known. Not woven from spun yarn, but rather smooth and velvety like plush fabric, hugging her form and accentuating her graceful curves. Her ample bosom stretched the shirt tightly, tapering down to her slender waist, showcasing her figure exquisitely. Even the front of the woolen shirt was damp. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted it with both hands and pulled it over her head. Her chestnut locks became ensnared in the collar's button. And after a few futile tugs, she turned to me and said, "Jia, help me free my hair from the collar." I found myself momentarily transfixed, watching as the woolen shirt lifted, revealing a delicate white camisole underneath, which exposed a glimpse of her soft, fair skin. I mused to myself that Sister Guagua must have another cotton shirt, and upon stealing a glance at the tent's hanging rack, I spotted the pristine garment. Freshly washed, my face flushed instantly, and my heart raced as if it might leap from my throat. Not daring to stare further, I quickly approached, clutching my scarf tightly, and carefully unfastened the collar clip entangled in her hair. Sister Guagua tossed the woolen shirt aside and shot me a sidelong glance, remarking, "Look at the mess you've made of me." I instinctively shrank back, fearing a playful reprimand might land me a few swats on the backside, which would leave me utterly embarrassed. With a sheepish grin, I replied, "Sister Guagua, could you check on my progress later? I feel that my control over magical energy is nearly adequate. Last night, I attempted to draw a magic circle twice. But just as I began, my magical energy suddenly dissipated, and I couldn't fathom why." Sister Guagua, seated in the center of the tent, glanced down at her damp skirt, which bore a large wet mark. Frowning, she promptly removed the skirt, revealing her snug flesh-colored shorts and her elegantly elongated legs. It was then that I noticed something new, compelling me to focus intently on the intricate magical patterns adorning her smooth, fair abdomen. Sister Guagua's skin was delicate and pale, not classically beautiful, but certainly pleasing to the eye. With a few faint pink freckles beneath her eyes, her figure was quite admirable, as she twisted like a serpent. Rummaging through her bag for suitable clothing, pulling out items to set aside, I beheld the exquisite magical array etched upon her abdomen, approximately the size of 2 adult palms, radiating a pale azure hue. While the design was somewhat unclear, the enchanting patterns and mysterious symbols captivated my gaze, compelling me to look closer. "Your magical energy seems rather scattered," Sister Guagua observed, identifying the core issue as she explained. "Creating a magic circle requires not only stable magical energy and proficiency, but also the ability to concentrate that energy to a single point. If the energy is too dispersed, it cannot resonate with the magic circle, which renders it ineffective." As she articulated the problem, she donned a thick woolen sweater. Noticing my rapt attention, she turned to face me, ensuring the magical pattern on her abdomen was more visible, and inquired, "What do you think?" "It's quite well done, I assent to it." I found myself at a loss for words, seeing no sign of displeasure from her. I mustered the courage to ask, Sister Guogua, is this pattern also a magic circle? Ah, this is an amplification magic circle inscribed by a master engraver, and it is quite rudimentary. I've had it for about 4 or 5 years. And as you can see, the lines of the pattern are beginning to blur. It won't be long before it loses its efficacy. Once you truly become a mage, I shall take you to get one inscribed, Sister Guogua said. Gently caressing the magical array on her abdomen, the design spiraled outward from her navel, complex symbols intertwining to create a seemingly intricate pattern. It was evident that she held a fondness for this magical array, as though it were tied to cherished memories, her gaze momentarily distant. Isn't the magic array typically inscribed on scrolls? Can it really be etched onto one's body? I inquired, my curiosity piqued about the intricacies of magic. Leaning closer to observe the details of the magical pattern on her abdomen, my warm breath caressed her skin, prompting her to giggle lightly, gently pushing my head away, looking at me with a tender gaze akin to that of an older sister. She lovingly brushed through my still damp hair, saying, well, let me explain. After becoming a mage, some exceptionally skilled mages will focus a portion of their efforts not solely on studying magic, but also on the art of inscribing magical patterns. They are referred to as engravers in the magical community. While all mages can create basic magic scrolls, they often refrain from doing so due to the low success rate and high material costs involved. Thus, the Magical Guild employs specialized engravers to craft various scrolls. High-level engravers utilize expensive magical potions and rare monster hides to create magical patterns, affixing magical skills to enchanted equipment. They can even inscribe supportive or protective patterns on the bodies of warriors or mages to enhance their combat abilities. This initial water magic enhancement array was a gift from my father when I advanced to the rank of a level 7 mage apprentice and learned my first water magic skill. As she spoke, Sister Guogua's expression dimmed, and she sighed softly. Do all mages need to have engravings on their bodies? Indeed, it serves as a shortcut to amplify one's strength, and some can even assist in magical training. Nearly every mage possesses one, though their functions vary significantly, as do the positions and designs of the engravings. The most crucial aspect is that the process of engraving requires an immense amount of gold, and higher-level engravings may not even be purchasable with money, necessitating the exchange of rare materials. Sister Guogua pressed her hand against her smooth, rounded abdomen, adding, this magical array is quite basic, only amplifying the power of initial water magic skills by 10%. Now that I am a fully fledged mage, many basic skills are no longer in use. It would be more practical to exchange it for a basic magical recovery array instead. Can each mage only have one magical pattern inscribed? I asked again. Sister Guogua rummaged through her bag and tossed a pair of shorts to me, shaking her head. That depends on the mage's capacity. This capacity increases naturally as the mage levels up. It is said that Lord X's, the commander of the Southern Mountain Legion in the Green Empire, has 4th-level magical arrays inscribed all over his skin, allowing him to cast meteoric fire rain that can affect an area within a kilometer. As for me, I can just barely manage to inscribe a second basic magical array, but that will have to wait until our belt buckle shop opens and we earn some money. With that, she chuckled, her light-hearted words hinting at the possibility of a future realization. I gazed at her with a hint of envy and, in a moment of impulsive bravado, proclaimed, Sister, you won't need to spend money to hire an engraver. I aspire to become one myself, and I will inscribe the finest magical patterns all over you, making you the most formidable water magic support mage in the Green Empire. Very well, Sister Guogua shall await that day, she replied, suddenly pointing to her quivering, teardrop-shaped bosom, her cheeks slightly flushed. When that time comes, you must inscribe it here. I can hardly accept another engraver doing it. My face turned crimson, and I quickly averted my gaze. With a timid reply of all right, I changed into some dry clothes belonging to Guogua Jie, and we began to meditate in the tent. Every day, Guogua Jie dedicated a substantial amount of time to her meditation, expressing to me that she felt on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck of a level 3 mage to become a level 4 mage. On this particularly rainy afternoon, I successfully sketched a magic array designed to resist spells. However, despite the success, it took me over 10 seconds, and the array merely flickered weakly in the air before disintegrating into countless tiny fragments of magical elements, vanishing into the atmosphere. With this auspicious beginning, I diligently continued to practice as per Guogua Jie's instructions. I could distinctly feel the fire magic within me being drawn out by the movement of my fingertips. The burning sensation in my body diminished significantly. and my drawing of the magic array became increasingly fluid. After countless failures, as I sat cross-legged in the tent, when the magical energy from my fingertips converged at the final node of the array. The pale yellow lines of the magic array flowed like water, swiftly circulating along its patterns. A faint yellow light appeared beneath my feet, and a peculiar sensation filled my entire being. In the next moment, the pale yellow aura erupted from the ground, taking the shape of a small round shield encircling my waist. I even heard a soft squeak as the entire light shield dissipated into my body. So this is the wondrous sensation of releasing magic, I thought, my heart still in a daze. After nearly 7 days of effort, I finally learned my first spell, magic resistance, which surprisingly belonged to the beast folk. I gradually began to appreciate the changes that the magic resistance brought within me, feeling as if countless invisible creatures were slowly devouring the fire magic energy within. And the consumption of magical power was far swifter than its regeneration. After a quarter of an hour, my body suddenly felt somewhat unwell, and the faint yellow light shield reappeared at my waist, flickering twice before vanishing again. Guogua, meditating nearby, sensed my change and slowly opened her eyes to ask, "What's wrong?" "The magic resistance lasted only 15 minutes, I replied. "Oh, it seems your internal fire magic energy is rather limited." Guogua tilted her head and opened the tent flap to look outside. "The rain seems to have cleared." "Yes, it has." I knew that if Guogua were to cast similar magic resistance-enhancing spells as those used by human mages, such as magical defense, they could last at least 10 days, as the magical energy consumed by the spell was far less than what the magical pool could restore. At that moment, the magical pool resembled an inexhaustible source of water. While my magic resistance could only draw from the residual magical energy within me, the amount of fire magic energy generated by the burnt fruit was quite limited, merely allowing me to sustain the magic resistance for 15 minutes before my internal fire magic energy was depleted, forcing the spell to cease. After the torrential rain, the entire Xinghu grassland transformed into a marshland. The once starry lakes fused into a vast swamp, rendering even the most experienced beastfolk guides incapable of discerning the path home, as the roads lay submerged beneath the water. Once the rain ceased, many dried riverbeds regained their vitality, and the river would flow cleanly in the coming days. However, prior to that, at least several hundred seasonal streams meandered across the grassland, all converging into the Xinghe River at the eastern edge of the grassland. The entire Xinghe would surge southeast for 150 kilometers before merging into the Bima River. This sudden downpour also forced the merchant caravan schedule to be postponed. I noticed that Pyre C had recently become quite anxious, his composure unable to contain the simmering frustration within him, leading to frequent reprimands. The atmosphere within the caravan grew tense, as those responsible for herding the thunder rhinoceros dared not slack off. Anyone caught napping in the grass would face punishment. Even Fred became unusually cautious, avoiding lingering around the dance troupe, while the rain-soaked, deteriorating meat was fed to fish in buckets. It was evident to all that Lord Piracy's expression was as dark as the clouds above. In the morning, I was summoned by old Kulu to brew a primary herb called Qinghao into a medicinal soup, as he was concerned that the caravan might suffer from illnesses due to contaminated water. Guogua and Taya were also called to gather by the leader of the Wind Chaser Adventurers team, suggesting that the adventurers would need to adjust their internal tasks and plans due to the changes in the caravan's itinerary. Finally free from the torment of fire poison, I suddenly realized that the burning sensation within me had dissipated, leaving my entire body feeling as light as if I might take flight. The damp wood was difficult to ignite, and even when it did catch fire, it emitted thick smoke. Yet, the entire camp lacked dry firewood, and for the next few days, we would have no access to dry dung or similar fuels. As the grassland remained soaked, a massive iron pot continuously released steam as old Kulu tossed in whole stalks of Qinghao, the concoction slowly transforming into a nauseating green hue. Old Kulu instructed me that when the rye cakes were distributed in the morning, everyone must consume the soup, including those from the dance troupe. The dance troupe's camp consisted of 13 specially crafted magical wagons, each resembling a small movable house, and the wind's swiftness cast iron vehicles stood tall. The dancers were fortunate to remain inside the wagons, sheltered from the downpour, as their waterproofing was far superior to that of the merchant tents, preventing them from falling ill due to the cold dampness. Most of the tents within the caravan were made from coarse raw cowhide, capable of shielding against wind, cold, and rain, but they did little to repel moisture. Nearly every tent's leather bedding had soaked in water. Many men took the opportunity to wring out the drenched bedding and laid them out in the sun to dry during the day, but those long-neglected, foul-smelling beddings emitted a variety of unpleasant odors, akin to the stench of decaying insects. The line for meals stretched long. Our iron pot was the only fire source, and even the dance troupe could not prepare breakfast. Breakfast consisted solely of large flatbreads seasoned with salt, which had originally been intended for the mountains, but were now hastily brought out. Each person needed to receive a bowl of medicinal soup, which was the only warm food available in the morning. Even standing in the water for an extended period in boots became chilly. Having something warm, even if just the soup, was a small comfort. The damp chill was far more unbearable than the dry cold of winter when covered in snow. Seeing Uncle Fred in the meal line, I discreetly passed him a pack of warm roasted chestnuts I had hidden in the fire, taking advantage of the moment. Uncle Fred winked at me in gratitude, and I expressionlessly continued distributing flatbreads to those behind me. This was my only small convenience. Everyone had their own little advantages, just as Uncle Fred could always procure precious scraps of leather. A trivial task for a leather worker, as he sometimes even managed to acquire a flatbread due to his connections with someone in the dance troupe. Old Kulu's convenience lay in the assurance that staying by his side would ward off illness. As I gradually became involved in the caravan's tasks, starting with minor assistants, and eventually becoming Old Kulu's assistant and student, I earned the respect of the men in the caravan, while also acquiring my own advantages. In the morning, Guogwa told me that this marshland of grassland was her domain before it dried out, and I never quite understood the meaning behind her words. Old Kulu's tent was overflowing with herb bags, leaving no space to stand. The entire cowhide tent was packed tightly, and Cuz and I stood on the wooden beams of the tent. Where it was less damp, I held a bowl of foul-smelling herbal soup that resembled bean juice. Standing on the edge of the wooden beams, looking like a crow perched on a tree branch, while Cuz squatted beside me, grimacing as he pinched his nose and poured the soup into his stomach. Old Kulu sat on a stone stump outside the tent, with 2 roasted flatbreads placed on the mud stove in front of him. Cuz complained beside me, "Gia, you've been learning from those adventurers these past few days. Are they treating you well?" "Not bad. Az, Guogwa Gia helped me find a shield warrior as my teacher, and he's amazing." I gulped down the last sip of soup, feeling the warmth spread throughout my body, even causing beads of sweat to form on my nose. Cuz chuckled, pulling out 2 pieces of jerky from his pocket and offering me one. This was seasoned and marinated jerky, far tastier than the simple boiled and air-dried meat from the caravan. In our little world, we were never short of snacks. Since arriving at this grassland, Cuz's skills had truly shown that he held the jerky beneath his large, fleshy nose, savoring it with an exaggerated expression of delight. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his canine teeth, a small gesture indicating his happiness. His gaze lingered on the nearby group of adventurers from the Wind Chaser team, and he remarked, a few times, "I wanted to come find you, but seeing that guy made me a bit nervous, so I didn't dare approach." Setting my empty bowl aside, I placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "That Ganbei is a real devil. He's been giving me a hard time these past few days." I recounted my recent misfortunes to Cuz, prompting him to burst into laughter. Old Kulu interjected in Orcish, "I've noticed that your walking posture has improved a lot these days, Gia. The techniques they've taught you are more suitable for you. They're genuine life-saving skills. So make sure to study diligently." Yet I find myself each day, much like a scarecrow, posed in various postures. "I hardly believe these exertions serve any purpose," I retorted, noting that the jerky had been seasoned a tad too salty by Cuz. The orc seemed to favor a salter fare. Cuz then spoke to me earnestly, "It appears you have undergone a slight transformation. Yes, you resemble a rabbit, somewhat. Were someone else to label me as a rabbit, I would undoubtedly retort with a sharp rebuke." However, Cuz's words in the orc tongue conveyed a deeper meaning. He implied that I, like a vigilant rabbit, would instinctively adjust my posture to defend myself upon sensing danger. Unbeknownst to me, those defensive maneuvers had already become second nature. I presented my small round shield to Cuz, who gazed upon it with envy, exclaiming, "It is exquisitely crafted and remarkably sturdy. In a few days, we shall create another one for you, modeled after this," I proposed. Cuz shook his head emphatically, strapping the shield to his arm, and giving it a resounding slap with his other hand, he whispered to me, "I require only a dagger, spear, and bow. This does not suit me." Old Kuru has been persistently urging me to memorize the text on herbs, having quizzed me on several herbalism questions, although I managed to answer correctly. My responses lacked clarity, barely allowing me to scrape by. It seems he still believes I should hasten my pace. Recently, he presented me with a parchment-bound tome written in ancient Orcish, detailing herbalism. The archaic terminology was abundant and exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Interspersed with fervent tributes to ancestors and prayers for the orcs. It felt as if I had returned to my middle school days, when my homeroom teacher would mercilessly strike me on the head with an English dictionary, jabbing a yellowed finger at my forehead, angrily proclaiming, "If you cannot memorize this dictionary, how do you expect to enter any university? Dream on." Scoring full marks in mathematics and science means nothing if you are destined to be eliminated early due to your academic shortcomings. With a million people traversing a narrow bridge, what makes you think you can cross? You must endure more hardships than others, rise earlier than the roosters, and stay awake later than the cats. Those words echoed as if they had transpired only yesterday. Tia approached slowly atop her ancient bull-eye horse, its hooves splashing through the puddles in the camp. She was merely here to inform me that their adventuring party would once again venture to the Star Lake Prairie to hunt magical beasts. The torrential rain would likely drive some creatures to the elevated earth slopes, and with a stroke of luck, they might encounter some rare beasts. Old Kuru concurred with this plan, but opposed my and Cuz's participation. Deeming the harsh environment unsuitable for two children, Sister Gwilgwa did not come to bid farewell, but waved to me from atop her horse, as she seemed to have an inkling in the morning that I should remain in the camp. "Teacher," I called, pulling old Kuru into the tent brimming with herbs. Cuz followed closely, though the tent was too cramped for him, and he could only extend his head to peer curiously inside, under their watchful gazes. The faint yellow light at my fingertips coalesced into a tiny point once more, and I inscribed my second successful magic circle. Under old Kuru's astonished and excited gaze, the pale yellow circle was completed in 7 seconds. The flowing magical energy flickering in the air before vanishing. Soon, a yellow halo materialized around my ankle, gradually forming a small shield at my waist. With a sharp ping, it dissipated. Cuz's eyes widened like saucers. Despite his inability to perceive magical power and therefore not witnessing the magic circle I had drawn, he could see the resulting magical effect once the yellow halo appeared. Moreover, Cuz was intimately familiar with such magic. It was a basic anti-magic spell any orc shaman would know. "Jia, when did you?" Before he could finish, old Kuru swiftly kicked him away, sending him sprawling into the muddy water, leaving Cuz dumbfounded and speechless. These are the secrets of the orcs. If revealed, your friends will meet their demise. Old Kuru whispered urgently in Cuz's ear, who nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like garlic being crushed, then shook it in a panic. When he could no longer restrain his gaze upon me, he wore an expression of sheer horror. My aspiration is to become an inscription master. Old Kuru's expression was a complex tapestry of joy intertwined with hesitation, resembling the creases on his face. He seemed somewhat regretful, yet also comforted. This tech-savvy old orc swiftly concealed his thoughts, effortlessly sketching a magical barrier, as simple as shutting a door. I have long awaited this news. My friends and I have debated this notion countless times, and it has been a topic of heated contention with no resolution. Several obstinate old-timers deemed it utterly impossible, but to witness such a miracle in my lifetime is indeed a great fortune. Ataha. Old Kuru joyfully pressed his hand upon my shoulder, though the worry etched on his face cast a shadow over my heart as he continued. Every magician possesses a sense of magical perception. When the human race awakens their magic pool, they acquire magical sensitivity, which is intricately tied to their mental fortitude. The orcs, upon awakening their magic core, similarly gain magical perception. Magical beasts are innately endowed with this ability. However, none of these can be classified as magical talent. It is only your latent magical perception, present even before awakening, that can genuinely be recognized as a magical gift. Yet, this may not bode well for you. Before you become a magician, it is akin to a calamity. I have unwittingly opened a door to this disaster, and I cannot discern whether it is a boon or a bane. Old Kuru spoke in Orcish with deliberate slowness, striving to keep his voice low. Even with a magical barrier shielding us from external sounds and sights, he remained exceedingly cautious. He continued, "Magic is an addictive poison. Before you have tasted it, you remain oblivious to its flavor. You will underestimate its significance. Yet, once it infiltrates your life, you will gradually become dependent on it, finding it hard to resist its allure. However, you must learn to restrain yourself. You must never wield it in front of others. Even in the solitude of the night, you must exercise utmost caution. To master magic before awakening signifies one thing. You possess the innate talent for magical perception, demonstrating to the magical realm that all magic is interconnected prior to the ritual of awakening. Do not regard any magician as a fool, nor should you envision them as exceptionally benevolent or just. Under the compulsion of absolute gain, Few magicians can withstand such temptation. You are presently like a raw, unrefined potion of advancement. Countless renowned magicians find themselves stagnating at a bottleneck, merely a fraction of magical talent away from progression. Before you become a magician, they possess ample means to strip your magical talent from you. At that juncture, they will realize how fortunate they are, for you harbor awakened bloodline power. Perhaps even your true name could be stripped away. Old Kuru paced back and forth, his hands clasped behind his back. Resembling a venerable scholar, he repeatedly admonished me, "Do not reveal your magic in front of any magician. They are highly perceptive, and do not harbor any delusions. Remember my words." In my heart, I could only silently lament. What a predicament! I had already let the cat out of the bag. I intended to inquire of old Kuru whether, upon awakening, I would still be able to utilize Orcish magic after becoming a true magician. Old Kuru's response was uncertain. He confessed that they had never conducted any magical demonstrations in this regard, as no one had ever contemplated the possibility of someone genuinely learning magic before awakening. At that moment, my anti-magic spell dissipated once more. My body's scant magical energy had been completely expended. Old Kuru glanced at me, his meaning clear. "Is that it?" I could only nod begrudgingly, indicating that indeed, it was over. "The fire magic coursing through your body does not seem substantial," old Kuru remarked with a furrowed brow. "Is the magic power generated by that burnt fruit insufficient to sustain your anti-magic?" I innocently nodded. "Would you like to learn another spell?" Old Kuru suddenly posed the question. "Oh no, certainly not. Why is it always like this?" After a barrage of warnings and threats, he would present me with a sweet date, waiting for me to consume it before exclaiming, "Hey, Jia, that sweet date is poisonous. Be sure not to drink any water. If I continue down this path, will I find myself confined within a glass jar, sent to an ivory tower as a specimen? All right, I admit I am tempted by such offerings." When old Kuru produced a piece of parchment inscribed with the heating magic circle, I could no longer maintain my composure. This auxiliary spell designed to restore magical energy felt tailor-made for me. The skill bore similarities to meditation, yet fundamentally differed. For all magicians, heating is a rather superfluous skill. Those who choose not to learn it far outnumber those who do. In fact, many human magical academies do not even offer classes on such magic, as it contradicts the nature of human magicians' magic pools, Orcish magicians' magic cores, and Elven magicians' magical hearts. This skill necessitates robust mental fortitude and carries side effects. To simplify, it is a skill that accelerates magical recovery, with proficiency levels allowing for progression across 10 tiers. At level 1, it enhances magical recovery speed by 10%, with each subsequent level providing an additional 10% increase. Upon reaching the 10th level, one achieves a seemingly formidable 100%. However, the mastery of skills relies on the moment when new magical energy is generated within the body after the depletion of one's magical reserves. Only then does skill proficiency increase. Yet, herein lies a dilemma. Once one possesses a magical pool as a mage, the rate of magical recovery is directly correlated to the capacity of the mage's magical reservoir and their mental fortitude. Thus, how does one ascertain the true size of a mage's magical pool? The answer is rather straightforward. By casting spells. I digress. However, the crux of the matter is that if the magical reservoir becomes depleted, it can inflict damage upon the mage's mental strength. Consequently, if one wishes to elevate the heating skill, they must repeatedly exhaust the magical energy within their reservoir, which poses a perilous flaw. No mage would willingly jeopardize their mental fortitude merely to enhance the heating skill. What is a mage's mental strength, you ask? It encompasses magical perception, recovery capabilities, and resistance to magical forces. No mage would risk their mental capacity for the sake of practicing a supportive skill's magical recovery rate. Yet, I am different. I have not formed a magical pool within me. Only the exhaustion of magical energy from a magical pool or core would result in damage to my mental fortitude. Since I lack a magical pool, I will not experience magical backlash from depletion, making the heating skill particularly suitable for my studies. Ultimately, I resolve to pursue it. I am puzzled as to why old Kulu is always surrounded by various scrolls of parchment. In private, I approached him to discuss this matter. After much contemplation, I summoned the courage to voice my request, fully aware of its absurdity, yet hoping for a stroke of luck. My mind was preoccupied with the alluring figure of Sister Guagua and the exquisite magical patterns adorning her lower abdomen, prompting me to say to old Kulu, "Teacher, I wish to learn about magical patterns. I aspire to become an engraver." "Ah, Old Kulu's response was somewhat abrupt, and a peculiar smile flickered across his face, sending a shiver down my spine. You have only just mastered a basic spell, akin to a toddler who can barely stand, clamoring to learn how to run, he chuckled. Yet, I remain steadfast in my desire. But I truly wish to learn. I really do. If that is the case, then very well, if you can accomplish 3 tasks, I shall agree to assist you on your path to becoming an engraver, Old Kulu stated after a lengthy pause. Standing beside him, my legs grew weary, and I often found myself believing Old Kulu to be omnipotent. What a robust figure he was. I felt a surge of excitement, having envisioned numerous potential responses from him. But I was also apprehensive that he might propose some insurmountable demands to dissuade me from my goal. With a heart full of trepidation, I replied, I promise, teacher. Good.my requirements are not overly difficult. First, you must memorize all the magical herbs inscribed on these parchments before I return to the tribe. Your performance thus far has been subpar. I believe you can retain more. Second, you must learn Fred's leatherworking technique. Third, you must study alchemy. If you can satisfactorily complete these 3 tasks before the merchant caravan arrives at the Guru Din tribe in the Pai Plateau, I shall grant your request. With that, Old Kulu waved his hand, dispelling the magical barrier, and exited the tent without a backward glance. Oh, teacher, I will accomplish this, I declared, feeling slightly dazed. These 3 tasks, while not exceedingly challenging, were indeed what I had been engaged in all along. What was this old man thinking? Did he intend to mold me into an alchemist and leatherworker before allowing me to pursue engraving, fostering an all-round development akin to an exemplary student or a top scholar in the realm of magic? Cuz shrank back, standing behind me, and as Old Kulu walked away, he hurriedly approached, extracting a handful of wild pepper from the bag of herbs and swiftly tucking it away. That I looked at his tattered fur coat with a hint of disdain. Cuz, however, was unfazed. He had previously confided in me that he was the cleanest young lad in the tribe. Once the magical barrier was lifted, a cold breeze swept in, chilling me, although my self-altered leather pants looked decent. They were no match for my former frost-resistant pair. I couldn't help but mock myself for my own cleverness leading to this predicament. Gia, why the sudden interest in that? Cuz inquired, fiddling with the wolf bone button on my attire. His curiosity piqued, as if he intended to take a whiff. I promptly pushed his pudgy hat away, and he grinned at me, saying, You smell of women. Let me think. Oh, it must be that female mage. You must have held her. Please, don't speak nonsense. Sister Guagua only carried me back to the tent because of the hail that fell yesterday, I explained, feeling exasperated. Otherwise, Cuz would undoubtedly turn it into a joke to share with Uncle Fred. And before long, the entire caravan would be in on it.I. In the wake of this tedious rain, the caravan lacked light-hearted banter, and a mere whisper could be spun into various tales, eager to change the subject. I asked Cuz, are you familiar with engravers? I was uncertain how to express engraver in the beast tongue, as I spoke in the imperial language. Cuz, however, nodded in understanding and replied in his native tongue, We beastmen refer to engravers as weavers of magic. I mimicked Cuz's peculiar pronunciation, and while I was distracted, he deftly plucked the decorative wolf bone button from the hem of my garment. His swift movement surprised me, and although my eyes didn't follow, I distinctly felt his action as he removed it with his left claw. I tugged at his open fur coat, gazing at him in silence. Cuz, grinning sheepishly, extended his palm, returning the wolf bone button to me, resembling a tail-wagging puppy seeking favor, and said, Gia, your hands are truly skilled. Could you make me a few as well? First, we need to find some wind wolf bones. I believe I can procure a few from Uncle Fred. I replied uncertainly, for Uncle Fred was likely busy sharing a warm bag of chestnuts with his companion over at the dance troupe. My aspiration is to become an engraver, Part 2. The campsite was inundated with water, and Uncle, along with several other men, was digging a drainage ditch with shovels, standing unsteadily in the puddles with high leather boots. He nearly toppled into the muddy water, but fortunately, a vigilant companion caught him just in time, though the splashes of muddy water from his shoes drenched the unfortunate fellow. Watch it, will you? The man grumbled, wiping the mud from his face, rendering it even more soiled than before. The fertile, soft black soil and the newly sprouted grass had turned into a quagmire underfoot. Traversing the entire campsite had become a challenge. Each step sank into the muck, and without a considerable amount of strength, one could hardly extract their shoes from the mire. Uncle vigorously shoveled the gooey mud, flinging it onto a nearby dirt mound while cursing, This damned weather. Olden, you ought to consider yourself fortunate. If this rain had been delayed by 3 to 5 days, we would have frozen solid on the iron salt road, even if we didn't perish. Once that road froze over, your 3 daughters-in-law would be at the mercy of the street officials, remarked the man, his face smeared with black mud, revealing only a flash of white teeth as he spoke. Uncle Lin straightened up and noticed he was at the edge of the campsite, planting a small red flag into the ground, and declared, "Fine, we've been at this all morning. Let's dig here." The primary step in constructing the drainage ditch involved selecting the lowest point in the campsite to create a reservoir, directing all accumulated water through a drainage channel. Once the water had sufficiently receded, we would clear the paths between the tents, which had turned to mud, and lay down some dry earth. The caravan was not lacking in burly men. A single shout could summon dozens to assist in clearing the muck and water. The women from the dance troupe had retreated into the magical wagons, and the bored women sat on the edges, gossiping and pointing at the men working in the campsite from a distance. The rows of swaying floral skirts reminded me of the dormitories of female students on a university campus. The only dancers willing to step out were the ordinary ones, while those referred to as young ladies remained hidden within their wagons, unwilling to emerge. Uncle Fred had mentioned that the interiors of these wagons were quite lavish, yet I had never witnessed them myself, that I must admit. Even Cuz, usually careless, demonstrated remarkable patience as he meticulously trimmed 27 guinea pig pelts into standard squares. Ensuring they were neatly shaped, the well-prepared guinea pig pelts displayed a glossy indigo hue, feeling incredibly smooth and soft to the touch, and no matter how much one wrinkled the fur, once laid flat, the fibers would automatically revert to their original sleek state. Strangely, no matter how much water was poured over the pelts, it would bead and slide off, leaving the fur itself completely dry. Cuz claimed these pelts made for the best sleeping bags, being waterproof and moisture-resistant, warm in winter and cool in summer. While I found his assertions somewhat unrealistic, warm in winter I could accept, but cool in summer? Cuz and I were pondering how many silver coins it would take to hire a seamstress from the dance troupe to craft a sleeping bag for me. Both of us were nearly penniless, and Cuz suggested, "How about we venture into the grassland in a couple of days for some luck?" I returned the leather crafting knife to its sheath, brushing off the remnants of scraps clinging to my garments, and said, "Unless we happen upon a solitary demon antelope, do you think you can catch it?" Cuz let out a sigh, merely caressing the bow strapped to his back, and replied glumly, "If only I possessed an ironwood bow, perhaps I could." "You will have one," I murmured in an attempt to comfort him. Cuz had long desired an ironwood bow, yet his wish remained unfulfilled. This was partly due to the interference of old Kulu, and also because a barely functional ironwood bow required at least 15 silver coins, equivalent to half a month's wages for an ordinary laborer. Far beyond Cuz's means, I found myself lost in thought, contemplating whether to sketch a wild boar trap from memory and request the caravan's blacksmith to craft a few for hunting alongside Cuz on the Pai Plateau, or to pursue some other venture, the utmost priority being to earn some coin. Even among the orc tribes, there was a growing preference for conducting trade with imperial gold coins. By afternoon, a fresh layer of earth had been laid on the camp's pathways, making them considerably easier to traverse. I sat beside old Kulu, listening as he narrated the intricate details inscribed on parchment in the ancient Orcish tongue concerning advanced magical herbs. Many of the terms were obscure and esoteric, requiring even old Kulu considerable contemplation, yet he exhibited an almost reverent devotion to the contents of these scrolls, compelling me to take them seriously. The essence of his words conveyed that these scrolls were precious materials forged from the lives of Orcish ancestors, etched with their blood and sweat. It was revealed that numerous advanced magical herbs, once ground, could be mixed in varying proportions with powdered minerals, undergoing complex processes to ultimately yield magical dyes suitable for the crafting of runes. At this juncture, old Kulu glanced at me and remarked, "Currently, nearly 1,000 dye formulas are publicly known. The engravers have discovered that by fine-tuning the ratios of the components through continuous experimentation, they can derive new fuel formulas. Many of these formulas have been enhanced by the engravers, becoming more targeted than before, thus improving the success rate of rune crafting and enhancing their properties. Some even add new attributes. This is an area where your human scholars, ensconced in their ivory towers, excel. The renowned Sloit province of the Green Empire is home to the illustrious Sloit Ivory Tower Academy of Magic, famed for its extensive library, yet it only contains the publicly disclosed formulas. The truly valuable knowledge remains within the core secrets of various magical academies and guilds." Old Kulu appeared to reminisce fondly about his days studying and researching at the Sloit Ivory Tower Academy, a narrative I had heard ad nauseum. Every esteemed engraver possesses their unique dye formula, which necessitates a profound understanding of herbalism. Our comprehension of herbs as Orcish mages diverges significantly from yours. The path of engraving showcases considerable divergence. We tend to inscribe these mystical symbols onto stone carvings imbued with magic, thereby augmenting the skills of warriors and manifesting effects unattainable under ordinary circumstances. This engraved product has since been dubbed a totem by later magical scholars. Across the Pi Plateau, thousands of orc tribes carry forth the totems of ancestral abilities, representing the true secret of Orcish heritage. Those ancient sages who could craft totems are revered among us as weavers. He turned to me and added, in the human world, scholars from magical guilds focus more on the study of magical scrolls. Leaning towards commercialization, aiming to reduce production costs while maximizing success rates, these endeavors are at the forefront. Magical scrolls provide immediate and effective enhancements to attributes and skills, and the high-tier magical scrolls currently trending at auction originate from magical guilds. The creation of magical scrolls is a path most novice engravers must traverse. Conversely, the research conducted by engravers at various magical academies tends to focus on developing the inherent potential of mages themselves. They prefer to inscribe runes on the bodies of mages to amplify their abilities. However, this form of engraving imposes stringent requirements on the engravers, demanding precise depictions of rune arrays, only after countless hours of practice. Achieving the success rate mandated by the Engravers Guild, can they be deemed qualified to engrave on the bodies of other mages. Meanwhile, the elven engravers favor inscribing runes onto magical equipment. They stubbornly segregate the engravers who inscribe runes on weapons from those who do so on magical defensive gear. The former are referred to as enchanters, while the latter are proudly and arrogantly designated as engravers by the elves. Old Kulu's tone betrayed a hint of disdain for the elven race. Cuz, seated nearby, appeared to be on the verge of dozing off. Struggling to keep his eyelids open, even a fool could discern that the boy had absorbed none of the discourse. It was not until old Kulu mentioned the last weaver of the orc race was named Kulu. Shaman, weaver, soul walker, Mandeni, my great-grandfather, who returned to the embrace of the beast god at the foot of the divine mountain 173 years ago. That cuz jolted awake, his sleepy eyes wide open in reverence as he turned to old Kulu to listen attentively, signifying his respect for their ancestors. After old Kulu's account, it became evident that the narrative was far more detailed than what Sister Gwugwa had relayed, and it seemed the Orcish lineage of engravers had indeed faced a disruption in its legacy. As I pondered this, old Kulu continued, upon my return to the orc tribe, I will inherit the position of the weaver elder of the Guruding orc tribe, becoming the new generation of weavers after a century. My heart sank. The old orc before me was poised to become a prospective weaver. A revelation I had entirely overlooked. A strange sensation akin to winning a 5 million coin lottery washed over me. Just as I was reveling in this unexpected fortune, old Kulu said, the magical legacy of the orc tribes rests in the hands of the elders. Once one becomes an elder, they must adhere to the will of their ancestors, diligently safeguarding the interests of the orc tribe. At that point, according to tribal customs, as the tribal weaver elder, I shall not be permitted to take on any human apprentices, for I will then inherit the ancient legacy of the Orcish weavers. Hence, our master-apprentice bond will reach its conclusion. Thus, I shall impart all that I can to you before that day arrives, after which I will arrange for you to live a normal life in the human world, until the day you grow strong enough to traverse the 13 great gates of the Orc-kin alone. Only then will I permit you to see me again. Otherwise, we shall never meet again. At times, knowing the truth can be more burdensome than remaining in ignorance. That I found myself unsettled, for old Kulu's words implied that upon reaching the Guruding orc tribe, I would be compelled to part ways with cousin old Kulu, a prospect that filled me with dread. Old Kulu had always been my strongest protector, and without him, I would never have enjoyed such a rich life within this caravan. Cuz was evidently aware of these implications. He grasped my hand and suggested, Gia, why not pursue something else? In my view, becoming a magic warrior, oh no, perhaps that's beyond your reach. How about a berserker? If you aspire to be a berserker warrior, you could remain. The orcs would care not if you became one, or perhaps even a human king, as long as you do not become a weaver. Old Kulu shook his head helplessly, gazing at his grandson with sincere eyes. Finding it difficult to utter a reprimand, my gaze wavered momentarily before solidifying with determination as I resolutely declared, but I still wish to learn engraving. I acknowledged that I possessed a compulsion, once I had set my sights on something. There was no turning back. I admitted that at times, The yearning to explore the human world would stir within me. To witness the exotic charm of distant towns, perhaps I would pause at every picturesque location. Braving the light rain to explore ancient streets in search of beautiful maidens, or wander along the paths of fields to seek towering windmills, or find solace in quiet places, dining at quaint restaurants that opened only at night. Yet in that moment, I desired nothing more than to shelter beneath an umbrella, savoring the world's peculiarities while meticulously planning my life. Having been granted a second chance, how could I not cherish this opportunity? As the clouds dispersed, the afternoon sun broke through the canopy, casting a warm glow upon my face. In profound meditation, I experienced an unwavering concentration that made time seem to halt. Such a sensation was unprecedented. As I unfurled the meticulously stacked parchment scrolls upon the wooden table, my eyes functioned like a single-lens camera, capturing every symbol inscribed on the parchment into a vivid tableau within my mind. Each image crystallized with remarkable clarity. I could even sense myself standing bare in my mental ocean, quietly perched on a rocky shore, watching as those images floated within the water. As I contemplated, the desired illustrations would rise to the surface, the distinct characters coalescing into a complete golden thistle. I could distinctly perceive the root hairs at the end of its stem and envision a robust Orsa shaman gently caressing the delicate golden stem, feeling the faint sting of its tiny barbs. I could clearly see the veins on the underside of its leaves. This was no mere photograph. The parchment scrolls resembled film reels, vividly projecting moving images into my consciousness. I found myself standing in a state of bewilderment within my small sanctuary, acutely aware that I could, like a traveler, venture into the depths of my own mental realm. I recalled the words of Sister Gwugwood during my meditation studies, where she spoke of individuals who could enter profound states of meditation, a mystical realm accessible only to those with pure hearts in the utmost concentration. A sorcerer yearns throughout their life to attain such depth in meditation, for it signifies a breakthrough, a direct advancement in their craft. Countless scholarly mages have long sought to unravel the enigma of this seemingly capricious meditative state, discovering that the younger the sorcerer, the greater their chance of entering this realm. A revelation I would come to learn later. Standing by the golden sea, I casually opened the myriad images submerged in its shimmering depths, each canvas representing a faint memory, some vividly clear as though they had occurred yesterday, while others were so blurred they were nearly unrecognizable, offering only vague outlines. It was as if two independent thoughts coexisted as I strolled through my mental ocean. My physical form remained hunched over my desk, engrossed in study, while visions cascaded from the starlit sky above like snowflakes, settling into the sea before me. This was an extraordinary experience. From the moment I discovered my magical perception, to my ability to condense magical energy, craft magic circles, and ultimately succeed in casting my first spell. Throughout this journey of growth, I found my sixth senses heightened beyond previous bounds. Tirelessly, I pored over the parchment scrolls, akin to a small sailboat swaying in a storm, navigating the vast ocean of knowledge. It was only when an overwhelming fatigue washed over me, plunging the surroundings into darkness like a black cloud, that I succumbed to unconsciousness. In my dreams, I transformed into a small bird, soaring above clouds adorned with golden edges, basking in the warm sunlight as I pressed onward. Upon awakening, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the tent's apex, I discovered a furry head resting upon my chest. Straining, I tugged at its pointed ears, and Cuz, still drowsy, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, gazing at me with bleary eyes. "You're awake. Are you hungry? I left a bowl of soup and bread soaking on the stove for you." I shook my head slightly, still feeling dazed. Chaotic memories surged within my mind, blurring the lines between reality and recollection. As if my head might explode, my left hand extended weakly, massaging my temples as I murmured to Cuz, "Give me some water. Perhaps I've overindulged in my studies, and my head aches." Noticing my fatigued expression, yet relieved that I could still speak, Cuz turned and exited the tent. Despite the moonlight streaming in, the interior remained shrouded in darkness. Squinting, I surveyed my surroundings. My vision was somewhat hazy. To the right of the familiar cowhide wall hung a dried, smoked leg of lamb, and a harpoon was tied between two pillars, atop which rested my leather attire. I reclined on a mattress imbued with Cuz's pungent scent, covered by a thick woolen blanket that was woven coarsely and felt prickly against my skin. This was the tent shared by Cuz and me, my home for the past 2 years since old Kulu rescued me. I had spent far more days in this tent than outside it. As my gaze shifted from the crumpled leather coat discarded on the ground, a beam of cold light pierced through a hole the size of a basin in the tent ceiling, illuminating the cowhide floor, where 2 mud-caked boots lay askew, one of them bearing an unmistakable footprint that could only belong to Cuz. Cuz had grown accustomed to caring for me, often preparing a pot of cold herb broth when I fell ill. Old Kulu entered, bending slightly to accommodate the low entrance, and settled beside me, probing under the blanket to check my heartbeat with his cool, rough hand, which often left my tender skin stinging. He took the wooden cup from Cuz, leaned forward, supporting my head with one hand while tilting the cup to my lips with the other, pouring the concoction into my mouth. It was a liquid unlike the cold herb broth. Intensely bitter, reminiscent of some noxious bile, the taste flooding my mouth with an acrid scent that nearly made me retch. Old Kulu calmly instructed, "Don't inhale, close your eyes, and swallow. Az, bring the honey water." I felt a wave of discomfort in my stomach. Perhaps due to remnants of the bitter brew lingering in my throat that I gagged a couple of times, then accepted the half cup of honey water from Cuz, swallowing it down in haste before daring to breathe deeply, exclaiming, "So bitter. This is a brew made from an entire seven-hearted snake gallbladder herb, remarkably effective for restoring mental strength," Old Kulu remarked, lowering my body and casually lighting a cigarette. The robust tobacco, native to the Pai Plateau, was a cherished possession of his, burning slowly and filling the tent with a sharp aroma. "Master, what has happened to me?" I recalled entering a wondrous state before losing consciousness, a state that allowed me to absorb the ancient beast lore inscribed on the parchment scrolls at tenfold the speed. The seven-hearted snake gallbladder, according to the texts, is a rare third-tier magical herb, known for its calming effects and ability to assist practitioners in quickly entering meditation. When I found you collapsed in the tent, your mental strength was nearly depleted. However, it seems your current state is better than I anticipated. I initially thought it was a side effect of your frequent use of warmth skills, but it appears otherwise, Old Kulu observed, gazing at me intently with a hint of curiosity. "Has something extraordinary occurred within you?" I recounted my experiences to Old Kulu, eager for his insights on why I had ventured into my mental sea and could access my past memories with such surreal ease. Akin to a hacker infiltrating a computer's data, his initial skepticism transformed into astonishment, tinged with envy as he gaped, nearly swallowing his own fist in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he began a meticulous inquiry lasting 3 hours, probing every detail, starting with my readings on herbalism, demanding I articulate every action and thought. Eventually, Old Kulu looked sorrowfully at the wooden cup, lamenting, "You likely entered a state of deep meditation. Yet your lack of restraint in expending your mental energy resulted in your fainting spell. There should be no lasting harm. Had I known this would occur, I would have saved that gallbladder herb." Deep meditation. My curiosity piqued. I wished for a clearer explanation. Old Kulu extinguished his cigarette, carefully tucking it into his pocket, replenished the wooden cup with water, stirred it with his finger, and drank before elaborating. "The bitterness of this gallbladder herb is somewhat lacking. As for deep meditation, no one has definitively explained it yet. However, rumors suggest that some practitioners can provoke deep meditation during their sessions. I've never heard of anyone entering such a state while reading. In my understanding, this extraordinary state should enhance certain physical attributes, unlocking latent potential, and even allowing one to transcend certain cultivation bottlenecks," Old Kulu stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on me. "Jia, what do you feel now?" After pondering, I realized I had not discerned anything particularly remarkable. So I replied, "My head feels a bit dizzy, almost as if I've memorized all the words on the parchment scrolls. Oddly, the characters have transformed into images in my mind, and I can distinctly visualize the form of each herb and recall their characteristics with clarity." Old Kulu patted my face and stood, instructing, "Get some rest. You'll feel better upon waking." He then addressed Cuz, "The wind is strong tonight. Be sure to secure the tent flap." Despite having spent a restless night by my side, Cuz's heartstrings remained taut with concern. Only upon seeing me safe did he relax, securing the tent flap with a wooden beam, and laid down beside me without bothering to cover himself. Within moments, his snores filled the air. Perhaps due to having slept enough, I found myself unable to drift off, despite the lingering fatigue from the day. My head still spun, leaving me disinclined to think. My mind a blank slate as I gazed through the tent's ceiling hole at the star-studded night sky. I sensed my body as if my soul had detached. My thoughts floated freely within the tent. Even without sight, merely by feeling, I could perceive the shape of every object around me, including the structure of the smoked leg of lamb. A wave of dizziness washed over me, prompting me to retract my perception, focusing instead on the gentle swirl of magical energy within me, which suddenly felt remarkably clearer. It dawned on me that the depth of meditation I had experienced earlier had indeed heightened my sensory awareness. A grand door, once opened, reveals a world no longer shrouded in mystery. In my mind, the intricate structure of the heating magic circle vividly materialized. Thus, I began to concentrate my magical energy using the tips of my fingers. That faint yellow magical essence coalesced into a single point, and I felt my control over the magical force intensify. The orb of magic swirled effortlessly between my fingers, and with a mere extension of my hand, I effortlessly inscribed the magical runes in the air. Soon after, a brilliant magical radiance surged into my body like a hexagonal star formation. At that very moment, it felt as though the magical energy within me had been awakened. As weaker strands of magic continuously gathered within my being. So, this is what heating feels like. Heating is a supplementary magic that facilitates rapid recovery of magical energy for wizards. Meditating in a non-combat state is the most effective way to restore magical power. And prolonged meditation can even enhance the capacity of their magical reserves, bolstering their mental fortitude. However, heating magic is different. It possesses a significant limitation. It can only provide a slight enhancement to existing attributes. The amplification effect of heating is minimal, allowing only a 10% increase in magical recovery speed beyond the original rate. Nearby, Kaz snored like thunder, the little beastman particularly relishing the curled-up position of sleep. Reminiscent of an infant nestled in the womb. I sat in the tent, somewhat speechless, awkwardly witnessing my anti-magic spell dissipate after 17 minutes, leaving my body utterly drained of magical energy. It turned out that this rather lackluster heating spell could only extend my duration by a mere 2 minutes, essentially indistinguishable from no effect at all. I couldn't help but smirk at my own folly. Fortunately, the magical backlash that often befalls other wizards did not occur, as my magical energy was entirely consumed. The anti-magic spell was forcibly interrupted. Yet, at that precise moment, I sensed a faint flicker from the first level of heating. The hexagonal magical symbol within me pulsed imperceptibly. Had I not sharpened my magical perception significantly, I might have overlooked it entirely. I became increasingly convinced that the true potential of heating magic could be unlocked only after a wizard expends their magical energy, revealing its growth-oriented nature reliant on proficiency. After a bout of idle thoughts, my eyelids grew heavy, and I succumbed to slumber. Beautiful dividing line. It was already the third day, and the Windrider Adventurers Guild had yet to provide any news. That I stood atop a slightly elevated mound, gazing into the distance. Between the azure sky, fluffy clouds, and verdant grass, dozens of lakes of various sizes shimmered under the glow of the setting sun. In the distance, the majestic thunder rhinos emitted low rumbling sounds, akin to the distant horn of a fairy, echoing far and wide. These colossal terrestrial beasts, larger than heavy-duty trucks, would soon enter their mating season before the onset of summer. Prior to this, the male thunder rhinos became unusually active, their typically docile nature turning aggressive. It was my first time witnessing these giants, their eyes as large as ostrich eggs, brimming with hostility. Only their closest handlers dared approach them. I surmised that Lord Palus's mood would worsen. No one wished to traverse the northern foothills of the Paley Plateau during the thunder rhino's temperamental phase. Yet we could not linger in this starry lake meadow. Soon it would welcome its true masters. Millions of wild unicorn bison would trample everything in their path before moving northward to the icy tundra. I had no desire to remain here when those frenzied beasts would tread upon us like mere meat patties. Kaz sat beside me, meticulously honing a wind wolf's fong with a rectangular whetstone, striving to shape it into a perfect conical arrowhead. This fong, a gift from Uncle Fred the day before, had elicited a joyful screech from Kaz as he snatched it from Fred's hands, gleefully darting around the camp. For archers, the fangs of wind wolves are exceptional arrow materials. Once fashioned into arrowheads, they can even pierce heavy armor, naturally imbued with wind attributes that enhance their range by over 5%. An in-demand commodity in the market. Of course, Uncle Fred would not bestow such a gift upon us without reason. Equitable exchange is a principle we have steadfastly upheld in this caravan, and no one dares to challenge it. Kaz and I merely needed to offer something within our means. Someone from the dance troupe sought Kaz's culinary expertise, and the price was that wolf fong, while I was dragged along as Kaz's little sous chef. After a meal of guinea pig stew with noodles, Kaz's culinary skills became renowned throughout the caravan. Many marveled at how he wielded the spatula with such finesse over the large iron pot. Yet few noticed the diminutive figure beside him. Kaz privately wished to share the glory with me. Feeling somewhat guilty about it, I patted his furry chest and said, "Why must good brothers be so divided?" Although Kaz still did not grasp why good brothers could not share so equally, he was nonetheless delighted by my words. This straightforward little beast man possessed a heart as pure as his intentions, offering unwavering support to those he trusted. when I asked him to keep a secret. He readily agreed. Jia, do you think our dish will be well received? Cuz expressed concern that our preparation might not garner approval. He certainly did not wish for the prized fawn to be reclaimed. So he hesitantly inquired that I settled beside him, wrapping my arms around my knees and resting my chin upon them, merely smiling in silence. He awkwardly scratched his head, took a deep breath, and finally said, All right. I understand. Uncle Fred finally arrived before sunset, striding confidently towards the dance troupe. This middle-aged man appeared somewhat haggard, and even after a cursory cleaning of his only leather outfit, I could still detect a faint metallic scent of blood. For a leather worker, it is nearly impossible to avoid the stains of their trade that I placed my hands behind my head, needing to quicken my pace to keep up with them. We've been waiting for you a long time. You are late. Indeed. Had it not been for that damned blue chicken scratching my hand, I would not have been delayed. I am typically a person who values punctuality. Uncle Fred coughed slightly, offering an awkward explanation. Lord Piles has been in a foul mood lately. No one dares to cross him at this time. I merely peeled an extra layer of cowhide. I believe I was quite swift. What you need is not to explain to me. I merely worry that you will still be able to climb into your bed tonight, I retorted sharply. Uncle Fred was momentarily at a loss for words at my subtle jibe, prompting him to change the subject. Cuz, how is the secret seasoning preparation coming along? Cuz pulled down a small cloth pouch tied around his waist, holding it up to indicate its presence. Cuz had always preferred not to engage with anyone outside of old Kulu and me. Upon seeing the small pouch, Uncle Fred's eyes lit up. He knew that the spices within would render any dish uniquely exquisite. Recalling the last delicious meal, he involuntarily swallowed. 13 magical caravans formed a rectangle, resembling a fortress. 3 precious wild bison, possessing traces of the bull lineage, grazed leisurely on the grass behind the caravans, occasionally emitting low moos. This was my first time observing the magical caravans up close. Previously, Cuz and I had only gazed from a distance, but now, as I approached, I realized these caravans were far larger than I had imagined. The entire body and chassis were forged from black iron, measuring nearly 10 meters in length, not exceeding 2.5 meters in width, and standing almost 4 meters tall, resembling containers with windows and doors. I took a deep breath, contemplating the formidable strength required to tow such colossal constructs. Each caravan rested upon 8 cast iron wheels, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns, and I could distinctly sense the abundance of magical arrays flowing with vibrant energy within each wheel. At the center of each axle, chicken egg-sized magical crystals were embedded. Old Kulu had mentioned that these crystals provided a continuous energy supply to the magical runes inscribed upon the caravans. The body of the caravans was adorned with numerous exquisite mandala-like designs, leaving me in awe of the complexity of the magical arrays capable of supporting such massive structures. In comparison, the strength of those enormous bison seemed utterly trivial. From the dance troupe's encampment, groups of young women occasionally emerged, carrying various supplies towards the nearby lakeside. There were also some dancers with damp hair, returning from washing clothes in wooden basins, heading toward the caravan campsite. They regarded our party with curious glances. A familiar middle-aged man, a youthful beastman, and a child. Fred, didn't we agree not to be late? As we stood at the entrance of the caravan campsite, a woman in a red dress adorned with brown floral patterns rushed out from around the corner. She appeared somewhat tall. When standing beside Uncle Fred, her elegantly coiled hair even reached his shoulder. The dancers in the troupe were all statuesque, and I could sense the strength in her waist and long legs. Her eyes were narrow, and her lips were notably full and sensual. Approaching quickly, she spoke in a thickly accented imperial tongue, seemingly a bit impatient. Fred chuckled with a mischievous grin and promptly leaned towards the woman, saying, "There have been many matters to attend to in the merchant caravan lately, and you are well aware of that. In the end, here we are we not?" As he spoke, his hands audaciously ventured towards the soft flesh at her waist. "Let go. The 7th miss is still waiting. You all come with me. Is this indeed the orc who can create uniquely flavored delicacies?" The woman pushed Fred away and led our group towards the camp of covered wagons, continually sizing up Cuz. "Ah, it is he. His name is Cuz, the grandson of the shaman Kuru. The child beside him is Jiga, the one Kuru brought back." Fred introduced us to the woman, and as I scrutinized her, I realized she was quite young, though her attire suggested a more mature demeanor. "Call me Singer." She turned to us and suddenly pointed at me, asking Fred, "Does he also know how to cook?" "Actually, it's not that difficult. It mainly depends on having unique seasonings. If one possesses those, even I could whip something up, and my cooking would likely surpass what these two rascals can manage. Fred began to boast about his culinary skills, while Cuz kept his head down, reluctant to speak. My thoughts were captivated by the exquisitely crafted covered wagons, each detail meticulously designed, with every surface polished to perfection. The carved petals and leaves displayed smooth edges, devoid of any sharp corners that might inflict harm. I was utterly entranced. That's splendid. When it comes time to cook, let the little one take charge. Brave Cuz, please take a moment to rest in the back kitchen. Singer addressed Fred directly, once again swatting away his wandering hand. What do you mean? You want Giga to do it himself? He might as well let me handle it. Uncle Fred seemed taken aback, while a last-minute switch was feasible. Entrusting such a task to a 5-year-old seemed rather untrustworthy. Singer turned her gaze and shot Fred a piercing look, causing him to swallow back his words. She pointed at Fred's forehead and said, "Are you devoid of common sense? Have I not repeatedly instructed you to have them dress more neatly? And you, look at yourself. You haven't changed since leaving the kingdom of Stan. And look here, the blood has yet to dry." Singer gestured to the stains of unwashed blood beneath Fred's ribs, incessantly chiding. "Seeing you like this, how could the 7th miss possibly eat? At least this little one is somewhat presentable. I will take him to wash up shortly. You all focus on preparing the dishes, and when we return, he can serve them." Singer unceremoniously assigned tasks. Uncle Fred attempted to protest, clearly doubting my ability to complete the task. Meanwhile, Cuz let out a sigh of relief, casting a furtive glance my way. He was not particularly fond of encountering high-ranking individuals, and though she was merely a senior dancer, she held a significant position within this merchant caravan. This moment, we arrived at a makeshift kitchen encircled by cowhide. Lacking any rain protection, the kitchen was modest, occupying less than 10 square meters, yet it was equipped with a comprehensive array of cooking utensils. I even spotted a jar of olive oil. It was evident that the owner placed great importance on culinary matters, and with my years of chef experience, I noted that nearly half the tools were unfamiliar to me. 2 kitchen maids were busy preparing a fresh cut of lamb, and upon seeing Singer enter, they cautiously glanced her way. Singer, hands on her hips, stood in the center of the kitchen, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, "Is the fresh meat ready?" "As you wish." It appeared that Singer held considerable sway within the dance troupe. Her tone naturally exuded a sense of arrogance that I found rather displeasing. At that moment, she resembled a proud peacock, strutting about her domain as she examined the kitchen, before turning to Fred and saying, "If you need anything from them, just instruct them directly. They are all chefs brought from the imperial capital." Standing behind Fred, I could only see his large, calloused hand gently kneading the soft curve where Singer's waist and hip met, while she maintained a serious demeanor in conversation with him. Uncle Fred stammered for a while, and only then did Singer casually remove his hand, stepping back to stand in front of me, leaning down to say, "You are quite an adorable little one. Let me take you for a bath." "Oh," I sighed inwardly, realizing that this wolf tooth was indeed not so easily won. I caught a glimpse of Cuz's eyes, which bore a hint of pleading. It was clear he was reluctant to part with the wolf tooth, fearing I might throw a tantrum and create chaos. Indeed, I detested such haughty, self-important attitudes. However, compared to the disdainful expressions of women from my previous world, this was a mere trifle. One cannot expect a high-salaried professional to regard an unknown young chef with any semblance of kindness. I comforted myself, letting Singer lead me out of the kitchen. Her hand felt as though it had been smoothed by fine sandpaper, each joint remarkably smooth, devoid of any calluses. She initially intended to pick me up, but I adeptly stood beside her, avoiding her embrace. Singer possessed a delicate visage, a slender neck, and a tall stature. Yet according to my aesthetic standards, she was rather tall, standing at nearly 180 centimeters. Forcing me to look up, she wore a white blouse adorned with exquisite lace and a burgundy floor-length skirt featuring intricate embroidery reminiscent of court attire. Her movements had a unique rhythm, one that only those who have undergone extensive dance training could possess, a lightness that compelled me to stride briskly to keep pace with her. Exiting the private kitchen tucked away in the corner of the camp, we approached the nearest rear entrance of a magical covered wagon, where an elegantly crafted metallic ladder descended from the iron door, covered with thick, soft woolen blankets. Singer led me up. I hesitated, feeling a bit apprehensive about stepping onto the blanket, which appeared cleaner than my leather boots. I worried that the mud from my boots might tarnish the beige fabric and thus hesitated on the steps, attempting to pull my hand free from Singer's grasp. "Oh, it's perfectly fine. Just follow me," she said nonchalantly, bending down once more to grasp my hand, her waist remarkably supple. The only imperfection was her voice, which bore a slight metallic rasp. The iron door of the covered wagon swung open, and warm light spilled forth. It was near evening, and while the sky had yet to darken completely, the outside was somewhat dim. A young girl, appearing around 14 or 15 years old, emerged wearing a simple, plain long dress. Upon spotting Singer's return, she promptly held the door and greeted her. "Sister Singer, has the 7th Mrs. Dance concluded?" "Yes. She is upstairs resting with the others. There seems to be some disagreement regarding the battle dance performance format, and they are likely still in discussion." The girl spoke quickly, her tone light. Singer's lips curled into a smile as she turned and said, "This child has been invited to prepare meals for the 7th Mississippi. I will take him in to wash up and change into something clean. You go to the props department and ask them for 2 small sets of male attire. Simple and unadorned will suffice." "Understood, Sister Singer. I will go right away." The girl cast a curious glance my way, and as I idly observed her, I made a silly face, startling her. I hadn't anticipated her being so timid. Just as I was about to express my apologies, the girl swiftly lifted her skirts and dashed away. Entering the magical covered wagon confirmed my earlier suspicions. It was indeed designed with 2 levels, though the lower level constrained the height, making Singer, at 180 centimeters tall, stoop as she walked. Flanking the entrance were 2 rows of intricately carved shoe cabinets, each corner wrapped in copper fittings, and the wooden cabinet doors were adorned with silver engravings. The right lay a narrow corridor, and at the far end, I glimpsed a spiral staircase leading to the upper floor. Beneath the staircase were wooden tables and chairs, forming a cozy little resting area. 2 women sat on small chairs, leaning against the handrail of the staircase, engaged in leisurely conversation. The remaining space was partitioned by red-oiled carved wooden panels into 4 rooms, all of which had their doors ajar, with lively chatter and the occasional peal of laughter emanating from within. Filling the covered wagon with the scent of perfume, soft, warm light radiated from ceiling fixtures, with one approximately every meter. This luxurious caravan seemingly lacked a kitchen, and as I followed Singer inside, she pointed to the first room, saying, "I reside here. Do come visit me when you have time." I thought to myself that only Uncle Fred would dare seek her out, but quickly replied, "Sure thing, Sister Singer." "Ah, what a sweet-talking little one." This was the first time I witnessed Singer smile. Her smile was somewhat broad, yet far more endearing than her usual stern expression. As we passed several rooms, I couldn't resist glancing inside. The tables and chairs, even the beds, were strewn with various articles of clothing, a chaotic mess that defied description. On either side of each room, there are 2 narrow bunk beds, separated by a passageway of less than 70 centimeters. The innermost part of the room stands a slender wooden cabinet, which, while not particularly tall, can serve as a table. A folding chair affixed to the wall is extended, upon which hangs a light purple fitted vest. I cautiously make my way forward. A woman with red hair, clad only in snug shorts and a camisole, unexpectedly bursts out of the room. Caught off guard, I collide directly with her elongated thigh. At that moment, my height barely exceeds 1 meter, and my forehead collides sharply with her flat abdomen. A sweet fragrance flooding into my nostrils. The woman, startled, exclaims, "Oh dear." Upon recognizing me, she surprisingly cheers. "Where did this little child come from? Running about here with those dark eyes. How adorable." I stagger back a few steps, and thankfully, Singer catches me to prevent a fall. I find myself staring dazedly at the coolly dressed red-haired woman, and it seems her loud voice draws the attention of all the women in the room, who peek out into the corridor, giggling and playfully shoving each other. I feel like a monkey on display at a zoo, with curious onlookers surrounding me, asking, "Singer, where did this child come from?" Some even reach out to pinch my cheeks. "Is this a child from the caravan? How could such a little one be brought out? Oh, come here, let me give you a hug. Could it be that this is your child, Singer? Aha. Indeed, I had this little one outside. Hurry back to tidy up the room. Don't wait until you get a beating, and then expect me to plead for you." The playful banter among the women is utterly trivial. Singer leads me into the room opposite the resting area at the back of the wagon, revealing a hidden bathroom. I am pushed inside, and before I know it, I find myself stripped bare, tossed into a steaming hot bath like a dumpling being boiled. The bathroom is not large. After accounting for the square bath that occupies 2/3 of the space, the remaining area is barely enough for 2 people to stand without bumping into each other. Perhaps in the eyes of these women, I am still a naive child, completely unaware of who might have pulled at my ears in the chaos. Ultimately, it is Singer who manages to shoo away the raucous women. Don't mind them. They simply don't know how to express their affection, she says. Crouching beside me, her hands resting on the wooden edge of the bath, her head resting upon it with an apologetic expression. I try to muster a smile, but as I attempt to grin, my face aches slightly, and despite several attempts, I fail to smile. Instead, I sit down on the steps of the bath, lowering my head to quietly splash water on myself. I know. Thank you for bringing me to take a hot bath. It feels delightful to soak in the warm water. This is my heartfelt sentiment. Though just a few days prior, I would not have dared to express it so openly. If anyone had carelessly tossed me into the hot water back then, I surely would have felt like a boiled shrimp. I then look up, declaring confidently, I won't mess up dinner. Upon seeing my serious expression, Singer can't help but chuckle. Would you like me to help you wash your back? Oh, thank you, but I can manage. You are quite the amusing child. Charming and very polite. Are you sure you don't want my assistance? Her gentle hand rests softly on my back as she softly adds, don't be shy. I've seen all sorts of things. And you are just a child. Her words suddenly make my face feel warm. I will only help you with your back. The evening banquet of the dance troupe, Part 1, Singer, with her lips pursed, crouches behind me, using a small pair of scissors to neatly trim my hair. I am wearing a pair of lantern pants made from an unknown fabric and a round-necked cardigan that opens at the front. The cuffs of the sleeves are oddly shaped like two trumpet flowers. Both the clothing and the pants are exquisitely crafted, allowing me to finally shed the leather clothes I've worn for over 2 years. Feeling remarkably light, my movements fluid and agile, I stare blankly at my reflection in the brass mirror, my youthful face surprisingly resembling my childhood self, albeit less plump than before, my eyes still tiny like 2 black beans. After finishing my haircut, Singer loosens my hair, murmuring something in a dialect of the empire that I do not understand, before contentedly telling me, you look much better like this. I will modify your leather outfit. Adding a lining will make it much more comfortable. Sometimes, women can be surprisingly sentimental. An inexplicable event can provoke a fierce temper, while a trivial matter, such as this, can elevate their perception of me to its finest. It's baffling that she not only brought me to bathe, but also gifted me with an entire outfit. And now she wants to alter my leather clothing. Perhaps obedient children evoke more sympathy from women, or maybe it is because I am familiar with Fred. Oh, thank you for the roasted chestnuts the other day. They were delicious, I say. Singer stands up, placing the small silver scissors into the cabinet, and I glance down at my shoes. Now, these mud-stained sheepskin boots feel rather out of place, and I helplessly remark, it's nothing. I'll bring you some more next time. Singer smiles as she approaches. Kneeling down in front of me and skillfully placing a cloth under my legs, she naturally supports my foot, allowing me to rest one foot on her thigh, while she retrieves a brush from a small cabinet and diligently polishes my shoes. At that moment, I feel a surge of emotion. Her movements are swift and practiced, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she assures me, I'll soon have your shoes looking pristine. They are beautifully made. It's just that their owner does not take good care of them. They need occasional conditioning with oil. Otherwise, they will become hard if left unused for too long. I blush, noticing how, in her crouched position, the lace of her white blouse no longer clings tightly to her neck, revealing a delicate collarbone. Singer exudes an air of strength and charisma, living a life that seems far more affluent than I had imagined, wholly unlike the half-aged women of the brothels I had previously envisioned. I cannot fathom why such a gentle, considerate, and poised woman would be drawn to Uncle Fred. Surely, it cannot be merely for the meager coins he possesses. The hem of her long skirt is embroidered with silver threads, indicating she is not in dire need of money. Returning to the kitchen, I find Uncle Fred squatting in the corner, having nearly finished grilling the skewers. The aroma of cumin and chili fills the air as the charcoal ignites, creating a uniquely rich scent that envelopes the entire kitchen. Cuz is crouched nearby, brushing sauce onto chicken wings. I approach and gesture with my chin for Cuz to turn the chicken legs on the grill, indicating he should score them with a knife for even cooking. Cuz grins sheepishly, patting his head in acknowledgement of his earlier oversight. Upon seeing me return, Cuz's expression relaxes, and Uncle Fred looks up, his eyes lighting up as he beams. Our Jia is looking quite noble today. Singer leans against the kitchen doorway, one arm draped over her shoulder, observing the flurry of activity in the kitchen with a gentle smile gracing her lips. She remains silent, simply watching as Uncle Fred teases me. For dinner, I have prepared barbecue, but that is not all. In order to ensure this meal's success, Cuz and I have spent a good part of the night devising a few thoughtful touches to make the esteemed guests of the dance troupe feel that this dinner is truly worth their while. This is not solely for the precious wolf Fong, Kaz also wishes to enlist the troop seamstress to help craft the guinea pig fur sleeping bags beautifully. We must establish good relations beforehand. On the long wooden table on one side of the kitchen, exquisite white porcelain dishes are already being arranged. The cook has portioned the smoked blue fish into neat servings, even placing a lily petal beside each dish as per my design. A drop of sour jujube sauce adorns the edge of the plates. Perhaps the tangy smoked fish will serve as a delightful appetizer. Once again, footsteps echo outside the kitchen, accompanied by a bright voice asking, "Singer, seventh sister sent me to check when we can start dining." Just a moment. Singer turns to Cuz, needing him to provide her with a definitive time. Cuz stands up nervously, still holding a sauce-covered brush. Glancing at me with a hint of anxiety that I subtly give him an okay sign, a gesture known only to the two of us, allowing him to exhale loudly and confidently declare to Singer in Orcish, "We can serve the dishes now. It is time for me to make my entrance." I straighten my attire and follow Singer out of the kitchen, whispering to Cuz to ensure the chicken wings aren't too salty, as I noticed he was applying the sauce rather liberally. Cuz nods in understanding, giving my hand a reassuring squeeze as I depart. Finally, under Singer's guidance, I ascend to the second floor of the magical wagon. The 3-meter-long indigo wood dining table is filled with women on both sides. Crafted from a single piece of indigo wood that has been planed smooth, hollowed out beneath, leaving only 4 sturdy legs on the silver candlestick atop the wooden table. A magical lamp fashioned from moonstone illuminated the entire dining room with its bright glow. The moment I stepped into the dining area, my gaze was irresistibly drawn to the woman seated at the head of the table. Her beauty was nothing short of resplendent. Her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding an enchanting allure akin to that of a fairy. As I beheld her, I found myself utterly captivated, unable to divert my attention to anything else. Standing before her, I struggled to discern her features, for it was her enchanting gaze that ensnared my heart. That I felt as though an eternity had passed, and as beads of sweat formed on my brow, her eyes finally shifted, transforming like melting ice and blooming spring, breathing life into the world around us. That I exhaled deeply, unable to articulate the profound effect of that moment. I knew I had irrevocably fallen into her realm, unable to escape. In that instant, the entire dining room fell into an extraordinary silence, and the woman known as Qin Yang seemed momentarily taken aback. In one spoke. Only the sounds of breathing and heartbeats reverberated in the air. Then, a woman's voice, pure and clear yet laced with a subtle allure, rang out, "Step closer, child." Her words roused me from my stupor, causing a flush of embarrassment for having made such a blunder before the meal had even begun. Nevertheless, I obediently approached, and only then did I truly observe the third member of the dance troupe, Qin Yang, elegantly seated upon a chair carved from a single piece of indigo wood. She wore a courtly low-cut gown that revealed her ivory skin and exquisite collarbone, complemented by a graceful neck adorned with a fiery gemstone, which piqued my curiosity as to why it lacked any chain. Her face was strikingly delicate, with wine-red hair casually arranged atop her head. Her captivating azure eyes regarded me with a hint of curiosity, while her luscious crimson lips resembled tempting cherries, parting slightly to reveal pearly white teeth like delicate shells in a barely there smile. I stepped forward cautiously, striving to maintain my composure, acutely aware of my earlier faux pas. She looked at me expectantly, compelling me to present the first dish. "Smoked blue fish," I stammered in imperial language as I introduced it. "This is a smoked blue fish, marinated for a day with secret spices from the Star Lake grasslands, and then smoked with pine wood, paired with sour jujube sauce for a delightful appetizer." I gestured for the dishes to be served, and the kitchen staff began to arrange the platters of smoked fish. "Wow, each person gets a portion, but it's quite small," one exclaimed. "What a unique way to serve." Another chimed in, "I'm so curious. I can't wait to taste it." The women at the table erupted into excited chatter, their voices cascading like the tide. I endeavored to recall every detail from my memory, aware that time could gradually blur those precious images, reducing them to indistinct hues that would be forever muddled. While I was uncertain how the nobility of the Grin Empire dined, I understood the importance of timing when serving dishes, ensuring a balanced offering that wouldn't be overly greasy. By introducing the smoked fish with jujube sauce, I aimed to tantalize everyone's palate. Each portion was modest, and the meticulous presentation encouraged everyone to savor the dish. Qin Yang studied her plate of smoked fish for a moment before leaning in to inhale its aroma, revealing her discerning nature as she assessed its quality before deciding to proceed. Evidently, The smoked fish met her approval. She merely raised an eyebrow upon taking her first bite, then discreetly savored the morsel. As the small portions were quickly consumed, the women on either side of the table began signaling to the kitchen staff, eagerly handing over their empty plates and calling out, "May I have another piece?" "Please." Their tone suggested that this was more of a polite demand than a request, as though they expected the kitchen staff to be on standby for refills. The first request prompted a cascade of similar pleas. Yet the kitchen staff hesitated, glancing back at Shinga, who was seated at the table, still enjoying her unique smoked fish dish. Upon hearing the request for more smoked fish, Shinga remained unperturbed, but when the kitchen staff cast a hesitant look her way, she quickly understood the situation. Being Qinyang's personal maid, Shinga held a higher status than the other dancers at the table. Qinyang, however, showed no inclination to speak, immersed in savoring the fish. Thus, Shinga straightened up, swallowed the last bite, sipped some water, and calmly inquired, "What's going on?" "In fact, we only prepared one piece per person. We have run out of smoked fish," the kitchen staff replied, displaying their empty tray with a resigned expression. Observing that most had finished their first course, I stepped forward and addressed everyone. A taste of moderation allows for fond memories, building anticipation for our next gathering. Please allow me to present the second dish, pine mushroom soup. Crafted from a mushroom known as pine mushroom, harvested from the autumn woods of the new West Kishi's mountains, it is highly nourishing. Here, I cleverly relied on the inherent flavor of the chicken soup, which, paired with mushrooms, created a perfect harmony that I had previously instructed the kitchen staff to skim off all excess fat, leaving only the clear broth. The appealing mushroom soup would cleanse the palate of the lingering taste of the smoked fish. Each person received a small bowl, the milky broth adorned with a few slices of pine mushroom, enticing all present. Due to the limited ingredients available at the camp, the soup was made using the leftover chicken, and the kitchen staff diligently skimmed off the excess fat to ensure the mushrooms absorbed the rich flavors. The aroma of the chicken broth wafted through the air. The second and third courses were served in quick succession. Just as everyone had taken their first sip of soup, 2 kitchen staff members began placing the main courses before each guest, featuring roasted chicken legs, spicy chicken wings, and seared antelope chops on large white porcelain plates. The dining room was instantly filled with the enticing aroma of barbecued delicacies. Cough, cough. I cleared my throat in an attempt to gain attention, though it proved futile. At that moment, Qinyang cast a glance at Shinga, prompting her to sit up straight and calmly address the gathering. "Ladies, if we might pause before indulging in this exquisite, uniquely seasoned feast, I would like to hear our chef's thoughts." Clearly, the previous 2 dishes had earned me the goodwill of the attendees, as no one voiced any discontent. The main course comprised roasted spicy chicken wings, specially seasoned chicken legs, and black pepper antelope chops. While the barbecue itself was not extraordinary, the quality of the sauces elevated the dishes significantly. However, I worried that some of the women might be averse to spicy food, Cuz was particularly sensitive to spice, needing to drink copious amounts of water, and I noted that his attempts at eating the spicy chicken wings seemed more akin to a gluttonous endeavor. Thus, I felt compelled to announce, the third dish consists of specially seasoned chicken legs, spicy chicken wings, and black pepper antelope chops, sourced exclusively from Qinyang's provisions. However, I must advise those who cannot tolerate spice to avoid the chicken wings. Lastly, we will serve chestnut flour pastries for dessert. Enjoy your meal. I turned to nod at Shinga, who discreetly gave me a thumbs up. With my role fulfilled, I made my way towards the staircase, gliding down the soft velvet carpet and gently brushing my hand against the ornate brass handrail. Upon returning to the kitchen, I spotted Cuz and Fred grilling lamb skewers over the dying embers, both of them indulging in the savory morsels with grease smeared across their faces. That I joined them, disregarding the heat, and bit into a skewer. "How did the ladies enjoy their meal?" Fred inquired, though he quickly reconsidered, aware of our surroundings in the private kitchen of the dance troupe. Cuz, chewing on the lamb, mumbled indistinctly, "What do you think? They must have loved it." Just look at Jia's expression, all flushed and beaming, that I felt a twinge of annoyance. The little orc, who had once refrained from crude language, now spoke with surprising flair. As night enveloped the grasslands, the silence became profound under the moonlight. Wisps of mist floated across the clear night sky, and a gentle breeze invigorated the spirit. In the distance, the star lake mirrored the moon's glow, interrupted only by the distant rumble of thunder. Cuz and I reclined against an earthen mound, resting our shoulders against each other as we idly counted the stars. Uncle Fred lounged nearby, humming a cheerful tune. After finishing his song, he shifted slightly, propping his head on his hand as he turned to us and remarked, You two are quite the chefs. Those dishes were exceptional. Even earning praise from Chinyang. I owe you both for this. I jested with Cuz, saying, Az, you haven't even brushed against the shadow of your title as the human king. However, it seems you are indeed the unrivaled chef king of the beast folk. Haha. Yet, Cuz, in an unusually serious demeanor, did not join in my laughter. Instead, he gazed at the sky, sighed, and remarked, Jia, you truly look splendid in human attire. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing that Cuz's comment was a reflection on our impending separation. I could only divert the conversation by saying, remember to bring those guinea pig skins to Singe tomorrow. She promised to help me make a sleeping bag. Uncle. Do you intend to marry Singe? The question slipped from my lips unexpectedly, perhaps due to my loneliness, or perhaps stirred by the sensation when Singe polished my boots. Regardless, I felt compelled to inquire. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that Uncle Fred and Singe were mismatched. Their respective social circles seemed as disparate as two different worlds. After a brief silence, Uncle Fred replied affirmatively, perhaps. I pressed on. What about your wife at home? What about her? Whatever needs to be done will be done, Uncle Fred said, chewing on a piece of sweetgrass root. Uncle, what is the human world truly like? The thought of living alone in a few months sparked a sudden urge to flee. Was this my underlying fear? My question evidently piqued Uncle Fred's interest. He straightened up and, after a moment of contemplation, said, so you finally wish to learn about our world. I had thought you would stick with some beastly lad until the end. Let me see how to explain this. It's quite a vast topic. The city where I reside is commonly referred to by outsiders as Shaluite City, though we ourselves call it Shaluite Province. I was taken aback by Uncle Fred's description of Shaluite City. It is situated at the confluence of the Galloping Horse River and the White Elephant River, with the swift and tumultuous Galloping Horse River flowing from the northwest to the southeast. Rushing down from the Pai Plateau before turning eastward into the sea just north of Shaluite City, to the south of Shaluite City, the meandering White Elephant River flows northward until it merges with the Galloping Horse River. Gradually making its way to the sea, the summer in Shaluite City is fleeting, prompting the populace to cherish this season. During summer, many local men organize themselves into groups, boarding grand vessels to fish in the sea along the White Elephant River. When every cabin is brimming with salted fish, it signals the time to return home. Some say summer is the harvest season for Shaluite City. And how expansive is it? Taking just the central city as an example. It stretches 35 kilometers from east to west and 10 kilometers from north to south, resembling a cashew shape. The entire city is built on the northern bank of the Galloping Horse River. Spanning across the White Elephant River. It is divided into 16 districts, each housing approximately 500,000 inhabitants, with each district being remarkably independent, boasting schools, hospitals, commercial streets, and taverns. Traveling to another district is straightforward. One may take the fixed route carriages. Starting at 5 copper coins and not exceeding 10, but the most renowned establishment is the Shaluite Ivory Tower Magic Academy, located in the heart of the central square of the 5th district. This square features a magnificent marble structure that towers 30 meters high, shaped like a crescent moon. Dominating the northern side of the plaza. 5 statues stand on the stone steps before the marble building, representing the greatest sorcerers in the Academy's history. From left to right, they are Shatan, Ali, Chiogulai, Palubi, and Komol, all legendary mages who made significant contributions to the advancement of human magic and have been a source of pride for Shaluite City for centuries. Establishing the premier magical institution in the northern regions of the Green Empire, the largest district is the 13th, located in the northeastern corner of the city, often referred to as the Northern Barracks District. This area, home to the headquarters of the Northern Wind Legion, boasts a population exceeding 1 million, with 300,000 being active military personnel. The remaining 70,000 comprise mostly of military families and veterans. Characterized by their unity yet exclusivity, rendering it one of the least hospitable districts in Shaluite City, Uncle Fred resides in the 11th district, where the Leathercraft Guild is located, attracting numerous leather workers. Most storefronts along the street are related to leather goods. Uncle Fred once apprenticed for 6 years at the renowned Pudilon Leather Workshop, one of the 3 major tanneries in the city, serving 3 years as a junior leatherworker before advancing to a mid-level position. However, he became embroiled in a private dispute among local nobility, offending the second most prestigious noble family in Shaluite City, led by the youngest archmage, Kai Itong. Had it not been for the owner of the Pudilon workshop spending a significant sum to enlist the help of the intelligence director, Hodamu, to plead on his behalf. Uncle Fred might not have escaped such dire consequences. Even so, he was expelled from Shaluite City and has wandered with trading caravans ever since. Whenever the caravans pass through Shaluite City, Uncle Fred seizes the opportunity to reunite with his family. This time away has stretched over 4 years. I asked Uncle Fred, "Do you plan to continue wandering with the caravans indefinitely?" Uncle Fred chuckled with resignation. "How could I? My children are growing up. I cannot have my wife toiling in the workshop, cooking leather. That work is not only exhausting but also poorly compensated. This time, I intend to relocate my entire family to the imperial capital. I've saved a bit of money, which should be sufficient to purchase a commoner status there. A commoner like me can live anywhere." "Is that noble family's influence substantial?" "His father is an earl, a major noble with his own fiefdom," Uncle Fred replied calmly. It was evident that despite harboring resentment and dissatisfaction, the years had dulled much of his anger. Later, Uncle Fred elaborated on the class hierarchy of the Green Empire: Emperor, Prince, Duke, Earl, Marquis, Viscount, Baron, Knight, Commoner, Lowborn, Wanderer, and Slave. Only those of baron rank and above are considered nobility, while knights are merely regarded as public servants. Commoners are defined as those who can pay taxes amounting to 5 silver coins or more annually and possess a legal identity protected by law. Lowborn individuals, while having legal status, carry a blemish on their identity, marked with a red seal as prisoners, thieves, or beggars, yet they still pay taxes, receive legal protection, and maintain their identity. Those further down the scale, the wanderers, have never paid taxes, lack formal identity, and receive no legal protection. Essentially, individuals like myself without any status. Lastly, there are slaves. There are no slaves within the caravan, as its members cannot afford them. But Uncle Fred mentioned that the dance troupe does. The time for our next departure has been set. The guides of the caravan have returned safely, having forged a path through the treacherous marshlands ahead, one that even the thunder rhinoceros can traverse. We received word of our departure on the 7th day, following the icy rain. The waterlogging on the Star Lake prairie having dissipated, the entire pasture now vibrant with life, resembling a vast ocean. Lord Palese expressed concern over the potential for changing weather and hoped to cross the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau as early as possible. Conditions in the mountains are reportedly far more complex than those on the Star Lake prairie. It is said that the weather there is exceedingly extreme, often shifting from clear skies to torrential downpours in an instant, with bright sunshine in the morning that leaves one dizzy and drenched in sweat, only to be followed by snowfall in the afternoon, necessitating the wearing of cotton garments. I sat in a chair perusing the sheepskin scrolls detailing herbs. I noticed that since my last deep meditation, my memory had significantly improved. Many previously obscure symbols and characters, even if still incomprehensible, could now be memorized and stored in the golden lake of my mind. This, however, does not equate to entering a state of deep meditation. Rather, I have discovered a shortcut to learning. I can establish a connection with the golden lake in my mind, allowing me to store visual information in a video format and categorize it according to my preferences. I discreetly shared this peculiar ability with old Kulu, who explained that my recent deep awakening had likely enhanced my mental capacity. Among the orc tribes, orc shamans only begin to grasp a faculty known as rapid thinking when their mental power exceeds 25. However, other orc shamans typically experience a marked improvement in memory and reading comprehension, unlike my unique ability to transform memory into a remarkable perception. Moreover, I have not enhanced my reading comprehension of the ancient orc language on the sheepskin scrolls. Often, I memorize the content and await old Kulu's patient explanations before reciting it verbatim, akin to a human recording device. Old Kulu mentioned the quantification of mental power, but I struggled to grasp what a mental power of 25 truly signifies. Prompting him to provide further clarification, this is indeed a milestone in the history of human magic. A scholar once posited that every individual, be they orc, elf, dwarf, demon, barbarian, or otherwise, possesses distinct attribute values, which can broadly be categorized into 5 major types: strength, agility, constitution, magical power, and mental power. Each capability of the human body is intimately connected to these 5 attributes, and even an unarmed commoner or a child possesses these attributes, which are in constant flux, altering with growth, illness, and aging in a parabolic manner. Furthermore, targeted training can enhance various abilities. He established a standard by referencing the average physical attributes of 100 normal adult males, defining a typical adult male human with an awakened magical pool as possessing attributes of strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, magical power 10, and mental strength 10. This set of attributes, representing a male human without an awakened magical pool, subsequently became known as the 5 attributes. The scholar of magic provided a rudimentary introduction. Strength encompasses a person's overall attack power, load-bearing capacity, and wrist strength. Agility pertains to running speed, evasion capability, balance, and attack speed. Constitution reflects endurance, physical defense, and recovery ability. Magical power denotes magic attack strength and magical energy. Mental strength relates to magical resistance. Mana recovery speed, magical perception, and wisdom. Furthermore, a series of testing methods were standardized and have been in use ever since. This serves merely as a reference value. It is entirely normal for individuals to vary in certain attributes. The physical attributes of adult women were also measured against those of men, yielding an average of strength 8, agility 9, constitution 9, magical power 10, and mental strength 1. In the absence of an awakened magical pool, the magical power attribute would be nearly 0. Adult wolfkin orc males significantly surpass the average human attributes in strength, agility, and constitution, possessing strength 14, agility 15, and constitution 13, with a magical power of 6 and mental strength of 7. Despite lacking self-healing abilities, Old Kulu merely listed a few typical examples. This numerical representation of personal capabilities is somewhat akin to our former physical fitness tests. Both Cuz and I found it intriguing and began to surround Old Kulu, eager for him to predict our attributes. Initially reluctant, he ultimately succumbed to our persistent entreaties. After a moment's hesitation, evidently exasperated, he relented, saying, "Without systematic testing, my assessments may not be accurate, and I can only provide a rough estimate, which may be unreliable. Once you hear it, do not pester me further." We readily agreed, resembling two pitiful fawns eagerly awaiting nourishment, obediently tilting our faces upward for Old Kulu's words, which were far more entertaining than mere storytelling. Neither of you has awakened, and your magical power is negligible. Even if Jia's physique differs from others, that minuscule magical power is less than 0.1, rendering it insignificant. AZ's strength has been growing rapidly, nearing 10, while his agility could be around 11. However, his constitution lags considerably at 9. As for mental strength, well, if he reaches 5, it would be quite commendable. Old Kulu spoke as if he were harvesting cabbage in a field, and we found it rather amusing. Quickly, tell us about Jia, Cuz exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After contemplating for a considerable time, Old Kulu finally turned to us and said, "I have no qualms about sharing my assessment of AZ. But regarding Jia, you must treat what you hear as confidential. This is a matter of life and death, Cuz. Bear in mind that although you are 7 years older than Jia, your maturity does not match hers. Remember my words." "Understood, grandfather," Cuz assured. Old Kulu reached for his pocket for a smoke, only to discover he had but a stub left, prompting a sigh as he put it away, licking his parched lips. He lowered his voice. "Jia is still young, and her attributes will develop rapidly. Her strength is approximately 2 at present, agility nearing 4, constitution slightly above 3, magical power at 0.1, and mental strength. This I cannot specify, but it is unlikely to be below 25. This threshold represents the baseline for quick thinking. I believe Jia's elevated mental strength stems from 3 indispensable factors. First, since 2 years ago, Jia's body has endured continuous fire element magical damage, fostering resistance to fire magic, which has significantly stimulated the growth of her mental strength. Second, constant learning is the fastest path to enhance mental strength. Over the past 2 years, Jia has studied Orcish, Imperial language, herbalism, and potion making, contributing to her mental growth. Third, the meditation techniques created by the elves facilitate rapid recovery of magical power while gradually enhancing both magical and mental strength. Moreover, it is highly probable that Jia's mental strength was further intensified during deep meditation. After absorbing Old Kulu's insights, I pondered whether this was yet another manifestation of a lopsided skill set. During the days leading up to the merchant caravan's departure, Cuz and I gradually became familiar names among the men in the caravan. Previously, we were merely recognized as Old Kulu's grandson and apprentice, often seen aimlessly roaming the hills or performing odd jobs within the caravan, occasionally assisting Old Kulu with potion brewing or delivering medicine. If not for Old Kulu's reputation, few would have paid us any heed. However, recently, some have begun to notice our culinary prowess, particularly our mastery of the mysterious Orsish recipes, which we executed with impressive flair. This newfound skill prompted requests for us to prepare roasted meat to satiate their cravings. Others would subtly allude to the vibrant world of humanity, inquiring if we wished to experience it, offering to guide us for free. Such offers struck me as reminiscent of the dubious tactics employed by strange uncles to entice young girls with goldfish. Even Cuz was disinclined to entertain such propositions. To avoid complications, I remained confined within the tent, engrossed in the sheepskin scrolls on herbalism that old Kulu entrusted to me. Our tent was situated in a secluded corner of the camp, allowing me to practice magic without attracting attention. Recently, I had become somewhat enamored with spellcasting. The ability to channel magical energy through my fingers to draw mesmerizing symbols in the air was exhilarating and beneficial for purging the fire toxins within my body. I later discovered that the warmth spell was also quite advantageous, as it helped restore energy. After casting warmth, I found reading less tedious. Although the difference was minimal, it was better than nothing. Just as I was engrossed in study, Cuz burst into the tent, drenched in sweat. Ever since I had isolated myself in the tent to read, old Kulu had grounded him, forbidding him from leaving the camp. He could only practice the basic movements of his spear outside. Returning each time soaked in perspiration and exuding a pungent odor, he rushed to my makeshift desk, a wooden box, thrusting his spear aside and gulping down water from his flask, letting out a satisfied belch. I shot him an exasperated glare, admonishing, "How many times must I tell you? After strenuous exercise, you shouldn't drink copiously. It could harm your lungs. Why won't you listen? I'm a werewolf. I've always drunk like this since childhood." "It's no issue," Cuz replied, setting down the flask and absent-mindedly grabbing a piece of jerky from the plate. He mumbled, "Almost forgot. The woman who brought us into the dance troupe to cook, oh, the one associated with Fred, has come to see you." 27. Aside before nightfall, the tents of the Wolfkin orcs were ill-suited for receiving Sing, and perhaps due to my prolonged association with Cuz, I had grown accustomed to it. However, many found the inherent odor of the Wolfkin orcs intolerable, akin to the scent of a wet dog on a rainy day. Thus, upon hearing Cuz mention that Sing had come to deliver my mended leather clothing and sleeping bag, I hastily gathered the sheepskin scrolls from my desk and stepped outside. Sing stood beside a pile of supplies in the merchant camp, cradling a neatly folded stack of garments. She gazed quietly in our direction, her expression naturally surveying the various tents, old and new, within the camp. Some tents were patched with layers of repairs, while others showed signs of decay, with black fungi sprouting from the rafters. Sing appeared curious as she looked around, her delicate features reflecting an inquisitive nature. She had evidently dressed with intention today, her smooth long hair braided, adorned in a light gray cashmere coat and a matching long skirt, exuding an understated elegance. Although the men of the caravan traveled alongside the dance troupe, their interactions were limited due to the strict oversight of the troupe's leader and Lord Leipa. Only a few gluttonous souls with deep pockets would become familiar with the troupe's cooks, often exchanging a bit of meat broth for a treat. Thus, encounters with a remarkable and mature beauty like Sing were rare. Upon spotting me emerging from the tent, she waved. I couldn't discern which tent you were in, so I opted to stand in the most conspicuous spot, hoping you'd notice I was here. Sing flashed a sly smile reminiscent of a fox, her eyes narrowing into thin slits, accentuating her long, dark eyelashes. It felt as if we were old acquaintances, naturally exchanging greetings. I tilted my face upward to receive the repaired clothing and sleeping bag, passing the garments to Cuz while clutching the leather coat close to my chest. Dismissing Cuz's offer to return the items to the tent, Cuz, disinclined to engage with unfamiliar and bothersome women, wore a disgruntled expression and turned away without a backward glance. This was a clever tactic employed by that wretched Tia. Assigning Cuz to deal with women he found irksome, particularly those seeking to extract recipe secrets from him. Most were easily deterred by his sour demeanor. "I truly appreciate your kindness. I should have visited you to retrieve these garments myself. My apologies for the inconvenience of having you bring them." Cuz, that introverted fellow, is not adept at communicating with others. I hope you do not take offense. I could only offer a somewhat apologetic excuse on Cuz's behalf. For this lad showed no regard for Uncle Fred's dignity. Indeed, his intellect seemed remarkably simplistic. Gradually, curious glances began to drift our way, as men, resembling gorillas who had not encountered women in ages, passed by in various mundane manners, some hoisting logs, others retreating behind the tent flaps to peek through the openings. Their lewd demeanor made me feel as though I were infested with lice, prickling with discomfort. After all, Sing, being a woman, inevitably felt awkward under such prolonged scrutiny. I had initially stood politely, waiting for her to bid farewell, so I could return with Cuz to test my new sleeping bag. However, seeing her lack of intention to say goodbye left me at a loss for words. I rarely get the chance to venture out. Won't you accompany me for a stroll? Sing said, tucking her wind-blown hair behind her ear. That I was taken aback by the delicate pinkness of her ears, which enhanced her allure. The troop's rules were stringent. One could not leave without explicit permission. I was momentarily stunned by her request, for my mind was solely preoccupied with how to deliver a dignified farewell. Yet here was Sing inviting me to explore the camp, leaving me no grounds to refuse. Thus, I mustered the courage to respond. It would be my honor. In truth, leading a beautiful woman exuding mature charm around the camp was not particularly difficult. However, under the collective gaze of the numerous old men who had not been near women in months, it felt akin to a monkey wandering through a crowd, oblivious while clutching a pie amidst a starving throng. MYH precluded any potential story with this enchanting woman, but after walking nearly halfway around the camp's perimeter, even Lord Lepa emerged, frowning at the now subdued atmosphere. That I could no longer withstand the pressure and fled with Sing. That we retreated to the hillside at the camp's eastern edge, where Sing laughed continuously, seemingly amused, while I sat silently beside her, gazing into the distance. Eventually, when her laughter subsided, we both stared blankly at the vast expanse of the Xinghu grasslands, tranquil and boundless. Tomorrow we set forth. Who knows if we shall ever see this beautiful grassland again? Regardless, it holds beautiful memories for me. With her head slightly bowed, Sing smiled softly. Her earlier arrogance and seriousness faded. Even when simply pursing her lips, her mouth appeared large, her full, luscious lips exuding a certain sensuality. Turning to me, she asked, "Why do I sense that you are somewhat different from the others?" Sing tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying. "It feels as though you could be a confidant, a trustworthy friend." On behalf of the Sisters of Group 7, I would like to formally invite you to visit us when you have the chance if you find yourself weary while riding on the back of the Thunder Rhino during our journey. Do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you for your invitation. I shall consider it, I replied, my mind briefly flashing back to the stunning hostess and the entrancing gaze that had ensnared my soul upon our first meeting. Sending chills down my spine, I silently added to my thoughts. Perhaps I would visit when Siugwa was absent. Sing quietly made her way back to the troops' camp, gradually winding through the grassy slope. Before reaching the northern foothills of the Pai Plateau, she delivered my sleeping bag and the repaired warm leather coat, leaving me with her invitation that I felt myself gradually integrating into this caravan. Not merely as a merchant, but as someone gaining recognition from various individuals, proving my worth in this manner. When alone, I would habitually release my magic resistance, waiting in silence for my internal magic reserves to deplete. When the resistance was inevitably interrupted, the warm hexagonal array would gently flicker within me, making me acutely aware that I had unknowingly learned 2 spells, although they were of little practical use. Yet I believed they would prove beneficial in the future. In recent days, I had been inquiring about the status of the Wind Chaser Adventure Group. If they had not returned by morning, it would mean the members might face the snowy mountains alone, without the entire caravan for support, traversing the treacherous northern foothills, where savage barbarians had resided for centuries, would be exceedingly difficult. Should such a scenario arise, it would indicate that the Wind Chaser Adventure Group would be unable to enter the Pai Plateau, leaving them with no choice but to descend the easternmost Xinghe River, daringly crossing the fringes of barbarian territory. Ultimately journeying eastward back to Shluit City along the Galloping Horse River, the signaling magic orbs calling the adventure group back were launched nightly, yet still, no news arrived. From my vantage point on the hillside, I could clearly see the Starlight Adventure Group's adventurers packing their gear, having successfully returned 2 days prior. According to Uncle Fred, their hunting endeavors had yielded substantial rewards, leading the tanners within the caravan to work tirelessly for the past 2 days. Uncle Fred also sought to secure a spot for me, but the Starlight Adventure Group had already withdrawn completely, lacking any need for scribes, as the freshly graduated warrior apprentices from the academy excelled in record-keeping. Unable to find a suitable role, I refrained from accepting a wage that might be looked down upon, especially with no news from Sister Gwugwa to lift my spirits. Uncle Fred mentioned that only the group leader, Bowie, and the deputy leader, Benzaki, along with an exceptionally skilled mage, Monda Truoya, had officially become warriors, the latter reportedly a novice scholar of magic, every afternoon. Cuz would venture outside the camp to gather firewood. In the entire camp. Only Cuz had the knack for finding wood in the treeless Xinghu grasslands. Afterward, we would ignite the firewood, extinguishing it once fully carbonized, then drying and collecting it. We needed to carry a considerable amount of charcoal. According to old Kulu's experience, entering the lifeless dead mines of the northern Pai Plateau, where not even a blade of grass grew, could become extremely cold in severe weather. In such cases, without a means to kindle a fire, one might even freeze to death. Hence, we had Cuz searching for conveniently transportable charcoal. I genuinely wished to accompany Cuz in searching for deadwood on the grasslands, but old Kulu insisted only Cuz had the chance to find it. I secretly inquired how Cuz located those dry tree roots, and he mysteriously replied that he used his nose to sniff them out. I retorted, "You must be joking. Did you sniff out the dead branches and leaves you pulled from Xinghu?" The sun had slowly descended to the horizon, resembling an oval yolk frying in a pan, while the evening glow was nearly engulfed by the dimming sky. Standing on the hillside, I gazed into the distance, still unable to catch a glimpse of Sister Guagua. The camp bustled with activity, as bundles of belongings were packed, and all the fine iron ingots were neatly arranged on the shelves. By the time the sun rose the next morning, they would be loaded onto the Thunder Rhino. Marking the official departure of our caravan. In the twilight, I could vaguely see Uncle Onlu, the plump one, disassembling the stove, stacking the iron pots neatly and securing them with rope, awaiting their loading onto the Thunder Rhino in the morning. My heart sank along with the setting sun, as the Wind Chaser adventure group remained absent from my sight. Once night fell, I would lose my last guiding light, and sitting on the hillside, I let out a sigh of anxiety and helplessness. As we prepared to depart and return, my mood soured considerably, and even Cuz knew to keep his distance. I sat disconsolate atop the Thunder Rhino, while Cuz and Uncle Fred assisted old Kulu in securing the luggage. We had made ample preparations for our mountain expedition, coupled with the necessary medicinal herbs, tents, and woolen goods, which caused the Rhino's back to appear heavily burdened. A jarring sight from afar, the driver, Pushkin, stationed at the front of the Thunder Rhino's neck, repeatedly cautioned us against overloading. That we rode upon a male Thunder Rhino, soon to enter its rutting season, rendering it irritable and prone to fits of anger. Being young, I felt useless, silently observing as the camp was dismantled entirely, every transportable item tossed onto the Rhino's back. The caravan had already advanced several hundred meters, and from my perch on the Thunder Rhino, the lengthy line resembled a serpentine trail weaving through the grasslands. There were still a dozen Thunder Rhinos preparing to set off, and our Rhino was positioned towards the back, granting us ample time to organize our gear. Lord Lepa stood at the rear on the last Thunder Rhino, arms crossed, his expression inscrutable, resembling a statue from a distance. Quietly, I watched as the last Thunder Rhino joined the departing line, embarking on the journey to the Orc tribes. This can be regarded as the final destination of this journey. If all goes well, we shall return to the northernmost city inhabited by humanity, Shluite City, by the end of the year. The troops' 13 covered wagons had been prepared well in advance, each adorned with vibrant, shimmering magical circles that flickered and vanished within the bodies of the wagons. This is the essence of their value. Each wagon is engraved with countless magical runes, ultimately interconnected by Master Ming, forming a vast and complementary magical matrix. States of magic such as wind swift passage, speed enhancement, wind formation, group acceleration, and force field control were all imbued upon the entire caravan. The bison, known for their innate strength and belonging to the swamp tribe, let out their deep, resonant bellows. The troops' convoy smoothly merged into the larger procession, following slowly behind. Adventurers from the Starlit Expedition rode at the forefront, galloping on their ancient Borai horses, while their scouts had already raced 10 miles ahead, ready to signal any sign of danger. I remained perched atop the highest point of the Thunderhorn, gazing into the distance. The massive legs of the Thunderhorn, as thick as a large water barrel, trembled as they trod upon the grass. The sound of 70 Thunderhorn's footsteps echoed like the drums of war. Old Kulu sat behind me on the saddle, resting with his eyes closed, while Cuz squatted beside Uncle Fred, muttering something to himself. Looking back at the trampled remnants of our camp, now reduced to heaps of ashes and devastated pastures, I noted the many abandoned bones of the magical antelopes, which attracted circling vultures in the sky, seemingly waiting patiently for the caravan to move on before swooping down to scavenge for scraps. "Don't look anymore, Ja. Look what I've brought you." Cuz grinned, barely containing his pride. As he leaned over the cargo box beside me, we jostled together with the rhythm of the thunderhorn's movement. It felt akin to a ship slicing through waves at sea, and I reluctantly averted my gaze, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Perhaps in the journey ahead, I would no longer see Sister Guagua. I had even envisioned that during those days of separation from Cuz, I would follow Sister Guagua back to her homeland, where I hoped to settle down. I longed to see the golden apple orchards she often spoke of and the banks of the Sulan River in front of her house, where I could spend entire afternoons in the tea shop at the street corner, savoring nut pastries. Yet, none of these dreams had come to fruition. I lacked the spirit to engage in his playful banter. Upon seeing him display a few pristine, glistening wolf toe bones, I realized he intended for us to craft wolf bone buttons together. However, I could not muster the energy, turning my head away to evade his gaze, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Cuz." Old Kulu gave me a knowing look and said slowly, "Perhaps you should try to calm your heart. Reflect on what I taught you last night. Acquiring knowledge during this mundane journey can help pass the time." I nodded obediently and sat beside Old Kulu, while Cuz, equally disheartened, settled down quietly beside me. Throughout the 17 months of our caravan's passage through the New Siaki Mountains, the three of us had spent our time in this manner, seated upon the saddle behind the thunderhorn. Old Kulu encouraged me to further grasp the shadow cloak spell I had learned just the previous night. He had meticulously designed a simplified version of this spell after poring over countless tomes. This skill bears a resemblance to the elven innate ability of invisibility or the ranger's skill of stealth, both of which are forms of concealment. The shadow cloak utilizes magical energy to alter the light around the caster, allowing them to blend into the shadows. Given my limited magical energy, Old Kulu had appropriately simplified the skill. Nevertheless, even in its rudimentary form, this spell still requires me to simultaneously articulate the incantation and draw the magical sigils, demanding nearly all of my magical power to execute even once. Moreover, the simplified version of the shadow cloak has significant limitations, as it can only be employed in dim light or shadows. Old Kulu's intention was for me to perceive the subtle connection between the incantation and the magical sigils. Only someone like me, who struggles to use the basic spell Time Stop, would fret over the synchronization of incantation and sigil drawing. With the self-casting Time Stop, contemporary mages need only perform the incantation and complete the sigil simultaneously, thereby avoiding the awkwardness of misalignment. However, Old Kulu mentioned that this could be a blessing in disguise, allowing me to deeply contemplate the intricate relationship between the incantation and the sigil. He noted that today's awakened mages learn spells at a rapid pace in the magic academies, where instructors specialize in teaching incantations and others focus on sigil drawing. All apprentice mages need to do is correctly recite the complete incantation within a set time frame, as long as their pronunciation is accurate and the incantation remains intact. They pass. Rarely do apprentice mages concern themselves with the unique rhythm of the incantation and its relationship to the magical sigils. The same mindless approach applies to sigil drawing. As long as they maintain a steady output of magical energy and draw a stable sigil within the allotted time, success rates soar to nearly 100%. However, Old Kulu lamented that today's mages have become overly reliant on the Time Stop spell, and while they have yet to discover its flaws, he hopes that I can take the time to genuinely reflect on the relationship between incantations and sigils before I have enough magical energy to learn Time Stop. I could not fathom why, but I sensed that my keen magical perception was gradually enhancing my other 5 senses, a realization that had only recently dawned upon me. That I found that my abilities were improving, to the point that on sunny days, I could see further than Kuz. It is well known that the physical prowess of orcs far surpasses that of humans, with their visual, auditory, and olfactory senses being significantly superior. Yet, I discovered that I could see slightly farther than Cuz. Initially, I wondered if Cuz might be a nearsighted werewolf. However, after testing my eyesight against Uncle Fred's in the shadows, I confirmed that my vision was indeed quite sharp, though my hearing and sense of smell still lagged behind Cuz. They were considerably better than Uncle Fred's. Sometimes I pondered whether Uncle Fred's indulgence in wine and pleasures had diminished his physical attributes, but I was reluctant to expose these differences and therefore refrained from seeking comparisons. Lepa, the esteemed leader of the caravan, was escorted back to the front atop the Thunderhorn by Lord Bauji, the captain of the Starlit expedition. Once the caravan was on course, that was truly the chariot of a leader. As the robust warrior, Lord Bauji, clad in full plate armor, rode past the Thunderhorn where I sat. I felt an inexplicable sensation that he was akin to a wall, an odd feeling, reminiscent of the tremors I felt gazing up at the sprawling Great Wall at its base. At that moment, the imposing Lord Baoji suddenly seemed to sense us, his piercing gaze sweeping over us with a swift intensity, sending a chill down my spine. Old Kulu, sitting beside me, merely lifted his eyelids to glance at Baoji, who then offered us a slight, friendly smile, retracting his menacing aura. In the blink of an eye, Baoji and the cloaked, enigmatic mage beside him galloped several dozen meters away, yet I could still keenly sense that. Just moments prior, the mysterious mage concealed within the cloak had turned to glance back at me, his serpent-like eyes sending a shiver down my spine. Humph! Old Kulu let out a cold snort. Clearly audible to the three figures several dozen meters away, they instinctively lowered their bodies, snapping their whips against their horses' flanks, causing the two boar-eye horses to whinny in unison and bolt forward, as if startled, moving with lightning speed. Once those figures had receded into the distance, Old Kulu turned to me, his gaze lingering for a moment, but he said nothing. Teacher, why do I feel that the captain of the Starlit Expedition is like a towering wall? I could not help but voice my curiosity. Old Kulu broke into a slight smile, tapping my head with his finger, and said, I thought you would manage to hold your tongue. This is due to your heightened intuition, which allows you to perceive the aura surrounding Lord Baoji. Such knowledge is typically reserved for warrior apprentices in the war academies. In your terms, it is akin to a 9th-level peak warrior who has 1 foot on the threshold of the 10th level. Once they attain the 10th level, their strength will see a marked increase. Before reaching that level, every warrior must break through a bottleneck, which is their understanding of aura. Is that wall representative of his aura? I inquired. Old Kulu simply nodded. Choosing to remain silent thereafter. I am aware that Lao Kulu has chosen to refrain from speaking extensively in the presence of outsiders. I pondered how to coax him into discussing these matters later that evening. I suddenly spotted several dark figures on the distant prairie, accompanied by a faint plume of dust rising behind them. An inexplicable sensation surged within me, prompting me to rise in excitement and shield my eyes to gaze into the distance. Your sixth sense is remarkably developing. If you do not learn to temper it, someone will inevitably discern your uniqueness. Lao Kulu's voice echoed once more in my ears, resonating within me like the tolling of a bell, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. Yet, I paid it no mind, standing with my eyes fixed intently on the horizon. Gradually, the dark figures became clearer. They were several galloping ancient gobble-eye horses. As the steeds raced closer, those familiar silhouettes emerged into my view. The rhinoceroses, perhaps, would not mind the additional burden of several hundred pounds, as they toiled diligently, their temperaments gentle. The morning dew upon the prairie had been gradually licked clean by the rising sun, leaving traces of moisture upon each blade of grass. Beneath the vast, azure sky, a few clouds floated like loaves of white bread. Turning back to glimpse the direction of our camp, I could no longer discern any shadows. Only the soaring vultures glided silently towards the camp. Perhaps lured by the remnants of boiled bones. I reflected that as long as one lives, it suffices. Each individual possesses their own path, and the species on the prairie have their own journey, all merely striving to survive. Upon catching sight of Sister Guogwa, unharmed, my anxious heart finally found solace. She sat astride her horse, her light-colored dress dusted with dirt. One hand gripped the reins, while the other held a staff that naturally rested before her. Her long legs were firmly secured in the stirrups, her slender waist upright in the saddle, and her chestnut hair danced in the gentle breeze. Noticing my gaze upon her, she returned a sweet smile and waved. She appeared somewhat exhilarated, yet maintained an air of modesty. I observed the bulging packs hanging from her sides, while her horse, reluctant to move another step, attempted to trot in place. She frowned slightly, leaning forward to whisper something into the horse's ear. And to my astonishment, the spirited steed galloped eagerly towards me, as if I were holding a gigantic carrot in my hand. At times, I find the concept of fate to be quite wondrous, after only a few encounters. We feel an uncanny familiarity, requiring little verbal exchange. I could even sense her thoughts of concern for me, as she approached with her bright eyes fixed upon me, her nostrils quivering gently, and her slightly parted lips revealing a radiant smile. I leaped from the 3-story high back of the thunder rhinoceros, using the thick ropes securing the cargo to cushion my descent. My nimble form rolled gracefully across the grass before standing beside her, gazing up at her with a broad grin. She urged her horse a few steps closer, but my diminutive stature rendered me unable to reach the soft belly of the towering gobble-eye horse. She coyly concealed her smile with her hand, bent down, and effortlessly lifted me onto the horse's back. resting her fair forehead gently against mine as she softly spoke. Did you wait long? Fortunately, I have finally returned. I had never expressed a desire to wait for her, yet she seemed to know. Furthermore, she appeared to take pride in her insightful understanding of me, as if to say, look how well I know you. Sister Gwugwa embraced me. Her taut abdomen pressed firmly against my back, prompting me to grasp the mane of the gobble-eye horse. I casually tossed the two heavy packs hanging from the horse's rear to the ground behind us. Where Kiangbe was steadily catching up, with a flourish of the whip, we surged forward, the sensation akin to riding a roller coaster rather than a carousel, stealing a glance back at the approaching Kiangbe. I noticed his sincere smile, his strong hand securely clutching the burdensome packs, seated firmly upon his steed. However, the weariness etched upon his face and the claw marks etched deep into his half-armor were stark reminders of the formidable beasts capable of inflicting such wounds. Far beyond the capabilities of ordinary demon antelopes or windwolves. Moreover, the tower shield he bore had been split into two sections, haphazardly wrapped behind him, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, he remained impeccably courteous. Seated with the poise of a true gentleman, his humility, honesty, fairness, and bravery led me to believe that his path as a knight would undoubtedly be a prosperous one. Uncertain of what to say, I surrendered my thoughts to the cool breeze, opening my arms to embrace the vibrant life of this land, the azure sky above, and our seemingly insignificant existence within it. Sister Gwugwa guided me away from the merchant caravan, yet maintained a watchful eye on it, ensuring it remained within our line of sight. Only when the thunder rhinoceros appeared as diminutive as a matchbox did Sister Gwugwa slow her pace. I felt acutely aware of the transformation around me, the warmth radiating from Sister Gwugwa's lively body against my back, the muscles of the gobble-eye horse ablaze with energy, its blood boiling with vigor, and the blue and white butterfly flowers quietly blooming on the grass. I even perceived the struggling fish in the nearly dry creek nearby. Suddenly, my senses sharpened, and I opened my eyes, perhaps having been closed for too long. The world appeared strikingly clear. I could even perceive the traces of the wind. At that moment, a low utterance, seemingly erupting from my throat, escaped my lips in the ancient beastman tongue. My fingers instinctively moved in sync with the rhythm of the incantation. Effortlessly tracing a simple magic circle, the magical energy flowed from my fingertips, culminating in a graceful arc of spellbinding power. A resounding burst of black mist enveloped us, shrouding me and Sister Gwugwa in obscurity, rendering the outside world a mere blur. In that moment of clarity, my third basic spell, Shadow Cloak, inexplicably manifested successfully. Sister Gwugwa gasped in surprise, then marveled. This is dark elemental magic. What a fascinating spell. It can render our bodies partially ethereal. If only it could achieve complete invisibility. It would be perfect. The magic of the beastmen is indeed distinct from ours. This shadow magic must be a skill possessed by melee-oriented beastman mages. She reflected on the knowledge of that beastman shaman, who managed to teach me 3 spells, leaving me in awe. Then, as if struck by a delightful thought, Sister Gwugwa burst into laughter. She wrapped her unoccupied arm around my head, leaning in close to whisper in my ear. I just realized. Even if you do not awaken your magical potential, it's perfectly fine. Imagine a melee mage archer like Captain Viru. How terrifying that would be. Huh. Sister, we made a pact. I aspire to be a rune master. I wish to inscribe the most powerful dragon language runes for you, I declared stubbornly. These past few days, I had been poring over various materials, and Lao Kulu had finally begun to share his collection of historical tomes on magic with me. This unveiled to me the reason behind the beast bone necklace he wore, which contained a fragment of a void beast skull, capable of storing precious items. That I now understood why Lao Kulu always seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of ancient magical texts. Sister Gwugwa's cheeks flushed as she playfully scoffed from between her teeth before saying, I do not expect you to inscribe any dragon language magic runes, as long as you can sketch basic runes. I will be thrilled. I will undoubtedly become a rune master. Once the caravan reaches the Guruding tribe, you must take me back to Beale City. I want to see if it is truly as wonderful as you described. Upon hearing my intention to return to Beale City with her, Sister Gwugwa's smile radiated even brighter. Haha, I assure you will love it. We will even establish a belt-buckle chain store. But can you forge? I cannot do that, I replied. Sister Gwugwa waved her hand grandly. Then we shall hire a blacksmith. Once I earn enough money, I will buy Sue a pair of Orion prosthetics, and then we, along with you and Annie, will purchase a farm with an apple orchard. That is a splendid idea. Oh. By the way, we cannot linger here for too long. That we will not return home until the end of the year, by which time you will be over 6 years old. But we will also need to register at the city administration office. Any child without an identity will not be accepted into the magic academies in our city. You still count as a drifter and require Beale City residency. However, this matter is quite simple. Once registered at the city administration office, any child who resides in Beale City for 3 years will automatically become a city resident. At that point, we can participate in the annual spring enrollment examination and the magical awakening ceremony to see if you will become a mage. To be honest, it does not matter whether or not I become a mage. Every year, tens of thousands of children in Beale City participate in the awakening ceremony, but only a handful become mages, and it is not uncommon for there to be insufficient numbers for a class. Do not be overly concerned. Your physical prowess far exceeds that of your peers. And your ability to wield some basic Orcish magical skills is commendable. Attending another school could also prove beneficial. Rest assured, Sister will always look out for you. Perhaps Guogua was worried that I was burdened with too many thoughts and obsessions, which is why she continually reassured me that not becoming a mage was perfectly normal, as the odds of such an achievement are exceedingly slim. I hesitated to reveal my secret and, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Sister, I understand." Guogua sat behind me, adjusting the buttons of my clothing, and produced a beautifully crafted wolf fang dagger from her bosom. Indeed, it was a dagger entirely fashioned from the upper canine teeth of a giant wolf. Its blade a delicate green hue, with a handle made of walnut wood securely bound to the base of the fang with a strip of cloth. Astonishingly, the fang itself measured an impressive 12 centimeters in length. When Guogua carefully handed it to me, I could hardly fathom that it was a tooth from a colossal windwolf. The blade, rounded with a slight curve, glimmered with a sharp tip that radiated a faint green luminescence, a testament to its rough craftsmanship. After presenting me with the dagger, Guogua solemnly warned me that it was a poisoned blade, advising me to exercise utmost caution and to never inflict harm upon myself with it, lest grave danger ensue. Its origin was quite simple. It had been extracted from the upper jaw of a giant two-headed windwolf, a creature imbued with both wind and poison magical abilities. For over 10 days, the chasing wind adventurers had been encircling this mutated behemoth, and after a considerable effort, their leader, Vilu, had devised a trap to successfully capture the creature. This precious canine tooth, procured from the wolf's head, was a trophy of Guogua's efforts, and it seemed she had entrusted it to me almost immediately after acquiring it. In her words, I have no need for it. With that, she brandished her wand and swiftly conjured a water projectile in the air, which shot forth with a resounding bang, exploding into a mist of droplets over 100 meters away. It was as if she were silently conveying to me, "Behold, we mages prefer to resolve matters with magic." I carefully concealed the wolf fang dagger against my undergarments, alongside a short cone fashioned from the horn of a magical antelope. That moment, the shadowy figure that had surrounded us silently dissipated, revealing our silhouettes in the sunlight. It had not yet been 3 minutes since I had released my magic, which was rather embarrassing. The duration of these magical effects seemed to diminish with each passing moment. Guogua stifled a laugh and inquired, "Is that all?" My face fell instantly. The commerce caravan journeyed along the solid earthen trail at the edge of the grasslands for 2 days before finally arriving at the initial entrance to the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau. This area is commonly referred to as the Salt Iron Road, shared in name by the dwarves who enjoy apple wine and dwell in caves, as well as the orc tribes who roam the Pi Plateau. From here, traversing westward through the undulating New Sikis Mountains leads to the Dwarven Kingdom, renowned for its abundant production of fine iron ingots. Alternatively, scaling the treacherous Death Road will bring one to the Pi Plateau, a land rich in magical antelopes and various low-level herbs. Each year, the orcs exchange a substantial number of magical antelopes for the dwarves' fine iron, thus earning this route the moniker of Sheep Iron Road, which over time morphed phonetically into Salt Iron Road. The greatest hindrance to merchants here was the treacherous mountain paths, akin to natural fortresses. On one side lay a bottomless abyss, while the other was a sheer cliff face, with only a narrow winding road of 4 to 5 meters in width threading between the two. While this alone was daunting, venturing further north would lead to the ice-capped tundra when the northern winds blew. The frigid gales from the tundra would sweep southward toward the Pi Plateau, only to be obstructed by the mountains. It was only along this Salt Iron Road that the cold winds could ascend the mountains. And should they encounter the warm, southeast trade winds from the endless sea, a tempest of rain, snow, and hail could ensue, transforming the entire Salt Iron Road into a colossal ice sculpture stretching for miles. In such circumstances, the caravan would find it impossible to reverse course. The massive land beasts and large magical transport vehicles would have no means to turn around on such a narrow road. leaving them with no choice but to either evade the disaster or press onward against the wind. Thus, this route gradually gained a reputation as a road of death. Despite this, some still dared to traverse this perilous trade route. However, a decade ago, the emergence of a cunning and formidable band of robbers along the Salt Iron Road changed the situation. These outlaws hailed from the realm of the Black Iron King among the 7 Dwarven kings. Comprised of exiled Dwarven convicts, impoverished Dwarven civilians, and escaped Dwarven slaves, they concealed themselves within the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau, evading the relentless pursuit of the Dwarven kings, and gradually formed their own power. Calling themselves the Grey Dwarves, born to be thieves, they seized control of a mine along the Salt Iron Road and established a settlement, relying primarily on robbery for sustenance. This infamous band of Grey Dwarves thrived in the crevice between the powerful Dwarven kingdom and the Orc tribes. The Dwarves, bound by a pact with the Orc Emperor, never dared to step foot on the Pi Plateau, while the Orc tribes themselves were fragmented and beleaguered by intratribal conflicts. The presence of the Grey Dwarves, skilled in tunneling, was a source of constant headache for them. Should the situation turn dire, the Grey Dwarves would immediately abandon their comrades and retreat into the mines. The Orc forces had attempted to encircle them several times, but to no avail. Thus, over the course of a decade, the influence of the Grey Dwarves had grown exponentially, like a snowball gathering mass. Many smaller merchant groups feared the Grey Dwarven bandits hiding in the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau, resulting in a significant decline in the number of caravans traversing the Salt Iron Road. In stark contrast, the potential profits from this route soared. This particular caravan, laden with over 500 tons of fine iron ingots across 70 thunder rhinos, stood to gain at least 5-fold in profit upon successfully returning to the Green Empire. However, a stroke of fortune was still required, particularly as we faced this road of death ahead. Lepa had made numerous preparations. Nearly every thunder rhino was equipped with a strong crossbow, and given the ferocity of the thunder rhinos themselves, they were formidable beasts in battle. This formidable caravan of 70 thunder rhinos was certainly not something the smaller Grey Dwarven factions could contend with. Additionally, 2 adventuring parties and magical rune-etched wagons provided substantial deterrence, enhancing our overall strength. Once the caravan entered the Salt Iron Road, we proceeded along the winding path paved with countless stones. We began preparing our meals at dawn, aiming to officially set off with the first light of day. The early frost blanketed the mountains, casting a brilliant white hue. I dared not gaze too long at the peaks, fearing for my eyesight. Mountain goats stood on the cliffs, appearing to look down at us with pity. I lay curled on the back of a thunder rhino, wrapped in a thick blanket, reluctant to rise, content to expose only my face to greedily inhale the crisp, cool air. Cuz squatted beside me, gnawing on a smoked rabbit head, while he held another in his other hand, though I had no desire to partake, perhaps only Cuz seemed to enjoy himself amidst the caravan. For he always managed to procure some unique delicacies, like the 2 otter rabbits he had brought back last night, without even time to prepare them. Throughout the day, we remained vigilant, wary of any rocks that might tumble down from the cliffs. I could casually extend my head to peer into the unfathomable ravine on the opposite side, where the incessant sound of rushing water below was a constant annoyance. My heart felt taut, like a stretched string, only to relax during our nighttime rest, making me cherish those moments of repose. Due to the lack of time to prepare the 2 otter rabbits, I devised a rather lazy plan. If I could acquire some yellow clay, the process would be even simpler. Yet, on this narrow road of gravel, only a few meters wide, shared with the thunder rhinos, finding yellow earth proved impossible. Ultimately, I settled on smoking the 2 otter rabbits. The method was straightforward. Twisting together 10 strands of lamp wick and placing them in a bowl filled with animal fat, then placing a copper plate atop. By tossing some prepared pine wood onto the plate and igniting the wick in the bowl. It wouldn't be long before the lamp would heat the wood, releasing aromatic smoke infused with pine resin. The marinated otter rabbits could then be placed on the adjacent plate and sealed in a large iron pot, allowing me to enjoy a delightful smoked rabbit meal after a restful night's sleep. This time, the morning sun had yet to break through the mountain ridges, and we awaited the signal to set off. I simply chose another piece of smoked rabbit head and a leg, instructing Cuz to deliver the remaining smoked meat to old Kuru and Uncle Fred. Cuz placed my portion on a wooden plate beside me, as if presenting a treasure, before seeking out old Kuru and Fred. At this moment, Uncle Fred was busy organizing the supplies carried by the thunder rhinos, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, having not visited Singer for several days, and remained stationed at the caravan camp. I suspected this situation would persist for quite some time, likely lasting until we safely traversed the northern foothills. Every morning, the seasoned old orc, Lao Kulu, would be summoned by Lei Pa to survey the terrain ahead. His every piece of advice, born from years of experience, held the potential to save a life. I sipped from a warm bowl of corn porridge, preparing to sample the flavor of the smoked rabbit head from the previous night. Yet, as my gaze swept over the plate, I was dismayed to discover that the rabbit leg had vanished without a trace. The chill of the mountain breeze at dawn jolted me into a heightened state of awareness. I hastily donned my cotton clothing, the fabric both lightweight and warm, and Kuza remarked that I was beginning to resemble a proper person. Bah! The smoky aroma of the rabbit head was rather overpowering, indeed. Smoking it for an entire night proved excessive. It seemed I must learn to moderate the use of fuel. Nevertheless, the flavor was robust. I tore off 2 strips of meat and popped them into my mouth before leaping down from the back of the thunder rhino. I traversed the narrow mountain path, finding no suspicious figures. I pondered, could it be that the rabbit leg had sprouted wings and flown away? While I was unperturbed by the theft, I felt compelled to ascertain the truth. I forced myself to remain still, for a faint sound of chewing reached my ears, accompanied by the crisp crunch of bones being gnawed, reminiscent of a mouse nibbling on wooden beams in the night. The sound was subtle, and had it not been for my heightened magical perception, my senses sharpened beyond those of an ordinary person, I might have overlooked this minute clue. Following the sound, I turned and spotted a slight figure hiding in the shadow between the sturdy hind legs of the thunder rhino. Her slender back leaned against the warm shank of the beast, absently scratching it while voraciously devouring the rabbit leg, her large, expressive eyes stealthily glancing about. She wore a grayish-white woolen skirt and matching coat. Her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, swaying as she turned her head, she leaned slightly forward, seemingly searching for something. Curiosity piqued, I stood behind her, following her gaze, but all I could see were scattered pots yet to be cleared away. At that moment, she appeared to sense my presence, abruptly turning to find me. Her gaunt face blanched in fear, as if she had seen a ghost, and she stammered, "How did you find me?" My first impression of her was one of endearing innocence. She was as startled as a fawn. The girl seemed to be around 15 or 16, taller than me by half a meter, but her figure was slight, with a flat chest and narrow hips. Yet, there was an alluring quality about her. Her fair face marked with a smudge of soot, and her bright, autumn-like eyes seemed almost capable of speech. Without her uttering a word, I could sense her thoughts. How did you discover me? How could you sneak up on me without my notice? I longed to hush her, but my hand could not reach her mouth, for she kept retreating from me. I in a merchant caravan. Stealth is paramount. Discovery could lead to a beating. At the very least, I surmised that this little girl had snuck away from a dance troupe. For there were no women in the caravan. Given her frail appearance, I speculated that she might be driven by hunger, compelled to pilfer food to fill her belly. Perhaps she was a lowly slave. I quickly gestured for her to remain silent, then seized her hand, pulling her into the shadow of the thunder rhino's hind leg. She instinctively struggled, her eyes questioning me. Just then, Uncle Fred hurried past, clutching a bundle of coarse rope. She was astute enough to hold her breath, and we narrowly escaped detection. She seemed eager to continue our conversation, but I swiftly thrust the unfinished rabbit head into her hands, whispering, "There is no time. The caravan will depart soon. If you wish to avoid being discovered, you must return quickly." Her wide, bright eyes regarded me in disbelief. I initially thought her astonishment stemmed from the sudden turn of events. As I prepared to leave, I scratched my head helplessly and called out, "Hey, listen." She had already started to move away, but turned back at my voice. "If you're truly hungry, come earlier tomorrow," I urged her softly. The distant sound of the departure horn echoed through the air, and without further hesitation, she dashed along the edge of the path, her nimble figure resembling a young deer in the woods. The grayish-white woolen attire provided her with a semblance of camouflage, and given that I was positioned at the rear of the thunder rhino, the third from the end of the caravan, her silhouette vanished swiftly around a bend in the mountain path. At that moment, Uncle Fred's voice called out from atop the thunder rhino, and I promptly responded. He saw me crouching beneath the beast and quickly lifted me out, holding me aloft as he gazed up at me, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Crouching beneath a rhino? Are you not afraid of being trampled?" I offered no defense, merely grinning foolishly at him as he reluctantly hoisted me back onto the thunder rhino and admonished, "Stop wandering about aimlessly. The departure horn has sounded twice already." "Right," I acknowledged, contemplating the plight of those at the bottom rung of society, perpetually oppressed, much like my former self, who had been tasked with menial chores, collecting dung, scrubbing leather, and delivering messages. Yet, Lao Kulu had only casually mentioned to Lei Pa, "Oh, look, this is my newly acquired apprentice, learning the art of potion brewing." Remarkably, Lei Pa uttered not a word, and no one else had instructed me to labor. Save for Uncle Fred. I mused that the girl who had stealthily emerged in search of food might share a similar fate to mine. Deep within my subconscious, I marked her with a sense of kinship. Pondering her unfortunate circumstances, perhaps having been sold away at a tender age, ultimately, I found it natural to feel that we were kindred spirits, and I mused, I ought to look out for her. Thus, I thought. Point 31. Tales from the Valley, Part 1. The caravan continued its arduous journey along the winding, treacherous mountain path. I could feel the terrain steadily rising around us, and I dared not glance down at the abyssal gorge beside the road. Its depth was daunting, instilling a sense of suffocating panic. Yet, I could effortlessly gaze levelly at the majestic peaks on the opposite side of the valley. These gentle slopes, akin to a flat road, could test anyone's patience. On this vast journey, the road before us seemed endless, devoid of intersections or signs of life. The surrounding mountains began to reveal their rugged limestone faces, and even the hardy grasses that clung to the rocky surfaces grew scarce. The once visible mountain goats now entirely absent. We had been traversing the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau for 9 days, and for someone like me, uncertain of where the path would lead, this experience was far from pleasant. The more I yearned for an endpoint, the more hope I harbored, and thus, the waiting grew increasingly agonizing. For the members of the caravan, life on the back of the Thunder Rhino was a routine. For me, it was my existence. Each day, I would languidly recline on the Thunder Rhino's back, engrossed in a roll of parchment, a means to pass the time. Initially, I could only converse in rudimentary Orcish, but after enduring this prolonged period of practice and study, I found that I no longer required Lao Kulu's guidance to comprehend the text. From a state of guessing and inferring, I had progressed to freely reading and reciting. Occasionally, when I came across travelogues, I would share captivating passages with Kuzu, who, though disinterested in reading, found adventure tales to be quite fascinating. Each enormous Thunder Rhino occupied the narrow path, making daily morning trips to the edge of the cliff a headache. Adults would casually walk to the precipice, unfasten their belts, and relieve themselves into the gorge below, whistling nonchalantly as they did so. I, however, could not muster the courage. Merely standing at the cliff's edge rendered my legs as weak as noodles. I resorted to finding a cracked and discarded ceramic pot, discreetly hiding behind the Thunder Rhino to attend to my personal needs. For a child, such precautions were unnecessary, yet I endeavored to maintain my ludicrous dignity. The distance between me and Sister Guogua was a staggering 67 Thunder Rhinos, an insurmountable chasm. At this distance of over a kilometer, we could only wave to each other from elevated positions, signaling our well-being. Uncle Fred explained that all members of the adventure party were divided into groups that took turns scouting ahead, and Sister Guogua was no exception. Each time she set off or returned, she would greet me from afar, ensuring I was safe, while I wished to convey my own well-being. This profound emotional bond infused my heart with warmth, resembling familial affection. She felt like an elder sister to me. Uncle Fred remarked that this was a form of psychological dependence. Orphans crave such connections, a sentiment that Lao Kulu could not provide. Rather than merely a sisterly bond, it highlighted my lack of maternal love, prompting ridicule from the others, who teased me for never having known the comfort of a mother's embrace, leading me to cling desperately to others for affection. I stood up in a fit of rage, glaring at him hysterically, declaring that I would confront Singer tomorrow and tell him to stop associating with a half-aged man whose dirt was nearly suffocating him. Fred, incensed, rose to his feet, raising his hand like a bear's paw, poised to strike me. I, in that moment, leapt to my side, fist clenched, glaring fiercely at Fred, his face twisted in a menacing grimace, the bared fangs serving as a silent warning. Each verbal skirmish like this served as a spice in our journey. I knew that even if Cuz did not intervene, Uncle Fred would not resort to violence against me. Yet, every man possesses his own dignity, akin to a sensitive spot that, once touched, ignites fury. As we traversed the desolate, despair-inducing paths of the Stone Gorge, glimpses of the mountain stream visible far below would invariably stir profound fears, irritations, anxieties, tensions, and frustrations within me. If these emotions remained bottled up for too long, they could ultimately shatter the last bastion of my spirit. Hence, I found it necessary to release them gradually each day. On the third day following my encounter with the fragrant rabbit head, I learned the girl's name, or rather, the name I had ascribed to her, Little Chinyo. For I perceived her as rather slender. However, I later discovered that her arms were as plump and fair as white lotus roots, possessing a delightful roundness. Even when I stood on tiptoe, my head merely reached the gentle rise of her bosom. Her delicate form, particularly at such a young age, was strikingly tall, leading me to mistakenly believe her to be frail. She seldom spoke, often resembling a quiet cat, retreating to the most inconspicuous corner in the presence of others. This was the most astonishing aspect. It seemed as if everyone intentionally overlooked her, treating her as though she were air, her existence entirely unacknowledged. She was also a greedy little cat. Only when Kaz procured mountain delicacies would she silently appear the following morning. Her overly enchanting eyes fixated on the food, sometimes extending her rosy tongue to lick the dripping grease. Eventually, I realized she was indeed a gluttonous cat, not merely emerging due to hunger. For not every morning did we enjoy delectable meals, as we ventured deeper into the gorge. Finding edible creatures became increasingly arduous, and little Chino's visits dwindled in frequency. A few days prior, I had lamented to her about the merchant caravan's refusal to provide us with white bread and wheat cakes, extolling the exquisite taste of such baked goods. Subsequently, I discovered 2 golden brown wheat cakes beside my pillow each morning, occasionally accompanied by 2 bowls of white bread the size of my palm, one for me and the other as a bribe for Kaz. There were no secrets between Kaz and me. He was my brother. I sliced the white bread into thin pieces, spreading sour jujube jam and layering bacon and tomato to create a delicious sandwich, which surprisingly was quite flavorful. This marked the first time Kaz savored vegetables with such gusto. The members of the caravan did not question why Kaz and I could procure various delightful foods behind the scenes. Some would exchange their rarest treasures with the little beastman Kaz for what they deemed superior beast tribe delicacies. That tomato, roughly the size of a fist, was traded by Kaz for half a smoked fish. Although Kaz lacked understanding of nutritional balance, he was particularly attentive to my words. Little Chino seemed never to appear when old Kulu was around, deliberately avoiding him, even when tempting food lay before her. Yet, the moment old Kulu departed, she would suddenly materialize, claiming her share of bacon and tomato sandwich. I often mused that a dash of cheese would have been a splendid addition. I had long suspected that she was a servant or slave to one of the dancers in the troupe, and thus I endeavored to shield her from detection, fearing she would face a whipping if discovered. Kaz, however, believed I was simply pursuing a romantic interest within the troupe, and he regarded that notion with disdain. Sitting beside me, he would drape his arm over my shoulder, exclaiming, "You humans are so emotionally complex, Jia. You're so young, yet already know how to keep a woman," leaning back upon the leather seat of the thunder rhinoceros. After finishing the last bite of my sandwich, I merely smiled and said nothing. What I truly wished to convey was that I had simply found someone akin to myself, fostering a sense of closeness and a desire to assist one another within our capabilities, thus alleviating the burden of solitude. Ultimately, I feared loneliness, particularly knowing that upon our arrival at the Guruding tribe, I would have to part ways with Kaz. The thought of being abandoned filled me with dread, conjuring images of drifting aimlessly like a rootless reed. Consequently, I developed an immense reliance on the sorceress Quagua, who was willing to shelter me. Thus, I felt a kinship with little Chino. She too might be a young maid struggling to survive within the troupe, while I was merely an unanchored wanderer in this caravan. Fortunately, she appeared to fare decently, at least able to enjoy fragrant white bread daily, while I was also well cared for, surrounded by those who looked after me, including my brother Kaz. Here, we lacked everything. The thunder rhinoceros received no more grain in its feed, subsisting solely on black beans and hay, and if this continued, it would lose weight. To prevent this, Kaz, Uncle Fred, and I would scrape moss from the rocky cliffs along the mountain paths before dusk, managing to gather half a barrel by nightfall. Surprisingly, our actions sparked a frenzy among the entire caravan, occasionally leading 2 groups to quarrel over a particularly fruitful patch of moss. Water was also exceedingly scarce. We could neither wash our faces nor obtain drinkable water. Each morning, we collected melting snow from the rock layers into iron buckets, the resulting water suitable only for livestock, as humans could easily fall ill from drinking it. We would let this water sit in our flasks for a day and night, filtering it through cotton cloth before boiling, only to find it bitter and astringent. It was a dire situation. The water we had brought from the Shihu grassland had long since been consumed, and this water was not provided freely. Fuel was also in short supply. The temperature fluctuations were extreme, with daytime temperatures prompting beads of sweat even in a single garment, while nighttime brought little warmth even in a fur coat. Consequently, the dry cow dung and deadwood packed in sacks were consumed in large quantities, with no source of replenishment in sight. The forehead of Steward Lepa bore a deep furrow etched by worry. Old Kulu meticulously calculated how long it would take to reach the next waypoint, yet the thunder rhinoceroses could only manage to cover a meager distance each day, stubbornly refusing to move any further. Recently, he had been summoned increasingly by Steward Lepa to survey the terrain ahead, spending longer periods away, and upon his return, he would not utter a word regarding the salt and iron road. Instead, he would simply smoke the half-burnt dry tobacco, taking a few puffs to satisfy his craving. While resting upon the back of the thunder rhinoceros, I observed him hunched over, sighing, "It's been too cruel, alas." The following day, we learned that one of the thunder rhinoceroses in the caravan had stepped wrong and fallen near the cliff's edge, inadvertently breaking a leg. This calamity brought the entire mountain path to a standstill. A creature weighing several tons could not be moved by human strength alone. Its 3 intact legs could not support its massive frame, and the burdens of several tons it carried. It collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again, its organs crushed beneath its own weight. Thick, viscous purple blood oozing from its mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. If we continued to wait, there would be no hope. Even old Kulu could not heal the fallen thunder rhinoceros. If we delayed further, we might all find ourselves trapped here. Reluctantly, we had no choice but to abandon the creature, unloading its cargo. It was old Kulu who, with a mournful tune of the Orsish lament, sang a funeral dirge to console its soul, allowing it to return to the embrace of the beast god. This was a moment of sorrow for old Kulu, for taming a thunder rhinoceros was an arduous task, and each beast held immense value to the orcs, sometimes deemed even more precious than family. The sudden abandonment of one left old Kulu momentarily at a loss. I continued to peruse the endless parchment scrolls daily. When fatigue set in, I would sit up and meditate, unless absolutely necessary. I refrained from using magic to dispel the fire elements within me. I practiced the various postures taught to me by Changbei unceasingly, and now I could maintain them for extended periods. I eagerly anticipated the moment he would witness my progress and offer me praise. Cuz, on the other hand, appeared increasingly withdrawn, often sitting beside me in silence. He remarked that we were not far from his home. Yet I was at a loss for words, merely accompanying him on the back of the thunder rhinoceros. He sat cross-legged, palms resting on his ankles, his head bowed in silence, his fluffy ears drooping. I curled up, hugging my knees, gazing up at the enigmatic starry sky above, wondering if within this vast sea of stars lay remnants of my former home. After enduring 27 days and nights, we finally emerged from this perilous path, having traversed the narrow mountain trails where sleep was fraught with the fear of tumbling into the ravine, having encountered neither extreme blizzards nor the spring's prevalent freezing rain, nor the unpredictable dragon hurricanes that sweep through the valleys. Even the slightest calamity, such as a road collapse or a landslide, could have spelled our doom. Yet, our caravan has finally emerged victorious, and what lies before us is no longer the narrow mountain paths, but a vast expanse, with the narrowest gap between the 2 mountain ranges stretching 50 to 60 meters apart. The valley here is flat, adorned with an abundance of vibrant purple moss, exuding life and vitality. Dozens of thunder rhinos gather in this open space, and everyone in the caravan stands atop their backs, raising their hands in a thunderous cheer. In this moment, all fear is cast aside, and the members of the caravan spontaneously begin to sing a well-known folk song celebrating the bountiful resources of the Roland continent. The simplicity of its people, their indomitable spirit in the face of adversity, and their brave battles against demons. The deep and melodious tune echoes through the valley, while the caravan's banners flutter in the cold wind. Old Kulu points to the steep cliffs on either side, revealing scars etched by glacial movements, telling us that this valley was once a glacial corridor, shaped by the immense forces of ice. The last remnants of glaciers melted away decades ago, and to witness a glacier now, one must travel deep into the valley along a narrow stream for over 100 miles to behold the largest glacial expanse at the northern foot of the Pi Plateau. For days, we have seen no sign of the gray dwarfs, leading us to speculate that perhaps, coincidentally, we have arrived in spring, a time when the gray dwarves venture into the Pi Plateau for hunting or other endeavors. This thought lightens the previously oppressive atmosphere within the caravan. At the slightly more spacious entrance of the valley, not only is there an abundance of purple moss, but behind the large boulders, wild vegetables such as purslane and wheelgrass, which possess delightful flavors, flourish. Further along the valley's edge, beneath the rocky cliffs, thickets of shrubs abound. Some men from the caravan begin gathering firewood for dinner, while others unload heavy supplies from the thunder rhinos and start erecting tents. Gradually, covered wagons emerge from the mountain paths, and every window reflects the faces of the young girls from the troop, embracing and laughing through tears, liberating themselves from a month of repression and fear of death. I ponder that perhaps these girls, having endured such experiences, will mature overnight, gaining deeper insights into life. The advance party of the adventurers hastens towards the caravan's next destination. As I stand atop a thunder rhino, scanning the scouts for Gwibwejia, I spot Taya performing a flourish on horseback, waving at me. His gaunt face is adorned with youthful stubble, yet he appears full of vitality. Evidently part of the scouting team, until the last horse disappears from my view. I still do not catch sight of Guoguojie. Just then, a familiar voice calls from below. Hey, what are you looking at? After not seeing you for a month, you seem taller. Her snow-white face beams with youthful smiles, and as I turn to look, her lips curl upwards into a blooming flower. Guoguojie has shed her heavy leather armor, donning a thick long dress, the neckline revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, standing at the feet of the thunder rhino, gazing up at me, her chestnut hair dancing in the afternoon breeze. Without hesitation, I leap down from the thunder rhino, a drop of over 8 meters, without any form of cushioning. Guoguojie watches in astonishment as a long incantation escapes her lips, and a dazzling orb of magical light transforms into a magical feather, which swiftly extends to over 2 meters, catching my fall with grace. Before the magical feather even settles on the ground, I spring off it like a monkey and land on Guoguojie, wrapping my arms around her snow-white neck and exclaiming, "Sister, you little monkey, you startled me." Guoguojie lifts me effortlessly under my armpits, spinning me in midair, her long dress billowing out, complementing her radiant face in an exquisite display. In the Empire, commoners harbor a lingering fear of magicians. They tread carefully around, and whenever they find themselves near me, the jovial laughter of men diminishes significantly, their eyes filled with a cautious trepidation. This discomfort prompts Guoguojie to lead me to a quieter area, away from prying eyes, while Kaz hides behind, watching intently. I wave to him, beckoning him over, and he joyfully joins us. We discuss the distinctions between commoners and magicians. Guoguojie speaks candidly, explaining that upon becoming a magician, one is automatically bestowed the title of noble in the empire, along with various rewards. Typically, a novice magician is granted the rank of a third-tier baron, and achievements in battle or promotions elevate one's status further. This elucidates why becoming a magician can lead to instantaneous elevation in society. In larger cities, the disparity between commoners and magicians is not as vast as perceived. The difference lies in the monthly subsidies granted to magicians by the imperial treasury, and local governments provide substantial benefits to awaken magicians among the common folk, including free housing, unrestricted access to city libraries, priority exit rights when leaving the city, and reduced taxes on farms and shops owned by magicians. Of course, there are also down-and-out magicians employed by some common merchants, though they are rare exceptions. According to my understanding of Guoguojie's words, magicians resemble highly educated individuals akin to university professors in the previous world, rather than possessing an untouchable status. However, why do the people in the caravan harbor such fear of magicians? No one willingly leaves their home for years to pursue such arduous work when their basic needs are met. The caravan comprises 3 types of individuals. The highest tier includes Lord Leipa and his aides, along with the uniquely positioned Old Kulu. The second tier consists of the handlers of the Thunder Rhinos, hired at great expense by the caravan's affluent backers. The third tier comprises aides and laborers, individuals striving to earn a livelihood, fleeing from their past, or wandering without identification. It is this last group who genuinely fear magicians, as every city has a special department of judges, many of whom are invited to serve as enforcers, tasked with apprehending the most vile criminals lurking within. The infamous reputation of magicians stems from the enforcers who disdain wealth and power, tirelessly pursuing justice and truth to eradicate evil. Curiously, I ask Guoguojie, "Sister, are you an enforcer?" She takes my small hand, using her other hand to lift her skirt as she steps over a puddle, standing upright and brushing back the stray strands of hair from her forehead. When I was at the Magic Academy, becoming an enforcer was always my dream. The perks are excellent, and I could accumulate merits. Many of my seniors work there and would take good care of me. Plus, their uniforms look really cool. However, I eventually gave it up. If I went there, I wouldn't have any other opportunities to earn money. Self-discipline is the fundamental rule for enforcers, but I need money. I want to buy a pair of artificial limbs from the Oleana boutique for Sue. I've seen them, and they look and feel just like real legs, with lightweight magic and basic wind speed and agility enchantments. They can even be embedded with beginner-level magical crystals. If I return this time, I should be able to manage it. Hee. We uncovered 2 magic cores from a giant 2-headed mutated windwolf, and their dual attribute cores. Guoguojie is in high spirits as she leads us to a sheltered spot behind a large rock against the mountainside. And Kuz and I gather fallen branches from the underbrush. Kuz skillfully ignites a pile of dry leaves with a fire striker, the bright flames mingling with green smoke, consuming the leaves and igniting the surrounding branches. Kuz adeptly sets up a roasting rack, and the 3 of us sit around the fire, recounting tales from our perilous journey. We chat while lightly toasting flatbreads, sharing them warm among us. As the flames dwindle, leaving only glowing embers, Cuz finally retrieves a leg of lamb tightly wrapped in oiled paper, tearing off the wax-sealed paper, and places the leg on the rack, slowly turning it. In no time, the lamb leg turns golden brown, and oil begins to drip, sizzling as it falls into the coals. Observing Cuz carefully brushing sauce and honey onto the lamb, Guoguojie exclaims in surprise. Word from the caravan says there are 2 orc children who are exceptional cooks, possessing secret recipes from their kin that referring to you. Cuz and I exchange glances, simultaneously pointing at each other, declaring, "It's all him." 33. Blood Battle, Part 1. The campsite at the valley's mouth has been set up with a row of tents, and the looming threat of the gray dwarf bandits continues to cast a shadow over everyone's heads, refusing to dissipate. Upon emerging from the treacherous gorge known as the Death Path, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of my companions, and the weight upon our hearts began to lift. That evening, the caravan's thunder rhinoceros and the dance troop's wagons were haphazardly parked in the expansive clearing at the valley's mouth. The 2 disparate groups, having traversed the perilous route together, found an unexpected harmony among themselves. Within the camp, supplies were scarce. The few items we could scavenge at the valley's entrance were limited. The meager bushes afforded little firewood, prompting the men to venture further afield in search of any wild vegetables they could find. For days, we had subsisted on the icy meltwater trickling from the crevices of the rocks, and our diet consisted solely of dry jerky and flatbreads. Thus, encountering wild greens now felt like a rare delicacy. In the valley, dusk descended rather swiftly. From a distance, I spotted the flickering flames of bonfires igniting within the camp. We were over 300 meters away, and the bonfires, nestled behind a large boulder, were clearly visible from our side, yet from the opposite direction, not a glimmer of light could be seen, entirely obscured by the stone. The area was relatively sheltered from the wind, and as the dry wood burned down to embers, Cuz began roasting a wax-sealed leg of lamb on the grill. This was a remnant from our time at the Starlake Prairie. At that time, the men of the camp, alongside the adventurers, had gone hunting, many opting for the more precious magical antelope hides and silver coins as their rewards, while Cuz and I were each given a magical antelope horn. Later, Cuz had procured a stash of fresh antelope meat from the brave leader of the Starlit Adventurers, which was then cured into jerky for preservation. In these times of scarcity, to have a piece of cured meat was indeed a rarity within the caravan. I mused that perhaps even Lord Lepa was now gnawing on dry flatbread alongside the men of the caravan. Cuz hummed a nameless tune of the Orcish folk, and I rested my head on Guoguojie's sturdy thigh, gazing up at the starry sky, and said, "Sister, tell me about Annie." "Annie." Guoguojie placed a hand on my forehead, gently kneading it with her thumb and index finger, a soothing gesture. Annie was Guoguojie's younger sister, currently a second-year student at the Swordsmanship Academy of the Beal War Higher Institute. Guoguojie seemed lost in thought, finally recounting. "She has always been a rather headstrong girl." Beside us sat a quiet girl, who had discreetly positioned herself a little further from the fire, her presence unnoticed until my instincts prompted me to glance in her direction. The little girl in a light gray dress sat there, pursing her lips as she watched the leg of lamb spinning in Cuz's hands. Upon catching my gaze, she looked back at me with a hint of sorrow and remarked, "You haven't had roasted meat in ages." Sneaking off to such a faraway place without even remembering to call me. Guoguojie, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the little girl, inquired, "Is this your friend?" Cuz interjected, "This greedy little girl has known us for nearly a month." From the dance troupe, I chuckled awkwardly and replied to the little girl, "The camp over there is quite chaotic, and besides, I never knew which wagon you resided in. How could I possibly find you?" "Oh, haven't I mentioned that I live with Singer?" The little girl brushed her hair back, her long black locks cascading like a waterfall, as if she had just washed it, fresh and smooth. I turned to Cuz, asking, "Did she ever mention that?" "Certainly not," Cuz scoffed in response. Remembering Aunt Fred's beautiful, gentle, and gracious companion, Singer, I recalled that she had once invited Cuz and me to her wagon for some fun at Starlake Prairie. Unfortunately, the narrow mountain road had prevented any opportunity for a visit. Thus, I sat up and asked her, "So, you work under Sister Singer?" Our previous exchanges had been minimal, primarily concerning food. I was surprised to learn that she shared a wagon with Singer. And since I remembered that Singer was quite amiable, I contemplated whether I should pay a visit to that gentle woman someday, perhaps to ask her to look after the little girl. "I suppose so," she replied with a slight roll of her eyes, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter. Yet, her mildly irked expression possessed a charming allure, and I found myself thinking that this enigmatic little slave was indeed captivating each time I saw her. She appeared a touch more beautiful. Without dwelling further on it, I said to her, Sister Singer has some connection with us. Last time, my brothers and I helped her prepare a grand feast, though I didn't see you then. Still, I think I should mention to her that you might benefit from lighter tasks. Perhaps she could assist with that. The little girl did not respond, but merely untied the cloth pouch from her waist and tossed it to me. Upon opening it, I found several half-ripe, half-red plums. Though I had seen in old Kulu's compendium of herbalism that such fruit existed in this world, they were known to grow only in the southern regions of the Green Empire, where the climate was more suited to such shrubs. I was astonished that she had managed to procure a few fresh plums in this season and location. No need. I'm doing just fine, the little girl insisted, stubbornly pressing her slender form against her legs. Plums, where did you find these? I sensed something was amiss. The little girl, dismissively glancing at the leg of lamb in Cuz's hands, muttered, I picked them. It's none of your concern. Just eat your food. I recalled the last time we roasted a thick lamb chop. Cuz preferred fattier cuts of meat, though it often left a lingering richness, even though we had each eaten a piece of flatbread then. The flavor of the lamb chop was hard to mask. I remembered saying, if only we had a few plums or peaches. Cuz had asked me what plums were, and I explained that they were fruits that could alleviate the greasiness after a meat meal. Cuz had foolishly retorted that he could eat as much meat as he wanted without feeling greasy. Guaguarjie took a half-ripe, half-red plum from my hand, surprised, and remarked, Is this a plum? I once saw such a thing at a school exchange ball. It's a southern fruit. Even in our Beale City, it's transported by magical airships and a single silver coin 1T by Yemeni. In this world, a silver coin could typically be exchanged for about 30 pounds of wheat flour or a leg of lamb. Of course, here, a lamb leg was not valued as highly, and the same 30 pounds of flour could not possibly be bought for a single silver coin, especially in a place that was not a bustling city. Yet, it was clear that these few plums were indeed quite precious. Hearing Guaguajie's words, Cuz unhesitatingly snatched a plum from my hand and popped it into his mouth, crunching down. Ouch, so sour. Then, to my astonishment, he audibly swallowed, prompting me to ask, What about the pit? I ate it. Oh, is that not edible? Cuz appeared somewhat dazed. I rolled my eyes. Do you eat the bones of the lamb leg? Sometimes. When I'm starving, I do. All right, that's fine. You can eat it, I replied, once again at a loss for words. Upon closer inspection, the little girl appeared far more delicate than Guaguajie, but lacked a certain mature charm. She looked graceful while eating, delicately tearing the meat with her teeth, savoring it slowly before swallowing, showcasing a refined dining etiquette. Guaguajie, on the other hand, preferred to tear the meat into strips with her hands before consuming it. Favoring the sour juju paste that Cuz had brought as we chatted idly, the golden roasted leg of lamb quickly disappeared. Before long, two closely hanging silver moons adorned the night sky, signaling that it was quite late. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over me, intensifying with each passing moment. I scanned the surroundings anxiously. Initially, I could not discern anything amiss, but upon turning back, I caught sight of flickering firelight in the shadows behind me, a slight sting to my eyes. Hastily, I feigned nonchalance, picking up a charred twig to right in front of Guaguarjie. Someone is behind us. The eerie silence enveloping us seemed to still my breath beneath the night's cloak. Sensing my unusual response, Cuz turned to me, and I winked at him, our customary silent communication during hunts, meant to signal the imminent appearance of a threat, though I was unsure how many were around us. I recalled the rumors circulating within the caravan, the Grey Dwarf Bandit Clan. At that moment, Guaguarjie discreetly withdrew her ebony staff from her cloak, casting a glance my way that conveyed her intent for me to protect myself. When I concentrated, straining to hear, Cuz's fluffy ears twitched like radar, and our fingers silently counted 11, 12, 13. There were over 10 dwarf warriors encircling us. In the rush, Cuz and I managed to estimate their number through sound alone. I could hear the faint clinking of iron armor as it scraped against the gravel beneath our feet, and I knew Cuz heard it too. More than once, the little girl sensed our tension. I opened my mouth without uttering a sound, merely mouthing to her to find a safe place to hide soon. I surmised they intended to eliminate us silently and then envelop the entire camp, leaving those on guard outside in peril. We exchanged a glance, and with the swiftness of a striking serpent, Cuz draped his leather coat over the smoldering embers of the fire. Suddenly, darkness enveloped us, prompting us to scramble behind a massive boulder. We had emerged without any preparation, never anticipating that we would encounter these diminutive marauders so soon after our arduous climb down the mountain path. Cuz's bow and harpoon remained abandoned in the camp. In an astonishing display of ferocity, Cuz let out a long howl reminiscent of a wolf, producing a short blade from his garment and charging into the fray. Despite my quick reflexes, I could not match the speed of Cuz, who darted like a gust of wind. In a fit of desperation, I stamped my feet and shouted, "Come back." But my plea fell on deaf ears. The warrior spirit of the orc was well known for its relentless combat style. Sister Gwugwa barely had time to cast a water shield in Wind's haste, leaving him with no meaningful enhancements. Before we knew it, Cuz had plunged into the shadows, and I pressed my hands to my head in anguish, cursing, "Damn reckless teammate." Sister Gwugwa, seasoned in battle, quickly reassured us, "Stay calm. Do not separate. We must find a way to break through and return to the camp for safety. Here, we can only await our doom. Fear not, for I will lead you. Do not look back as you run." Both Xiao Chai and I were in a state of panic, nodding incessantly. Gwugwa cradled my head in her hands and planted a kiss on my forehead, saying, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Having uttered those words, she swiftly conjured a magical illumination spell, sending a dark red light soaring into the sky. Instantly, the area around us was bathed in a sinister crimson glow. In that light, I could see Cuz, blade in mouth, using all four limbs to wrestle a burly dwarf warrior to the ground. As they rolled and grappled, another dwarf clad in black metal armor attempted to raise his axe to assist his comrade when a water projectile struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying. "There's a sorcerer. We must deal with that sorcerer first," said the dwarves in their peculiar Orcish tongue. Hiding beside Sister Gwugwa, I beheld a dozen or more dwarven warriors, armed with various weapons and clad in black battle armor, abandoning their concealment and charging towards us with their round shields raised. Their coordination was impeccable, and they were merely 20 meters away, closing the distance in mere moments. I glanced at Xiao Chai, whose face was ashen with fear. Clutching a sharp dagger, she leaned against me, trembling ever so slightly. Encircled by these well-trained dwarven warriors, it seemed we could only await our demise. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, Sister Gwugwa decisively instructed, "Follow me closely. We will try to reach the camp and regroup with our comrades." From the direction of Cuz, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. I recognized it was not Cuz's voice. At that moment, Cuz was covered in blood, wielding his knife like a madman as he retaliated against the approaching dwarven warriors. The stout dwarf he had been fighting lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and twitching, crimson liquid gushing from his neck. Sister Gwugwa turned to me and whispered urgently, "Your orc friend is fierce indeed. If the situation turns dire, use your life-saving spell. Amidst this chaos, no one will discern whether it was you who cast it or someone else who aided you. Now, follow me." The red illumination projectile lingered in the air for an extended period before finally tracing a tail of light as it descended. Once again, darkness cloaked our vision. Although silver moonlight cascaded down, the red illumination abruptly dimmed, rendering our sight blurry before we had a chance to adjust to the dark, perhaps due to an increase in my visual acuity. I spotted Cuz's indistinct silhouette racing towards us, realizing that the dwarves had decided to disregard him and encircle us, intending to eliminate Sister Gwugwa, the defenseless sorceress. Do they not know what a sorcerer is? Those despicable dwarven brigands. Sister Gwugwa scoffed, reciting the incantation for time stasis. Once more, as before, I was transported into her temporal realm. Previously, she had expertly inscribed the magical arrays for the illumination and water spells with ease. And in the state of time suspension, these rudimentary skills became equivalent to instant spells for her. Old Kulu had remarked that this was due to my exceptionally strong mental fortitude and acute magical perception, enabling me to detect nearby magical fluctuations. This time, Sister Gwugwa's incantation was longer, and the magical array she inscribed took the form of two interconnected diamond-shaped light patterns, even as the state of time stasis waned. Her spell in the array remained incomplete. In the following 3 seconds, the incomprehensible notes, accompanied by a soft blue glimmer of the array, vanished into the ether, and her staff ceased to channel magical energy. Above her head, a celestial mass resembling a nebula materialized. Sister Gwugwa declared, "Icicle path, go." The nebula seemed to vanish instantaneously, reappearing in the path before the dwarven warriors. In an instant, countless ice crystals formed in the air, cascading down and blanketing the ground in a layer of snow. The dwarven warriors who stepped onto the icy surface fell like dumplings, while Cuz, who was rushing to catch up, swiftly evaded the chaos. These dwarves, armored in black iron, were difficult to harm with conventional attacks, and the icy path merely impeded them, causing them to tumble in disarray. Sister Gwugwa grasped my hand, leading us toward the camp. At that moment, the ambush team tasked with intercepting our scattered allies had unexpectedly revealed themselves, compelling the dwarven marauders to launch their assault prematurely from the wide opening of the valley. An endless tide of dwarven warriors surged forth, Inundating the merchant camp in turmoil, a towering figure wielding a massive tower shield emerged from the blazing camp, shouting towards us, Gua. It was the voice of Qiangbei. Sister Guogua raised her staff once more, halting to release another red magical illumination projectile into the air, serving as a beacon. Qiangbei's form transformed into a blur as he sprinted toward us, and I marveled at the notion. Could this be the power of love? A pain cry escaped Cuz's lips, and I felt my legs weaken in fear. Turning to look, I beheld a dwarf warrior wielding a double-headed axe, swinging it in a crescent arc that sent Cuz flying backward. Landing heavily as he stumbled 4 or 5 steps, his iron blade shattered in two, leaving him with only the hilt and a fragment of the blade, while a gaping wound opened on his chest. Blood gushing forth, another dwarf, brandishing a pair of short axes, advanced 3 steps to catch up with Cuz, aiming to cleave him in two. Cuz's face turned pale with terror as he rolled aside with all his strength, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, yet he was left bloodied and in a desperate state. I could not bear to stand idly by while Cuz faced certain death at the hands of those brigands. Memories of our brotherhood flooded my mind, his willingness to risk his life to steal honeycomb from the earth bear, braving icy rivers to catch fish for my sustenance during the bitter winter. A surge of blood rushed to my head, and I abruptly wrenched free from Sister Guogua's grasp, slipping past a charging dwarf like an eel. The dwarf, taken by surprise, collided with me, allowing me to dart between his legs. As his hammer swung through the air, I had already sprinted 4 or 5 meters away. I watched in horror as the 2 dwarves pursued Cuz relentlessly, disregarding the jagged eye shards scattered across the path laid by Sister Guogua. Raising the small iron shield gifted to me by Qiangbei to protect my face, I threw myself onto the ice, sliding forward with momentum. The shield absorbed countless sharp ice shards, while those that penetrated it left numerous cuts along my sides and arms. Sister Guogua, exasperated, seemed at a loss for words as I suddenly glowed with various magical auras. An ice shield enveloped me, significantly reducing my injuries, while successive water projectiles detonated around me, successfully blocking the pursuing dwarven marauders. This was my first encounter with the destructive power of offensive magic at such close range. The water projectiles exploded against the dwarves, indenting their breastplates and causing one to spew blood before collapsing to the ground. I traversed the icy path of the frozen trail, enduring excruciating pain akin to being sliced by blades, and with all my limbs, I managed to rise. Like a nimble little monkey, I leaped onto the back of a dwarf brigand wielding a short axe. My wolf-toothed dagger plunged mercilessly into his lower back, catching even his comrades off guard, who could hardly fathom my reckless audacity. In a moment of shock, I struck true, eliciting a gut-wrenching scream from the dwarf as he hurled his axe aside, freeing a hand to wrench me off his back. Gripping my collar with his eyes glaring like copper bells, he furiously tossed me against the mountainside. My small stature rendered me powerless against his immense strength. I could only hear the rush of wind as I was flung through the air, losing my vision in the process. The dwarf brigand seemed intent on crushing me against the rock face, underestimating my size and aiming to end my life. In my final moments, I glimpsed the expression on his face. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices, a testament to the potency of the poison on my dagger, which had swiftly taken effect within mere breaths. Jia! The anguished roar of Cuz resonated as I felt myself collide with a fleshy embrace, and we both tumbled to the ground in a chaotic heap. Upon regaining consciousness from my stupor, I discovered Cuz beneath me, grimacing in pain, his chest wound now spurting blood anew from our impact. Fortunately, in that dire moment, Cuz had shielded me, yet we were both left disoriented. In the next instant, Cuz forcefully pushed me away, using the momentum to roll away as a massive cleaving axe struck where we had just been, embedding itself deep into the earth. I struggled to draw a breath, suppressing the agony and intense dizziness as I rose. Remaining on the ground would have invited the dwarf warriors to execute me mercilessly with their axes. Only by standing could I evade and counterattack. Cuz discarded his short blade and crouched down, his pallid visage resembling parchment as he silently tore at his pants, hastily bandaging his chest wound before spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. At that moment, we found ourselves flanking the dwarf brigand, one on each side. The remaining dwarf brigands were held at bay by Guogua Jie, as about 10 others surrounded her and Xiaoqianyo. Guogua Jie deftly maneuvered, dodging left and right, and whenever danger loomed, a water balloon would send the advancing dwarf brigands flying. Despite the chaos, they remained unharmed for the time being. In the distance, Qiangbei surged forward like a specter, effortlessly dispatching the dwarf warriors in his path. Yet, he was intercepted by a tall, bearded dwarf riding a massive ram. Unable to break free from the confrontation. In desperation, Qiangbei resorted to reckless attacks, while the dwarf warrior maintained his position with precision, clearly intending to eliminate Guogua Jie. the unprotected sorceress, whose threat on the battlefield far surpassed that of any warrior. Meanwhile, agile figures began to converge from the camp's direction, with the foremost being the leader of the chasing wind adventurers. Vilu. His lithe form moved with grace, and in just a few strides, he entered the range of fire, disregarding the pursuing dwarf brigands behind him. He leaped over 3 meters high, drawing his ironwood longbow into a perfect crescent, and loosed an arrow towards the dwarf brigand entangled with Kiangbe. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air piercing the chaos. The dwarf warrior let out a wild shriek, lacking the courage to take the arrow head-on, and hastily dismounted his war ram, rolling away several meters before coming to a halt. In the next moment, a streak of blood appeared on his cheek as he stared in terror at Vilu, who had knelt one-handed on the ground, preparing to draw his bow once more, and without a moment's hesitation, the dwarf fled in panic. The massive ram, now riddled with a gaping wound, emitted a mournful cry before collapsing. Its fate sealed. Kiangbe roared, his battle aura igniting once more, as he bounded 3 meters towards Guguajie. The dwarf warrior, riding the giant ram, found himself overwhelmed by the torrent of brigands surging towards him. Hundreds of dwarf brigands stormed into the unprotected camp, resulting in a chaotic slaughter of the men within. Villa followed closely behind Kiangbe, providing cover as they advanced towards us, flanked by the warrior Ueluin and the swordsman Dweluin. Forming a formidable triangular formation, the attacking dwarf brigands barely made contact before Ueluin dispatched 3 of them with his dual blades, leaving their lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, causing the remaining brigands to hesitate. Eventually retreating from the scene, the robust adult dwarves towered at around 1.5 meters, their muscular forms resembling stout oak barrels, with prominent features like piercing eyes, large noses, and thick lips. Their beards meticulously groomed. However, the sight of him gasping for breath, his face flushed with effort, veins bulging on his temples, revealed he was nearing exhaustion. Cuz's bandaged chest wounds seeped blood, his face as pale as parchment. Yet he refused to yield an inch, though his broken blade rendered him defenseless against the dwarf warrior's might. I observed his determination to charge forward and, sensing the urgency, I spoke to Cuz in the imperial tongue. Let us not engage him directly, but rather evade. I will signal, and we shall flee in different directions. You understand. Do not expect me to rescue you again. I am far too small and lack the stamina. Can you still run? Cuz's face flushed at my words. Yet he nodded obediently. Seeing Cuz's unexpected compliance startled the dwarf brigand, who assumed we were preparing to fight, and raised his axe, ready to strike one of us down. Seizing the moment, I shouted, "Run!" Cuz wasted no time. Sprinting towards Guguajie, I witnessed the blood splattering from his leather armor. I hesitated for a fleeting moment, my feet faltering. The dwarf brigand, seeing Cuz escape, lunged after him, but a stone struck his head. I waved my hand and made a face, taunting, "Your opponent is me." This incited the straightforward dwarf brigand's fury, and he charged at me with a few swift strides, just as he reached out to seize me. He hesitated, recalling the venomous dagger in my grasp, and withdrew his hand, clutching his axe once more as he advanced. I darted away, but the dwarf warrior's bulk allowed him to close the distance swiftly. Panic surged within me. I feared that if I perished, I might not receive the opportunity for rebirth again. It was imperative to preserve my life. That I did not wish to play the hero. Yet despite the dwarf warrior's inherent lack of speed, he was still swifter than I, a mere 5-year-old child. Nevertheless, I was compelled to save Cuz and had devised a clever plan to escape the irate dwarf warrior. At night, I had recently acquired the magical skill Shadow Cloak, which would prove effective. In the bright daylight, it only granted me a semi-invisible state, but at night, when the shadows thickened, I could become entirely undetectable. However, I needed to find a suitable location, as this skill required a moment to cast, and I must not be seen by anyone. Even if I could evade capture, I could not afford to underestimate the unpredictable factors surrounding me. If the dwarf brigand witnessed my magic, I feared he might divulge the details. Thus, I sought a blind spot away from prying eyes to activate Shadow Cloak and thoroughly escape the dwarf warrior's pursuit. Ahead lay a large stone, sheltered from the wind, where we had dined and conversed earlier, and had been ambushed, had I not noticed a faint glimmer reflecting off an iron armor piece in the darkness. We might have found ourselves in a dire predicament. The distance to that spot was scarcely 30 steps away, where a shadowy crevice lay between the stone and the mountainside. Guguajie had suggested that Xiao Chainyo and I hide there while she and Cuz fended off the advancing dwarf brigands. However, Cuz's impulsiveness thwarted that plan. Otherwise, we might have successfully held our ground until help arrived. Cuz turned to check if I had escaped, only to see the dwarf brigand pursuing me, forcing me toward the corner between the stone and the mountainside. His eyes reddened with rage as he charged back. I had no time to consider him. Fortuitously, We were running in opposite directions, and even if he pursued, it would require effort. However, when I glanced back at the dwarf bandit from the corner of my eye, an unexpected tightening gripped my heart. I noticed a fierce glimmer of murderous intent in his gaze, reminiscent of the look Cuz often had when hunting rabbits or pheasants. A sinister, cold smile twisted his lips. And despite our distance of 15 or 16 paces, I sensed he had already lifted his heavy two-handed axe. A wave of deathly fear washed over me, and in the next instant, the dwarf bandit transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards me. I barely had time to react. My body instinctively adopted a defensive stance I had practiced countless times under Shambaka's guidance at the Xinghu grassland camp. Fortunately, the ice shield that Guogua had cast upon me held firm. As I braced myself, the dwarf bandit collided with me like a speeding train, the impact shattering my small round shield to pieces. The overwhelming force bent my right arm at an unnatural angle, and I distinctly heard the sickening crack of my bones fracturing. The ice shield that had surrounded me revealed its original form, barely diminishing the force of the bandit's charge. The shards of ice scattered like confetti, lacerating my exposed skin, while the dwarf's robust frame slammed into me, sending me soaring like a kite set loose, the scenery around me blurring as I raced towards the mountainside. My heart sank. It appeared I was heading straight for the wall. In the next moment, I feared a collision was imminent, and Cuz, still trailing behind the dwarf, would be unable to save me. I attempted to adjust my position midair but failed. My insides churned violently from the impact, and a sharp pain radiated from my right ribs, likely fractured. Yet, amidst the chaos, an eerie calm enveloped me. Once again, the vast ocean of my consciousness unfurled, allowing me to perceive my body as a projectile hurtling towards the mountain wall. It was as if I floated in midair, observing my own form, and I found myself entering a deep meditation at this critical juncture, regaining control over my body. There was no time for further contemplation. I knew I had to cast a spell to avert disaster. I uttered a concise yet powerful incantation. My unbroken hand swiftly traced a simple magic circle in the air. I could vividly feel the magic circle curving through the air like a serpentine beam of light. Just as my hair brushed against the icy wall, my finger completed the final stroke of the circle, and with a resounding boom, I was enveloped in thick darkness. I felt as if I transformed into a cloud of smoke. Blown against the mountainside by a fierce wind. I could sense the chilling frost on the rock, yet more distinctly, I felt the smoky essence of myself adhere to the wall like viscous mud, gradually trickling down the cold surface. An absurd sense of humor washed over me. Could I truly be the legendary sludge creature? The shadow cloak concealed the caster within darkness, reducing visibility to 10 paces, rendering one incapable of attack while invisible. As I descended, my mind raced with various hypotheses. To my astonishment, the mist that enveloped me was under my control. Guided by my magical perception, it expanded in accordance with my will, enveloping the mountainside like a gossamer veil of shadow. I could distinctly sense the precise form of the rocks beneath my shroud. Within the realm of my black mist, even the tiniest stone was acutely within my grasp. However, the mist was still subject to gravity, slowly cascading down the wall until I could once again condense the dark vapor into a cohesive form. Hiding behind the boulder, the dwarf bandit, momentarily bewildered, rubbed his eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend how I had vanished just before colliding with the wall. He had no time for further thought when an arrow, like the scythe of death, pierced through the gap between his back armor and shoulder plate, embedding itself deep into his heart. In the next moment, the dark red feathered arrow shot through his breastplate, penetrating entirely, with only a short tail protruding from the rock face, its soft feathers swaying in the cold wind, a droplet of blood glistening at the tip. That moment, members of the Wind Chaser adventure group finally arrived, with Villa's arrows having felled most of the dwarf bandits. Shambak attempted to assist the exhausted Guogua, but she broke free and rushed to Cuz, anxiously inquiring, "Where's Jia?" "I don't know. We agreed to split up, and that dwarf ended up pursuing him. I thought he was fine. But suddenly he vanished after being struck by that dwarf," Cuz stammered, appearing flustered. Guogua, far more mature and perceptive than Cuz, grasped the situation immediately upon hearing his words. She didn't ponder how I had managed to cast Shadow Cloak while weightless and moving at high speed. Rather, she knew that I was unlikely to die instantly. Gritting her teeth against the dizziness caused by depleting her magical reserves, Guogua interrupted. "Cuz, he must have been knocked behind the boulder. Hurry and search for him." I silently praised her cleverness as I directed the black mist to drift behind the boulder, swiftly dispelling the magic, and then positioned myself on the ground as if I had been thrown and landed heavily. However, the moment I released the shadow cloak, waves of excruciating pain surged through me. Had it not been for my 2 years of enduring fire poison, rendering me immune to ordinary pain, I might have fainted from sheer agony. Unable to suppress my cries of pain, I was startled when the first to arrive was Vilu, the leader of the Wind Chaser adventure group, clad in finely crafted leather armor, even his head covered by a soft leather mask that I barely registered how he appeared beside me, as a fleeting shadow emerged. And he crouched beside me, scrutinizing me with his keen eyes. His large hands gently examined my injuries before he calmly addressed Guagua and Shambok. Multiple fractures throughout the body. I can identify the right arm and rib on the right side. What caused these lacerations? With a voice trembling from pain, I plaintively called out, Guagua. They were from the ice shards. Guagua rushed forward, her concern evident as she assessed my wounds. She approached, intending to embrace me, but was abruptly blocked by Vilu's robust arm. He firmly instructed, don't move him. Did you not learn basic wilderness survival and first aid in school? This is common knowledge. Guagua flushed with embarrassment, wanting to retort. But Shambaka's gentle voice from behind restrained her. Vilu is trying to save him. That dwarf warrior has already mastered the charge skill. He's at least a level 6 warrior apprentice. This kid was fortunate to escape with his life. His organs could have been crushed. We can't afford to move him recklessly. Find a stretcher to carry him back to camp. Guagua gasped, clearly startled by Shambaka's words, and immediately turned to me, asking, Jia, how are you? My chest hurts, sister. I weakly managed to utter. Humph. Villa scoffed coldly, his demeanor stern as he warned, next time you may not be so lucky. If that dwarf had charged just slightly off target, your head could have collided with that rock wall, and your skull would have burst like a rotten watermelon. Children should stay away from the battlefield. His chilling tone sent shivers down my spine. I suspected he regarded me as one of the city's children, trying to scare me into behaving. However, I was not one to be intimidated so easily. Each word he spoke felt like my lungs were being squeezed from my throat, and I naturally preferred silence. Behind him, the warrior Ueluin poked his large head in, surveying the scene, and finally exclaimed, wow, this kid's got quite the injury. Guagua, unwilling to confront the group leader, shot Ueluin a fierce glare and demanded, how can you speak like that? Give me 2 of your spears. Quickly. Hey. There's still fighting going on outside the camp. If it weren't for rushing out to save you, we'd all be locked in battle with those dwarfs right now. My spears are crucial. Ueluin grumbled, reluctantly pulling out 2 spears approximately 5 feet long from behind him and shedding his eye-catching black cloak that draped over his armor, expertly fashioning a makeshift stretcher. Guagua was about to cast a healing spell to stabilize my condition when Villa rudely interrupted, admonishing, are you out of your mind? Are you not afraid of magical backlash? This is the Pi Plateau. How many battles await us ahead? Quickly, let us meditate and restore our magical energy. We must also provide assistance to the encampment, which may be in utter chaos by now. Give this young man a tourniquet. He won't die immediately, and even if his injuries are severe, his orc shaman mentor will surely be able to heal him. Indeed. He speaks the truth. I will take care of Jia. You all should attend to that merchant caravan and try not to let too many perish. Old Kulu's hoarse voice carried from behind. I caught a glimpse of him, stooped and standing beside Kuz at the edge of the stone. Kuz peered anxiously through the gap, his expression fraught with worry. Although pale, he still seemed spirited. And the long wound on his chest had been treated anew. I distinctly felt a flicker of emotion on Viru's zombie-like face, which quickly returned to its usual demeanor as he rose without hesitation, grasped his longbow, and turned to leave, coldly disregarding old Kulu. However, Yuluin and Doran politely greeted Kulu, and Changba nodded at old Kulu in a gesture of goodwill. Guagua, you stay behind. Restore half of your magical energy before coming to find us. Viru's voice reached me as he moved further away. The other members hurried to follow him, while the flames of battle continued to rage within the camp. Guagua did not immediately enter meditation. After the members of Chasing Wind departed, she hurried to my side, her expression tense as she gazed at me. Kuz quickly joined her, crouching beside me, his eyes brimming with tears that fell like raindrops as he whimpered like a small wolf. He gently touched the jagged wounds on my arm, looking as forlorn as a homeless little wolf. We orc warriors do not cry, I managed to utter, intending to lift my other hand to wipe away Kuz's tears. But my body refused to move. Each breath felt like an insurmountable struggle. Old Kulu sat cross-legged beside me, speaking slowly and steadily, do not fear, my child. I am here. I could only nod weakly, each attempt to move provoking a spasm in my muscles. My body felt cold, yet the blood within me gradually warmed, and the unbearable itch intensified. Old Kulu did not rush to tend to my injuries. Instead, he urged, relax, my child, let your instincts guide you. Savor the pain of your wounds, and use your willpower to overcome it. The blood of our orc kin flows within you. I will guide you, and teach you how to heal yourself using the orc way. Our werewolf clan possesses a physique unlike yours. Even grievous wounds can heal swiftly, yet you simply do not yet know how to harness your abilities. I will mend your fractured bones. But you must endure the pain. Otherwise, when your flesh heals, your bones will be misaligned, and if that occurs, I shall have to break them again to set them right. That we werewolves can rapidly heal our bodily injuries. Yet we too feel pain. Old Kulu glanced at the anxious and worried Gwigwa beside him, his eyes radiating wisdom, the magic patterns representing the earth appearing on his forehead. He spoke softly. I believe this esteemed sorceress does not wish to witness the mysteries of our orc healing arts. Does she? Gwigwa shot old Kulu a glare, rolled her eyes dramatically, and then sat down quietly to meditate. Here, 300 meters from the encampment, I could still hear the distant sounds of battle, the shouts of combat. The clashing of blades and blunt weapons, the dull thud of shields being struck, the piercing whistle of arrows slicing through the air, curses in various tongues, the roars of thunderous beasts, all blending into a cacophony that shook the heavens. Old Kulu firmly grasped my dangling arm, aligning the displaced bone. Without any anesthetic assistance, the pain felt as though a massive hammer was relentlessly battering my last vestige of in a state of half-consciousness. Old Kulu meticulously reconnected the fractured bones throughout my body, chanting Orcish ballads that instilled a profound sense of tranquility within my heart. Weariness washed over me, and my eyelids grew heavy, almost uncontrollably closing. As I teetered on the brink of slumber, I heard old Kulu's voice resonate deep within my soul. Do not sleep, my child. You must guide the power within your body along your meridians. Exploring every corner. I cannot linger too long in your mental sea, but I have enough time to impart the secret to you. However, you must vow within your spiritual ocean never to reveal the secrets of this technique to anyone outside the werewolf clan. It is the bloodline secret of our kin. I swear I shall not disclose the bloodline secret of the werewolves to anyone outside the clan, I solemnly declared. Suddenly finding myself back in my mental sea, just as before, standing naked by the shore, the golden waves kissing my ankles. I could not see the edge of this sea, yet I felt the fragments of memory submerged within the waters. Floating like photographs in the golden surf. I suddenly noticed that old Kulu had appeared beside me in my mental sea, standing shoulder to shoulder as we gazed at the expanse of golden waters. I wondered if old Kulu could see those memories in the sea. If so, all my secrets would be laid bare. My heart rippled slightly, and at that moment, the spiritual sea unexpectedly surged with tumultuous waves crashing toward the shore. Oh! Do not be alarmed, my child. Relax. This is your world. I am but a fragment of your spiritual imprint and shall not harm you. Old Kulu's calm demeanor and gentle smile helped soothe my troubled heart. Causing the golden waves to gradually settle. I felt a pang of guilt, realizing that nearly everything I possessed was a gift from old Kulu, and I was worried about him prying into my secrets. I lowered my head sheepishly. Master, follow me. Old Kulu said nonchalantly as he waded through the water toward a nearby lighthouse atop the rocks. I followed him in a daze until he suddenly stopped, pointing at the humble lighthouse in the distance. Every individual harbors a mental sea within their heart, and that lighthouse serves as your guiding beacon. It will grow taller and brighter as your mental strength increases. Each person's spiritual power varies, affecting the size of the sea they can perceive. Stand beneath the lighthouse and attempt to release your awareness. You will discover the true extent of your sea. What you perceive here is an illusion. The true sea belongs to you and can only reach the boundaries of your perceptive ability. Only as your mental strength continues to grow will your spiritual sea expand infinitely. What is the purpose of this place? Master, I inquired, keeping pace with old Kulu. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, this place allows you to see yourself clearly. The power contained within you will be guided and activated by your mental sea. Just as the blood of the werewolf clan self-healing power resides within you. However, you do not yet know how to utilize it. My purpose here is to teach you how to harness this self-healing bloodline power. But I am unfamiliar with how to wield the other bloodline power within you, the blue flame. That is something you must gradually comprehend. Your memories will also be enshrined within this golden sea. They will blur with the passage of time. You must continually revisit the memories you require. Otherwise, if you remain submerged, they will fade away. Your spiritual power is already sufficiently robust to withstand the impact of my spiritual imprint, allowing me to enter your mental sea and impart the secrets of the werewolf bloodline power to you. This is why, at such a young age, you can utilize the self-healing abilities of that bloodline power. Were it not for your strength, a werewolf would typically have to wait until adulthood to attain sufficient mental power to inherit the bloodline techniques. Cuz is a prime example. He may only gain access to the secret techniques after his coming-of-age ceremony. This is the essence of the spiritual sea. Indeed, every race is merely exploring the mysteries of this spiritual sea. You must take your time to uncover its secrets. Old Kulu led me to the lighthouse perched atop a sturdy cliff, and to my astonishment, I saw an apparition of myself, like a transparent glass figure. With a swirling red mist resembling flowing water and another blue mist that seemed to flicker like flames, both trapped within that body, aimlessly drifting about. Occasionally, they would devour the pinpricks of starlight that randomly appeared within the glass form. Those fleeting lights serving as sustenance, each consumption strengthening them further. He pointed calmly at the blue mist, saying, "This is the bloodline power of fire contained within you, which grants you the true name of blue flame. The other true name is self-healing. Observe how it flows like water. Now, attempt to feel them, to control and guide them." Old Kulu explained in detail that the glass figure represented my awareness of my bloodline power within the spiritual sea, while the perception of my physical body in the meditation space represented my understanding of the magical elements within me. The two were fundamentally different, although the bloodline power might yield certain effects in its chaotic state. It lacked significant potency. Only through the inheritance of the secret techniques could the bloodline power be considered truly effective. The ancient Kuru imparted to me the knowledge of how to guide that swirling mass of red energy along the meridians within my body, thereby creating a unique array that enables a powerful self-healing effect to manifest. The searing pain jolted my consciousness awake from the depths of the spiritual ocean, a torment far more intense than the agony of being scorched by fiery flames. A long, anguished groan escaped my lips, and my awareness gradually sharpened. Cuz, squatting beside me, stared at me with wide, anxious eyes. Suddenly, I noticed a peculiar expression flicker across his face, as if he had encountered something unfathomable and unspeakable. Yet, he did not forget to inquire, "Jia, how do you feel?" "It hurts so much." I couldn't help but gasp, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. My facial muscles, taut with pain, twitched in spasms, cuz wore an incredulous look. Wavering between speech and silence. My curiosity piqued. I asked, "What is it?" "Your wounds have healed," cuz exclaimed, somewhat dazed. That moment, I finally glanced at my arm and beheld the horrifying gashes, which had crisscrossed my skin. Appearing almost as if infused with vitality, the wound shrank at a visibly accelerated pace, and within mere breaths, the smaller lacerations had healed by a noticeable fraction, leaving behind faint pink scars as evidence of their recovery. This astonishing spectacle left me utterly astounded. Just then, the venerable Kuru, who had been in meditation, roused from his trance, surveyed my healing progress, and nodded with mild satisfaction. He then turned to Cuz and said, "You fool. Let me see your wounds." Upon hearing Kuru's words, Cuz reluctantly unwound his bandages, mumbling something indecipherable in his Orcish dialect that I had yet to master. Turning my gaze, I spotted Sister Gwugwa sitting not far away, engrossed in her meditation, which eased my mind. Shachai, on the other hand, remained unscathed, having adeptly sheltered behind Sister Gwugwa during the battle. Now, she stood guard by Gwugwa's side, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, wielding a slender dagger wrapped in cloth. When she caught my eye, a look of admiration crossed her fair face as she raised the corners of her mouth in a rare smile, playfully winking at me. She still made every effort to keep her distance from the old Kuru. Had it not been for the raging conflict within the camp, she likely would have vanished from sight by now. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something familiar about her features, yet I could not recall who it resembled. In that moment, the pain in my internal organs had subsided considerably, while Cuz, beside me, appeared utterly wretched from the treatment administered by Kuru. I suddenly pondered, is this the barbaric nature of Orcish healing methods? I resolved to stand and take a few steps, for I had not sustained injuries to my legs. Remarkably, I felt that several of my minor wounds had nearly healed, save for my right arm, which I dared not exert due to the searing pain from the fractured bones. Conversely, the 3 broken ribs no longer caused me significant discomfort. Thus, I attempted to rise with one arm braced against the ground. Making my way towards Sister Gwugwa, the venerable Kuru was preoccupied with stitching up Cuz's wounds, who had narrowly escaped a grisly fate at the hands of a dwarven brigand's axe, which had sliced deep enough to expose bone. As Kuru meticulously sewed the gaping wound shut with needle and thread, Cuz wailed in agony, "It hurts." "Is it very painful?" Shachai inquired, circling around me to examine my injuries closely. Seemingly unfazed by my remarkable healing ability, I tread carefully, fearing to aggravate my wounds, and leaned against the rocky wall to catch my breath, exhaling softly. "Yes, do I appear somewhat amusing?" "Not at all. I actually admire your courage." "Were you truly unafraid at that moment?" Shachai leaned closer to inspect my injured arm, then lifted her gaze to meet mine, suddenly asking, "At your age, are you really not afraid of death?" In that instant, my mind momentarily drifted into a haze, though it was brief before clarity returned. Her clear, Large eyes were so near that I could catch a faint whiff of her subtle fragrance. I hesitated, but ultimately let out a self-deprecating laugh. Leaning in to whisper in her ear, terrified to the core, my legs felt so weak I could hardly run. Xiaochai suppressed a smile, rolling her eyes at me. Who would believe you? I refrained from responding. Instead, stretching my neck to observe the fierce resistance unfolding within the camp. The warriors were valiantly countering the assault, taking cover behind the towering thunder rhinoceros, using the cargo piled on its back to launch their counteroffensive. The dwarven brigands had briefly infiltrated the camp but were forced to retreat under the barrage of crossbow bolts, leaving dozens of their fallen comrades at the edge of the encampment. Momentarily halting their initial offensive, after the initial chaos and disarray, the merchant caravan had organized a formidable counterattack. My gaze fell upon the figure of Lord Leiba, standing atop the back of a thunder rhinoceros. A beautifully curved dagger resting against his waist, his normally impassive poker face contorted in fury as he shouted, "Shoot them all down. A head for 2 gold." Behind him stood a row of men from the caravan armed with crossbows. These men, once mere outcasts or nameless vagabonds, had followed the caravan in hopes of earning a modest sum that would allow them to settle in a remote town, living out their days in peace with a pint at a local tavern. Free from worry. In the context of the common folk in the Green Empire, achieving such a life was not overly difficult. A modest monthly expenditure of 15 silver coins sufficed for a simple life. Though not in the imperial capital. In a lesser town. However, 2 gold coins a year would ensure a comfortable existence. If one were to plan for a future of 50 years, amassing 100 gold coins would secure one's livelihood. Finding stable employment in a small town might be challenging, yet venturing into trade to save money was anything but difficult. The magical caravan stood like a fortress, steadfastly guarding the narrow mountain pass. Serving as the last bastion for the merchant caravan, with their formidable defenses, no dwarven brigand dared approach such an imposing iron fortress. Xiaochai and I concealed ourselves behind a thicket, covertly observing the skirmish within the camp. With the dwarven brigands having been cleared out by Veru and his men, we were temporarily safe, as no one would abandon the main battlefield for a few stragglers. Moreover, the Wind Chaser adventurers, forming their own small yet vicious unit, launched a side assault against the main force of the brigands. The heavily armored warriors, Qiangba and Yueluan, advanced like tanks, piercing through the dwarven ranks with ease. Their seamless coordination and overwhelming strength sent dozens of dwarven warriors tumbling to the ground. With each step Qiangba took, his door-sized shield sent a powerful dwarf flying, the leader of the Starry Night adventurers. Baoji stood like an indomitable wall at the main entrance of the camp, clad in full-plate armor, unflinching in the face of arrows. Behind him stood the fierce warrior Hinazaki, clad in tight leather armor and wielding a spear. As they stood over the bodies of numerous fallen brigands, transforming the entrance into a battlefield. Meanwhile, the members of the Starry Night adventurers and the able-bodied men of the caravan seized the opportunity to regroup. Visibly exhausted from the fierce combat. I even spotted the enigmatic mage Mondetroya lurking in the shadows of the camp, holding a gem-studded staff that glimmered with a cold light in the fire's illumination. Regrettably, I did not witness him casting any spells. As Xiaochai and I observed the battle, the dwarven forces began to falter, perhaps taken aback by the unexpected presence of so many professional warriors within the caravan, including those at the pinnacle of the 9th level and at least 2 mages. Moreover, their ill-fated attempt to ambush a mage outside the camp had ignited the fury of the mercenary warriors, who began to gather in large numbers to prepare for a counterattack. The dwarves, realizing they were outnumbered, hastily retreated, abandoning their wounded comrades on the battlefield. The skirmish, though brief, was exceptionally brutal. Yet, victory ultimately brought joy, as every individual confronted death, overcoming their fear, and thus earned the right to cheer, even amidst the fallen members of the caravan and the cries of the injured. I noticed a glimmer of joy reflected in Xiaochai's eyes as she caught me watching her, her delicate brows arching slightly in an uncharacteristic manner, casting me a sidelong glance. There's nothing worth viewing. The strengths of both sides have never been equal. The reckless dwarves always aspire to deliver unexpected surprises. But if we remain vigilant and avoid mishaps, they may find it rather challenging to escape. Guogua, standing behind me, leaned in to scrutinize my form. Upon noticing the small wounds on my body had already healed, she widened her eyes in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand, and exclaimed in delight, "Your wounds have mended so swiftly?" I scratched my head, feeling the lingering pain from various injuries, particularly in my right arm and ribs, which throbbed intensely. However, after 2 years of enduring such pain, I had grown accustomed to it, allowing me to appear more composed. Had it not been for Guogwa's desperate protection during that recent battle, I might have perished. Though I am not particularly afraid of death, Living is undeniably a marvelous experience, is it not? Not yet. It merely appears that I've healed well on the surface. In reality, the broken bones will require several more days for complete recovery. I replied candidly. My heavens! Wilbur seemed taken aback by my words, glancing nervously at old Kuru, and whispered to me that old orc truly possesses remarkable skills. Is this some form of Orcish sorcery? Did he extract someone else's vitality or something else to facilitate your swift recovery? Oh, my goodness, even the healing arts of the priest in the sanctuary cannot compare in power. The medical prowess of orcs is indeed astonishing. Guogwa then noticed Xiao Chai, who stood quietly beside me, and earnestly complimented, "Ah, your friend is quite capable as well." Xiao Chai merely smiled serenely beside me, remaining silent, her demeanor radiating an air of innocence as if it were only natural. At that moment, old Kuru approached, carrying the unconscious Cuz. Seeing the concern in my eyes, he spoke calmly. "Jia, do not worry. He is unharmed. I merely wish for him to rest more. This will benefit his recovery. You also need to rest well. Prepare some food for tomorrow morning, as such rapid recovery demands considerable energy, which will leave you feeling quite famished. Moreover, your fractured bones are still fragile, so exercise caution. I suspect the camp is in dire need of my presence now. This evening, those dwarves will not return. I may be quite busy. Take care of yourself." With that, he cast a deep glance at Guogwa and Xiao Chai before silently carrying Cuz away. In truth, I had intended to accompany old Kuru back to the camp, but noticing his lack of inclination to wait for me, I closed my mouth, realizing that he would undoubtedly be busy this night. And in my current state, I would be of little assistance that I hoped that our tent had remained intact, spared from the destruction wrought by those detestable dwarven warriors. Otherwise, I would be forced to curl up in a sleeping bag beneath the open sky. The night sky, adorned with 2 crescent moons, cast a snowy glow over the valley, enveloping it in a layer of white frost. A chill night breeze, tinged with the scent of blood, swept through, creating an eerie atmosphere. I reclined against the damp, cold mountainside, my thoughts swirling tumultuously. Images of plunging a poisoned wolf-tooth dagger into the back of that dwarven brigand flooded my mind. He had spun around in rage, seizing me and flinging me away as if I were a mere chick. As the last vestiges of warmth drained from my body, the fear and revulsion of taking a life gnawed at me, rendering my vision unfocused. The cold of the night enveloped me like a tide, akin to a drowning swimmer struggling in a lake, yearning for breath yet too fearful to inhale. Before me, 2 women were rummaging through the nearby dwarven corpses, extracting items of value, our spoils, the rights of victors. A short distance away lay over 10 lifeless dwarven bodies, belonging to Viru and his adventuring party, with only 2 belonging to Cuz and me. Xiao Chai, seemingly unfamiliar with such scenes, covered her face with one hand while extending the other to tug at the metal necklace adorning a dwarven warrior's neck, her small nose crinkling in reluctance. In contrast, Guogwa exhibited no hesitation, eagerly sifting through the robust dwarven warrior's remains, selecting some valuable items. The once lively dwarven body had grown cold and stiff, rendering the heavy armor nearly impossible to remove. She struggled to cast aside the hefty long-handled battle axe and a fine pair of short axes, finally yanking the coin pouch from the dwarven waist and weighing it in her hand before tossing it onto the pile of spoils. Dwarven brigands typically concealed most of their wealth in caves, carrying only a small fraction in their pouches, ensuring they would not possess much. "What's wrong with him? He seems a bit off." I heard Xiao Chai crouched beside me speaking to Guogwa, prompting me to open my eyes and behold her fair, concerned countenance. I recognized that I must appear quite wretched at that moment, yet I could not shake the overwhelming fear, my body trembling as visions of the dwarven warrior's deathly visage haunted me. Just then, Guogwa's figure entered my line of sight. She leaned over me, her warm hand brushing against my forehead, wiping away the cold sweat, before tentatively asking Xiao Chai, "Did you feel this way the first time you killed someone?" Xiao Chai shook her head in confusion, replying, "I have never killed anyone. I wouldn't know." "Hey, there are 2 more over here. Carry them away and bury them. Their armor belongs to you." Guogwa called out to the distant figures approaching to transport the bodies. "All right, esteemed sorceress," came the respectful reply. Guogwa regarded Xiao Chai with a serious expression, then gently lifted me into her arms, instructing Xiao Chai, "Help me prop his injured arm up. Yes, just like that. If it hangs down like this, it may swell from poor circulation. How did you manage to endure it?" Xiao Chai curiously inquired as she followed Guogwa. "I was even worse after my first kill. I nearly vomited my bile. You should assist me in lifting his injured arm. Yes, just like that. Otherwise, it might swell from hanging down." "But he is still young," Xiao Chai murmured. I thought to myself that I was considerably older than her. She simply didn't know. I weakly struggled a bit in Gugua's embrace, and she shot me a glare. Be still. Do you not think you are injured enough? In fact, many students from warrior academies experience their first kill during their military service. As there are psychologists in the barracks to provide counseling, many young men even seek out courtesans at bars to vent their feelings thoroughly. There are numerous unconventional methods, all of which aim to numb the nerves and release psychological pressure. Gugu explained to Xiaochai regarding matters within the barracks. But he is still young, Xiaochai reiterated softly. Their conversation became increasingly unclear to me, as the warmth of Gugua's embrace enveloped me, melting away the coldness that had encased me like a lake. Sleepiness gradually pulled me into an abyss of darkness. I dreamt a peculiar dream, in a bizarre realm where I saw all those I knew adrift in my sea of consciousness, sifting through fragments of memories within golden waters. They witnessed my past, where I was branded a heretic and nailed to a pyre, yet the flames could not consume me. My anti-magic and bloodline ability, Blue Flame, shielded me from the inferno's scorching grasp, while my self-healing continuously restored my charred form amidst the roaring flames, leaving me to wail in agony upon the pyre. I awoke, startled by my own nightmare, as long-sealed stories began to unfurl like a film within my mind. It was not until someone called my name that I groggily opened my heavy eyelids. A warm ray of sunlight streamed through the crystal glass window, illuminating the wall, revealing Sing's exquisite face before me. She called my name with concern. Jia, wake up quickly. Have you had a nightmare? Upon seeing me awaken with a puzzled expression, Sing's face broke into a smile as she wiped away her tears and affectionately nudged me with her forehead, saying cheerfully, "You are always so restless while sleeping," shouting and calling out, which frightened Katerina. I gently shook my drowsy head and glanced around, realizing I was nestled in the upper bunk of a magical caravan dormitory, covered by a warm and fragrant quilt. The modest room contained 2 bunk beds, with a narrow passage in between strung with several ropes, upon which hung a few girls' undergarments, gently swaying with the slow motion of the caravan wheels. However, I doubted that those scant pieces of fabric could truly conceal much. The camphor-wood cabinet at the head of the bed was painted a creamy white, and the walls surrounding it mirrored the same hue, rendering the room quite tidy. The opposite bed was neatly made, lending an air of cleanliness and brightness to the somewhat dimly lit dormitory. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing the red-haired beauty I had inadvertently bumped into during my initial visit to the magical caravan. She entered, gracefully carrying a silver tray, and upon noticing me wide-eyed, she let out a soft exclamation, her face lighting up with delight as she warmly addressed me. "You're awake. You truly can sleep. You've been in slumber for a full 2 days." I cast a skeptical glance at Singer, and seeing her expression mirrored my disbelief, I began to accept the astonishing truth that I had indeed slept for 2 whole days. Tentatively, I moved my arm, finding that I could do so with relative ease, though my joints still tingled with a faint discomfort. Raising my arm, I noticed the nasty scratches had completely healed, the pale pink scars now faded to a mere whisper of their former hue. It seemed my body had truly recovered from its ordeal. Just as I was regaining my composure, my stomach let out a resounding growl, causing my cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Singer smiled gently, though her mouth was somewhat large. It possessed a certain allure. She craned her neck to inquire about the contents of the red-haired beauty's tray, asking, "What as for lunch?" "Oatmeal porridge," the red-haired beauty replied, stepping closer to place the tray on the bedside table. Her eyes sparkling as she asked, "You must be hungry, little brother." I devoured the sweet oatmeal porridge with gusto, relishing it as if it were the most exquisite dish in existence. The 2 lovely ladies watched in astonishment as I polished off 7 substantial bowls, insisting that I could eat no more. I had initially thought that my arrival here was orchestrated by Sister Guogua or that Singer had taken me in to recuperate, but the surprising answer was that it was Small Chinyo. Astonished, I inquired, "Small Chinyo? Singer, are you quite familiar with her?" Singer looked at me with curiosity, nodding and responding, "Yes." "Does she work under you?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. I had initially intended to ask Singer to look after her, perhaps to improve her future prospects, but I soon realized the absurdity of my question. A girl capable of arranging my stay in this caravan for recovery could hardly be a lowly servant. As I saw Singer shake her head, regarding me with an even more perplexed expression, it dawned on me that I had fundamentally misunderstood the situation from the outset. Instinctively, I asked Singer, "What does Small Chinyo do here? Don't you know?" Singer's mouth fell open in surprise, and Katerina, nearby, leaned in curiously, asking, "Who are you referring to, Jia?" "I meant who brought me here," I replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Was it not our 7th girl, that night? Did you not venture outside the camp and encounter danger?" The image of Small Chinyo shattered in my mind, She was indeed the seventh daughter. The magical caravan rolled smoothly along the moss-covered paths of the valley, following closely behind the Thunder Rhino team. I hardly felt any bumps. The road had been thoroughly crushed under the weight of the massive Thunder Rhinos, and the enormous magical wheels traversed the blend of loose soil and shattered grass with remarkable steadiness. I could not help but marvel at the craftsmanship of the great forgers. These magical caravans were reputedly the masterpieces of renowned dwarven artisans. While the magical runes etched upon them were designed by elven enchanters, each caravan worth a fortune, thousands of gold coins. I silently calculated that if this were my previous world, this vehicle would at least fetch millions, qualifying it as a luxurious RV. I had speculated about Small Chinyo's various backgrounds, but had never considered that she was one of the 9 decision-makers of the dance troupe. Although the troupe's supreme leader was the enigmatic madam of the troupe, within the confines of this magical caravan, the authority of the seventh daughter was indisputable. Perplexed, I sat at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Singer and Katerina did not elaborate on the seventh daughter, simply suggesting that if I wished to know more, I should inquire directly with her. They had merely been instructed to care for me. As it was rehearsal time for the troupe, and I had to be patient, Singer mentioned that I had been resting in the bed of the red-haired beauty named Katerina for the past 2 days. And upon confirming that I was indeed fine, she began flirting with the long-legged beauty, saying, "Lena, although the seventh daughter chose a man younger than you, he has an excellent culinary talent and knows how to care for others. My dear one has always sung his praises. When we return to the imperial capital, you should follow suit and settle down like your sister." The room was rather small, and Singer sat opposite me, propping her chin on one hand, a slight smile playing on her lips. Katerina, however, boldly perched herself on the edge of my bed, wrapping her fair arms around me, her porcelain cheek pressed against mine as she playfully proposed, "How about it? Come back to the imperial capital with me. I'll support your education, and when you grow up, you can marry me." I felt a bit helpless, thinking to myself how amusing it was for them to tease a child barely over 5 years of age. Seeking to divert the conversation, I asked Singer, "Sister Singer, why aren't you rehearsing?" With a bright smile, Singer replied, "I am the personal maid of the seventh daughter, primarily tasked with managing her daily affairs and overseeing the trivialities of this 11th caravan. I have no rehearsal duties at this moment. The seventh daughter and the others are practicing their dances, which is why I have taken the time to check on you." She gestured toward Katerina, adding, "She is the one specifically assigned to care for you, destined to succeed my position when we return to the imperial capital, chosen by the seventh daughter as the next maid." Thus, on this sunlit afternoon, we sipped tea and chatted, relishing this rare moment of comfort during our journey. I felt so relaxed that I hardly wanted to rise. If one were to liken this dance troupe to the troops of my previous world, then the seventh daughter could be considered the star attraction, while Singer served as her personal assistant, a high-earning office worker. However, once this excursion concluded, Singer would prepare to settle down as the seventh daughter's bride. With Katerina beside me poised to take her place, I found it difficult to comprehend why someone as remarkable and beautiful as Singer would choose Uncle Fred as her lifelong partner. It was not that I believed Uncle Fred was unworthy. He was merely a mid-level leatherworker with a respectable job in the imperial capital, yet his income paled in comparison to Singer's current earnings. Moreover, Uncle Fred had an entire family to support, making Singer's marriage seem more akin to being a secondary wife. This was my first encounter with a woman who seemed to play the role of a mistress so reluctantly. Uncle Fred was a man exiled by a great noble of Schloit City. Offending nobility may not be a crime, but it was far more serious than breaking the law. Furthermore, he was nearly a decade older than Singer. A middle-aged man burdened with the trials of life, lacking any inheritance while needing to provide for a family, complete with a wife and children. It appeared that Singer was quite content with her choice, which I found most perplexing. I thought to myself, "Sister, don't you have any aspirations?" Seizing the opportunity, I resolved to voice my questions. I approached the topic delicately, taking advantage of my childlike innocence, which allowed for a bit of unguarded honesty without severe repercussions. Thus, I boldly asked, "Sister Singer, how did you come to like Uncle Fred? Did he pursue you first?" Singer blushed slightly at my question, a smile of happiness gracing her delicate features. This was unbearable for me. I thought, "Sister, if you lack ambition, must you appear so blissful? I suppose it was I who seduced him." Singer's response was unexpectedly candid, and I noticed that Katerina maintained her cheerful demeanor, sitting beside me, her crimson eyes radiating an unusual beauty. Clearly privy to the details without any look of surprise, I blinked at her, waiting for Singer to elaborate. Perhaps due to the languid atmosphere of the afternoon, our conversation flowed easily, and as we shared our thoughts, the mood lightened. emboldening us to speak more freely. Perhaps, as a naive child, I felt little shame in discussing matters that others might consider sensitive, and so I gazed out the window and began to recount a story. It was 2 years prior when the caravan arrived at the royal city of Black Iron, home to Stan, one of the 7 kings of the dwarves. By then, the dance troupe had completed their participation in a grand royal celebration and was preparing to board a magical airship back to the Green Empire. However, the troupe's madam and the young ladies suddenly conceived a bold idea. They wished to journey to the orc tribes of the Pi Plateau to learn their sacrificial war dances. This notion was quite audacious, given the long journey ahead and the fact that the orc tribes were divided into 2 factions, some friendly towards humans and others harboring hostility. At that moment, the caravan steward, Lepa, unexpectedly stepped forward, asserting that his trade route would pass through the Pi Plateau and that he would engage in commerce with the amicable orc tribes, guaranteeing the safety of the caravan with an orc guide. Thus, 2 teams united, and after 2 months of preparation, they set off from the Black Iron city of Stan, embarking on this journey of the dance troupe, as the personal maid of the 7 daughters of the dance troupe. Singer enjoyed considerable freedom, allowing her to come and go as she pleased. The first interaction with Uncle Fred occurred when the troupe commissioned leather coats to withstand the harsh winter ahead. As a seasoned mid-level leatherworker, Uncle Fred was naturally put forward by Lepa to take on this significant order from the troupe. The leather jacket tailored for the dance troupe requires not only warmth, but also an aesthetically pleasing design. The troupe has dispatched its own dedicated tailor to collaborate with the leather craftsman in the production process. Sister Xing, being the representative from the troupe, gradually established communication with the craftsman. Later, while the merchant group was passing through the trading market of a nameless town in the Dwarf Kingdom, Sister Xing encountered a minor predicament. She was harassed by drunken dwarves near a tavern. It was Uncle Fred who stepped in to extricate her from the situation, which sparked Sister Xing's initial fondness for him. Subsequently, their interactions increased due to the ongoing production of the leather jacket. As for the alleged seduction, Sister Xing spoke of it somewhat vaguely, clearly embarrassed by the memory. However, with Katrin's embellishments, I gleaned the gist of it. Indeed, it could be considered Sister Xing's seduction. Once the exquisite leather jacket was completed, in the cramped fitting room, she boldly emerged before Uncle Fred, completely unclad except for a white fox fur coat. Naturally, the outcome was electric, and they spent the night entangled in sheets. While recounting this, Sister Xing blushed, her ears flushed with embarrassment, yet Katrin animatedly narrated the tale, leaving Sister Xing so mortified that she wished to bury her head in the blankets. Their descriptions were so tantalizing, yet I felt a pang of sorrow. Based on my recent encounters with Sister Xing, she could not possibly be the kind of wanton woman who delights in seducing men. She resembled more of a virtuous older sister. I surmised that Sister Guogua's affection for me stems from my striking resemblance to her late brother, Jing, allowing her to reminisce about a love she never had the chance to express. In me, she articulates a longing for Jing, while my dependence on her arises from a lingering yearning for maternal love at my tender age. This may be a form of solace. We see each other as siblings, and I experience a long-lost, motherly affection from her. It seems we both harbor a sense of incompleteness. Sister Xing's fondness for me is pure, as it is largely due to Uncle Fred's admiration for me, this middle-aged man. Following old Kulu and Kuz, is yet another who genuinely cares for me. Though his affection is not overtly displayed, if one treats me sincerely, how could I not perceive it? Sister Xing's tenderness and grace are innate, etched into her very being. Unlike Sister Guogua, who possesses the pride of a sorceress and can afford to look down upon others in the merchant group, Sister Xing exhibits warmth and kindness to everyone, particularly towards the smallest and most vulnerable among us who yearn for affection. Is there truly no man in the imperial capital who captures Sister Xing's fancy? Uncle Fred is certainly not undesirable. Yet I feel Sister Xing deserves someone better. I candidly expressed, perplexed by what could possibly compel Sister Xing to lower her standards so. Upon hearing my remark, both Sister Xing and Katrin appeared taken aback. Only Sister Xing defended her choice, stating, "He is a good man. Besides, I am of an age where I should marry. Find someone I like who also genuinely likes me feels like a stroke of fortune." Perhaps noticing my confusion, Katrin patiently explained, "You grew up within the merchant group and may not understand the laws of the Green Empire, but you will learn about these in school one day. According to the legal code, any woman who reaches the age of 15 is eligible for marriage. Furthermore, any imperial woman who remains unmarried by the age of 25 will incur the penalty of being unmarried, and the Population Monitoring Bureau will penalize her family." even enforcing a forced marriage to a registered male, which is the most dreadful outcome. What? Is it really so? If I am 25 and cannot afford to marry, does that mean I have broken the law? I asked, beads of cold sweat forming on my forehead. What sort of rule is this? Later, I discreetly inquired with Sister Guogua and learned that the registered males Sister Xing referred to are unmarried vagrants or the underprivileged. As recorded by the Population Monitoring Bureau, Katrin stood aghast at my question, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, Sister Xing added, Katrin's law applies only to women. There is another law for men. The Green Empire mandates that all men must serve in the military before turning 25. With a minimum service of 3 years, failure to comply results in confiscation of property and execution as a deserter. All men. I pointed to myself in disbelief. Sister Xing nodded affirmatively, stating, if you wish to live in the Green Empire, 3 years of military service is unavoidable. Will there be deaths in battle? I asked a rather naive question, to which Sister Xing responded, somewhat exasperated, of course, many young men die each year. Otherwise, how could the gender ratio in the Green Empire be 2:5? With some areas even more skewed, those savages capture men to mine, and the lizard folk from the swamps capture slaves each year. The situation in the Green Empire is somewhat better. I've heard that in the Edia Empire of the Western continent, one must serve at least 6 years, Katrin interjected beside me. The continuous warfare has led to such a skewed population ratio, resulting in the abhorrent regulations that penalize women for not marrying by 25 and men for not enlisting before that age. I was taken aback, realizing that humanity does not seem to fare well on this magical continent. We are not a particularly powerful race. The nation requires population, women are compelled to marry, and men are forced onto the battlefield to defend it. It seems in such an empire, no one would ask, do you love your country? But rather, do you wish to survive? So, Sister Xing, are you of age? I abruptly inquired, only to be interrupted by Sister Xing with a heavy sigh. She admitted, indeed, I am 24 this year. If I remain unmarried by the end of the year, my family will face penalties, and my father may even be whipped. I might be forced to marry someone I do not know. But do you love him? I meant Uncle Fred, of course, but Sister Xing was clearly unsure how to respond to the profound inquiries of a 5-year-old. Love, she asserted emphatically. Without hesitation, I thought to myself that must indeed be true love. Sister Xing's smile was warm and sweet as she said to me, what I am saying may not resonate with you now, but you will come to understand as you grow. They say that children of beast folk mature faster than human children. You were raised by that beast folk shaman, and you are far more perceptive than my younger brothers. Uncle Fred possesses the charm of a mature man, a quality that brings me a sense of security. He is gentle, considerate, capable, honest, and reliable, and has served in the military, sparing me the torment of anxiously waiting at home for his safe return from the battlefield. I shook my head and replied, Sister Xing, what you describe cannot be classified as love. Sometimes, I feel it is quite surreal for a child as young as I am to discuss love with two women experiencing the most beautiful phase of their lives. It feels strange to articulate profound insights about life from the mouth of a 5-year-old. I declared, love is pure affection, without reason. Both women stared at me in disbelief. I sometimes think it absurd that this conversation, which began simply discussing two individuals' happiness, has devolved into a discussion about the nature of love. What on earth has that old beastfolk shaman taught you? The red-haired woman asked, half amused and half exasperated. I imagine they must be pondering. Is this the philosophy of beastfolk? One can live without bread or milk, but not without love? Or perhaps it is that love only flourishes with bread and milk? Regardless, I feel confident that Sister Xing loves Uncle Fred. The conversation then shifted back to me. Jia, will you stay with the beastfolk tribe and follow the old shaman? Katrin inquired, blinking her beautiful red eyes. Perhaps exhausted, she lay beside me, her soft red hair cascading over her fair face, her lips slightly parted, revealing 2 pristine white teeth. She was very close, and I could feel her warm breath on my face. I shook my head in dismay, thinking about the impending farewell to old Kulu and Cuz. Feeling a sense of reluctance, coupled with my confusion about this magical world, I felt a wave of anxiety. If Sister Guogua does not take me in, will I be left to wander alone? I murmured, Sister Guogua might be willing to take me with her. I cannot be a wanderer forever. Are you not returning to the imperial capital with us? Katrin asked with hopeful anticipation. I shook my head, realizing that this was not a decision within my control. I must survive. I must eat bread. What could the imperial capital offer? I simply stated, Sister Guogua's home is in Bio City. Our first destination will be there. Then you must remember to find me when you come to the imperial capital. Do you like red-haired girls? I can introduce you to my sister. She is a clever and beautiful young lady, and she doesn't have my rather annoying red eyes, Katrin earnestly offered, painting an enticing picture. I smiled and replied, certainly. Are there any schools in the imperial capital? Perhaps I could choose to study there. Suddenly, the caravan jolted violently, prompting Singer to step outside to assess the situation. Huh, you actually don't know that the most renowned institution in the empire, the Royal Academy of Green, is located right in the imperial capital. However, it is notoriously difficult to gain admission. Jia, what do you aspire to do in the future? Katerina inquired curiously. To be a magician, I answered candidly. Katerina burst into laughter, although I found little humor in it. She continued, indeed, everyone wishes to be a magician, given the opportunity. What about other pursuits? The awakening ritual does not merely grant you access to the magical pool because you are a handsome lad. It requires a significant amount of luck. You should consider what to do if things don't go as planned and learn something useful. After careful thought, I replied, perhaps I could become a craftsman. I wish to be a leatherworker. Katerina seemed somewhat disappointed and quietly remarked, oh. In that case, the Sloyd Ivory Tower Vocational Academy might suit you better. The Royal Academy of Green is most famous for its War College and Magic Academy, as well as its business school. The War College, I mused, realizing that when two individuals resonate with each other, there is an endless stream of conversation. Katerina was easygoing and passionate. She always looked forward to leading an extraordinary life and had been diligently preparing for it. She hoped to marry a great hero, but that depended on the choice of the Seventh Lady. As the Seventh Lady's personal maid, many decisions would not be left to her discretion, including her own fate. When Katerina spoke of her future, her smile was forced, and a hint of bitterness flickered in her eyes. She mentioned that Singer was the happiest among all the dancers in the troupe because she had found her place. I had often wondered where Singer's happiness stemmed from. I could not believe it was merely because she had found her livelihood before turning 20-5 that it turned out that the dancers in the troupe were seldom free individuals. Most of the dancers were of humble origins, commoners, wanderers, or slaves, many of whom had signed contracts of servitude. The so-called freedom came at a steep price. It was not enough to possess sufficient wealth to secure one's release. One also needed the approval of the troupe's matriarch. The young women in the troupe not only danced at various events but were also assigned to participate in private balls as companions, attend private banquets as drinking partners, and even, when the price was right, be asked to spend the night with clients. There were some women of free status in the troupe, like the Seventh Lady. She had learned to dance under the tutelage of the troupe's matriarch. And even the matriarch did not dare to compel the Seventh Lady to do anything. Some of the women who came to the matriarch had already gained a certain level of fame in the imperial capital. They were invited to serve as the troupe's leading dancers. Among these women, some were free, while others had been nurtured by the troupe's matriarch, forming a vast ensemble. Most of the girls, like Singer and Katerina, who were both dancers and maids, had signed contracts. What set Singer apart was that she had once saved the Seventh Lady in Black Iron City. Later, when the Seventh Lady asked her what she desired, she chose freedom, willingly relinquishing a life of luxury in the troupe to marry a leatherworker. I later asked Katerina, if you had the same opportunity as Sister Singer, would you choose freedom? Would you give up a life of nightly revelry and opulence? She pondered my question for a long time, but ultimately did not respond. Shortly thereafter, Singer returned to the room and said to me, Jia, the upper dance rehearsal has been completed. The Seventh Lady requests your presence. On the caravan, the life within was adorned with an antique, intricately carved ceramic pot filled with melon flowers, their slender stems reaching towards the upper right corner of the glass window, defiantly blooming a single blue flower, resembling a butterfly resting on a blade of grass. The glass bore an embossed depiction of young maidens frolicking in a river, their innocent laughter captured with vivid realism. This room, aside from the thick carpet that covered the floor, was devoid of any other furnishings, and the air was imbued with the lingering fragrance left behind by the girls. She stood quietly by the window, gazing at the remnants of snow outside, clad in a delicate yellow long shirt that accentuated her slender figure. One pale, jade-like hand, perhaps chilled, gently tugged at the smooth fabric of her garment, while her fair face still bore the rosy hue of exertion. With strands of hair falling loosely by her temples, glistening with beads of sweat, suddenly, she turned and smiled radiantly at me, her enchanting eyes captivating me momentarily. Why are you standing there, dazed at the door? Come in, the petite girl said with a gentle smile, a fiery red gemstone gleaming brightly against her snow-white neck, her autumn water-like eyes sparkling with mild joy. This reminded me of the first time I encountered her. Her eyes had emanated an alluring beauty so striking that during our first meeting, I could only recall her mesmerizing gaze, leaving me unable to remember her overall appearance. Now, I truly saw that the rumored seventh lady of the troop was remarkably youthful. Her hair was simply tied in a ponytail, appearing especially dark and glossy against her pale neck. I felt somewhat awkward standing at the door, as everything in this room felt entirely alien to me, akin to an ugly duckling confronting a graceful swan. Simultaneously yearning and feeling inferior. I found myself self-deprecatingly thinking that even if I were to live again, I could not become more graceful or carefree. I was uncertain about what I truly felt guilty about. What happened to the little man who would fearlessly sacrifice for friendship? Now he dares not even enter my room. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and as she turned, I noticed she wore a thin, fitted training outfit. She approached, took my hand, and led me into the spacious room. Kneeling on the carpet as she gazed deeply into my eyes. "Are you truly the seventh lady? How should I address you? Should I call you seventh lady as well?" I whispered, my thoughts focused on whether unveiling this layer of identity would mean she was no longer the petite girl I once knew. She giggled, rolling her eyes at me and pouting. "Regardless, you absolutely cannot call me little girl. That name sounds so pedestrian, akin to the cats and dogs of the neighbors. I still remember your infuriating demeanor back then. As if you were a savior, while I was merely a homeless beggar. You know that was not my intention. I simply thought we were of the same ilk, both pitiful beings existing at the bottom of society. I had no idea I was so far off the mark. Please do not take offense," I replied sincerely. She leaned slightly forward, her cool hand resting on mine. "My name is Chiga, eventually. People began to call me Miss Chiga, and later I became known as the seventh lady. I do wonder if I am truly so old. You may call me by my name or simply Chiga," she said gently. Then she whispered to me, "In truth, we are of the same kind. I can sense the same essence within you, which is why I enjoy spending time with you. We are of the same kind." I found it difficult to comprehend her words. Yet her eyes conveyed sincerity, and I sensed that we indeed shared something unique. She looked at me earnestly and said, "You must have the bloodline of the beast race, a werewolf, for even after countless generations, the power of the werewolf blood still flows within you." By writes, "You could be considered half-beast." I was taken aback, realizing that this bloodline ability was purely due to old Kulu saving me by infusing his own blood into my body. Initially, I worried about a hemolytic reaction, but as I continued to feel fine, I dismissed the concern. As for my self-healing bloodline ability, it was a result of merging with the power in old Kulu's blood. Did that imply I had become half-beast? Noticing my expression of unease, Chiga assumed it was due to the revelation of my secret and continued, "Jia, you must be a human with wolf blood. As for me, I have the blood of the celestial fox clan within me. In truth, I am a fox maiden." As she spoke, her eyes transformed into a mesmerizing allure, and in that moment, she appeared as an ethereal beauty. Her enchanting, pale blue eyes caused my heart to race uncontrollably, as if it were trying to leap from my throat, and my body felt an uncontrollable urge to draw closer to her. That peculiar sensation from the banquet resurfaced momentarily. Thankfully, her eyes quickly returned to clarity, and I emerged from my daze, panting and pale, prompting Chiga to smile and inquire, "This is my ability, charm. Now you understand that we are of the same kind, correct? Those like us are considered quite special in the human world. But we are not few in number. Typically, they are lowly half-beasts who exhibit some characteristics of beasts. Some even display ancestral traits such as tails, ears, or fangs. These individuals are not recognized by the beast tribes. We, on the other hand, are not quite the same. We can be regarded as a new human race that inherits the powers of beastly bloodlines." She licked her lips and whispered in my ear, "We are of the same kind. Then shall we remain friends?" I asked uncertainly. At times, I merely sought to validate my existence, yearning for my life's journey not to be solitary. This desire had even become an obsession. I wished to find friends to support one another as we moved forward in life. My life need not be exceptionally splendid, yet it must not be steeped in solitude. Just a month ago, I set a goal for myself, or perhaps an ideal. I aspired to become a renowned teacher, and I wished to tread this path persistently. She nodded in agreement, her eyes twinkling with affirmation as she continued to blink. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Moreover, we shall support each other henceforth." "Indeed," I replied with unwavering determination. Her laughter resembled that of a child who has just discovered a sweet treasure, and in that moment, the entire room seemed to blossom with vibrant flowers. She possessed a sense of pride and loneliness, much like the moment I first entered this chamber and witnessed her gazing quietly out at the remnants of snow. I pondered the thoughts concealed beneath her tranquil exterior. The second level of the enchanted caravan housed merely 3 rooms. Ascending the staircase led us to a grand dining hall adorned with a splendid indigo wood table, flanked by rows of high-backed chairs. all meticulously arranged as we ventured inward through the wooden door. We encountered the second rehearsal room, and further still lay Chiga's private sanctuary. With a playful grin, she asked if I wished to tour her chambers, to which I promptly shook my head, wary of what I might inadvertently glimpse. Who knows what consequences might follow, or what untold secrets might lie within a girl's room. We found ourselves weary from conversation, reclining on the soft carpet as we admired the opulent ceiling above. We spoke at length. I confessed to her that I hardly knew who I was, having been found by old Kulu nearly lifeless on the road. Miraculously, he revived me, and I declared myself a wanderer devoid of identity. Chiga, too, revealed her lineage. Her father was a scion of the regent line of the Edia Empire. Albeit somewhat marginalized. In his youth, he had a penchant for globetrotting and married a fox woman of the beast folk. Eventually, enamored with the allure of the Green Empire, he journeyed across the seas with his wives and concubines to settle in the magical metropolis of Green Empire, where, among numerous siblings, he may not have been the most remarkable, yet in terms of grace and bloodline, he was certainly commendable. Her passion for dance compelled her to accompany the esteemed choreographer Kashadi on a journey through the beastfolk tribes, seeking the legendary sacrificial war dance. "Why would you choose me?" I inquired, having learned of her heritage, for I was certain that Chiga could easily find others with the same beastfolk bloodline talents as mine. The youth of the imperial capital could not possibly be as few as she claimed. I mused that many powerful individuals would seek to unite with exotic women as concubines, thereby increasing the likelihood of producing new heirs of unique bloodlines. Such occurrences were common among the noble families of the imperial city, where the younger generation inheriting bloodline talents was certainly not scarce. She sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. The imperial capital resembles a vast dye vat. Any pure sheet of white paper cast within will inevitably emerge as vibrant. Yet those dyes are often foul-smelling. Each year, the Green Royal Academy gathers the finest young talents from across the realm. But what of it? Most of those laughable men with bloodline talents are only interested in my family background, fantasizing about marrying me to ascend to greatness. Meanwhile, those entitled scions merely wish to ensnare me in their beds, dreaming of keeping me caged like a beautiful canary. Such individuals cannot be my friends. I seek companions to whom I can entrust my back. You are dismissing everyone with a single stroke. How do you know I am not one of those who could be a true friend? I retorted, laughing. As a wanderer without a place in the world, I have always dreamed of a friend with a good lineage to lend me a hand. Perhaps it could secure my future. Yeah. Do you know? Witnessing your fervent dedication to Kuzu moved me deeply, Chiga said, reclining on the carpet and turning to face me. You are so young yet possess such courage. Are you truly unafraid of death? She playfully pinched my nose, her curiosity evident. I shook my head, freeing myself from her grasp, and replied, at that moment, I hardly had time to ponder such matters. From what I understand of the beastfolk werewolves, it was that old wolf who revealed to you the secret of their bloodline's regenerative abilities at the last moment. When you first engaged those dwarfs, I wager you had no thought of acquiring such talents, nor did you anticipate learning this gift in the throes of injury. You shall undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. Actually, I wish to convey that I aspire to be a magician. Of course, I am aware. Everyone dreams of becoming a magician. What I mean to say is, should the awakening ritual occur, the goddess of fortune could select anyone from thousands of children. But if the magical pool remains unawakened, your bloodline talents would surely yield a brighter future as a renowned warrior, Chiga delicately suggested, her tone reminiscent of Sister Guagua, subtly hinting that I should not harbor excessive expectations regarding the awakening ritual. Her implication was clear. You are not among the nobility of the magical families, and it is entirely normal not to awaken a magical pool. Do not waste your days dreaming of becoming a magician with such potent bloodline talents. A career as a warrior is far more promising. As the enchanted wheels of the caravan rolled over the gravelly terrain, a cloud of dust erupted into the arid valley. Inside the magical caravan, the ride proved less jarring than I had imagined. The suspension was superb, and lying on the soft carpet within, I could only hear the gentle hum of machinery. 13 enormous magical vehicles trailed steadily behind the Thunder Rhino team, resembling a train traversing the highlands from a distance. During the countless nights aboard the magical caravan, I found myself sharing the same bed with Katerina, who, though the bed was not particularly spacious, embraced me like an infant, rendering the space quite comfortable. These days, I was cared for by Katerina, Chiga's devoted handmaiden, allowing me to experience the exquisite comfort of being attended to by another, particularly by a delightful, enchanting red-haired beauty who dutifully catered to my every whim. without a hint of complaint, gradually helping me emerge from the shadows of my first kill. Each silent night felt like a mysterious veil cloaking my vision, as if I were submerged in an endless sea, and in those moments, I would recall the horrific visage of the dwarven warrior who fell beneath my wolf-toothed dagger. I would feel the tumultuous waves surging within my mental ocean, crashing against the precarious lighthouse of my spirit, threatening to shatter my not-so-sturdy mental compass. I was acutely aware that I had succumbed to this mental sea. Sister Guagua had informed me that this was my inner demon, the raging ocean of suppressed negative emotions. During such times, Katerina would hold me tightly, my body drenched in sweat as I thrashed in dreams, and she would softly sing a soothing melody in the imperial tongue, calming my troubled spirit. Her gentle voice resonated like a sister's whisper. After each tempest within my mental ocean subsided, I would feel a distinct enhancement in my magical perception. I discovered that I could condense 2 spheres of magical energy between my fingers, allowing them to trace different trajectories around my 5 digits. Sensing the faint, tidal fluctuations of magical waves within the spheres, that I resolved to seek old Kulu's counsel at the earliest opportunity. Yet, I knew that with the conclusion of each nightmare, my mental strength seemed to grow, albeit imperceptibly. Whenever I settled down to sleep, she would carefully avoid my injuries, fearful that even the slightest movement might cause me pain. For days, she had barely slept, for whenever I stirred, she would awaken, her sleepy eyes pressing close to my ear, inquiring if I had experienced another nightmare, or if I wished for water or a trip to the lavatory. Even when the cup was conveniently placed on the bedside table within arm's reach, she would not allow me to fetch it myself. Instead, she would embrace me with one arm, sit me upright, and extend her other delicate arm to retrieve the exquisite ceramic cup, her long, silky hair brushing against my face, causing an exquisite tickling sensation. But I longed to assert my independence, believing I had sufficiently recovered and could care for myself without issue. Yet, the most challenging moments arose when Katerina would assist me in bathing. Confronted with her curvaceous, mature form, I would suffer in silence, tormented by an absurd desire that bubbled like soap bubbles, ever forming, yet swiftly bursting. Only in those moments did I acutely feel the discord between my thoughts and body. She remained utterly unconcerned by her nudity before me, eagerly inviting me to join her in the bath, where she would scrub me down, her ample bosom rising like a mountain. Gradually, I learned to adapt, facing her with newfound ease, no longer like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, but rather engaging in relaxed conversation. I realized that maintaining a proper mindset was paramount. After all, I was but a child of just over 5 years. On this journey, water was undoubtedly the most precious resource, due to the finite supply of water each caravan carries. Bathing within the confines of the vehicle is an indulgence. The considerable amount of the precious fresh water has already been expended on the perilous journey ahead. For the ordinary dancers, the bathing pool is strictly off limits. Only a select few of higher status may avail themselves of it. Even for them, entry into the pool necessitates a thorough cleansing with fresh water beforehand. Meanwhile, the common dancers must line up each morning to receive a meager basin of water, barely sufficient even for a simple wash of the face. They resort to dampening their handkerchiefs with water to cleanse their bodies. The mornings and evenings within the caravan are the noisiest times, as the young women are required to tend to their personal affairs before the morning lessons. The first floor of the caravan houses 4 sleeping quarters, with only singer's room accommodating 4 individuals. The other 3 are cramped 6-person dormitories, fully occupied. Each morning, over 20 young women jostle together, chattering animatedly as they compete for water and food. During this commotion, I find myself comfortably nestled in bed, embraced by Katerina. A smug smile graces her face as she sleepily turns to me and says, "If it weren't for tending to you, my little lord, I would be rising early for lessons every day like Leah and the others. You have no idea the resolve it takes to leave the warmth of my bed so early." Leah and Kong are the other 2 dancers residing in our dormitory, both of whom hold a middle management status akin to class leaders. They stand out among the dancers, both in appearance and stature, effortlessly distinguishing themselves from the crowd. Every morning, these 2 perceptive women quietly prepare breakfast for Singer and Katerina. By this time, Singer is already awake and ready, carrying the specially prepared exquisite breakfast for 7 to the 2nd floor to attend to Chiga. Leah's personality is more extroverted, and she shares a close bond with Katerina. Often teasing her. On one occasion, she jestingly asked Katerina, "When will your little husband no longer need to stand on tiptoes to reach those large rabbits on your chest?" I pay little mind to the light-hearted banter among these women, as most of them speak with good intentions. Occasionally, in the evenings, Leah assists me in preparing foot baths. One aspect that takes some getting used to is their habit of kneeling on the carpet while washing others' feet. This behavior is not unique to me. Singer and Katerina also often partake in this practice. I once discreetly inquired of Singer why they do this for others, and she naturally replied, "It is a requirement from etiquette lessons. Failure to comply could result in punishment." Kong is the youngest among the 4 girls in our room. Possessing a gentle, timid demeanor and sweet looks, she silently tends to the cleanliness of the entire room without ever appearing obtrusive, as though she were invisible. Sometimes, I find myself unaware of her presence until the room is unexpectedly tidy and orderly. Occasionally, during her free time, Chiga would don casual attire and come down to visit me. Her eyes sparkle brightly in the presence of the dancers, her face adorned with a playful smirk. That innate nobility radiating from her makes her stand out even in a crowd. We would engage in simple conversations, during which she would slyly inquire about my satisfaction with her maid. Her bright eyes glimmer with mischief as she teasingly asks, "Is it true that burying your head in Katerina's soft bosom prevents you from having nightmares?" I shoot her an annoyed glare, attempting to mask my extreme embarrassment, though my flushed ears betray me that I stubbornly retort back to the thunder rhino, displaying a childlike temper that amuses Chiga, who finds it particularly entertaining. She remarks that none of her brothers would dare behave so unruly in her presence. In a huff, I shout, "Do you still wish to embark on delightful adventures with me?" Her laughter becomes uncontrollable. At times, Chiga would take the opportunity to play a game of chess with me, a variant resembling animal chess, which is our favorite pastime. Meanwhile, the red-haired Katerina quietly attends to us, appearing much more reserved in front of Chiga. Singer, perhaps more at ease due to her familiarity with Chiga, occasionally chimes in to assist me against the formidable opponent that is Chiga. I believe that winning in such games largely relies on luck, yet the reality consistently demonstrates that Chiga's fortune far surpasses my own. A few days ago, when Kaz visited the caravan to see me, he confided that the caravan had run out of water, and each night they devised methods to gather a little water. The men in the caravan have had their drinking water rationed. Concerned, I asked how long it had been since he had a drink, to which Kaz chuckled and pointed proudly to the moss-covered valley outside, exclaiming, "The entire Pi Plateau is my home. How could I lack water?" He seldom visits the caravan, for old Kulu's warnings are etched in Kaz's mind like the Maginot Line, guarding his final bastion. Kaz frequently recites the words of old Kulu, who said that the silken curtains of beauty could extinguish all aspirations and even prevent a hero from wielding their sword, making them incapable of severing the heads of their enemies. Furious, I scolded him, "Then why do you leave me here? Are we not brothers?" Kaz's face flushed, and he stammered, "My grandfather said you harbor a devil within, and only a mother's love can dissolve it. Everyone must navigate this hurdle within their hearts." He also said that people's perceptions of others vary, each possessing different moral thresholds. The kinder one is, the more respect they hold for life, making it harder to cross that inner wall. He conveyed these thoughts in Orcish, struggling to recall certain phrases. He said your wall is quite high, and that the hearts of most children are as pure as parchment, while yours contains a golden sea. Kaz gazed at me with a look of confusion, urging me to elucidate old Kulu's words. Not sensing any inclination to respond, he continued, "I killed a dwarf thief for the first time in the tribe, and it was no less than what you have done to At that moment. I merely grazed my knife across the dwarf's neck, and that jar-sized head rolled aside, splattering blood all over me. And my father later remarked that my eyes were red with excitement. I remember being so thrilled that I couldn't sleep that night. Yet I never had a nightmare. Kaz always strives to communicate with me in the less familiar imperial tongue when others are present. His pronunciation is clumsy, but his words are imbued with sincerity as he inquires, "Do you still have nightmares every night?" I shake my head and point to Katerina, who is idly gazing out the window at the distant mountains, saying, "I only occasionally dream of them. Whenever I do have a nightmare, she always shakes me awake." Each time Kaz looks at Katerina, his face inexplicably reddens. I cannot fathom how a human beauty could captivate an orc so profoundly. Observing Kaz's bashful demeanor, I feel that any additional moment spent in the dormitory is a form of torment for him. I beckon Kaz to lift his shirt, revealing a scar on his chest, over a foot long, resembling a terrifying centipede. He proudly declares that upon returning to the tribe, he will earn the right to get tattooed, a privilege reserved for warriors who have seen battle. Kaz envies my innate healing ability, and before departing, he implores me to reconsider, suggesting that he could join me in learning combat skills, even if he does not aspire to be a renowned warrior. Silently, I regard him, and he reads my thoughts in my eyes, his expression tinged with disappointment as he bids farewell. Sister Gwawa hopes that I will interact more with others, as I will inevitably return to the human world to live. Thus, she desires that I remain in the caravan for a while longer. Chiga believes that the conditions within the caravan are better suited for my recovery and, as a friend, she wishes for my company to pass the time. Naturally, she is reluctant for me to leave, especially since it is inconvenient for her to seek me out while I am with the Thunder Rhino. She shares her dream of journeying across the continent together once we grow up, adding that as soon as I become a proper warrior, she will consider choosing me as her protector. When I inquire what being a protector entails, she merely smiles enigmatically and refrains from elaborating. Old Kulu desires for me to conquer my inner demons completely. He believes that my experiences in the caravan have led me to adopt a more extreme disposition, and that playing alongside Cuz has subtly instilled a feral nature within me. He cautions that once my blood heats up, I may recklessly charge into battle without regard for consequence. Old Kulu admonishes me that my actions alongside Cuz are not bravery, but rather recklessness. He too wishes for me to recuperate here for a while. Katerina takes my hand, and together we stand at the entrance, quietly watching Cuz's figure slowly fade into the distance. As for the life within the caravan. Although the caravan suffers from a water shortage, the dance troupe does not face such dire circumstances. While water use is indeed restricted here, the regulations are not overly stringent, at the very least. Everyone can wash their faces, and there are no restrictions on drinking water. It seems there is an inexhaustible supply of water within the caravan. I find it hard to believe that such a large vehicle could sustain the daily needs of over 20 dancers for more than a month. I ask Katerina how often this caravan replenishes its water supply, and after a long pause, she, grasping her fiery red hair, uncertainly replies, "I have never seen these caravans store water. And where does the drinking water come from?" I inquire with curiosity. Katerina, pouting slightly and feeling a touch embarrassed, remarked, "What peculiar thoughts occupy your little mind? I've never pondered where the water we drink comes from. As long as there's water to drink, what does it matter?" In the brisk chill of early spring, Katerina, clad only in a delicate tank top and form-fitting shorts, showcased her alluring figure while narrowing her soft, rosy eyes at me, attempting to flaunt her charm in a bid to mask the awkwardness brought on by a 5-year-old's inquisitive question. Katerina exuded a more youthful vitality than Singer. In terms of beauty and physique, she far surpassed her, complemented by her enchanting, light pink eyes that set her apart. Standing at 175 centimeters, she was slightly shorter than Singer, whose more robust build lacked a certain delicacy. However, Singer, having served as the chief maid to the Seven Sisters for an extended period, possessed a commanding presence that could easily intimidate the other girls in the caravan, a unique quality she possessed. As Singer entered after checking on the dancers' morning lessons, she caught sight of Katerina and me sharing breakfast by the bedside. Leaning down, she playfully tugged at Katerina's pink ears and scolded, "You little rabbit. You seem quite content lounging in bed every day, even daring to skip your morning lessons. I wonder what you'll do once Gia has recovered and left." "Ouch, ouch, Singer," Katerina protested, wincing from the playful reprimand. The bond between Singer and Katerina was akin to that of sisters. Katerina, 6 years younger, was more vivacious and delicate, lacking the shrewdness and capability of Singer. Singer had always hoped to help Katerina establish her reputation within the troupe before departing. Yet Katerina often preferred to hide under Singer's protective wing, seeking solace in her presence, only to be caught in the act. I quickly diverted the conversation, inquiring about the source of water in the caravan. Singer was surprised by my curiosity but led me to the back of the magical caravan's bathroom. She opened an upper cabinet-like door, revealing a square water tank within. I observed a continuous flow of clear water from a funnel suspended above the tank, which was adorned with a magical scroll inscribed with intricate water patterns and spell formations. At the center, a leather patch was embedded with a gemstone the size of a fingernail, emanating a rich aura of water magic elements. I could distinctly sense the flow of magical energy within the array, following a specific trajectory to form a unique water-gathering formation. I was thoroughly impressed by this exquisite magical array, as the simple patterns and dynamic lines created an enchanting scene filled with moisture. Above the funnel, a cloud of rain formed, with droplets continually cascading into the tank below, producing a stream of pristine water. It dawned on me that such a sophisticated magical scroll could supply the entire caravan with water, a notion I had never contemplated. It became clear that magical scrolls could indeed find application in daily life. That I should have realized that this magical caravan was, in essence, a colossal steel scroll inscribed with magical patterns. This scroll, possessing the ability to gather water, was far from being a mere beginner's scroll. The simple pattern mirrored the design I had seen on the parchment given to me by old Kuru a few days prior. The scroll's magical paper was crafted from the familiar leather of the magical antelope, an unremarkable material, with perhaps only the gemstone at its center holding any real value. Singer pointed towards the array of apparatuses inside and said, "See? Our daily water supply relies on this." She then playfully pinched my nose and added, "Are you satisfied now?" The magical scroll hanging in midair felt like a gateway opening before me, revealing that inscription could indeed serve such practical purposes. My interest in this fascinating realm of inscription was only deepening. The merchant caravan stumbled upon a small stream in the valley, where the crystal-clear, icy waters cascaded down the steep cliffside, forming several waterfalls that plummeted dozens of meters. Creating a sizable pool at the foot of the mountain, the mist from the splashing water enveloped the rocky ground, transforming it into a picturesque oasis. The vibrant rainbow arched across the stream and the pool, reflecting the sunlight. This stream flowed southward through the valley into the heart of the Pai Plateau, eventually vanishing into the vast wilderness. During the rainy season, the waters of this stream could even converge into Lake Dongli, the largest freshwater lake on the Pai Plateau. Discovering such a pristine water source was vital for the caravan's dozens of thunder rhinoceroses, which could survive months without food or water, but doing so would deplete their energy reserves. After traversing the treacherous salt iron road, dubbed the Road of Death, for 27 grueling days since leaving the Xinghu grasslands, the caravan had finally located this water source after another week of travel. The gravelly, resonant roars of the thunder rhinoceroses and the thundering of their massive hooves striking the ground echoed like war drums. Peering out from the caravan, I spotted Lord Lepa standing atop the lead thunder rhinoceros. Entering the mist generated by the waterfall, his form just barely discernible. The line of thunder rhinoceroses, stretching over a kilometer, began to lose their formation, fanning out as they charged towards the misty water source. When the magical caravan came to a halt 100 meters from the waterfall, the crew skillfully formed a rectangular formation, establishing a fortified camp. This marked the first time in 10 days that the caravan chose to rest at midday. Katerina, spotting the clear waters and the lush greenery along the bank, exclaimed in delight, "At last, we can go for a refreshing swim." "Jia, can you swim?" "I'm all right," I replied while gazing out the window. The thunder rhinoceroses were eventually herded to a grassy area 500 meters downstream, where the abundant water supply nourished the verdant grass of the valley. The unloaded thunder rhinoceroses were led away by their handlers to graze, and from a distance, I saw Uncle Fred and the men of the caravan setting up tents by the stream. While Lord Lepa appeared to have reserved the best grassy area by the pool for the dancers, Katerina nudged the sleeping Kongshan, a quiet and gentle girl whose greatest pleasure was to curl up like a bear and sleep. Her cherubic face growing even rounder and cuter, Katerina urged the drowsy Kongshan, "Jean, let us go do the laundry. The caravan has found a water source, and the water is so clear." "Oh, okay," the naive girl replied. Never one to refuse a request if it was within her ability. The other dancers in the caravan, having received Singer's permission, began to emerge one by one, each carrying wooden basins towards the pool. Their laughter and playful chatter mingling with the roar of the waterfall, adding a lively spirit to the valley. Katerina, Kongshan, and I joined the throng, walking together. My shyness and modesty had garnered me a fair number of friends. The other dancers were aware of Katerina's daily care for an injured child. A boy devoid of any of the bad habits typical of spoiled brats, he was polite and rather endearing, particularly since he was favored by the seven sisters. Over the days spent together, I had become familiar with the girls in the caravan, exchanging smiles and nods of acknowledgement whenever we crossed paths. Other dancers from different caravans began to emerge as well, carrying basins of laundry towards the pond. The caravan's campsite was set up a few hundred meters away from the dancers by the stream. I had initially hoped to rush out and fish with Cuz, but Katerina firmly held onto my hand, refusing to let me wander off and insisting that she accompany me once she finished her laundry. Seeing the glimmering light in her lovely pink eyes, I reluctantly agreed, and her frown transformed into a smile. When Tia appeared before me, leading a horse, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. For days, I had assumed he had perished in battle. During the skirmish at the canyon's mouth, Tia had ventured forth as a scout, and without any warning, I had presumed he had fallen victim to the ambush by the dwarf bandits. "Tia, did those dwarves not invite you to their underground castle for a visit?" I teased, noting the white bandage wrapped around his forehead. Tia chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I barely escaped. It was a close call." Guogua, who had followed closely behind, gracefully dismounted and tossed the reins to Tia. Gesturing towards him, "Go help me water the horses." After Tia dejectedly led the 2 horses away, Guogui added, "Don't be so sarcastic with him. At his young age, how could he have such a sharp tongue? His skills lie in wilderness survival, and he's not particularly adept at nighttime reconnaissance. Just being alive is a stroke of luck. We must all respect life." As Guogua approached, Katerina promptly adjusted her skirt and curtsied respectfully. This is the etiquette observed by commoners towards nobles, utilized only in certain formal occasions, and can also be employed to show respect to individuals one holds in high regard. Guogua strolled over, attentively sizing up Katerina before nodding in acknowledgement. Then, with a playful arch of her brow, she remarked, "Ja, you seem to be in quite good spirits lately." I hurriedly ran up to grasp her hand, which brought a slight brightness to her expression. With a hint of uncertainty, she fiddled with her chestnut-colored long hair, crouched down to inspect me closely, and inquired, "Have you been having nightmares these days?" "Not really anymore. Sister, I feel like I'm nearly back to normal. Look, I can run and jump without any trouble," I exclaimed, breaking free from her grip, and performed a somersault on the grass, striking a pose with one hand on my hip to boast to Guogua. This was a line I had shared with Chiga just 2 days prior, candidly expressing my desire to move back onto the Thunder Rhino, which Chiga had not approved. Hearing my words, Katerina quickly stood up from the pond's edge, wiped her hands on her apron, and interjected, "Ja, the cold sweat that emerges after you fall asleep at night is enough to soak your nightclothes. How can you claim to be well?" This red-haired girl clearly had no idea how captivating she truly was. I could only imagine what it felt like to share a bed with her every night. Recently, a thought had often crossed my mind. If I were to continue living like this, and my body became accustomed to desires overflowing within me without any response, wouldn't that be a disaster? Guogua affectionately patted my face and smiled, saying, all right, I know what you're thinking. Just relax and stay with Chiga a few more days. Having such a lovely sister by your side, you can't be restless all the time. Can you? I thought to myself, how could she possibly know what was on my mind? She touched my arm, which had healed remarkably well. In just over 10 days, the fracture had completely mended, and I could even lift some heavy objects. Even more astonishingly, the scratches on my body had vanished, leaving Sing and Katerina in awe. "Oh, this recovery is quite impressive," Guogua said, effortlessly lifting me into her arms, affectionately sniffing my forehead, and cheerfully adding, "I haven't had the chance to give you your spoils yet. I'll fetch them for you shortly. I have spoils. For someone as destitute as I." This was indeed something to look forward to. Cuz and I had longed for some form of inheritance. He dreamed of acquiring a fine ironwood bow, while all I wished for was a bit of pocket money. Each time I saw the pockets of my clothes cleaner than my own face, I felt the weight of my failures over the past 2 years. By the edge of the pool, the humidity was overwhelming, as a waterfall resembling a silver belt cascaded down from a height, sending up sprays of water that lingered in the air. Standing by the pool's edge for too long would leave one drenched. The people in this world boasted robust physiques. Even children my age dared to swim in lakes dotted with floating ice. In mid-October, the northern slopes of the Pai Plateau were still not warm. And just a few days prior, frost had blanketed the valley in the mornings, covering the desolate ridges and valleys like a layer of salt. Even the wild grasses lining the roadside, their leaves scattered by the wind, bore a thick coating. Here in the valley, the icy veneer had completely melted away, yet dipping a hand into the crystal-clear pool still revealed a bone-chilling cold. Numerous dancers from the troupe gathered around the pool, busy washing up and cleaning their piled clothes. Their dresses clung to them as they became damp from the mist, accentuating their alluring figures. The dancers, who practiced daily, truly possessed remarkable physiques. Meanwhile, the men of the merchant caravan had been relegated to a small stream downstream, set up several hundred meters away. Some dancers, fortunate enough to be clad only in form-fitting attire, stood in knee-deep shallow waters, rinsing their garments, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of an ink wash painting from a distance. Katerina and Kangjin were also mingled among the crowd, but Katerina's fiery red hair and devilishly alluring figure stood out prominently among the dancers. She frequently cast glances back at me, still concerned I might abandon her for some frivolous adventure. While Kangjin diligently squatted beside her, focused on her tasks, ever the diligent little one. Finding the humidity by the pool unbearable, I pulled Guogua away a few dozen meters, choosing to sit on the lush green grass. The merchant camp in the distance was bustling with activity. Each time the men pitched a tent, Their shouts echoed as they bared their muscular torsos. Exuding a sense of power, they called out commands while hammering stakes into the ground. Erecting one sturdy leather tent after another, their fervor palpable. You and Cuz took down 3 bandits that night, both of you sustaining serious injuries. The spoils you claim are actually what Chiga and I gathered. I truly can't decide if you were lucky or unfortunate. Those dwarves were among the most elite warriors of this bandit group, with 2 of them being 7th-level warrior apprentices, Guogwa remarked, disregarding the curious glances from passing dancers as she casually pulled out a massive black iron battle axe, about 1.5 meters in length, from a pouch at her waist. Dropping it onto the grass before us, sending dirt flying. I gazed at the axe, its blade adorned with exquisite brass engravings, and rushed over to attempt to lift it. Using all my strength, I could only manage to raise one end of the handle slightly. The axe felt entirely forged from fine iron, infused with tungsten or to enhance its sharpness, making it a remarkably practical weapon, albeit excessively heavy. Noticing Guogwa's disdainful gaze, I shamelessly returned to her side and asked, Sister, how do you know their strength reached the 7th-level warrior apprentice? What is the standard? Guogwa deliberately elongated her response, then turned to tap my forehead, saying, Do you not collect any information about warriors? Are you truly so singularly focused on becoming a mage during the awakening ceremony that you neglect such basic knowledge? Sister, the teacher never mentioned anything about that, I protested. Guogwa reached into her bag with one hand, laboriously searching. This was the second piece of spatial magic equipment I had seen, from a distance. It appeared to be a black-gray waist pouch. When Guogwa pulled the entire battle axe from it, I realized just how spacious that small bag truly was. That a thought crossed my mind. What Gucci? What Chanel? What LV could compare to Guogwa's little pouch? Seeing me lost in thought over her bag, Guogwa cheerfully said, When you grow a bit older, Sister will get you one of these bags. All right, almost forgot. You can also, Guogwa's sentence trailed off before she continued, you should be able to use such a magical backpack too, but it's not safe to carry one without sufficient strength. Almost let that slip. Weren't you just asking how to distinguish warrior levels? This counts as a bit of experience. The 3 dwarves you and Cuz took down had 2 who could use combat techniques. A warrior can learn their first basic combat technique only after reaching the 7th apprentice level. Since both dwarves employed their techniques, I, not being blind, could certainly see that, Guogwa pointed out, tapping my small head. I retorted indignantly. But they could still be 8th, 9th, or even 10th level. How do you know? Guogwa shot me a disdainful glance and tossed a short axe she had pulled out, sneering. If they were 8th level, you wouldn't be alive to sit here arguing with me. An 8th level warrior apprentice exhibits a significant increase in physique. Your wolf-tooth dagger wouldn't easily pierce them. And as for 9th level, that's even more absurd. That a 9th level warrior apprentice should be able to learn a second basic combat technique. And possessing 2 techniques would result in a qualitative leap in strength. Skills like charge, cleave, heavy strike, and war cry can be freely combined. It's not something you 2 children could handle. I recalled how the last dwarf warrior had chased me, transforming into a streak of white light, and thus asked Guogwa, Sister, does that mean the last bandit actually used a skill on me? Guogwa nodded subtly, then threw another short axe, leaning in to whisper, Actually, I have a question that still puzzles me. When you were struck by the charge skill, theoretically, if you had no resistance, you should have been stunned for a full 2 seconds. When you were knocked away, how did you manage to cast that spell? Was Guogwa referring to the shadow cloak I had cast in midair? I recalled that moment when I suddenly felt immobilized in the air, but after focusing my mind, it was as if I had entered a mental sea, and suddenly, I regained my composure. However, casting the shadow cloak while airborne was undeniably a stroke of luck. I even realized that the magic glyphs I had drawn with my fingers could hardly be considered a proper diagram. Amidst my rapid movement, the lines I traced were irregular curves. Yet somehow, in conjunction with the incantation, it succeeded unexpectedly, allowing me to transform into a wisp of black mist and evade that lethal strike. That I quietly analyzed the situation with Guogwa for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. Later, she attributed my narrow escape from that potentially fatal strike to my extraordinary mental fortitude. Yet, Guogwa, still trembling with residual fear, repeatedly admonished me, Next time you engage in battle, do not act so recklessly. Luck does not favor us every time. I humbly agreed. And during our conversation, I learned that Cuz's chest wound had also been inflicted by another dwarf's swift strike. Had he not hastily parried with his blade, that axe could have cleaved him in 2. At that moment, Guagua tossed a tattered parchment book at me, remarking, "Originally, this book would have held some value if it were intact. However, being torn to shreds by that dwarf, I doubt even a magic apprentice would be interested in it now." I stared in silence at the book, which, including the cover, had only 4 pages of sheepskin left. The clear tear marks were still visible, and on the cover, a few words were embossed with a hot pen. Detailed explanation of basic practical magic arrays, categorized under miscellaneous studies. To my surprise, it was a book on magic arrays that as I flipped through the scant remaining pages, the first revealed the inscription, "Fire Gathering," accompanied by a simple magic pattern etched onto the parchment, while the blank space below was densely filled with tiny script in the ancient beast language. The second page bore the title Frost Nova, and the third was but a half page, with its title and half of the magic pattern torn away, leaving only remnants of the pattern and explanatory text in the beast language. Then, Guagua tossed me a vial of healing potion along with a pouch of coins, saying, "This is all we have. I've decided to give the tattered armor from them to those who will bury the bodies. As for how you and your little beastman friend divide it, that's up to you." I raised my gaze to the transparent vial resembling a beaker, containing about half a bottle of dark red liquid. Uncertain of its exact properties, I reached out to open it, only to have Guagua seize my hand, expressing her disdain for such reckless behavior. "If this healing potion is opened, it must be consumed on the spot, otherwise it will lose its efficacy over time. Although it is not exceedingly precious, it is still a valuable item. Don't waste it." I quickly set the vial aside, and upon looking up, I noticed Cuz peering curiously towards us from the camp's entrance. He was shouldering a long spear, the tip adorned with 2 brightly colored pheasants and a small wild boar dripping with blood. The boar was particularly large, weighing perhaps only a few dozen pounds. Yet he had effortlessly speared it seemed he wanted to approach, but hesitated. I waved him over, signaling for him to come closer. However, Cuz shook his head in trepidation, gesturing towards a spot further away in the valley. I understood he was reluctant to venture too close to the dancers, adhering to old Kulu's instructions to keep as much distance as possible from these women, being a young werewolf still navigating the complexities of gender relations. Cuz was understandably cautious, for old Kulu hoped to prevent him from developing an aesthetic similar to that of humans, which might complicate his future prospects with orc women. This was one of old Kulu's modest expectations for Cuz, and he had been dutifully adhering to it. With no other option, Guagua and I sought a location further away from the water pool. Only then did Cuz finally trudge over, puffing and panting, with his spear loaded with game that I couldn't fathom where he had wandered off to in such a short span. Yet he had managed to catch so much game, perhaps buoyed by his success. Cuz appeared quite pleased, thrusting the spear into the ground and excitedly pointing at the bleeding striped boar hanging from it, exclaiming, "Gia, let us do the meat." Cuz, all day long, was fixated on how to eat. Within the brief span of our encampment, this young lad had captured enough game to feed a dozen men, leaving both Guagua and me in awe of the innate prowess of the beast folk. I glanced at the sun overhead, sensing that there was still time, and called Cuz over. Tossing him the vial of healing potion, he caught it with both hands, his eyes widening in delight as he exclaimed, "Ja, is this a healing potion? Truly a healing potion. Where did you get it? This is our spoils. Guagua helped us clean up the battlefield. Look, Az, we have struck it rich," I declared, dragging the heavy pouch with one hand, my little finger loosening the knot at the opening. Instantly, several gleaming silver coins appeared, the sound of their clinking resonating crisply. Cuz, however, did not cast a glance at my pouch, but instead carefully raised the vial of healing potion over his head to catch the sunlight. The dark red liquid inside, reminiscent of blood, swirled against the glass, seemingly on the verge of boiling, producing bubbles that made Cuz gasp in wonder. With excitement dancing across his face, he grinned widely and raised an eyebrow at me, asking, "Gia, do you think this belongs to us? Is this healing potion worth much?" I inquired, scratching my disheveled hair in confusion. Cuz's face lit up with a beaming smile as he nodded vigorously, declaring, "This is exceedingly rare. A bottle of such potion could be traded for an excellent ironwood bow." I was at a loss for words, realizing that lately he had taken to using ironwood bows as his standard for evaluating value, as if he were enchanted by them. I shot him a reproachful glare, retorting, "Look at your aspirations. If we trade, it better be for an alloy bow." Guagua, overhearing, scoffed, "Ja, do you have any idea how much an alloy bow costs? Even our captain only wields a reinforced ironwood bow. I doubt you expect that a handful of silver coins could procure one." Momentarily silenced, Cuz reluctantly tore his gaze from the healing potion and suggested, Ja, this is our lifeline. The hemostatic powder from the Pi Plateau is far inferior to this vial. We cannot sell it. Keep it safe. It may come in handy one day. I, somewhat exasperated, pointed to my arm and said, Az, if it comes to that, you would be the one needing it. I can heal my own broken bones now, so why would I need a healing potion? Cause blinked. Realizing my understanding of the werewolf tribe's bloodline powers for self-healing, and sheepishly tucked the healing potion into a pouch on his belt, causing it to swell round with the addition that I couldn't help but ponder how convenient it would be to possess a magical bag like Gwugwa's for carrying items. The pouch contained only 13 silver coins and 37 copper coins. Cuz and I squatted in the grass, counting the coins repeatedly, yet they remained unchanged. Cuz frowned, noting, an ironwood bow sells for at least 15 silver coins in the open market. And that is dependent on luck. Ja, we don't have enough money. No worries. I still have a few pages of sheepskin parchment on magic arrays. Though somewhat damaged, they should fetch us a couple of coins. Oh, and by the way, Az, the weapons on the ground are also ours. Your knife is broken, right? Can you handle this short-handled axe? I asked, pointing at the weapon strewn nearby, cause S eyes lit up at the sight. And he dashed over to pick up 2 short axes, wielding them with ease. Naturally, I handed those to him, along with the remaining long-handled axe adorned with copper engravings, entrusting him to stow them in our camp gear. We agreed that when we passed through the open market or the orc tribe, we would trade them directly for an ironwood bow. If that proved impossible, we would exchange them for silver coins instead. In the end, I was left with only a pouch of unusable coins, primarily reserved for Kaz's future bow purchase, and a tattered magic book, its pages seemingly torn asunder by that dwarf warrior. I cradled them like treasures in my arms, absent-mindedly patting the leather sheath at my waist, where a wolf-fang dagger was sheathed, reflecting on the modest accumulation of assets over the past month. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yet, the memory of that night when my life hung in the balance still lingered uneasily in my mind, observing how we effortlessly divided our spoils without quarrel or dispute. Gwugwa wore a gentle smile. She had refrained from intervening in our distribution of loot, intending to cultivate our character. Little did she anticipate that Kuz and I would share so freely, each keeping what was useful to us while pooling our resources for the most necessary weapons. Gwugwa then asked us, why the eagerness to purchase an ironwood bow? To Gwugwa, Kuz had already begun to consider her one of his own. When conversing with the water mage, he was less reserved than before. Casting a curious glance my way, as if to say, why haven't you told your sister? Then I answered honestly, our caravan will soon venture deeper into the plateau, and we will reach the northern wasteland of the Pi Plateau. For us orcs, the grazing season begins after November each year, this time. Many tribes drive their livestock into the wasteland. The tender grass of spring barely grows tall enough, and it is during this period that herds of magical antelopes compete with our livestock for grazing. Each tribe organizes a large number of people to encircle these wild magical antelopes, and inevitably, some solitary antelopes will slip through. Jia and I plan to undertake this venture ourselves, to hunt magical antelopes on the plateau, which will allow us to acquire the most rudimentary magical beast leather armor. My grandfather supports this. There are also medicinal herbs. The wasteland is vast and teeming with low-level magical herbs. The teacher hopes we can personally gather some herbs to bring back. After all, the information in books can be vague, and the descriptions often deviate from reality. Young members of the beast tribe undergo such trials every year, I added. Before asserting, only bows of ironwood grade or higher can penetrate the tough hides of magical antelopes. So you all are also planning to hunt after entering the plateau. You might as well join our group. It would be safer, proposed Sister Gwugwa. I realized that this might not be ideal. Firstly, Kuz and I did not possess an ancient riding horse and could not keep up with their speed if we wished to accompany the Wind Chaser adventure group. We would need to ride a horse together with their members that I could ride with Sister Gwugwa. But who would carry the little orc Kuz? Kuz and I exchanged glances and, without much discussion, simultaneously shook our heads in refusal. Let's not dwell on that. Don't you still want to stew some meat? If we don't set up the stove now, won't we be pressed for time? Sister Gwugwa was quite eager about our culinary skills. Recently, the caravan had been buzzing with rumors about the exquisite dishes made using the secret spices of the orc tribes. Seizing this rare opportunity, she urged us to get to work swiftly. Kuz and I hardly needed to confer. We instinctively knew what we should do. He darted off quickly and soon returned from the tent with the iron pot and various containers used by old Kulu for boiling medicine, while I used his broken knife to dig a pit in the grass, collecting stones the size of footballs to construct a stove. Then, I dragged Sister Guagua around the valley to gather firewood. These were tasks I often performed during my days with the caravan, and Sister Guagua, as a mage, had never gathered firewood before, so following me was quite amusing for her. When we returned with the firewood to our makeshift stove, we discovered several young men seated around the earthen stove, chatting and laughing. They were all clad in exquisite leather armor, each equipped with a beautifully crafted Roman sword at their waist. Nearby, swords, spears, and other weapons were neatly arranged in a circle, standing in an orderly manner. Observing the weapons, each polished to a shine and coated with a faint layer of oil, it was evident they had been meticulously maintained. Upon noticing Sister Guagua and me approaching, they ceased their banter. One gentleman, adorned in finely tailored magical antelope leather armor, with a white silk shirt lined with lace trim, fitted leather pants, and a beautifully patterned leather war skirt at his waist, wore long, pointed soft leather boots. His face was strikingly handsome, with golden hair neatly styled and curling down to his forehead. His blue eyes, upon seeing the wand at Sister Guagua's waist, sparkled with a smile as he addressed her, "Lady Mage. My name is Ming Qian, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Did you construct this stove? My friends and I are quite fond of this beautiful scenery, and we hope to borrow your stove to cook some delicious roasted meat, accompanied by fine wine, which we would be delighted to share with you." Sister Guagua frowned slightly. The young men before us were warriors from the Starry Adventure Group, to be precise, a band of apprentice warriors of levels 8 or 9, who had graduated from the War Academy but had not obtained formal credentials from the Warriors Guild. Consequently, these young men chose to follow various adventure groups into the outside world to hone their skills, break through their current limitations, and acquire the qualifications to join the Warriors Guild. With their lack of field survival and combat experience, coupled with the indulgent behavior typical of noble youths fostered within the academy, Sister Guagua held a certain disdain for them. I recalled an incident during a hunt on the Star Lake Prairie, where two members of the Starry Adventure Group, identifiable by their red scarves, had attempted to engage Sister Guagua in conversation, only to be met with cold indifference. She was quite put off by their presumptuousness. Gripping my hand, she wore a frosty expression that clearly conveyed her desire for them to leave. Ming Qian's charming smile gradually faded, and awkwardly glancing at the mage's emblem on Sister Guagua's chest, he swallowed hard, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching into a grimace that was more pitiable than a cry. With a sullen demeanor, he turned and walked away. The young men sitting around the earthen stove wore expressions of eager anticipation, adopting an air of excitement as they observed the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Ming Qian retreat, their interest waned, and they immediately began to jeer. I looked up at the young adventurers as they huddled together and departed, catching a glimpse of Ming Qian's resentful gaze as he passed by. This was my first encounter with the spoiled scions of nobility in this world. That I realized that Ming Qian and his companions had likely followed the caravan to gild their resumes. It finally dawned on me why the formidable warriors Baiji and Benzaki had chosen to establish such an adventure group that appeared to have a disparity in strength. The Starry Adventure Group was composed of capable individuals who had reached the threshold for their first job transfer, powerful enough to ensure safety during our caravan's journey. The remaining young graduates, clad in splendid armor and wielding sharp weapons, could not truly be considered graduates. Those who did not receive formal titles from the War Academy were merely classified as having completed their studies, signifying they had not mastered their skills and had to leave the institution prematurely. Thus, such adventure groups emerged, lower in level and fewer in number, but with members strong enough to guarantee safety during missions. Among them were the young, wealthy, and eager to embellish their resumes, the noble wastrels who, when unrecognized by their schools and professional guilds, would join such adventure groups to gild their experiences. That I watched Ming Qian's retreating figure. Resembling a wolf with its tail between its legs, he made no effort to conceal his resentment, showing neither respect for Sister Guagua, a mage of noble rank, nor any acknowledgement of the honor it would be to join their little circle. "Scoundrels," Sister Guagua muttered under her breath. Sitting down on the grass nearby, I busied myself like a devoted attendant, preparing some spices for our cooking, awaiting Cuz's return from the stream with the game to join in the pot. The young men had not wandered far, choosing instead to unfold a square tablecloth beneath a nearby lemon tree, laden with jerky, cheese, and exquisite bottled wines. They gathered around, and one young nobleman even began to serenade the group with a lively folk tune on his accordion, infusing the air with a charming exoticism. Many of the dancers washing clothes by the water were drawn to the enchanting melodies, whispering shyly about the young men beneath the tree. These young men, adorned with splendid family crests, understood the art of captivating the attention of the ladies, Among the washerwomen, some daring ones, after finishing their laundry, would deliberately take a longer route while carrying their large wooden basins filled with clothes, intentionally passing by the newly budding lemon tree to showcase their faces and fair bosoms. The young men would unabashedly admire them, inviting any strikingly beautiful maidens to join their company. I had already noticed Katerina crouching beside the water's edge, casting glances our way. Given her freshly wrung clothes and the diligent KNGZHN working beside her, it was evident she had likely shirked her chores, leaving all her laundry to the honest little maid. Under normal circumstances, she would have abandoned KNGZHN to assist me, but now she seemed torn, hesitant in her decision. That moment, beneath the lemon tree, young nobles were already twirling with the dancers, embracing their slender waists as they danced to the music. Yet I quickly prepared everything, even getting the charcoal ready, waiting for Cuz to return with the fresh wild boar, cleaned and ready for the pot. I sat beside Sister Guagua, observing the lively scene with great interest. In truth, I did not harbor a strong aversion to such gatherings. Rather, I felt a twinge of envy. After all, having a good father is not a flaw. Watching them dance carefree with the young and beautiful maidens, I thought, what is wrong with enjoying one's youth? The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, and I noticed several maidens, equally as captivating as Katerina, approaching from the direction of the caravan. They wore court-style gowns that displayed ample decolletage, their waists cinched tightly to enhance their bosoms, their beauty undoubtedly top-tier. Some young maidens returning from washing clothes paused to greet these dancers with courtesy. Curiosity piqued, I turned to Sister Guagua and asked, "Sister, are those women the eldest daughters from other caravans?" Guagua was perusing a thick tome on magic when she lifted her head to glance at my inquiry and replied, "These 13 caravans are only transporting 9 young ladies. Aside from the matron who manages the dance troupe and must present herself, the rest of the maidens are not so easily seen at best. These can be considered the more distinguished among the lower-ranking girls." "Are you referring to Shinga and Catalina?" I inquired. "Something like that." Guagua seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Shooting me a glare, she asked, "Have you prepared everything? When will we finally eat?" I felt a bit speechless and, pointing awkwardly at the blazing sun overhead, remarked, "Wouldn't having dinner too early make us hungry?" "Humph." Guagua chose to ignore me. I was left to idly look around again. After the stunningly beautiful maidens entered, those dancers who had been invited and after washing their clothes by the pool were pushed to the edges. The young men laughed boisterously, their voices carrying far. Some even unsheathed their swords to spar in front of a dancer, eliciting gasps of surprise from the maidens, creating quite a lively scene that I could see that these young rakes were striving to impress the more reserved dancers, who were comparable to the likes of Catalina and Shinga, serving as mid-level managers within the troupe, possessing more striking looks and enjoying greater respect from their peers. They maintained their dignity and composure in front of these youths. Unlike the other dancers who sat idly as if they were cheap courtesans awaiting a price, easily swayed by a few coins to retreat to the warmth of their tents, even Kangjin had finished her laundry, standing in knee-deep shallow water with her long hair cascading freely as she washed it. Catalina finally stealthily approached, circling around a lemon tree. Her wet red hair clung to her chest, and her dress clung to her form due to the mist from the waterfall, accentuating her delicate curves. "Weren't you going to swim in the pond?" I teased Catalina, who resembled a drenched chicken. Catalina glanced over at the lemon tree and whispered to me, "With this group of ruffians, how can I wash? Lord Lepa clearly arranged the camp downstream for our troop to have ample space. Yet look at these reckless adventurers shamelessly taking advantage of the maidens. What can we do?" A sudden intuition struck me. Catalina must know those young men. It was an inexplicable sixth sense. Ever since my magical perception had sharpened, I realized not only had my 5 senses become more acute, but my intuition had also grown more precise. I could sense that Catalina's gaze occasionally drifted toward a young man beneath the lemon tree, only to quickly avert itself. It was a conflicted expression, leading me to surmise that she wished to speak to the short-haired youth, but pretended not to notice. Witnessing him engaging intimately with a beautiful dancer stirred a sense of indignation within her. Though my understanding of romantic entanglements was limited, I could still recognize that the young swordsman, with his slender form and dressed in scorpion tail crystal lionhide armor, was undoubtedly the object of our red-haired lady Catalina's affections. Suddenly, I pointed at the young swordsman and asked her, "Catalina, why don't you go greet your friend?" Her face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly covered my mouth, saying, "Don't say such things. Sister Chijiang is very strict about this. I don't know someone like him." At that moment, the young swordsman turned his gaze toward us, and upon seeing Catalina, his eyes brightened. He quickly abandoned the dancer he had been conversing with and approached us. "Jia, I'm drenched all over. My clothes are cold and clinging to me. Would you accompany me back to the carriage to change?" "Please." Catalina, seeing the young swordsman approach, frantically grabbed my hand to leave. Noticing the pleading look in Catalina's eyes, I could hardly refuse and simply replied, "All right." Over these past few days, she had taken great care of me. While Shinga was preoccupied with managing the caravan's trivialities and attending to Miss Chiga, leaving little time for me. This had fostered a closer bond between Catalina and me. She took my hand and dashed toward the caravan. The young swordsman, seeing us leave, gracefully quickened his pace to catch up. His strides were not particularly long, yet it felt as though he covered the distance in mere moments, blocking Catalina's path with a handsome, youthful face marked by confusion and urgency. He said to Catalina, "Lena, could you spare me a few minutes? I have something to discuss with you." This was clearly a scene of a wealthy young man pursuing a budding model. And what was I? Merely a lamp with a glaring bulb atop my head, though I did not know who he was or which noble family his emblem represented, nor did I know of his merits. It did not prevent me from recognizing the quality of his armor, the scorpion tail crystalline hide. My heart roared as Cuz shouted at me. He aims to don a full suit of scorpion tail crystalline hide armor before he turns 20. Is that not the very armor the young man wore? The leather from the scorpion tail crystal lion was far superior to that of the earth-shattering bears, belonging to the realm of mid-level magical beast leather. I imagined there were few within our entire caravan capable of breaching his armor. I wondered how one might price such fine armor in gold coins that I attempted to wriggle free from Catalina's grasp. Considering whether I could hide away to avoid the heat of the moment, the temperature here was evidently rising, and even as a child, I feared that if the young swordsman became inflamed with passion, any ire directed at Catalina might inadvertently fall upon me. Catalina's eyes, tinged with a hint of red, reflected an unspeakable grievance as she pleaded softly to the young swordsman, "Die. Please don't come looking for me." I was momentarily taken aback. Though Catalina's expression was one of utmost distress and sorrow, she refused to loosen her grip on my hand, and her soft fingers secretly tapped against my knuckles, our usual playful game during moments of boredom in the caravan, where we would sit face to face, and I would take her delicate palm to sneak a little touch, expressing my feelings through varying rhythms for her to guess. Her gesture now signaled her anxiety. The young swordsman's face darkened with anger, his breath growing heavier, akin to someone consumed by infatuation losing their reason as he questioned Catalina, "Why? Were we not well before? Did we not admire the snowy landscape together in the Zixiaki Mountains? What have I done wrong? I promise that upon our return to the capital, I will plead with my father to marry you. What more must I do?" I widened my eyes at the sight of the young couple. Noting that the swordsman, Dai, was not particularly composed, struggling to rein in his anger, his hand still resting on his sword's hilt. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Catalina's cheeks. I knew this spirited girl was strong-willed and not easily brought to tears. Yet she spoke in a voice laced with grievance. "Sister Shinga is getting married, and Seventh Aunt has chosen me to be her personal attendant, telling me I must accompany her in marriage. What difference is there between me and those lowly dancers or slaves bound by contracts, being cast away, given away, or selected as a dowry? None of it is within our control. I beg you. Dai, I know you are a good person, but please, do not pursue me." With that, Catalina abruptly tugged at my hand, leading me away from the young swordsman, leaving Dai in stunned silence, failing to reach out and stop her. I struggled to comprehend the situation. As Catalina ran, her tears were scattered by the wind, her sorrow genuine, yet her liberation palpable. As she held my hand tightly, I stole a glance at Catalina, who blinked rapidly, her tear-filled eyes sparkling at me, and my resolve crumbled in an instant. We both gasped for breath as we made our way back to the dormitory. Catalina leaned against the door, panting heavily, and I sat beside her, unable to understand. "Hey, I think he's quite all right, wealthy and handsome. Why would you push him away instead of seizing the opportunity? Aren't you similar to Shinga? I think he is far more charming than Fred." Catalina pressed her hand against her heaving bosom. Striving to steady her breath, she quickly got up and rummaged through her drawer for a dress, changing right in front of me, unabashedly revealing her beautiful figure to my gaze. She then squatted before me, presenting her flawless, curvaceous back. Her earlier sadness and grievance vanished, replaced by a playful smile as she said, "I think you're quite nice too, Jia. How about you marry me? Oh dear, after sharing a bed with you for so long. You must be responsible for me. If you dare abandon me, I shall make you pay." Catalina playfully insisted, urging me to tighten the straps of her undergarment. "Isn't this tiring for you?" I asked, Fortunately, when you are by my side, he tends to restrain himself. At least he can manage to appear quite the gentleman. As I tied the ribbon into a butterfly knot, Katerina finally exhaled a sigh of relief, straightened her posture, and twirled in the dormitory, her layers of skirt blooming like a flower. A sight to behold. I replied with mild irritation. What I mean is, isn't it exhausting to tie it so tightly that you can hardly breathe? We're going camping soon, and with such cumbersome attire, how will you manage to eat? Haha, I thought you were going to mention that lecher who keeps bothering me. When one has the chance to look beautiful, one must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, you might forget me in the future. I want you to remember that once there was a red-haired girl who treated you exceptionally well. So, please don't leave. You can't let me go out dressed only in my slip. Help me just a little more. Katerina sometimes displayed a whimsical side, easily drifting into daydreams while chatting, embodying the essence of a cheerful yet sentimental beautiful dancer. On our way back, disregarding my objections, Katerina embraced me, and I felt a tinge of helplessness. Although her soft embrace felt as comforting as a plush mattress, being held tightly by such a stunning woman was delightful. Yet I still felt a sense of being underestimated. In their eyes, I was merely a little child in need of abundant affection. It was a warmth imbued with a peculiar scent. Undeniably comforting, Katerina cheerfully leaned close to my ear and said, I never expected someone as small as you to be so caring. You must have many girls who like you when you grow up. I pushed her face away in annoyance, saying, Don't blow air into my ear. Don't you know it tickles? Who cares about you? I just hope you get married soon and stop bothering me. Hee, I know. Katerina tossed her disheveled red hair behind her, her lips curving into a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling as she declared, You are concerned about me. Yes. I gazed intently into her beautiful eyes. She appeared flustered, attempting to shy away. I wrapped my arms around her delicate neck and calmly said, You take care of me. So of course I will care for you too. You Haven T told me why you gave him a good person card. What good person card? I didn't give him any card, Katerina replied, her brow furrowed in suspicion. I mean, why refuse him with such a flimsy excuse, and why bring up Chiga? Isn't he quite the gentleman to you? I conversed with her in a tone that felt oddly mature. Despite being cradled in her arms, upon my inquiry, Katerina sighed softly, revealing, He says the same things to the other dancers in the troupe. So what? I believe you are superior to other women. You are beautiful and alluring, deserving of all praise. You have strikingly beautiful red hair that outshines the rest. Don't you have confidence that you can surpass them? I encouraged her, believing she should experience a beautiful romance. The melody of youth should not only belong to others, but she should strive for it, feel it, and love it, even if it leads to heartache. She could find a corner to lick her wounds and not leave regrets upon her youth. Suddenly, Katerina impulsively kissed my lips. I was taken aback by her warm, soft lips, and before I could fully process the intoxicating sensation, she turned away, her face slightly flushed and avoiding my gaze. She then whispered, He won't marry me. He merely seeks amusement. They pursue us like a game or a gamble. The winners enjoy our bodies, boast to their friends, and collect handsome winnings. But they will never fulfill their promises to us. We are merely dancers. Katerina's voice held an air of melancholy, her eyes shimmering with an eerie beauty. Do not dismiss everyone. It's like sunflower seeds. There's always a fragrant one among them. You cannot discard an entire bag just because you've encountered a rotten seed. Do you truly understand it? I sensed a wall within Katerina's inner world, a barrier to her soft exterior. She nodded, blinking away the tears that threatened to spill, gently choking back a sob. She said, Jia, I happened to encounter a rotten seed. Then she made an effort to display a beautiful smile, albeit a strained one, and asked me, Is my luck truly that terrible? From her words, I could infer a lot. Katerina must know something deeper. Perhaps the true thoughts hidden behind a handsome exterior or the agreements he held with his friends. I patted her cheek, hoping to uplift her spirits, and said, But you met me, so your luck isn't all that bad. My words seemed to brighten her mood, and she smiled radiantly. Cuz stood at a distance by the pot, his expression one of dissatisfaction as he observed my blatant dereliction of duty. I quickly extricated myself from Katerina's embrace and draped my arm over Kaz's shoulder, saying, Brother, let me show you what true bacon and American pie are. Don't sulk. I've thought of a brilliant idea. We can cook a whole pig leg. I've even named the dishes, Dompa pork and red braised pork hocks. Are we not stewing meat? Kaz expressed a mix of anticipation and disappointment. I chuckled. Of course we are. Hurry, help me figure out how to split this little pig. And use your new axe. Over here, from the breastbone down. Yes, exactly. Cut open the entire belly. I was always the one directing from the sidelines. My small knife merely for slicing ginger and scallions, while the real labor was done by Cuz, whose skills with a knife far surpassed mine. When Guagua and Katarina witnessed Cuz deftly wielding his well-maintained short axe to sever the hind leg of the little wild boar, they were both astonished. Our cutting board was arrayed with a variety of knives, though most were of little use. Cuz, with his sharp short axe, swiftly glided along the bone seams. In no time, the wild boar was transformed into a pile of vibrant red meat in the copper basin, his fluid motions exuding a unique charm and newfound confidence. Though Katarina wore a cumbersome long skirt, she skillfully arranged the meat into neat stacks, her wavy hair tied into a ponytail, instantly appearing astute and capable. As I leaned closer to watch her sprinkle spices over the meat, her ponytail swayed gently with her movements. Seeing her in good spirits, I leaned in and asked, "Hey, what were you saying earlier?" "Oh right, you mentioned that when Chiga gets married, she'll take you along, handling your marriage for you. Is that true?" Katarina turned to me with wide eyes, her face flushing as she lowered her gaze while applying pepper to a rack of ribs, saying, "That's about the gist of it. Many personal maids have such obligations, and it's a good choice for us, rather than choosing unfamiliar men ourselves or, like Sister Singh, settling for someone mediocre but at least caring. It's better to follow our mistress and share in the love she receives." Feigning a grimace, I replied, "Is that so? Well, I'll be in a terrible position then. What does that have to do with you?" Katarina's face grew even redder. I chuckled. At that point, wouldn't I be receiving 2 red envelopes? Haha, why would you give me a red envelope? I'm bringing my own dowry. Katarina was puzzled by my notion, her cheeks flushed as she asked. I felt a surge of pride, perhaps letting my previous life's memories slip into our conversation. In my banter with the beautiful girl, I couldn't hold my tongue regarding gift money. Thinking it was amusing, yet failing to realize she didn't quite understand seemed she misinterpreted my meaning, thinking I wished to marry Chiga. I found it amusing. After all, there was quite an age difference. The apprentice swordsman had returned to his little group. Though he occasionally glanced our way, he remained hesitant, and upon seeing Katarina crouched beside Guagua, possibly intimidated by the ice-cold beauty, he ultimately lacked the courage to approach her again. The gathering this time was rather mixed. We hadn't anticipated such a crowd. Thankfully, we had prepared sufficiently. Cuz returned with ample game, and Chiga had sent Singh with a sack of flour. Not far from the stove, we set up a simple wooden table and lightweight chairs. While cooking, everyone had disappeared, but as the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, many arrived. Cuz and I debated whether to add some dried vegetables to the braised meat. Fred appeared beside Singh, his leather armor speckled with grass clippings, mud clinging to his shoes, and his hair a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest. He looked quite disheveled, fatigue etched on his face, and his relaxed skin bore a few more wrinkles. I could even see the bloodshot veins in his eyes. I glanced up at Uncle Fred and jestingly remarked, "Hey, Fred, it seems you are no longer suited for the laborious task of pitching tents. You ought to leave that to the younger generation and instead sit down to enjoy a warm bowl of soup." The wooden table was laden with an array of dishes, a testament to Singer's generous support and sponsorship. Although she arrived a tad late, her efficiency far surpassed that of Katarina. Not only did she procure a convenient makeshift dining table and chairs, but she also provided us with some basic utensils. The table was adorned with braised pork hocks and crystal pork knuckles, covered with silver semicircular lids to prevent them from cooling too soon and losing their flavor. In a cast-iron pot, braised pork was simmering, waiting for the sauce to thicken slightly before being served. I contemplated adding a bit more sun-dried green beans and eggplant, ingredients that Cuz had long believed were herbs prepared by old Kulu. Unaware that I intended to incorporate these dark, dry, and bitter items into the delectable braised pork, he, being a staunch carnivore, opposed the idea of me ruining such a sumptuous dish. The orcs held a rather peculiar principle. They preferred to cook meat and vegetables separately, insisting that stews should consist solely of meat without any vegetables, and when preparing vegetables, meat was rarely included, often limited to some animal fat. However, under my insistence, Cuz ultimately relented, allowing me to choose only one of the 2 options, green bean or eggplant. So be it. Katarina and Guagua were also curious, frequently glancing our way. Upon seeing us retrieve the dried, hay-like items from our pockets, wash them, and toss them into the meat pot, they exchanged whispers, pondering the depths of orc cuisine. Cuz shot me an irritated glare for such disparagement of orc food, It was an unspoken agreement between us that no matter what others said about our culinary endeavors, we would refrain from defending ourselves. I worried that should anyone discover these cooking methods were my idea, I might end up like a lab rat on a dissecting table. In another cast iron pot, American-style meat patties and pork ribs were being half-smoked and half-grilled. The marinated meat would emerge golden brown and tender, devoid of excess fat, utterly delicious. The chopping board held neatly diced chicken pieces, while a copper basin contained soaked vermicelli. Cuz often had whimsical ideas, wanting to stew the whole chicken with the vermicelli. He believed I had a knack for spontaneously creating delightful dishes, and as his companion, he possessed some of that talent himself, eagerly wanting to give it a try. I decided not to grant him the opportunity. Singer, meanwhile, brought Fred a reclining chair so he could sit comfortably, then scurried off to fetch a warm towel to wipe the middle-aged man's face, meticulously brushing off the dust from his clothes and even kneeling to clean his shoes. Observing my bustling activity, Uncle Fred remarked, "Ja, it seems you are recovering swiftly and looking quite well." I smiled and replied, "I had hoped to learn more from you before venturing into the Pi Plateau, but it appears that plan must be postponed." "Oh, are you also joining the adventurers in hunting in the wasteland?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Fred frowned slightly, seemingly disapproving as he said, "This hunt is not like the Star Lake Prairie. Your stamina may not keep pace with the adventurers." He refrained from explicitly stating that I was a burden, implying that no adventuring party would take a child like me along to hunt in the Pi Plateau. Cuz turned his head and honestly replied, "We are both going as brothers." The young orc had to crouch slightly to embrace my shoulders, though his speech was clumsy. Everyone understood him, and the warmth of camaraderie was palpable. It was only after spending considerable time with Uncle Fred that he felt comfortable speaking to him. If it were anyone else, even Gwugwa, who had once retrieved a short axe for us on the battlefield, Cuz would not have uttered a word. "Ha, do you think that old, worn-out bow of yours can pierce a magical antelope's throat?" Uncle Fred scoffed bluntly at Cuz, whose tone revealed both bluntness and a kind heart. He not only sought to caution us against our foolish decisions, but also aimed to dispel our unrealistic notions. Would a half-grown orc child and a human child really dare to enter the wasteland to hunt magical antelopes? Were they truly treating the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau as their backyard? "We already have enough money to buy an ironwood bow," Cuz retorted. Uncle Fred, sitting comfortably in the chair, exhibited a rare tenderness in his gaze. Having weathered many hardships, he found it challenging to be moved by anything. He gently placed a hand on Singer's long neck, kissing her forehead. Singer quickly pushed Fred away, but anyone could see the sweetness in her eyes, revealing that even this usually shrewd and capable woman could become bashful in the face of unexpected romance. Uncle Fred chuckled contentedly, stroking his bushy beard, and after a moment's thought, he said, "With your strength, how many times can you draw an ironwood bow? You'd be better off with a native bow. It's not as stiff and uses iron-tipped arrows, perfectly capable of piercing the chest and neck of a magical antelope. Which are its most vulnerable areas? Can a native bow kill a magical antelope?" I couldn't help but express my intrigue. After all, the native bow is a short bow, far more convenient to carry than the long ironwood bow. And as Uncle Fred mentioned, it is much gentler with a lower draw weight, although it had always been believed that only bows of ironwood or greater could pierce the hide of a magical antelope. Uncle Fred nodded affirmatively, stating, "As long as you avoid targeting the leader or any mutated ones, you should be able to penetrate the rest. Just ensure the arrowheads are sharpened and the fletching isn't too long, or it will affect the arrow speed." Cuz and I exchanged glances, deciding that perhaps we should invest in a native bow, as it might indeed be more suitable for us. Having spent considerable time with Uncle Fred, our conversations were plentiful. Fred rubbed his cheeks with his hands to invigorate himself, and then said, "These days, I've been riding the Thunder Rhino. Although old Kulu has been a great help, I feel my age catching up with me. It's quite exhausting." "What? Did Santo die?" I exclaimed in surprise, realizing the implications of the hundreds of dwarf bandits' ambush. It was inevitable that there would be casualties. I chastised myself for being shocked at the death of someone I knew. Having narrowly escaped death myself, Santo was the driver of the Thunder Rhino we rode, albeit a rather proud individual who preferred to remain within his fellow drivers' little group. He wasn't hostile towards orcs but always wore a stern expression, exuding an inexplicable arrogance that left others perplexed. Hearing of his death stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me. Uncle Fred nodded solemnly, his expression darkening as he said, "That day, over 20 people died, and even more were injured. Thankfully, old Kulu's herbs were effective, and the death toll didn't rise further." We then spoke of Uncle N, who, it was said, had been struck in the back by an axe during the fray. Unlike Cuz, who had the fortune to evade a lethal blow, Uncle N's injuries were severe, the axe cleaving him in two, with his intestines spilling out, resulting in instant death. When I heard this, Uncle Fred noticed my pallor and refrained from discussing it further. With Singer's assistance, there was no longer a need for Cuz and me to flounder about in a frenzy. Though she found our cooking methods intriguing, she quickly grasped our intentions and joined Katerina to help out. Standing at over 180 centimeters tall, Singer had a well-proportioned figure with broad shoulders, which made her otherwise impressive bosom less noticeable beneath her flowing skirt. Her waist bore no excess fat, exuding strength. And thus she moved with remarkable agility, never appearing clumsy. Guagua sat nearby on the grass, engrossed in a spell book, when someone unexpectedly tapped my shoulder from behind, startling me that my senses had sharpened considerably of late. Likely a benefit from the previous battle, rendering my hearing, sight, and smell exceptionally acute, it was increasingly difficult for anyone to approach me unnoticed. So when someone pressed down on my shoulder, I jumped like a startled rabbit. The calm and resonant voice of Strongbach reached my ears. "Hey, kid, you look like you're recovering well. Is this the power of orc medicine?" Turning around, I saw Strongbach and Tia standing behind me. Strongbach's bear-like hand rested on my shoulder, his gaze resolute and bright, his sharply defined features adorned with the airs of honor and conviction that I regarded his noble demeanor with disdain that I must admit. Strongbach's ironclad appearance exuded more steadiness and nobility than Dai. Even clad in a simple white shirt and leather trousers, the meticulous grooming of his beard and the broad-bladed dagger at his waist lent him an extraordinary presence. Tia appeared somewhat disheveled, her body and head wrapped in bandages, clearly having sustained serious injuries. Yet, for a scout, dying on the front lines could be seen as an honor. However, returning wounded without releasing the signal arrow that could determine the fate of the entire caravan was a grave dereliction of duty. Perhaps so. Or maybe it's because I'm recovering quite well, Strongbach. I replied half-jokingly. Strongbach laughed heartily. "It seems life in the caravan has brightened your complexion, but you must continue to practice. A true warrior can assume a defensive stance at any time." I promptly responded, "I shall do as you say, Teacher Kiangbe." Then I looked up at Taya with a smile and inquired, "Taya, do you not need to stay aboard our thunder rhinoceros for 2 days this time?" Taya appeared somewhat awkward at my subtly sarcastic remark. At that moment, Sister Guagua approached, pulling me to her side and casting a glare in my direction before addressing Kiangbe and Taya. "You two should sit for a while. There are still 2 dishes that have yet to be prepared." The recent ambush by the dwarf bandits had inflicted considerable losses on the caravan. Cuz was particularly dissatisfied with the forward scouting team. Although only Taya returned alive, the rest had perished in the ambush. This did little to alleviate Cuz's mood, for the axe wound on his chest, which was but a centimeter away from being fatal, coupled with the fact that I had narrowly escaped death, left a lingering resentment towards Taya in the heart of this little beast man. Cuz and I shared the same sentiment, that the forward scouting team bore significant responsibility for our near demise, and as the sole survivor, Taya had to endure our wrath, despite being a genuine ranger. A few days prior, I had heard about Taya's condition from Cuz that Taya's injuries were severe. His right shoulder blade had been shattered by a dwarf's hammer, although the broken bone had begun to heal over the past few days. No one had anticipated that the fractured shoulder blade had misaligned, and the newly grown bone spurs were now piercing into the flesh. Such an injury was excruciating, and even after healing, the misaligned bones would hinder movement, let alone allow him to return to battle. This type of injury required the expertise of a highly skilled physician to reset the bone, and only old Kulu possessed such remarkable medical prowess within the caravan. However, this obstinate old man was deeply troubled by the serious injuries inflicted on his grandson and apprentice by the dwarf bandits, leaving no room for negotiation. "Whoever wants to seek my help may do so. But I refused to treat them. Cuz and I nearly perished. We fought desperately to survive. Cuz often recounted to me. I understood Sister Guagua's intentions as a member of the Wind Chaser adventure group. She felt the need to advocate for her comrades. Otherwise, this young man might prematurely withdraw from the Wind Chasers due to his injuries. If his entire right arm were to be rendered useless, his later life would likely become bleak. She had refrained from speaking up these past few days. I knew she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Observing my injuries had brought her to tears. And had she not exhausted her magical energy that night to aid our escape while holding off several dwarf bandits, Cuz and I might have perished. I glanced awkwardly at Cuz beside me. This kind-hearted little beastman ignored my pleading look and turned his attention to check if the meat pie was ready. I sighed, pondering that while Cuz could unhesitatingly fight for me on the battlefield, It did not mean he was indifferent to life. From the side, I heard snoring. It was Uncle Fred, fast asleep in his chair. The situation within the caravan must have been dire to wear him out to such an extent. Reflecting on those who had perished, perhaps this was the fate of everyone, the dead and the living. I settled by the stove, adding firewood, while Cuz lifted the lid to check if the dried vegetables were softening. His movements were slow, and after a considerable time, he finally replaced the lid, squatting beside me to suggest, "Why don't I have a word with Grandpa and see if we can help him?" I was taken aback. The people in their group saved both of us. We cannot owe them anything. "I will speak with Grandpa." Cuz clenched his jaw, having made up his mind. I embraced his shoulders, feeling a wave of relief wash over me, and replied, "All right." Beautiful divider Katerina returned from the stream, hauling a heavy wooden bucket of water. The bucket was quite large, and she struggled with it, swaying as she walked, spilling water along the way. The splashes onto her beautiful skirt caused her some distress, and her red ponytail, casually tied at the back of her head, danced elegantly. She set the bucket down beside the stove and straightened up to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. At that moment, she instinctively glanced around for me, as instructed by Chiga. For her primary duty each day was to care for me. A drunken Mingxian stumbled over, clinging to a beautiful dancer, his hands sneaking around her waist and provoking her to chide him playfully. Given her lavish attire and striking appearance, it was clear she was likely a prominent dancer from one of the caravans. The pair approached Katerina, blocking her path. "Hey, red-eyed girl, how about spending a night with me for a few silver coins?" Mingxian suddenly reached out to grasp Katerina's delicate chin, forcing her to tilt her head back and reveal her fair face. Then, releasing the dancer beside him, he leaned in close to Katerina's ear, speaking in an aggressive tone. "Perhaps I could ask Jashadi to send you to me." Jashadi was a renowned dancer in the imperial capital and the primary manager of the troupe. Mingxian, somewhat inebriated, had flushed cheeks, and the faint freckles on his skin were now tinged with a reddish hue, making him appear quite repulsive. Katerina struggled to free herself from his firm grip, but to no avail. Seeing Katerina daring to resist, Mingxian's expression suddenly turned sharp, and he raised his hand to slap her, leaving 5 red marks on her face and eliciting a shriek from her. A sinister smile crossed Mingxian's lips as he carelessly retrieved a silver coin from his pocket, pinching it between his fingers before shoving it into Katerina's white cleavage, tauntingly stating, "This coin is for tonight. I know you will come, won't you?" At that moment, Katerina's face drained of color, the marks on her fair skin starkly contrasting the divide between nobility and commoners. A noble could kill a commoner with merely a paltry fine, avoiding any punishment. Conversely, should a commoner kill a noble, it would likely lead to the entire family facing dire consequences. The cold cruelty in Mingxian's gaze held a resolute malice, akin to the pity one might feel for the dead, as his icy eyes seemed to convey, "Should you dare defy me, I shall end your life." This scene transpired in an instant. Before I could react, Mingxian had already released Katerina, sneering in the imperial tongue. "That coin is your deposit for tonight. I know you will be there, won't you?" Sometimes, a monetary exchange signifies an unspoken contract. Upon receiving Mingxian's coin, Katerina was bound by that agreement, and the judges of the arbitration office would not concern themselves with the circumstances of coercion. In fact, many laws clearly favored the nobility. Everyone stood aghast at such shamelessness. I sprang to Katerina's side, diving beneath her skirt and reaching out with my little hand to clumsily touch her smooth, rounded thigh, prompting a surprised "ah" from her, her face flushing crimson. Regardless of how intimate we might be in the confines of the caravan or how we might embrace each other at night in light garments, it was merely the innocent sleep of a beautiful maiden cradling a child. However, to invade a lady's skirt in public was a different matter altogether, an act fitting for a mischievous little rascal. Swiftly, I fished a silver coin from my pouch beneath Katerina's skirt, lifted the hem, and emerged, clutching the shiny coin before hurling it at Mingxian's retreating back. The coin struck with a sharp ding, likely hitting the silver embellishments on his leather armor. Mingxian, now furious and embarrassed, turned around, his venomous gaze locking onto Katerina, ready to explode with rage. I stepped in front of her, wearing an innocent expression as I addressed Mingxian. "Hey, you dropped your coin." I mustered a smile for him, grasping Katerina's icy hand, no longer paying any mind to Mingxian's darkening expression as I turned to leave. The dancer standing beside Mingxian watched in disbelief, instinctively covering her mouth with her delicate hand. Unable to suppress the malicious glee on her face, Mingxian snorted disdainfully, and in a flash, he was before me, his icy hand gripping my throat like a serpent, effortlessly lifting me off the ground. In that moment, I felt as though I was choking, my blood failing to circulate back to my heart, causing my face to flush a deep REDM while little hands flailed helplessly in the air. And to prevent my own weight from breaking my neck, I could only weakly grasp his wrist, but his grip was like a vice, unyielding no matter how hard I struggled. My legs kicked futilely in the air. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to kill him? Please, let him go. Katerina, witnessing my struggle, lunged at Ming Qian in a frenzy. Ming Qian smirked coldly and kicked Katerina in the abdomen, sending her flying backward. Get off you, cat. Seeing me on the verge of death, Cuz charged in like a mad dog, his axe already drawn, aiming a horizontal strike at Ming Qian's waist. However, Qiangbei stepped in front of Cuz, blocking him and firmly grasping Ming Qian's wrist, pulling him close before twisting his arm. Before the internal force dissipated, he slammed his shoulder into Ming Qian's chest, sending him flying back 7 or 8 meters. Meanwhile, I was caught in Qiangbei's arms, and Guoguo's incantations could be heard, her fury palpable. Changba let out a sigh. And suddenly, a water balloon shot over from Guoguo's direction with a resounding bang. Startled, Ming Qian performed a somersault to the right, the water balloon grazing his hair before vanishing from sight. The force of it would surely have inflicted severe injury had it struck a person. Ming Qian tumbled clumsily 3 meters away, and, just as he regained his footing, he saw Guoguo raise her staff once more. In a panic, he abandoned all else and sprinted back to the safety of the lemon tree. Meanwhile, Ming Qian's companions also scrambled to their feet, drawing their swords. Guoguo's second water balloon pursued Ming Qian, whistling through the air, and it seemed poised to crash into the fleeing figure of Ming Qian. Hey! Someone in the crowd beneath the lemon tree shouted, transforming into a streak of white light that darted toward Ming Qian. This was the first time I witnessed a warrior executing their combat skills in broad daylight, pushing the limits of human speed to the utmost. The person left behind a trail of afterimages, reminiscent of that night when the dwarf bandit collided with me. This figure collided with Ming Qian, but curiously, there was no sound, akin to iron striking cotton. Sending a jolt of tension through my heart, I had been apprehensive that such a crash might send Ming Qian flying or render him unconscious. Yet, astonishingly, just as the figure was about to impact Ming Qian, it managed to adjust its trajectory, raising an iris shield and directly colliding with Guoguo's water balloon, causing it to explode backward with a bang, drenching both me and Changba in cold water. The splash stung my skin like tiny pebbles that I suppressed the pain, wiped the water from my face, and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow! I didn't realize a collision could be utilized in such a way. This is not a warrior's charge skill. It is a defensive interception technique," Changba replied steadily. Positioning me behind him, I craned my neck to see who had managed to intercept Guoguo's water balloon. There stood the leader of the Starry Sky Guild, Baoji, clad in a gray silk shirt and white-fitted pants, holding an iris shield as he stood between Ming Qian and Guoguo, regarding her with a half-smile and simply stating, "My apologies." He then strode away without a backward glance, not returning to the crowd beneath the lemon tree, but heading directly toward the camp of the Starry Sky Adventure Group. That bold demeanor sent another chill down my spine, and I thought to myself, this fellow seems rather formidable. 50. The Troubles of Katerina Part 1. The protagonist, Jijia, is currently set at the age of 7. I may have confused this earlier, and I will take the time to correct it. The disparity between Guoguo and Ming Qian mirrors the gap between Ming Qian and myself. Ming Qian is merely a member of a young generation from a noble family in Shiluot City, one that is not particularly esteemed. He has graduated from the War Academy, but has yet to earn the title of warrior. This indicates that the resources and training his family has invested in him are likely minimal, rendering him a marginalized figure within his own family. While he may leverage his lineage to oppress commoners, he dares not offend a newly ascendant noble like Guoguo, even if she holds the lowest rank of baron. As this is a mark of a mage's glory, the title is merely a recognition and enticement from the empire towards Guoguo. This leads to a lengthy discussion concerning the professions and ranks of warriors and mages. Such details will be elaborated in Volume 2, focusing on campus life. For now, I will briefly touch on the structure of the primary war academy in the Green Empire, which is divided into 2 main branches. The Primary Warrior Academy, which teaches warrior skills to children under 12 who meet the academy's physical requirements and pass the entrance exam, referred to as warrior apprentices. The other branch is the Primary Mage Academy, which admits children under 12 who awaken their magical pools during the magic awakening ceremony without needing an entrance exam. However, among the thousands of children, only one may awaken a magical pool. resulting in the Mage Academy barely filling a single class with magic apprentices each year, a stark contrast to the Warrior Academy, which regularly accommodates over 10,000 students. Once a child awakens a magical pool and enters the Mage Academy, they are designated as magic apprentices. Typically, the primary academy lasts 4 years. After this period, warrior apprentices must pass an examination at the Warrior Guild to obtain their graduation certificate, and only those who pass are recognized as true warriors. The primary Warrior Academy offers various departments, including combat defense, weaponry, swordsmanship, assassination, knighthood, and archery, allowing apprentices to enter different departments based on their unique physiques and interests. Both warrior and mage apprentices are categorized into 10 ranks, with only 10th level warrior apprentices qualifying for the Warrior Guild qualification exam. The same applies to mages. This examination assesses physical capabilities and combat skills, and those failing to meet the hard metrics will never pass. Though retakes are permitted, the young nobles of the Starry Sky Adventure Group are among those who, after 4 years of study at the academy, have failed to secure their graduation certificates and must retake the exam. If they do not achieve warrior status before enlisting, they will only serve as soldiers during their military service, with no opportunity for promotion. Consequently, many graduates aspire to obtain their warrior qualifications before enlisting. After acquiring warrior or mage status, they still progress through 10 ranks. Currently, Guogua is a 4th level water mage, while Baoji, the leader of the Starry Sky Adventure Group, is a 9th level warrior, having grasped the concept of momentum, placing him on the verge of becoming a first-tier warrior. No one anticipated that the tensions brewing within the merchant convoy would surface in the valley at the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau. Individuals who had previously maintained a facade of civility now appeared transformed. Perhaps the lengthy journey had stoked their tempers, eroding the last vestiges of pretense among the youth. Perhaps they felt they were nearing home and no longer needed to feign humility. Initially, the conflict arose between the young noble rakes and the dancers of the troop. The troop's matron had effectively maintained order among the dancers, enforcing strict rules, including a prohibition on bringing guests into the caravans overnight and tightly regulating the dancers' outings. This control meant that the young nobles could only gaze longingly at clusters of beautiful women from a distance. Finding it challenging to indulge in any romantic encounters, many young dancers struggled to resist the allure of the noble youths. They were handsome, refined, wealthy, humorous, and knowledgeable, while the troupe did not forbid the dancers from earning extra income, as they were essentially capitalizing on their youth. If a dancer were to become entangled with a noble youth, it would not be unusual within the troupe. However, more often than not, such interactions were merely distractions from the monotony of travel, and discussions of love, oaths, and promises paled in comparison to the tangible allure of gold coins. But why impose restrictions? The matron had considered the imbalance of wealth. On this journey, counting musicians, seamstresses, attendants, magicians, and cooks, the troupe comprised nearly 300 individuals, yet those capable of producing gold coins could be counted on one hand. The men within the merchant group were uniformly impoverished. Could one expect the young women to subsidize their needs, or to produce melodramatic tales of love forsaking all? Or perhaps the noble youth of the adventure group, who daily embraced different women, would plunge the dancers into a frenzy of jealousy and rivalry. Ultimately, it would be simpler to enforce a blanket ban, even if those young nobles were indeed wealthy. The few coins they possessed would amount to scant change when divided among 300 people. Such restrictions proved effective, yet as the journey wore on, the noble youths grew increasingly dissatisfied with the troupe. The matron could control the ordinary dancers, but could not regulate the confidence of the 9 influential dancers, who often served as personal attendants managing the caravan's daily operations or acting as leads in various tents. These women enjoyed the freedom to move about, and since they were not only beautiful but also talented performers, they were clever enough to navigate the complexities of their roles. When noble youths interacted with these dancers, they became ensnared in a half-true, half-false game of romantic maneuvers. At first, it seemed entertaining, with some noble youths gaining more than others, leading to a mix of pride and resentment among the young. Perhaps this encapsulated Dai's troubles. Ming Qian had witnessed Dai's struggles for some time, without securing a safe opportunity, prompting him to act forcefully toward Katarina after drinking Dai. In truth, after the incident, I pondered that even if I had not intervened, if Katarina was unwilling, perhaps the dancer Chi Gu would have stepped in. I lay back on the grass, feeling the wondrous energy coursing through my veins, the last remnants of bruising visibly dissipating. Katarina squatted beside me, her delicate face still marked by tears that I forced to smile, my voice slightly hoarse as I comforted her. "Stop crying. If you keep it up, you'll turn into a little flower cat." Changba sat cross-legged beside me, his hands resting on his knees as he calmly observed, saying, "This is the strength of an 8th-level warrior apprentice. If any of those dwarf bandits had been an 8th-level apprentice that night, you and your orc friend would have struggled to survive. Thus, I offer you this advice. In the absence of sufficient strength, recklessness will only hasten your demise. What you need now is not to learn how to fight, but rather how to protect yourself. If you had adopted a defensive stance at that moment, perhaps the noble warrior apprentice would have only grasped your arm, rather than seizing your throat. Had he been determined to slay you, a mere gentle squeeze would suffice." Qiangbei extended his hand, mimicking the motion of tightening a fist in the air. And after a brief contemplation, continued, "Your body is nearly cold now." Guogua half squatted beside Qiangbei, cautiously tending to my wounds. She shot a glare at Qiangbei and remarked, "Stop frightening him. That lad wouldn't dare. Especially with both me and Xiangba still by your side, just considering your identity as the apprentice of the old orc shaman. He would never resort to lethal force unless he was assured of safely returning to Shiloite City from the territory of the beast men on the Pai Plateau. Yeah, we are too weak." Cuz sighed despondently to me. I nonchalantly patted his thigh to encourage him, saying, "It's all right. After all, we are still young and growing. That we must outpace them in our development because we will strive harder. They should be the ones feeling fear. If they cannot overpower us now, they will have even less chance in the future." Upon finishing, I sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping from water, brushed the grass off my clothes, and playfully admonished Katerina, "Hey, don't think you can shirk your responsibilities just because you're injured. Come help me. I believe Chiga is about to finish her dance. And before she arrives, I want to prepare a staple dish using this flour. You must assist me. I can't knead the dough myself." "You're fine now," Katerina smiled through her tears, quickly wiping her cheeks before rushing towards me. The valley on the northern slope of the Pai Plateau serves as one of the few passages into the highlands in the northern region. This elongated valley was once a series of glacial belts thousands of years ago. After millennia of glacial movement, as these glaciers melted into snowmelt that nourished the galloping river, irrigating nearly 700,000 square kilometers of the vast plains of Shiloite province. These glacial belts gradually disappeared over the millennia, forming several valleys. Some of these valleys directly pierced through the northern mountain range of the Pai Plateau, creating a natural pathway into the mountains. As the slanting sun cast its golden rays, the western ridges were adorned with a magnificent golden edge. Sparse indigo trees grew atop the mountains, their umbrella-like canopies sprouting blue buds that shimmered like distant stars against the backdrop of the sunset's crimson clouds. I marveled at nature's exquisite craftsmanship. This valley unveiled an extraordinary beauty to me in the evening. Chiga always appeared just at the last moment of completing the dishes. She quietly sat in the chair beside me. Even Qiangbei, who sat beside Guogua, looked at her in astonishment, his gaze seemingly asking, "Where did you come from?" Chiga calmly lowered her head to observe her plate, showing little interest in greeting anyone else. Standing like a cold and noble plum blossom amidst the storm, were a fairy from the Moon Palace, emanating her unique aura. We, 7 in total, gathered around a simple dining table, where remnants of the rich, reddish-brown sauce from the crystal pork knuckle lingered in our plates. Katerina held the plate in one hand while wielding a silver knife in the other, distributing the cut braised pork knuckle onto our plates. Furrowing my brow, I inquired of Cuz, seated across from me, Why is it all meat? Are there no fresh wild vegetables nearby?" Cuz appeared somewhat bewildered by my question, hesitating to respond. "Listen, eating meat good? Indeed. Orcs have a penchant for meat, and I couldn't help but shake my head gently in resignation. I then turned to Katerina, who had just finished serving the braised pork knuckle, and requested, "Hey, could you please add some noodles for me?" As the last rays of sunlight were devoured by the western ridges, the dim shadows swept through the valley, marking the end of our dinner. The first to leave were Guagua and Qiangbei. I sensed that once a woman falls in love, the importance of a little tag-along like myself diminishes. She dabbed her mouth with a napkin, swiftly rose, and walked around the table to plant a gentle kiss on my forehead, whispering, "Stay put with Chiga. After all, it's much more comfortable in the caravan than on the back of the thunder rhino. That red-haired girl seems quite nice and knows how to take care of others." I felt that her relationship with Qiangbei was progressing rapidly, especially since emerging from the Valley of Death. Their rapport had markedly increased. I couldn't help but notice that Guogua's fair cheeks often bore a rosy hue. I pouted, sulking as I glared at her, thinking, "Please don't flaunt your happiness so openly. It's both enviable and irksome." Qiangbei naturally approached my side, waiting patiently. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Shall we resume practice tomorrow morning?" Just as I was about to agree, Guogua playfully punched Qiangbei's shoulder, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? He has only just begun to heal. You want to push him again? Thank you for the bountiful dinner. I thoroughly enjoyed the chicken stew with vermicelli. The Orc cuisine indeed possesses a unique charm that is truly delightful. Thank you once more." Qiangbei always maintained such courteousness, and after speaking, he took Guogua's arm and departed. Guogua, calm and composed, linked her arm with Qiangbei's, and the two made their way toward the adventurers' camp. Is spring truly upon us? Noticing their departure, Xinga cautiously glanced at Chiga, who was next to me, cutting a small piece of pork chop with a silver knife. Seeing that Chiga remained focused and did not lift her gaze, Xinga took a deep breath, tugged at Uncle Fred, who was seated nearby and struggling to utter a word, and hurriedly left. Watching Uncle Fred stumble a few steps, panting heavily, I felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down my forehead. Did these adults not understand the need for discretion? After our journey from the Xinghu grassland, there are few places with such clear water sources. The entire caravan had been conserving water along the way, resulting in a bit of a water shortage. Thankfully, the thunder rhino has a remarkable ability to endure hunger and thirst, requiring little water replenishment throughout the journey. Even so, Guogua's prowess as a water mage shone through, as her elementary water-gathering magic consumed little of her mana. Without a water mage, I can only imagine how costly this long, arid journey would have been for Lord Lapaz. My thoughts drifted too far, and I quickly redirected them. Despite the assurance of drinking water, most people had not had the opportunity to wash in over a month and a half. Many of the men in the caravan, after lunch, would wallow like hippos in the icy creek. Xinga hurried off, perhaps to find a secluded spot for Uncle Fred to bathe. Each time I think about possibly calling Xinga in the future, an indescribable awkwardness washes over me at that moment. I couldn't help but genuinely admire how fortunate this middle-aged uncle is, cuz, noticing that people were leaving, awkwardly addressed me from across the table. "Grandfather, hasn't he eaten yet? I need to bring him some. I'll leave the pot here. I'll take it back once it cools down completely." The pork leg was stewed quite well today. I perceived that Cuz was extremely apprehensive about facing Katerina. Even daring not to look at her directly, that I wondered if this innocent little orc was also experiencing his own springtime of affection. Cuz hurriedly dashed off with a bowl of leftover stew. Meanwhile, Katerina remained seated beside me, rapidly devouring the already cold pork chop. Chiga finally set down her knife, pouring the leftover pork onto Katerina's plate, and fixed her gaze on her, saying indifferently, "Are you not going to explain yourself if I don't ask?" Her calm voice struck Katerina like a heavy blow, causing her to tremble and nearly drop the knife, which clinked against the edge of the porcelain plate, producing two crisp sounds. Katerina's face turned ghostly pale, and she sat there in silence, like a child caught in wrongdoing, unwilling to speak or lower her head. Chiga extended her delicate hand, resembling a white scallion, to caress my now unblemished neck. At that moment, I scrutinized the fiery red gemstone nestled between her neck and collarbone. Upon closer inspection, one could see something resembling smoke gently swirling within the grape-sized ruby. In the striking contrast between the gemstone's flames and her pale skin, I felt an inexplicable allure drawing me in, causing my heart to race. Every individual's journey through life is destined to be fraught with challenges. At every moment, one must confront choices. These choices are the crossroads of life, where one can opt to turn left or right. Once a decision is made, there is no erasing the answer. Even if one chooses again, the previous answer remains, only marked with a cross. Chiga and I sat across from each other on the carpet of the Magic Caravan's second-floor rehearsal room. Chiga's brow was slightly furrowed, and I sought to lighten the mood, but my attempts were ignored. Katerina served us 2 cups of hot tea, made from the dried petals of the calming herb. After being brewed in boiling water, the tea leaves unfurl like blooming flowers at the bottom of the white porcelain cups. The calming flower tea exuded a faint floral fragrance, with a taste that was mildly sweet yet bitter, possessing the ability to alleviate fatigue and soothe the mind. After placing the tea tray down, Katerina knelt beside us and began to recount her story. More than a year ago, the caravan had just departed from the black iron city of Kingstan. The wagons trailed behind the thunder rhinoceros team, crossing the territory of Kingstan and entering the undulating New Siaki Mountains. That it was already early winter, and many in the dance troupe were unprepared for such an abrupt journey. The most pressing shortage was warm furs and cotton clothing, as the western regions of New Siaki were so frigid that water would freeze upon contact, while sheltering in the wagons mitigated the chill. Stepping outside for even a brief moment would cause one's extremities to become numb with cold. This place was, apart from the icy tundra, the coldest during winter across the entire Roland continent. With half of the year blanketed in snow, it was even colder than the peaks of the Pi Plateau. Katerina's daily responsibilities were few. She was tasked with collecting food from the supply wagon and retrieving a certain quantity of daily necessities every Saturday. This duty had previously belonged to Singer, but after he encountered some issues, Katerina took over. Occasionally, there were small perks, which thrilled her to the point of sleepless nights. Her striking beauty and figure made her stand out in the troop, and her enchanting red eyes caught the attention of the troop's leader. For someone born into a lowly family, being able to shine in this dance troupe was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. The troupe was filled with beautiful girls, and many impoverished families in the cities aspired to send their lovely daughters into the troupe, believing it to be a more respectable profession, one that might catch the eye of a nobleman and allow them to soar from their humble beginnings. As had been the case before, however, each time she collected supplies, Katerina was plagued by a singular concern: the cold. While sheltered in the wagon, the chill was hardly noticeable, but on one occasion, she found herself delayed in line for supplies. Clad in a court-style winter dance gown, she returned to the wagon clutching a bundle of towels and linens. Her fair legs turned a purplish hue from the cold, once inside, and warmed by the heat. They swelled like two large white radishes, rendering her unable to bend them. Terrified, Katerina wept bitterly, and it was only through Singer's repeated kneading with snow that her frozen blood vessels were finally restored, alleviating the swelling in her legs. That incident left Katerina thoroughly shaken, and she often wished for a pair of warm leather trousers. This time, it had been over 3 months since the caravan left King Stan's Black Iron City. The noble youths of the adventurers' troop had endured a long journey without the company of women. Their pent-up desires turned towards the dancers, particularly the trusted handmaidens of the larger maidens who could freely enter and exit the wagons. These 10 or so exceptionally beautiful dancers soon attracted attention, with some hiding behind snowdrifts, pretending to be lovesick suitors. Each time they encountered a dancer collecting food, they would shower her with flowery compliments, presenting exquisite little gifts when she was sufficiently dazed. Thus, the angel who came to Katerina's rescue was the young Dai, who gifted her a delicate bell, an intricately crafted circular piece of pure gold, containing a small fire essence stone that radiated warmth when worn. This was undoubtedly the most touching gift Katerina had ever received. Standing beneath a red pine, he was nearly buried in snowflakes that had settled on his head, eyebrows, and beard. Shivering, Katerina rushed past him, not paying attention until she collided with him, sending snow swirling around them. Just as she was about to fall backward, Dai's strong arms encircled her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. "Oh, my apologies, my lord. I did not see the path," Katerina exclaimed, suddenly aware of Dai's noble attire and the beautifully patterned longsword he bore. She realized she had bumped into an apprentice warrior of the adventurers' troop, not one of the laborers from the caravan, and knew she had to demonstrate the proper respect due to nobility, lest she offend him. Dai, with a refined smile, gazed into Katerina's red eyes and said, "No, it is not your fault. I have been waiting here for you. Beautiful mist, I wait for you every day at this hour, wishing to see you," he continued, gently steadying her by grasping her pale arms. Katerina's heart raced like a startled fawn, blood rushing to her head, leaving her momentarily breathless, as if the bodice of her dress had been laced too tightly that morning. "My lord. Oh, I beg your pardon. I have been impolite." Dai quickly stepped back, releasing her, and continued, "May I have the honor of knowing your name, beautiful red-haired miss?" Katerina's face flushed a deep crimson, and unable to meet his ardent gaze, she stammered, "I am no lady. I am merely a dancer. My name is Katerina." Dai stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before her, startling the red-haired girl, who instinctively wanted to flee. Yet, Dai produced a golden, circular, intricately designed bell adorned with a lucky clover pattern, within which a small red fire essence stone rolled about. He gently captured Katerina's wrist as she turned to leave, fastening the bell to her waist. As if fulfilling a sacred duty, his face breaking into a triumphant smile reminiscent of sunlight. Without uttering any superfluous words, he stood and performed a perfect knightly bow before dashing away. Their first encounter left Katerina feeling like a princess from a fairy tale, her heart filled with unexplainable joy that led her to sing for days to come. Their next meeting occurred 3 days later, when Dai unexpectedly presented her with a warm, form-fitting leather dress, which was exceedingly cozy. Upon realizing the handsome young warrior apprentice Dai had feelings for her, and reciprocating those feelings, accepting the second gift became much easier. When they parted, they even exchanged a kiss on the cheek. Sometimes, love is this simple. When handsome, Wealthy young nobles pursue the girls of the dance troupe. They rarely meet resistance. Typically, it only takes a few encounters, a touch of romance, and amidst the silver-white world, nothing is more touching than a young nobleman braving the snow to wait with a gift in hand. That in times of hardship, kindness is cherished. In loneliness, warmth is sought. In monotony, one is moved. During that period, Katerina felt as though the entire world revolved around her. Had she not been outside without her trousers, she might have suffered from frostbite on all three of her legs. And perhaps Dai would have claimed her as his own by then. The weather in the New Siaki Mountains was unbearably cold, not to mention the impending blizzards. Katerina, having been chosen as Chi Ji's personal attendant, cherished her position and never dared to linger outdoors for too long. And no matter how Dai tempted her, she never succumbed to the invitation to his tent. This situation persisted for 3 months, during which Dai's temper grew increasingly volatile, his smile becoming more strained, and at times his words could chill one to the bone. In truth, any of those young noble rascals would have found it difficult to maintain their composure. Teetering on the edge of frustration, they merely sought to entice the dancers with small gifts and sweet words to lure them into bed, finding it far more entertaining than simply tossing coins at them. Yet, their patience was fleeting. If faced with coyness, they would resort to gold or force, leveraging their status and PowerPoint. One day, Katerina stumbled upon a peculiar situation. Coincidentally, Chigu had a craving for boiled eggs. A common trait among the girls of the Fox clan, they were notoriously gluttonous. That day, Chigu requested Katerina to fetch some eggs from the supply wagon, desiring a simple boiled egg. Typically, Katerina would collect supplies from the wagon during the warmest afternoons. And even with the warming bell, her routine remained unchanged. The golden bell now hung from her neck, strung with a red ribbon, ringing sweetly, its sound reflecting the sweetness in her heart. The entire caravan moved forward relentlessly during the day, with the Thunder Rhinoceros team leading the way. Their sturdy legs plowed through snow over 2 feet deep, clearing a path as they advanced. With over 70 Thunder Rhinoceroses marching in formation, they forged a way through the mountains, making progress difficult. The supply wagon remained at the front of the troop, which allowed Katerina to leap down directly from the wagon without concern for whether the caravan would halt, sprinting ahead to catch up with the supply wagon. After knocking on the door, she would collect the items and patiently wait for her own wagon to catch up, handing the goods to those waiting and climbing back onto her wagon. Katerina jumped from the wagon and sprinted ahead, the bell around her neck and her red ponytail dancing rhythmically as she ran, producing a sweet, clear sound. However, after merely taking a few steps, Katerina came to a halt, for she heard a familiar voice speaking. "Oh dear, how annoying. I want you to accompany me this afternoon as well. Those little girls are going to learn new dances from Fifth Mistress, and my place is quite warm. Plus we could." The voice was soft and sweet, laced with an irresistible allure. Just by the sound, it was clear that it was Mora, the woman of 16th elven blood who always delighted in showcasing her pointed ears, perpetually seeking to prove her nobility over others, even though, in truth, she was just like everyone else. "What could you possibly mean?" the man's voice teased. Sometimes, just a few words could plunge a person into an abyss of despair. At that moment, although Katerina had not descended into such darkness, her heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed, unable to beat freely, causing great discomfort. That man's voice was unmistakably Dai's. Katerina regretted her constant reserve, lamenting that she had not afforded the two of them more opportunities. Perhaps in such a beautiful love, chastity truly held little significance, she thought to herself. If only I had given myself to him sooner. Perhaps he would treat me better. What if he loved both of us, wanting to marry us both? As a dancer, entering the world of nobility, how could one ever expect to be legitimized? Even being a lesser mistress was better than remaining in a troupe. "What do you want me to say?" Mora cooed. Dai hesitated for a moment, chuckling softly. "Just wait a little longer. I've been honing my skills for 3 months. Perhaps this time it will pay off. I've wagered 50 gold coins on this. And I certainly do not want to gift them to Ming Qian and his friends. I will come find you tonight." "Oh, aren't you worried she'll overhear us?" "Not at all. She wears a fire bell around her neck, and it jingles whenever she walks. You can hear it from quite a distance. When she becomes too attached to me, I will make sure she understands where that bell truly belongs." Dai laughed proudly, his voice dripping with the satisfaction of having toyed with someone. "How can you be so wicked? It's infuriating. She's a good girl, untouched by the mistress's orders. It's only because 7th mistress has a good reputation that she was taken. Otherwise, would it have come to you?" Mora giggled along. "What kind of talk is this? Do you look down on me?" Dai replied, slightly annoyed. You can play all you like, but why deceive her feelings? Morris shot back, refusing to back down. Dai, however, lost his temper and merely laughed. You don't understand. We're merely indulging in a bit of romance. Just imagine the expression on that girl's face when I pull up my trousers with a first-rate lady following behind. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I can't hold back. Shall we not go to your place now? 50 silver coins a time. Do not treat me like last time, leaving me high and dry. Do you really think I would skimp on you? The sounds of their playful banter faded into the distance. Sometimes, those who have lost themselves can self-hypnotize, transporting themselves into the best scenarios they can envision, yet it remains painfully hollow. The dancers in the troupe live by their art, however, after spending too long in such a decadent world. When someone does toss gold coins at them, these women, accustomed to a life of indulgence, would catch the coins and tuck them into their bosoms. They dreamt of one day earning enough to escape to a remote town, where no one would know that the beautiful woman who tossed gold coins was once a noble woman. What would it matter if they did? A conversation that should have gone unheard was, by chance, overheard, and suddenly the ache in her heart subsided. Replaced by a tremor of relief and gratitude, Tio witnessed the darkest corner of his heart, or the moment he stealthily tore away his last shred of modesty, was precisely when Katerina caught a glimpse. She recalled her mother telling her that as a dancer, she forfeited any right to speak of love. In essence, it meant there was no choice. What would one choose between love and bread? If one chose love, they might end up with nothing. If bread, they might become a slave to moneyed, or perhaps one could choose both. But how could one be certain that the end of suffering would lead to true love, when the other side might still be another sea of anguish? This was also the primary reason why Chiga chose Katerina as her personal maid. Katerina, possessing Orcish blood, had no innate talents, yet she inherited her mother's striking red eyes, a trait from her half-beast mother of rabbit lineage. Orcish rabbits were rare on the Roland continent. They hailed from the eastern continent of Icarus, having been smuggled back by slave traders. Katerina was a quarter orc, and while she lacked any bloodline gifts, mixed-blood girls were often exceptionally beautiful. Besides her mother's red eyes, she possessed hearing that surpassed ordinary humans tenfold, even more acute than that of werewolves. The bells on Katerina jingled in the northern wind, yet they were too distant for Dai to hear at that moment. Katerina thought, at least I still have seventh mistress. At least I can follow her and share in the affections of her man. When noble ladies marry, they must prepare a dowry that is both respectable and befitting their status. Katerina believed that her future fate might not be so bleak. Her heart, which had been frozen into an icy lump by the winds of the New Saikis mountains, had not shattered under the weight of harsh words. She was more like a wildflower hidden beneath the snow, awaiting the arrival of summer, waiting for the snow to melt. Chiga and I gazed at the red-haired beauty kneeling on the carpet before us, tears streaming down her fair cheeks that I was at a loss for comforting words, while Chiga, flustered and agitated, shot me a glance before standing up and storming off to her room that I inwardly lamented. This lady just up and left, leaving this mess for me to deal with. Am I too young to handle this? In truth, whether I could handle it or not was not an option. I had to, seeing Chiga leave without a word. Katerina wiped her tears with the back of her hand and exhaled softly, her beautiful eyes fluttering at me as she tackled me to the carpet. She gently bit my little ear, whispering, "Ja, you mustn't tell anyone my secret about my ears." "What secret about your ears? Let me see." I feigned innocence. Thus, I discovered another secret. Katerina could not bear having her ears tugged. Once someone seized her ears, she would go limp, losing all strength to resist. Even if it were a child like me holding on, we both, one large and one small, frolicked like children in the dance studio. I had thought that despite my younger age, my physical fitness matched that of children aged 12 or 13 in my previous world, that I could leap into icy lakes for a swim, dare to jump from heights of 6 or 7 meters, and run around the camp 10 times without fatigue, even carrying 27 guinea pigs from the wild back to camp with Cuz. However, I lamentably realized that in our playful tussle, as soon as I released Katerina's ears, she could pin me to the carpet with one hand, even pressing my face against her ample bosom, making it difficult for me to catch my breath. Playfulness was a form of release, sometimes allowing us to swiftly forget our sorrows. Exhausted, I slumped against the wall of the dance studio, pleading, I give up, no more playing." Katerina, clearly having lost her mind in the fun, laughed like a child, then turned her back to me, exposing her back. "What are you doing?" I asked, puzzled. She only turned her back to me when she was about to change out of her dress. "Help me untie it." After all that had happened. Through our unrestrained play, Katerina spoke to me more naturally, as if commanding her little brother. "This is the dance studio. Why are you undressing here?" I asked while loosening the knot. Katerina tugged at the crumpled flared sleeves, frowning and pouting. "Look, they've wrinkled so badly. How can I wear this? This dress is difficult to manage, and it's the only decent outfit I have that I can't wash it. If I do, the hem won't hold its shape. Do you think if I take it off and hang it, the wrinkles might eventually fade?" I was momentarily dumbfounded. Perhaps it will. No worries, Sister Singer might have a solution. She is a seamstress after all. Katerina's brow relaxed as she comforted herself. "Does it still hurt?" I asked calmly from behind her. "What? Your touch is so gentle. It doesn't hurt at all. Just promise me you won't tug on my ears again, okay?" Katerina replied, lowering her head as she slipped off her court dress, revealing a silk underskirt. Carefully folding it in half and hanging it on her arm, I moved in front of her, placing my small hand on her abdomen and saying, "It's here." That was the spot where Ming-Shin had kicked her, sending her flying several meters away. That kick was certainly not gentle. "It hurts a bit. It's hard to see here. Let's discuss it later when we get back. Sister Singer has some ointment for swelling," Katerina said. We gently pushed open the door to the dance studio and tiptoed back to our quarters. By this time, it was quite late, and the dancers in the caravan had already retired for the night, leaving the entire wagon quiet. "You really are strong." I have a good constitution," Katerina said, lifting me effortlessly with one arm. "Why don't you attend the War Academy? Your physical fitness is exceptional," I remarked, tapping her arm with my fist and noticing how firm and resilient it felt. Katerina remarked, "Attending school is quite costly, and I have a younger brother at home. How could they possibly allow a girl like me to go to school? Girls are not required to serve in the military, but my brother will have to. He must learn combat skills to survive on the battlefield. I can buy him the most inexpensive sentinel sword when I return home. He has long desired it." In the corridor of the caravan, the magical lights on the ceiling remained perpetually bright. The view outside the glass windows was shrouded in the obscurity of the night, rendering it indistinct. A small gap in the window allowed the evening breeze to seep in along the side of the caravan, refreshing the air in the corridor, which had previously been laden with the scent of perfume, now replaced by a crisp aroma. 2 chairs sat empty beneath the spiral staircase, and a small round table bore 2 teacups, remnants of someone who had forgotten to take them upon leaving. Additionally, a plate of unfinished pastries lay there, a favored snack of the dancers, reminiscent of the sugarless animal crackers from childhood, fresh and crunchy when first made. At that moment, Katerina suddenly paused, her bright, even teeth gently biting her lip as she shyly glanced at me, her red eyes blinking as she said, "Shall we sit here for a while?" "Certainly," I replied. Descending from her embrace, I climbed onto a high-backed stool, reaching for a piece of pastry from the plate, munching on it like a mouse. She hung her court dress over the banister and sat on another chair, her hands smoothing the underskirt, resting her chin on her hands as she focused intently on me. "I don't believe I have yet expressed my gratitude," she said, her eyes radiating warmth as she smiled. Her laughter made me feel slightly awkward, prompting me to ask, "What is so amusing?" "You resemble a mouse while eating those cookies. It's quite adorable," she chimed, laughter bubbling forth that I gazed at her, earnestly stating, "Please refrain from using the term adorable to describe me. It makes me seem juvenile. Moreover, I do not accept your verbal thanks. At least, Katerina seemed to find this amusing and eagerly pressed. Then what do you wish for?" I furrowed my brow, contemplating for a long moment before responding, "I shall tell you once I have decided." Suddenly, I recalled that she had a coin of mine hidden within her clothing and inquired, "That silver coin must be returned to me later. It is one of my few possessions, and I intend to purchase the Nate Bow with it." After shedding her court dress, she was left with only an underskirt, which could not conceal the blossoming beauty beneath. The U-shaped neckline revealed expanse of smooth, snowy skin. After searching through her attire, she smiled and said, "I wonder where it has gone. I shall return you a new one shortly." Time slipped by like the cool breeze in the corridor as Katerina brewed 2 cups of hot tea. We sat together on the swivel chair, cradling the steaming cups in silence. It felt remarkably comfortable to share such a tranquil night with a lovely companion. In this narrow valley, as the first crescent moon ascended the hillside, the silvery moonlight streamed through the transparent window. At that moment, Katerina's dormitory door creaked open quietly. Under the dim light of the white magical lamp, Uncle Fred's figure emerged into our line of sight. He hummed a peculiar tune to himself as he fastened the buttons of his leather jacket, stylishly arranging his neatly trimmed hair. His smooth, fair arms extended from the door, adjusting his collar while he was urged. Hurry along. Perhaps Jia and Katerina are returning now. And if they find you here, I wonder where you will hide that old face of yours. Haha, Jia is the most intelligent child I have ever encountered. Sometimes he speaks more like an adult. He matured quickly, likely due to spending too long with the beast folk. You should look after him more. Surviving in the caravan at such a young age is no small feat. I recall his pitiful state back then, and my heart aches. Hey, you've repeated that countless times. Jia is the chosen one of the seventh lady. Do you still worry he will face hardship with us? Katerina revolves around him, and you have no idea how well she cares for him. Stop rambling and let us go. Singer's voice drifted from the doorway, her delicate, fair arms retracting. Uncle Fred, clumsily turning his body, strode directly toward the exit. We sat in silence beneath the spiral staircase, relieved that he had not noticed us. Sparing us the awkwardness of an encounter, Katerina's face turned slightly crimson under my gaze, and I couldn't resist asking, "Did you hear that?" Finally blushing, she nodded anxiously, akin to a child caught misbehaving. She then looked at me and said, "You mustn't tell Sister Singer. This is our secret." I nodded vigorously, jumping off the chair and taking her hand, exclaiming, "Let us go back now." At last, I understood where Uncle Fred had vanished to on previous occasions. He had been spending the night in Singer's dormitory. I recalled his slightly protruding beer belly and bear-like physique, and felt a bit concerned for Singer's bunk bed. I had imagined they would be indulging in such activities in a secluded grove or a more distant meadow. But it turned out Singer had brought Uncle Fred back to her dormitory. Upon our return, we found Singer in a sheer nightgown, tidying the disheveled bed, while the occupant of the upper bunk appeared to be perusing a scroll of parchment under the magical light above. Leah seemed to have already fallen asleep, and upon our arrival, Singer asked, "Does your neck still hurt? Those young noble brats went too far." I settled down at the edge of the bed and replied, "It's fine. My recovery is swift, and the marks have faded." Katerina knelt beside me, helping me remove my boots and bringing a basin of warm water for my feet. I invited her to sit on the bed, and upon loosening her underskirt, I noticed a red imprint in the shape of a foot on her otherwise smooth, pale abdomen, slightly swollen. I hadn't realized her injury was so severe, now bruised. Seeing my worried expression, she pinched my cheek and reassured me it hardly hurts now. In a few days, the swelling will subside. Do not fret. Feeling a sense of helplessness, I lay down on the bed. Until this moment, I realized how desperately I needed to grow stronger, at least to protect myself. In this world, it is arduous for the weak to survive. I pondered our upcoming journey. In a few days, the caravan would enter the wilderness of the northern foothills of the Pi Plateau, and Kuz and I would venture out on our own to hunt. What could I possibly do? Faced with a wind wolf and a magical antelope, how could I hope to kill them? I currently lacked any combat ability. Would I have to wait for the wind wolf to pounce before engaging in close combat with a wolf fang dagger? Or simply stand still and await my demise? The teacher's initial suggestion for me to accompany Kuz into the wilderness was intended for me to witness firsthand the magical herbs we had studied in books. However, the reality of survival in the wild posed the greatest challenge for me at present. Katerina lay down beside me. Unlike Singer, she preferred to sleep in a cool tank top, fearing I might inadvertently touch her injury in my slumber. I curled into the corner of the double bed against the wall. As she settled down, I clearly saw the vivid red mark upon her otherwise smooth abdomen, yet she still smiled brightly. Wrapping her arms around me. In that moment, I noticed a red string around her snowy neck, at the end of which dangled a gleaming silver coin, resting upon her soft, cotton-like chest, causing my heart to race. She also held a gold coin, placing it in my open palm and saying, "Here's a yellow one for you." How does that sound? Do I appear to be a pretty boy to you? What? I said I am not a pretty boy. Please return me a regular silver coin. Or forget it. I rested my head upon her cool, delicate arm and closed my eyes. The following morning, we continued our journey. After replenishing their water supplies the day before, the men in the caravan appeared more spirited. I leaned against the safety railing of the caravan's entrance, gazing towards the distant line of the Thunder Rhino team. Uncle Fred sat atop a Thunder Rhino, appearing quite adept at riding the impressive creature. Trailing at the rear of the caravan, when Kuz spotted me, he stood up and waved enthusiastically. I weakly extended my hand, but before I could wave back, Kuz suddenly vanished from sight. A fragrant breeze wafted by as Katerina leaned against the railing, her red hair fluttering in the southern wind. I asked, perplexed, "Why does Kuz always act so strangely when you appear? He seems to run faster than a rabbit." Katerina laughed joyfully. as though I had told a particularly amusing joke. I playfully kicked her, prompting her to stop laughing and mimic my earlier posture, leaning against the railing despondently. I think when he sees me, his heart must be in turmoil, she mused. Turmoil over what? I inquired. Intrigued. He must be wondering, should this rabbit be captured or not? The joke fell a bit flat. The red-eyed beauty is in splendid spirits today. However, I later heard from Cuz that this is no mere jest, but rather the cause of his inner turmoil. This fiery-haired maiden, possessing 1/8 of the bloodline of the Eastern Continent's beastfolk rabbit clan, exerts a powerful allure over Cuz. Each time he encounters Katerina, he is overwhelmed by a primal urge to sink his teeth into her throat and savor the taste of her blood. It seems there exists a notion of natural enemies among the different races of beastfolk. At that moment, Chiga appeared from behind us, gazing at the receding waterfall before turning to me and saying, I heard you are going hunting. I have decided to join your party. Are you saying you wish to accompany us into battle? I found myself momentarily bewildered. Chiga had already reached the entrance, turning her body to say, just me and Katerina. I was instantly taken aback. Chiga had come over during her dance practice specifically to inform me of this, and there was no room for debate. After she left, I complained to Katerina, even if you two wish to travel, you ought to find a more reputable tour group. The magical caravan continued its slow journey forward as I idly gazed at the deep blue sky, while Katerina boredly regarded me. During the journey, the most abundant resource was, regrettably, time spent in ennui, particularly when I was unable to meditate. Even when attempting to invoke a spell to consume the residual fire magic within me, I had to carefully retreat to the restroom. Without the parchment filled with ancient beastfolk runes and the eternally blazing clay stove, I felt as if my body were rusting away. There were many inquiries I had longed to pose to old Kulu. Thus, on the following day, I finally boarded the long-awaited thunder rhinoceros and settled into that familiar seat, whereupon the world around me sprang to vibrant life. Cuz, brimming with excitement, patted my shoulder, eager to converse with me. Standing atop the thunder rhinoceros, which towered over 8 meters high, I gazed toward the valley's exit. The V-shaped opening lay just a few dozen kilometers away, and I could even see the desolate plains at the northern foot of the Pi Plateau, where the azure sky met the earth. A few clouds floated lazily in the cerulean expanse, low enough to seem within reach. You appear to be much improved, old Kulu remarked, nodding approvingly as he withdrew his hand from his sleeve to place it atop my head. A refreshing sensation coursed through me as it spread throughout my body. He continued, it seems that immersing you among the human populace has benefited your growth. Spending too long with us has led to a dichotomy between your wild nature and your true essence, which are in stark opposition within your soul that if left unchecked, one day they may rend your spirit asunder. However, your studies have been somewhat neglected of late. You ought to attempt meditation. Even human children, lacking awakened magical pools, practice meditation in the hopes of increasing their chances of awakening, spurred by vague rumors. Although the results are minimal, if you were to study meditation in the magical caravan, it would not seem out of place. Henceforth, every morning, you must come here to collect a scroll of parchment from me, and I shall quiz you daily on its contents. I expressed my disappointment, but I can't return yet. Can I? In just a few days, you and AZ will be able to venture into the northern plains of the Pi Plateau for training. For now, you must focus on recuperation. There is no better place than the caravan, old Kulu replied, gazing at me with his murky eyes. Unable to meet his penetrating gaze, I lowered my head. I heard that you had a conflict with members of the adventurer group yesterday, he inquired, patting my back with his dry hand. Memories of Mingxin's shadowy eyes surfaced, and I hesitated before admitting, yes, perhaps they will seek trouble with me in the plains, but I cannot stand against them. Do not fret, my child. I in the vast expanse of the plains. No danger can remain concealed. Do you recall how you evaded the dwarf bandits' charge? Old Kulu's voice was steady and calm. I recalled that moment when a dwarven warrior had knocked me unconscious. The disparity in strength sent my body hurtling toward the mountainside, and just as I was about to crash into the wall, I unexpectedly entered a deep meditative state, casting Shadow Cloak. I transformed into a formless shadow that collided with the wall, miraculously escaping death. I remember being completely immobile, yet I still made a final effort to cast Shadow Cloak. At that moment, I did not overthink it. I simply knew that if I failed to release it, I would perish upon impact. Thus, I inadvertently slipped into a deep meditative state, and though the magic circle I drew was far from perfect, merely a crooked line, I somehow succeeded in casting the spell. I meticulously recounted the events, and old Kulu listened intently to every word. Upon hearing me mention the success of my spell, his eyes sparkled with excitement, And he muttered, "Indeed, indeed." I was unsure of what he meant, but after a moment, he composed himself and said, "While deep meditation cannot suspend time in a magical state, it can bestow upon you enhanced mental focus. Throughout history, deep meditation has been paramount for beastfolk shamans, particularly for elementally inclined shamans who aspire to grasp the powerful earth magic skill bestowed by Mother Earth. However, this is a rare gift from our ancestors, and it is not uncommon for centuries to pass without a shaman attaining it. Thus, some elemental shamans have turned to the unconventional study of deep meditation, concluding that entering a meditative state while casting can enhance the spell's effectiveness in several ways. The most favorable outcome is to transform a spell into an instantaneous cast, while also increasing its potency, extending the duration of magical effects, reducing mana consumption, and achieving uninterrupted casting with a success rate exceeding 90%. Perhaps your Shadow Cloak skill has been bolstered in terms of mental focus. This Shadow Cloak skill originally belongs to the dark magic of the demon race, possessing a singular effect of concealing one's presence in the shadows, a simplified version of an invisibility skill. However, based on your description, you have already managed to meld your physical form with this magical skill, allowing you to move stealthily within the shadowy mist of the magic. This can only be explained by the enhancement of the spell under deep meditation, Old Kulu elaborated. When you first entered a deep meditative state, your mental capacity was amplified. While perusing magical tomes, you were automatically drawn into your mental sea, enhancing your memory and reading skills. During that period, you comprehensively understood the state of your mental sea. However, your second deep meditation was triggered by the dire urgency of life and death, thereby strengthening your most valuable magical skill. Your luck is indeed exceptional. On the steep ridge of the valley, a massive boulder lay atop the peak, resembling the cap of a chicken leg mushroom. This area was surprisingly flat, standing atop the stone. I surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the striped valleys were abundant in the northern mountains of the Pi Plateau. Resembling the orderly furrows of a field, this particular valley pierced through the northern mountains, while the others appeared as closed-off hollows, devoid of any signs of life, remaining in a primitive state. I found myself cradled in Old Kulu's embrace, inexplicably burrowing into the earth like a subterranean creature, traversing the mountains with ease. Amidst the rumbling of stones rolling around us, Old Kulu guided me to the expansive boulder. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while I sat nearby. This must have been a remnant of glacial movement, for no other force could have positioned such a massive stone, measuring over 300 meters in length and 80 meters in width. Atop the ridge, Old Kulu's expression turned serious as he stated, "In a few days, you will venture into the northern plains of the Pi Plateau with cuz for training. Each spring, beastfolk children of your age accompany older kin on expeditions into the plains to practice the survival skills they have learned. This is crucial for the young beastfolk, and I hope you can successfully complete this training." "Teacher, I lack sufficient confidence in myself," I admitted, my gaze falling in shame. Old Kulu, however, showed no signs of displeasure. Responding gently, recognizing your true feelings and bravely voicing your fears is commendable. "This is precisely why I have brought you here. Your physique is somewhat weaker than that of ordinary beastfolk children, and you have had no training in archery, lacking the strength to draw a bow. Thus, before entering the plains, our caravan will pass through a free market. You and AZ might as well try your luck to see if you can find suitable weapons. Today, I intend to impart a simple magical skill to you. Do not underestimate magical skills. Even the most rudimentary have their own significance." Old Kulu sat cross-legged before me, from where we could clearly see the caravan advancing through the valley. After walking a few dozen kilometers further, the caravan would enter the vast plains of the Pi Plateau. At this very moment, those magical caravans appear to be no larger than matchboxes in my sight. Although you possess magical power within you, the truth is that the amount of magic stored in your body is rather limited, insufficient even to sustain a simple beginner spell. Among the myriad of Orcish magics, I sought out a few spells that do not demand excessive magical energy to cast. This particular skill is called Flame Tongue Weapon, a type of magic infusion skill that imbues the caster's weapon with the power of fire, granting it additional fire-based magical damage. After Old Kulu finished speaking, he meticulously explained the incantation and the simpler magical array to me. Upon hearing Old Kulu's detailed account, I realized that although this skill was simpler to learn than Shadow Cloak, it nonetheless encompassed the unique insights of the Orcish shaman regarding magical elements. The distinctive runic structure of the magical array alone attested to the uniqueness of this spell. Old Kulu chose to keep me here atop this peak, a place free from disturbance, ideal for practicing magic. He then transformed into a pile of yellow sand, vanishing into the boulders. It is said that this is a high-level earth evasion technique of the orc shamans, and perhaps I shall never have the opportunity to learn it in my lifetime. Old Kulu assured me he would return to fetch me before sunset. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming desire to learn this new magic, akin to a thirst that drove me to memorize the incantation and the structure of the flame tongue weapon array. I began to practice tirelessly while seated on the boulder. In truth, this was an exceedingly simple beginner spell, with an incredibly low magical cost. The magic I possessed was ample enough to sustain 6 castings. Having learned the spells of anti-magic and warmth over the past 2 months, anti-magic had been consuming the fire elemental energy produced within me, erasing the burning sensation of those magical elements. I had nearly forgotten what the pain of burning felt like. However, anti-magic had not grown stronger despite its frequent use. Instead, the warmth spell had undergone 2 noticeable transformations. Each time, while casting, it consumed a bit more magical energy. Yet the effect was evident. The accumulation of magical energy within my body was now twice as rapid as before. When I inquired with old Kulu, he informed me that these 2 changes indicated that the warmth spell had successfully leveled up. The presence of 2 distinct changes meant my warmth skill had reached level 3, with its effect being a 30% increase in magical recovery speed. This signified that my current warmth spell restored magic 3 times faster than the previous 10%. It is noteworthy that this was only in relation to my current magical recovery speed. Thus, in the absence of a magical reservoir, I possessed merely a bit of spiritual energy, while my inherent magical accumulation remained exceedingly weak. Even so, after every 15 minutes, I found I had enough magical energy to cast Flame Tongue Weapon once more. Casting failed. Casting failed. Failure. I could feel the profound frustration within me as I failed to successfully cast Flame Tongue Weapon after over 50 attempts. I meticulously scrutinized the incantation I recited, searching for any flaws, and repeatedly compared it against the runic structure on the parchment, yet I could not discern where the issue lay, perched at the edge of the cliff. I watched as the sun sank below the horizon of the western plains, the evening glow resembling delectable roasted chickens. I had been sitting here for an entire day, both hungry and thirsty. Yet I had made no progress with the new magical skill. In that moment, I found myself reaching for the skinning knife in my pocket, fantasizing about slicing through the sunset's roasted chicken-like hues, placing the tender, juicy drumsticks onto a plate, and devouring the delicious meat. Sighing, I patted my rumbling belly, lamenting, I am truly famished. At long last, the magical energy within me had gathered sufficiently to attempt casting Flame Tongue Weapon once more. As I uttered the incantation, I concentrated my magical energy at my fingertips, swiftly drawing a flawless runic array. In the next moment, the array formed a fireball the size of a fist in the air, which, with a whoosh, darted into the blade of my skinning knife. The finely forged steel knife transformed into a light red hue, and I could distinctly feel a volatile surge of fire magic coursing through it. Damn it! It turns out this skill requires the weapon in hand to succeed. I cursed in exasperation. It seems you have grasped it quite swiftly, my child. Your magical perception is remarkably keen. You learned this spell in just a day's time. The day has grown late. Let us return to the caravan. Old Kulu's voice resonated from behind me. Inwardly, I screamed in frustration, Dear family, do you have any idea that I am on the brink of starvation? Beautiful dividing line cuz, that foolish child, waited for me an entire day, yet in the end, he did not utter a single word. Old Kulu had abandoned me near the magical caravan, and I found myself so weak from hunger that I could barely muster the strength to climb aboard the slowly moving caravan. If it weren't for Kungshan, that honest child, being dispatched by Katarina to check if I would return tonight, I might have been left behind in the wilds of the valley. As I devoured an entire flatbread and a large bowl of meat soup without leaving a drop behind. The 4 girls in the dormitory gazed at me in astonishment. Leah peered over from the upper bunk, half her body hanging out like a ghost suspended from the ceiling, then exclaimed, Goodness, Gia, you haven't eaten anything all day. Have you? In fact, that is quite true. I replied, patting my nearly bursting belly, unwilling to move as I lay on the bed, my feet on the ground, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over me. I vaguely sensed Katarina gently warming my feet, then removing my clothes and wiping my face with a hot towel. Shortly thereafter, I felt a soft, warm body snuggle into the blanket, holding me tightly. She rested her forehead against mine, her beautiful red hair completely enveloping my head. Striving to soften her tone, she spoke softly, almost pleadingly, You were gone all day. I thought you wouldn't return. I thought you would never come back. I was uncertain of what to call the bond between Katarina and me at that moment. We shared an affectionate connection and a friendship forged through life and death experiences. Yet love was an impossibility. Who would be so mad as to develop feelings for a child of just over 5 years, still clad in childish innocence? Tonight, the crescent moon rose late. Our caravan had reached the southernmost end of the valley passage leading into the mountains of the Pi Plateau. Tomorrow morning, we would formally enter the territory ruled by the Orc tribes. I could already envision the massive wooden walls erected by the Orc tribal coalition at the valley's exit. Those logs, over a meter in diameter and standing 7 to 8 meters tall, were sharpened at the top and arranged closely together to form a colossal wooden palisade. The banners of the Orc tribes fluttered there, signaling that this would be the realm of the Orcs. At the end of the valley passage stood the Orc establishment, the first line of defense against the barbarian hordes on the icy tundra. Having traversed the long road of death with scarce food supplies, the barbarian legions would face a severe logistical crisis here, as transporting provisions from the death road was highly unreliable. Thus, there had never been a successful assault by the barbarian coalition on this stronghold, which was known as the Fortress of Eternal Loss. The towering wooden walls sealed the 200-meter-wide valley passage tightly, while beneath several watchtowers over 30 meters high, the blood-red banners of the Orc tribes fluttered in the fierce wind. On the walls, compacted with yellow earth, enormous catapults were lined up, and beside them lay massive stones piled high like mountains, capable of crushing magical caravans with ease, along the steep mountain ridges. Enormous stone fortresses were constructed every few meters, and I could clearly see the cold gazes of the Orc warriors peering out from within. Katerina and I leaned out of the window, watching as Lord Lepa of the caravan presented a document to the guarding Orc warriors. Inhaling the fragrance of her hair, I could not help but twirl a strand around my fingers, and Katerina seemed to relish this ambiguous connection we shared. It was not quite romantic, at best. It was merely a game between a young girl and a little boy. Finally, just before noon, the caravan successfully passed through the fortress checkpoint. Our magical caravan slowly drove along the 10-meter-wide, compacted earth road toward the Yemen fortress. Passing through the central main road, which stretched 50 meters, flanked by 7-meter-high wooden walls, resembling the layout of a walled city, as the convoy traversed this oppressive passage, I finally discerned that many low stone houses had been constructed just south of the towering fortress. They appeared to be the residences of ordinary citizens, though these homes were built haphazardly, clustered together in threes and twos, resulting in a settlement that was larger than a village yet smaller than a town. With scarcely a straight road to be found, I urged Katerina to lift me up to stand on the railing of the caravan door, allowing her to support me so that I could see further. This is my first encounter with the Orc tribe's stronghold, which is remarkably distinctive. It resembles a fortress constructed from stone, characterized by a series of prototypical buildings that are largely similar. These structures are built from large river pebbles, with mud and dried grass filling the gaps in the stone walls that as one ascends. The stone huts become increasingly narrow, culminating in thatched roofs made of straw. Notably, these small abodes lack windows, presenting only pitiful door frames. Some even forego doors altogether. Merely hanging a withered beast hide. A few Orc children, clad only in leather skirts, sit at the threshold, basking in the sun while weaving various peculiar braids. Their clear eyes brim with curiosity towards our merchant caravan. Yet none are inclined to approach. The streets of the stronghold are flanked by heaps of refuse, exuding an unpleasant odor. I can see the fear reflected in the eyes of the Orcs as they observe the Thunderhorn Brigade. My initial impression of this place is one of destitution and squalor. It seems they are as impoverished as one could possibly be, possessing little aside from a pile of stones scavenged from the riverbank. The second impression is one of despondency and passivity. These half-grown Orc children would rather lounge in the sun on the stones outside their homes than tidy the streets or venture out to hunt. Seemingly resigned to waiting. I cannot discern any trace of cuz among them, who embodies a love for life, nature, and a spirit brimming with struggle and perseverance. This is the shanty town of war slaves. These are the descendants of war slaves with no future, merely awaiting the day they will fight and perish on the battlefield. Chij explains as she stands beside me. True Orc soldiers and their families reside in the fortress or in Yemen town. A few kilometers from here. There's a free market there. Would you accompany me for a stroll? As I ponder the prospect of visiting a free market to seek out items like the Nate bow for cuz, I hear Chij express her desire to explore the Orcs' free market as well, and I readily agree, saying, "That sounds wonderful. I was just thinking of going. Perhaps we could also meet your brother and discuss our group arrangements." Chij adds, her voice as beautiful as her appearance, her expressive eyes sparkling like gems, her fair, delicate face is partially veiled by a light gauze, and her originally lustrous black hair has turned chestnut. I distinctly recall the first time I saw her. Her hair was a deep burgundy, perfectly complementing her enchanting, soul-stealing gaze, rendering her as exquisite as a fairy. Later, on a morning along the road of death, I encountered her once more, and her hair had transformed to black. At that time, her refined features and slightly emaciated frame, clad in a coarse cotton dress, led me to mistakenly perceive her as a lowly dancer in a troupe. Now, however, she is adorned in form-fitting blue doeskin armor that accentuates her curvaceous figure. Her feet clad in long boots made of magical antelope leather. A bronze sword, engraved with intricate magical runes, dangles from a belt at her waist, and even without using magical perception, I can sense the enchantment emanating from the weapon. Observing her readiness for action, I find myself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Chige often deliberately tones down her appearance, resembling a neighborly sister rather than a warrior. Her beauty is merely delicate and refined. Her figure appearing slender beneath the armor, her hair simply styled in a ponytail, devoid of any adornments, quietly standing beside me, and Katerina, easily overlooked, noticing the 2-foot-long magical sword hanging from her waist. I feel compelled to advise her. Sister, might you consider toning it down a bit? I swear I thought this silently, as I stood on the railing at the entrance, Katerina supporting me from behind to prevent me from being jostled off by the slowly moving wagon. Her hands clasped around my waist, both of us gazing at the orc tribe's unique dwellings. I knew she, too, was filled with curiosity about the orc stronghold, given that she carries 1/8 of orc blood in her veins. Should I switch to a short sword? I also have a broken sword in my collection. It should be less ostentatious, Chige calmly suggests. Upon hearing this, I am left speechless, my eyes wide with astonishment as I ask her, Lady Chige, can you read my thoughts? Do you possess telepathy? Chige rolls her eyes at me, biting her silver teeth in annoyance, and huffs through her nose. When you look at my magical sword, your brows furrow together. Do you think I wouldn't know what you're thinking? I immediately fall silent. The caravan continues southward along the main road for 5 or 6 kilometers until we finally arrive at Yemen town, nestled behind a gently sloping hill. Standing atop the hill, overgrown with sandy jujube shrubs, I behold the entire town below. It is a somewhat desolate settlement, lacking even a simple wall, spanning approximately 4 square kilometers. Irregular square stone houses line the broad streets, many of which are coated with adobe and feature rudimentary wooden windows. Their frames stretched with thin cowhide as window panes. Each stone door is impressively thick, resembling upright slabs of stone. The town contains only 2 main streets, intersecting in a cross at the center. The stone houses along the edges are increasingly dilapidated and low, with some abandoned structures in the periphery having been buried by wind and sand, leaving only their weedy rooftops visible. As I observe the orcs passing through the streets, they begin to murmur among themselves upon noticing our caravan atop the hill. Some robust orc warriors emerge from the stone houses, regarding our caravan with cold, scrutinizing gazes. From the architecture, it is evident that the town's maximum population likely does not exceed 15,000. Concerned about potential misunderstandings, the caravan veers off the hill, descending to camp on the flat land to the west of the town, where a well provides water for both the caravan members and their livestock. The most striking feature of the town is the free market situated in the central square. Katerina, eager to visit the market, has already donned a cloth skirt and trails behind Chige. We await the wagon's halt before leaping down to meet Cuz, and the 4 of us set off toward Yemen town. Cuz appears quite excited, perhaps feeling a sense of homecoming as he enthusiastically points out various buildings, informing me that this town originally served as a supply depot for the Yemen fortress. Orc troops stationed here would occasionally exchange military supplies for everyday goods and meat, gradually attracting orcs from surrounding scattered tribes who would bring their hunted wares in exchange for grain and salt, eventually evolving into a small town centered around a free market. As we pass a well constructed from enormous slabs of granite, I curiously observe the orc women squatting by the well, washing clothes. They wear thin linen tunics and skirts, supplemented with durable leather vests and long socks, their bodies adorned with an array of leather straps, exuding an exotic charm. These orc women possess coarser, denser hair, with prominent facial features, tall and sturdy frames, and slightly darker skin, their hair styled in braided twists. When they glance our way, their eyes shine brightly, devoid of fear, reflecting their robust and unrefined customs. Several orc children play by the well, and I cannot help but reminisce about Cuz's adorable, innocent appearance as a child. To my surprise, the orc children greet Cuz with friendly smiles, and even a warm-hearted orc matron squatting by the well calls out to him, young orc lad, from afar. Would you care for some sweet well water? Where do you hail from? Have you come to trade with the caravan? Cuz politely replies, thank you for your kindness, madam. We hail from the distant black iron city of Kingstan the Dwarf. Here to trade with the Gurudin tribe. We stopped by to explore the market's offerings. Our Yemen town boasts the largest free market within 100 miles. Go ahead, child. I wish you good fortune. The orc woman speaks with a rich and benevolent voice. Her tone imbued with a regional dialect that captivates me with its charm.